10,000 threads second level, 9 threads. Even though his speed had only increased a little, and there was only one more image than before. However, in truth, it was a change from the foundation itself. Secret technique. What was a secret technique? The secret technique was a way to unleash the strength after understanding the origin laws, reaching a more effective way of usage. If one comprehended the space origin law, producing 3 images, 4 images, 8 images, 9 images, he would feel the limit of his strength increase. Even though the difference between 8 images and 9 images wasn't too big. However, after training the 10,000 threads technique, this was completely different. Each thread represented a special battle technique. 9 threads, however, represented another special technique. If one reached 9 images, only then could he use the 9 threads. 8 images wasn't sufficient. And Luo Feng's Mozhan clan clone trained for a long time. In truth, the Masha clan could produce over 100 images much earlier. Considering it was favored by space itself, it could naturally unleash it easily. And while Luo Feng was in the virtual universe, his body had been stuck at the limit of 8 images. In times of crisis, madness, Luo Feng could finally feel that special feeling, similar to the Masha clan using the 9 threads feeling. Because it was a familiar feeling, Luo Feng swiftly grabbed onto it. 9 threads, 9 threads. I've finally made it. Luo Feng was extremely happy within. It was too difficult, it took so long for him to finally reach the second level 9 threads. Rumble. Following that familiar feeling of space, he swiftly moved the dark cloud shuttle and immediately became a string of images, every one of them dispersed, following the layout of the 9 palace grid. The efficiency of the 9 thread was at least 10 times higher than the 8 images before. Xie. 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 His movement was incredibly unpredictable. The golden blades too became nothing but blurs, with extremely high power. At times the blades even pierced through a few blood mantis and green mantis at the same time. At this time, after killing almost all the bug clan, he slashed open the mother nest with lightning speed, immediately heavily injuring the queen. Following which he rested for half a day to let his body recover and regenerate, before directly killing the queen. He didn't have to wait anymore. No longer waiting for 10 days, since the 9 threads had already been achieved. What was the point of waiting 10 days? From the beginning of the Loser's Circle duels till now, it had been over 5 years. 5 years of seclusion, 5 years of hard training, he had finally stepped onto a new platform. The 9 threads was a lot more terrifying than the 1 thread, his strength too naturally rose to a new plateau. To the next tower. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. 5 years of seclusion, the moment he exploded, it rocked the skies itself. The plaza. Over 1 million geniuses along with the Undyings all watched that one remaining screen. The only remaining participant, Luo Feng, suddenly unleashed his strength and produced 9 images, destroying all the bug clan in a sweep. The scene had made all the geniuses go totally silent. 9 threads, he actually reached the realm of 9 threads. The scale-armored giant 13 watched the screen, his eyes giving off a heart-palpitating gleam. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 67, Bypass. Volume 10, Chapter 67, Bypass. 9 threads? 13. Your Ganwu Universe country hasn't had any punks make it into the top 20 for over 100 competitions. Who'd knew there'd be 2 of them this time, but... Emoso is right. There are 1008 universe countries here, and you've taken up 2 slots. Around him, the Undyings all laughed and made fun of the scale armor giant. Even though Luo Feng's performance was extremely shocking, to these pinnacle of strength Undyings in their own universe countries, he was still nothing but a punk. Didn't the AO Gusi planet siblings both make it to the top 22? The scale-armored giant revealed a smile on his face. You punk, you actually know how to laugh. It's very rare. I've met him 3 times during this 100 eras, this is the first time I've seen him smile. He's proud. So, of course he'll smile. The surrounding undyings were all chatting and laughing. There were a total of 1,008 undyings here, and the scale-armored giant was naturally sitting with those he was on better terms with. These powerful undyings, some were friends, some enemies, some with distant or close relationships, naturally they formed their own cliques and chatted. Ha, what do you all think of this Luo Feng from my Ganwu universe country? The scale-armored giant looked at the surrounding undying. Reaching the space-flying technique 10,000 threads to the 2nd level, and the Nanshan armament, capable of brandishing 9 blades. One dark green long-hair man with a huge nose, his gaze seemingly endless like the ocean, calculated, his basics are very solid, his temperament is steady and calm, and his potential is very huge. His current strength can rank in the top 10. He can indeed make it to the top 10. Within the training space, he can definitely make it to the top 5. Even if it's the true arena duels, he should be able to make the top 10. The other undyings nodded. Training didn't exactly reflect a person's true strength. Because this training compared to the 1v1 duel was extremely different. A spirit reader controller on a spirit weapon could distance himself and attack from far. A fighter, however, had to kill until he is within range and attack. Also, with the automaton puppets and metal life forms and other beings that weren't susceptible to spirit attacks, it made it hard for some to unleash their full strength. Just like before, the absolute genius regarded as being able to make the top 20, the hypnotist from the Halloween God clan, Jiao Laishi. That hypnotist Jiao Laishi, during his own universe country's selection, he only had to look at his opponents and defeat them, it had been relaxed all this while. However, during the training space, against the automaton dolls etc., his hypnotism had no effect at all, and all spirit attacks were useless. Hence, hypnotist Jiao Laishi only ranked 189 in the training space round. Does this mean he was weak? In the plaza, over 1 million geniuses looked up at the screen of which Luo Feng was making his way into the 1st level of the 6th tower. Your Majesty, this Luo Feng is very strong. An iron-like man who was like a steel cast said softly. Beside him was the silver-armored black-haired youth. The Manka prince had ranked 18 in this round. His eyes gleamed as they stared hard at Luo Feng on the screen, saying, I admit, I made the wrong conclusion before. From earlier, the Manka prince had even said, from the looks of it, he can't take it anymore. He won't be able to make it past the 7th level of the 5th tower. I estimate his final rank will be around 9 or 10. Even though he's higher than me, however, the training space is different from a 1v1 match. In a 1v1 match, he definitely isn't my match. I have confidence I can defeat him. He was still filled with confidence before. However now, what a strong opponent. The Manka youth's eyes gleamed like crystals, completely locked on Luo Feng. He's training the 10,000 threads. He's already reached the level of 9 threads, a strong opponent indeed. If I want to enter the primal secret area, this Luo Feng will be a huge barrier, I will definitely defeat him. Following which he clenched his fists tight, sparks of lightning flashed. Luo Feng. With messy hair, bare feet, the wild youth savage Rong Jun stared hard at the screen, saying softly, he's already become so terrifying. However, no one can stop me, I will definitely become the strongest, I definitely will. Covered in a black robe, a youth amongst the other geniuses stared all at the screen, saying softly, Luo Feng? Enjoy the spotlight, just watch, very quickly, I will let you all know, the training space is just a camel beast shit. I will defeat all of you. Including that death god Bolin. The elite and most outstanding of geniuses were gathered here. All of them didn't submit easily, all of them had absolute confidence and pride. However, almost all that had made Luo Feng their opponent weren't easy to mess with. He can't continue anymore. He's about to fall. Even though he's strong, however the 6th tower's difficulty is much higher by a few times compared to the 5th. Oh, he's injured. It's going to end soon. The geniuses all started discussing. During the first level of the 6th tower, the battle was already at its craziest point. Go and die all of you. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. His body was filled with bloodstains, there was even a hole in his waist. He stood on the dark cloud shuttle, his movement unpredictable, producing 9 images. These 9 images weren't continuous, but they formed a circle, and within those 9 images, that was almost like Luo Feng's absolute domain. His movement were unpredictable. He was extremely nimble. Rumble, the blood-hairy mammoths engulfed the land and skies and stomped over. Their huge bodies clashing all about. These large amounts of the mammoths had their own domain. With countless domains spread out, it caused the entire battlefield to become their domain. Luo Feng couldn't dodge at all. No wonder the death god Bolin didn't even make it past the 7th tower's first level. Luo Feng thought. The difficulty jump is too much, so much higher than the 5th tower's level 7. Right. In the 7th level of the 6th tower, death god Bolin was still very relaxed. He didn't even seem to use much energy. However, the moment he entered the 7th tower level 1, even after unleashing all his strength, he still failed. And Luo Feng could feel right now where the problem was, even though his strength had increased a lot after comprehending the 9 threads. However, the first level of the 6th tower was simply too difficult. Pang! A blood-hairy mammoth's tail hit Luo Feng's body, causing his movement to be disrupted. The already mentally tired Luo Feng fought hard to dodge but got hit by the iron hooves around. Following which, it all became black and he lost consciousness. Genius battle, the final participant Luo Feng killed 6,892 blood-hair mammoths. This was comparable to the previous rank 2 to 6, stopping at the first level of the 6th tower. Final rank 3. Luo Feng felt the space before him turn, and after which he appeared in the plaza. The geniuses of the human race from the different universe countries all looked over. Luo Feng's gaze swept past them, swiftly determining the location of the Ganwu universe team and heading over. That's Luo Feng. Final rank 3, I have never heard of him before, yet he's that strong. Within this training space process, suddenly a lot of people popped out of nowhere. However, this Luo Feng, he belongs to the strongest of those that appeared. Hearing the various discussions about, Luo Feng walked back to the Ganwu universe team. Madman, you really gave me a shock, you are truly vicious. The green-haired youth windmill shouted. Luo Feng, congrats. Congratulations. The other youths that Luo Feng wasn't exactly very close to all smiled and congratulated him. After all, 99% of these people knew they had no hope of making it into the top 1,000. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, follow me. That thick voice resounded within Luo Feng and Rong Jun's ears suddenly. Luo Feng and Rong Jun turned to look at an area within the plaza. The 1008 Undyings had already stood up and flew towards their own teams, of which the scale-armored giant immediately reached the Ganwu universe team and shouted, all of you head back to the living quarters. Rumble. 1008 teams of geniuses, under the leadership of the Undyings, returned to their quarters. Skyscraper 0825, Level 1. The 1000 geniuses of the Ganwu universe country all stood there. Under the pressure of the scale-armored giant, all of them were extremely respectful and silent. This time, our Ganwu universe country's team's performance is very good. The scale-armored giant's voice resounded within the entire Level 1 hall. It was rare for him to actually praise them, except for Luo Feng and Rong Jun making it into the top 100 and gaining direct entry into the core of the virtual universe company. There are 3 others who made it into the top 7,300 and gained the right to contest for the final 900 slots. And other than these 5, everyone else. Your pinnacle genius competition ends here. The scale-armored giant said. causing the geniuses from the Ganwu universe country to get slightly depressed. Even after fighting for so long, right now they were simply eliminated. You all can return to reality now and leave here. You can also wait a while and the virtual universe company organizing team will send you automatically back to your universe country continents. The scale armored giant said, Luo Feng, Rongjun, you 5, follow me. Following which he took long strides towards a walkway. Luo Feng, Rongjun, and the other 3 followed. The atmosphere within the large hall was depressing. It has ended. Our journey has ended. Everyone, even though we've failed, we've still been offered to enter the Ganwu secret area. That's not bad too. Right. Even though I'm weaker now, I don't believe that I will still be weaker in the future. We are only star level now, the training process has just begun. There is still the universe level, domain lord and sector lord level, our journey is still far and long. Spoken well. Even if you enter the core of the virtual universe company, it's still extremely hard to become undying. And our Ganwu secret area too can produce eternal undyings. Right. Let's go, we'll go drink. These young ladies and gentlemen all had the right to enter the Ganwu secret area. Except for a few that returned straight to reality, a large portion of them left towards the restaurant in the plaza. At this time, the 1,000 geniuses of the Ganwu universe country split into 2 paths. Many of them entered the Ganwu secret area. A few entered the core of the virtual universe company. How the future unfolds, no one knew. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 68, Milky Way Leader. Volume 10, Chapter 68, Milky Way Leader. The geniuses were still considered calm. The 1008 universe countries, however, were bustling with excitement, especially the countless citizens in the over 1 trillion galaxies within the Ganwu universe country. That was a gathering of over 1 million absolute geniuses from the many universe countries. In the top 20, there were actually 2 from their own. What degree of honor was that? Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire actually has a genius who made it to rank 3? That's the entire universe. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. My God. Luo Feng is too strong. Entire universe, that's 1008 universe countries. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire was completely stunned by this piece of news, even though the Black Dragon Mountain star field could be considered vast and endless, compared to the 1008 universe countries, that was simply tiny. Even the Ganwu universe country hadn't had a genius make it into the top 20 for a very long time, much less the tiny Black Dragon Mountain starfield. There probably hasn't been one in the past trillion years. Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. Luo Feng, Black Dragon Mountain. All of the Black Dragon Mountain's internal websites broadcasted this news day and night. Any footage regarding Luo Feng, the passion and support for him within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had reached an unbelievable level. Even the Emperor of the Empire said excitedly, Luo Feng is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he is the hero of our empire. This little starfield that wasn't even worth a mention, because of Luo Feng, gained recognition from many citizens from other universe countries. Luo Feng is the hero of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. A news broadcast spread on the Black Dragon Mountain Island sites. The Emperor exclaimed, he's from our Black Dragon Mountain starfield Milky Way Galaxy. I decided to officially give him his home, the Milky Way Galaxy. From today, he is the leader of the Milky Way Galaxy. The Emperor decreed. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's imperial family were all prepared. In truth, the Emperor had already earlier on promised to give the Milky Way Galaxy to Luo Feng. However, with the public declaration, obviously it was to raise Luo Feng's position even more. Luo Feng, to be able to gain such a reputation within the empire, the work by the imperial family was nothing to be sneezed at. Bastard. Brolin sat in his study, gritting his teeth hard. breaking the cup in his hands. "It's over, there's no more hope. The entire upper echelon have all decided to rope in Luo Feng. The imperial family, along with the backing sacred land Black Dragon Mountain, the upper echelon, all decided to use all their strengths to try and rope in Luo Feng, with his home galaxy and relationship. As long as he doesn't die, also with his rank 3 talents, he will definitely have enough power in the future even within the Virtual Universe Company core. Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 great Leviathans, even standing ahead of the other 4 themselves. Even the 1008 universe countries had to respect the 5 Leviathans. The moment Luo Feng grasped solid authority, during times of crisis, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would exhaust their resources to help him. As for that 9th Prince Brolin, he wasn't even considered amongst the upper echelon of governance. How could he sway any of the decisions by the Empire? It's over. Newell Shan looked at the screen, his eyes unwilling. With his status as a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, the moment they discover me, killing me would be as easy as killing an ant. Seclusion. Seclusion. Newell Shan grit his teeth. "Unless I become stronger than him in the future, otherwise I'll have to remain forever silent, not leaking any trace of myself at all. Since it's come to this." Newell Shan's eyes gleamed coldly. "Then I will go outside the starfield to the battleground. Otherwise I'd have no chance of ever exceeding him." Newell Shan was a ruthless and absolute person. To be able to survive 1,000 life or death battles in the huge axe dojo, that was also a strong decisiveness. The moment he detected danger, he left his nest. And now, he sat in a universe ship and immediately left the planet Earth. OMG, what? Luo Feng is the leader of the Milky Way galaxy? North America continent, Washington Basin, America, a group of upper echelons were shocked. Leader of the Milky Way, How can that be? Before, the information we gathered from the virtual universe all stated that a universe-level warrior could acquire tens of planets as territory. Only a sector lord could be given a galaxy as territory? According to the information, sector lords are terrifying warriors that could destroy the Earth with a flip of their hands. Even stars, or the white dwarf planet, was nothing in the face of a sector lord. How did Luo Feng get such a gift? The upper echelon of America were extremely shocked. The 5 great countries of Earth, even though they were grateful to Luo Feng, however, they weren't like the Chinese, bound by blood ties. The other countries were actually a little unhappy. Why did the leader of Earth have to be Chinese? Why couldn't he be from America, or India? Of course, no one dared to voice themselves, but the news now had completely stunned them. Attention all, please allow me to explain the meaning behind the Universe Genius competition. A golden-haired lady said, "Once you've heard it, I believe you'll all understand Luo Feng's current status, and what he represents. Why he can actually receive the treatment of a sector lord. Milky Way leader? Ha, Luo Feng sure is powerful, old one. How many life planets are in our Milky Way galaxy?" According to the information from the Virtual Universe Network, the Milky Way galaxy has over 210,000 life planets. Ha, over 210,000 life planets? And they are suddenly all Luo Feng's? Alright, fight for our Earth. He's also fought for the name of our Chinese people. We Chinese, even though we've been regarded as aboriginals, however, from us a genius has appeared and made it to rank 3 amongst the entire universe. The 5 great countries of Earth, all the leaders of the bases received the news, all dumbfounded by the Milky Way galaxy leader news. However, the leaders didn't tell the ordinary citizens. In truth, the majority of the people of Earth still didn't understand much about the universe. The upper echelons of Earth didn't want to allow them to connect with the universe that quickly either. Third brother's improvement are really shocking. Sitting cross-legged in a cottage, the black-clothed youth Hong opened his eyes. "I can't relax either. Teacher sure has weird friends, and Undying is actually willing to live on a planet without any technology." His gaze swept through the cottage, looking at the outside world and hundreds of km of sky. In that sky were several wild men dressed in animal fur flying about. This planet was the living quarters of an Undying. The entire planet was conditioned in a very primal state. The humans of the planet all forced out their potential energies and gradually created sections. And this was the living quarters of an undying. These sects didn't even seem to know there was an undying of the universe living here. Hong, let's go. The time sector Lord Luo suddenly appeared in front of the cottage. Hong immediately stood up and flew, sitting in a universe ship and leaving the planet. The aboriginal sects of the planet didn't even know that two strong warriors of the universe had just passed through. Not bad, I allow you to rest. Lord Wu shouted. Not enough, still not enough. 30 has already made it to rank 3, my improvement is still not enough. On Mars of the solar system, Thunder God was training according to Lord Wu's plans, improving himself. Luo Feng didn't seem to know that his being ranked 3 TD in the entire universe had such an influence. He was with Rong Jun and the other 3, listening to the lecture from the scale-armored giant. Tomorrow the duels to get the remaining slots depend on your performance. Understood. You 3 can leave first, Luo Feng and Rong Jun stay. The scale-armored giant said. Immediately the 3 other youths left the huge room respectfully, leaving behind only Luo Feng and Rong Jun. The scale-armored giant's gaze landed on the 2 of them. Rank 13, rank 3. The giant's voice was thick and powerful. That powerful pressure caused both Luo Feng and Rong Jun to barely be able to maintain standing. Are you both feeling proud within, thinking you are very strong? No. Savage Rong Jun said. The training space doesn't prove anything. Luo Feng said too. Oomph. The scale-armored giant roared slightly. It's good you two still managed to keep calm and collected, not letting this small honor and glory get to your heads. Right. Luo Feng, what you said was right. The training space doesn't prove anything. Let me tell you, the top 10 of the training space consist of 2 fighters and 8 spirit reader controllers. Luo Feng's expression slightly changed. There were actually 8 controllers in the top 10. Understand? This training space has a big advantage to spirit reader controllers. Next to fighters. To Hynoptists, it's the worst. The giant said that Howling God Clan genius Jiao Laishi, many of us Undyings have regarded him as being of the top 10, however his rank is only 189. In the training space, to be able to make it to the top 20, naturally they are all strong. However, some of them in the 30 to 50 ranks are not necessarily weak. Especially spirit reader hypnotists, they are all ranked above the 100s. In battle, however, it's a completely different story. The giant emphasized, hence you two must never get careless, otherwise, you'll be stepped on by others. Luo Feng and Rong Jun listened obediently. Of course, the training space does reflect some level of strength. From the many Undyings here, watching the broadcast and concluding, Luo Feng, amongst our conclusions, you rank among the top 10. The scale-armored giant turned to look at savage Rong Jun, you are within the top 20. Luo Feng and Rong Jun both remained silent. The giant looked at the 2 and paused for a while before saying, of course, in true battle, it depends on how you perform altogether, and also how you strategize and deal with your opponent. Anyone from the top 20 can make it into the top 10, the top 10 can still lose to anyone from behind. After all, everyone's strengths are pretty close. Alright. You two go rest, you've both acquired your slots, there's nothing for you tomorrow. Get ready for the final slaughter. Even though there are 1,000 able to enter the core, the treatment within has big differences. The core itself has its lower and higher levels, just like that death god Bolin, he'll definitely be able to enter the primal secret area. As for you two, work hard and do your best. The scale-armored giant said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 69, for Great Secret Areas. Volume 10, Chapter 69, for Great Secret Areas. Luo Feng and Savage Rong Jun both walked out of the scale-armored giant's room together. Luo Feng. Rong Jun shouted. Luo Feng stood there and turned around. Rong Jun's tiger-like eyes were gleaming, saying softly, your improvement has earned my respect. I hope to meet you in the arena and once again defeat you. Defeat me? Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile. I'll be waiting, Rong Jun turned to leave after. Luo Feng watched his back as he left. This Rong Jun seemed to be in disagreement with the scale-armored giant's conclusion. He seems to have a guarantee of defeating me or something. Luo Feng didn't have any other feelings, only anticipation, one of which against a very powerful opponent. The stronger he was, the more it would shape and improve him. That day, over 1 million eliminated geniuses were all teleported away. The entire skyscraper 0825 had only 6 people left, the undying leader and the 5 youths. Daybreak of the second day. Including Luo Feng and Rong Jun, 7,300 geniuses had gathered in the center plaza. Suddenly a formless energy engulfed the entire plaza, causing the 7,300 human geniuses to uncontrollably submit. They all looked up and in mid-air, a familiar silhouette appeared. He, dressed in a seemingly normal but actually infused with mysterious energy green armor, he had purple scales on his head, his face carrying a smile. However, no one dared to actually match his gaze as he looked about. Sir Knight! The 1008 Undyings all said in unison and bowed respectfully. This caused the 7,300 geniuses to be shocked. The training space stage has ended. First, I'd like to congratulate the ranks 1 to 100 participants. You've all gained the right to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. Right now, anyone who's unwilling can speak out. Our Virtual Universe Company will never force anyone. The green-armored purple-scaled man's voice was light, resounding in their ears and minds. Silence. No one made a sound. Good. The man nodded satisfied. Ranks 101 to 7,300, these 7,200 geniuses, according to your training space performance, the Virtual Universe Company has already automatically arranged your arena duels. Continuous 3 victories will earn you a slot, any losers will be eliminated. But 7,200 people, in 1v1 battles, eliminating half every battle, with 3 consecutive victories, only 900 would remain. The moment the words left his mouth, a large portion of the geniuses below were suspicious. Consecutive 3 victories to get a slot? If 2 strong warriors met, wouldn't that eliminated one? Luo Feng thought. The same situation had happened in the Ganwu Universe country selection. He and Rong Yang had met. Luo Feng thought, this was probably what many of the geniuses were thinking. The Virtual Universe Company's system arrangement is definitely the best, no need to worry. The green-armored purple-scaled man said, right now, 7,200 participants will begin their arena duels. Rumble. The plaza slight shook. The 7,200 geniuses participating were suddenly teleported away, with only the 100 remaining. Luo Feng looked around. With only 100 youths left, the plaza seemed empty. Within, the white-robed bloodblade death god Bolin, the Manka prince filled with battle spirit, the genius siblings from the Aogusi planet, almost like a meat mountain at 6m tall strong-looking man with a blood axe on his back, the dream shell youth, a huge youth with a face full of fur like a bear, the seductive black thread young lady with 4 arms, the shy and bashful youth. 100 people. They were all the top 100 in the training space stage, absolute geniuses set to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. These 100 all took note of the people around them, understanding that they would all become competitors. There are seats there, you can all go watch the broadcast. The green-armored purple-scaled man pointed in the distance. Immediately 100 large chairs and several tables appeared in the corner of the plaza. On the tables were drinks and food, and the green-armored man himself sat with the 1008 Undyings at another spot. Death God Bolin, Luo Feng, and the remaining 100 all sat, and Luo Feng and Rong Jun sat close together. No matter what, they were from the same universe country. Naturally they felt closer. What's more, the two felt good about each other. Look, 3,600 screens. It's about to begin. Howling God Clan hypnotist Jia Lai Shi, on that screen. Some absolute geniuses who were well-informed spoke. Indeed, 3,600 large screens appeared in the center of the plaza, everyone displaying a different battle that was about to begin. Very quickly. On the 3,600 screens, the battles began almost simultaneously. The battle for the remaining 900 slots had begun. The victors progressed while the losers were eliminated. Everything was very cruel. A youth knelt on the floor of the screen, with a hole on his forehead, his gaze dazzled, his lips moving. One could make out what he said: "I can't accept this. Absolute geniuses falling one by one." 5 minutes had yet to pass, and 3,600 had already been eliminated. They couldn't accept this. Naturally, the eliminated people were unhappy. They had already reached this level, just a little more. Being in the universe country compared to the core of the virtual universe company were two completely different things. The 5 great Leviathans were the true pinnacles of the humans of the universe. These absolute geniuses all considered themselves powerful. Only the pinnacle of the universe was worthy of themselves. If they wanted to enter, they'd want to enter the best. After half an hour, the second round began. 3,600 geniuses once again half fell. The remaining half proceeded. Another half an hour later, after resting and preparing, the third round began. These 1,800 absolute geniuses all wished with great anticipation. They were only one step away from victory. However, there was only 1 out of 2 on every arena duel that could enter the virtual universe core. The other half were all eliminated. Luo Feng and Rongjun focused on tens of screens at a time. To these absolute geniuses with powerful willpower and consciousness, multitasking was very easy, and the present 100 geniuses were all watching many screens at a time. However, they all focused on one together. The Howling God Clan hypnotist Jia Laishi's broadcast. He won. He still won the same way. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Jia Laishi's 3 matches, the first and second battle he didn't even move and just stood there. The opponent immediately crumbled. And in the third match, his opponent managed to barely withstand the first soul attack. However, he still fell after the second. 3 consecutive victories. Hypnotist Jia Laishi acquired 1 slot. This hypnotist is terrifying, Savage said softly. Luo Feng stared at the screen. Normal soul attacks are usually not too scary. However, if mixed with hypnotism, that's terrifying. The hypnotism can make one unconsciously enter into a fantasy land, oblivious to the fact itself. This sort of terrifying hypnotism is a fighter's natural enemy. Savage Rongjun nodded. Like Luo Feng studying the soul imprint in Void Pagoda, these 2 great techniques, his control of spirit energy had already reached an extremely high level. His defense was very strong too. He still had some confidence of defending against hypnotist Jia Laishi. However, the fighters, many had powerful willpowers and states. Maybe against spirit attacks they could withstand it. However, against hypnotism, many fighters wouldn't receive it too well. Hypnotist Jia Laishi, against automaton puppets, metal life forms, Masha clans etc., beings without a soul, his hypnotism had no effect. However, against others with souls, his power was huge. Shwa! 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 900 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the plaza. These 900 absolute geniuses mostly had excited expressions. Right, they had passed the 3 rounds of elimination. Among the 7,200, these final 900 had made it. However, amongst this group of geniuses, some still had no expressions. Just like the tall and skinny man covered in a black robe. No wonder the group of Undyings concluded that hypnotist Jia Laishi has the strength to make it to the top 10. Luo Feng and the others of the 100 stood up, walking over to gather, his gaze fixed on the black-robed tall and skinny man. The black-robed tall and skinny man suddenly looked over at Luo Feng. The peculiar gaze seemed to bring with it some sort of formless suggestion. However, Luo Feng's willpower was extremely strong, not getting affected at all, his cold eyes staring back, almost as though a golden-horned beast was eyeing its opponent. The 2 regarded by the Undyings as top 10 material. At this time, they couldn't wish any more to get matched up against each other. The 1,000 geniuses gathered together, many regarded as top 10, top 20, or regarded themselves as absolute geniuses, all looking at each other. Congratulations to you all. A floating dreamy voice entered the 1,000 minds. All of them realized the green-armored purple-scaled man had appeared before them. you all are this genius competition's most elite 1000 of the human race 1008 universe countries. Our virtual universe company will nurture you to the best of our ability. If anyone wishes to not enter the virtual universe company, you can speak now. Silence, no one made a sound. Very good. However, you should understand that there will always be competition within the universe. Where there's competition, you 1000 cannot expect to all receive the same amount of nurture and resources. Even our virtual universe company doesn't dare waste such valuable resources. The green armored purple scaled man smiled. I'll announce this. Of the 1000 of you, ranks 101 to 1000, you can receive 10 mixed elements in cash. You can enter the beginning universe to study. You can enter the core of the virtual universe company's last phase secret area. Ranks 11-100, you are awarded 100 mixed elements in cash. You can enter the beginning universe to study and enter the core of the virtual universe company's heaven and land secret area. Ranks 3-10, you are awarded 1000 mixed elements in cash. You can enter the beginning universe to study and enter the core of the virtual universe company's absolute beginning secret area. Ranks 1 and 2, you are awarded 10,000 mixed elements in cash. You can enter the beginning universe to study and enter the core of the virtual universe company's primal secret area. Under normal circumstances, the primal secret area only accepts one genius every competition. However, this batch's level is more outstanding, hence the virtual universe company's upper echelons have discussed and given your batch 2 slots to enter the primal secret area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 70, Position. Volume 10, Chapter 70, Position. Silence, the 1000 absolute geniuses were curious. Last phase, heaven and land, absolute beginning and primal secret areas, just what was behind these 4 places. However, just from the names everyone could tell, very obviously, the primal secret area was the best of the group. You 1000, there are still the strong and the weak, the rewards naturally will be different. From tomorrow the duels will begin, selecting the final victor. The green armored purple scaled man's voice was dreamy and distant, resounding in everyone's minds. The rules for the battle have already been sent to every one of you. Get a good rest today. Rumble. The green armored purple scaled man immediately vanished after he finished. At this time the 1008 Undyings began their discussions. Primal secret area, they are absorbing 2 this time. I initially thought the slot of that primal secret area will definitely belong to that bull and punk. I never expected to have an extra slot. The virtual universe company, it's rare for them to be so generous. During the time the Undyings were discussing, Luo Feng and the rest of the 1000 all lowered their heads to look at the screens on their wrists. On it displayed the duel rules they had received. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows as he looked. The rules are as follows. The 3-round duels that just ended, of which the 900 that made it through and received the 900 slots, they will be judged according to their performance in these 3 rounds. The virtual universe company system will choose from these the most outstanding 100. They are Jialaishi, Kapungte, Lasha, Leisure, Wute Wei Si Ku. These 100 will engage in duels with the initial 100 from the training space, a total of 200 people engaged in 1v1 battles. The victorious 100 people have the right to enter the heaven and land secret area. As for the other 900, they will all enter the last phase secret area. Amongst the victorious 100, according to the judgment of the virtual universe system, they'll pick out the most outstanding 20 and allow these 20 to battle 1v1, deciding the final 10. The top 10 have the right to enter the absolute beginning secret area. The first and second of the top 10 will also be chosen from there to enter the primal secret area. The attachment below has specific details of the battles. This rule, sure, is dogmatic. Luo Feng thought, they actually let the virtual universe system pick 100 out of the 900, to battle with the current top 100. Looks like the virtual universe company has absolute trust and confidence in their system. Anyway, the problem doesn't affect me, I have the right to battle. How can it be this way? They don't even give us the right to duel? That's too much. This is overconfidence in the virtual universe system. In the plaza, the other absolute geniuses erupted in rage. The rules of this round meant that 800 of the final 1,000 were immediately out of the game, not even giving them the chance to display their strengths. Naturally, many of the geniuses were extremely unhappy and dissatisfied. Virtual Universe Company. A sharp voice roared fiercely. Luo Feng even felt some discomfort in his ears, turning to look. Amongst the group, a 5 m tall, skinny-bodied, with a vertical eye in the middle of his forehead, this youth's expression was pained. There was madness in his 3 eyes, raging and shouting, "I have a 100% guarantee of entering the top 100, even the top 20. How can you immediately rely on the virtual universe system and just toss me aside? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Unfair. It's unfair." Beside, others began to shout out. This way is unfair. Actually fighting, whoever loses gets eliminated, that's the fair way, otherwise we won't accept this. Immediately about 10 youths from different universe countries began to shout out. Luo Feng, Rongjun, and the others on the 200 name list remained calm. The other 800, however, were raging madly with the 3-eyed youth. The rest of them were extremely unhappy. Shut up. What are you doing? All shut up. The distant 1008 undyings, many of them raged, simultaneously. That strong consciousness and pressure extended over, immediately pressuring the 800 youths, causing all of them to go pale, all shivering, their legs trembling. Finally some couldn't take it and knelt down, and later, they all knelt down, unable to withstand the pressure. 800 youths kneeling down. Rumble. 1008 undyings, all of them appeared before the geniuses, looking over them. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Amongst the kneeling group, that 3-eyed youth slammed his fists on the ground, his muscles twitching like an earthworm, forcing his head up and roaring. Idiot. From the 1008 undyings, the scale-armored giant looked coldly at the 3-eyed youth. At this time, a dreamy distant voice resounded. If one doesn't accept or doubts the rules of the virtual universe system, one can choose not to join our virtual universe company. Our virtual universe company will never force anyone to join. The voice resounded throughout the entire land and skies, making the expressions of the kneeling 800 geniuses change. That's too brutal. Standing beside, Luo Feng, Savage Rongjun, Death God Bolin and the other 200 were all shocked. He actually replied like that. Luo Feng was shocked. The 800 geniuses didn't dare to believe. The 3-eyed youth too had an expression of disbelief. Right, they were all true absolute geniuses. In their universe countries, they were number ones. Always sitting high on a pedestal, even the universe country leaders heavily respected him, his opinion respected by many undyings. From that youth's point of view, this rule was simply overbearing. His request should be able to be met. However, the answer of the virtual universe company was that simple. If you don't agree, just leave, no one is forcing you to join. That's simple. Really stupid. Among the 1008 undyings, a long black-haired undying, looking at the kneeling 800 people, saying coldly, the virtual universe company's upper echelon made the rules and decisions. Do you think you little punks can actually change it? You are really ahead of yourselves. If it was the Death God Bolin punk that raised an opinion, maybe it might get noticed. But that's only because he was long regarded as the one to enter the Primal Secret Area, a member of the Primal Secret Area. An old man in a white robe covered in silver scales looked at the 3-eyed youth. As for you, only the outer layer of the core, how can you dare to reject that? Little punks, remember. You may be the most elite geniuses of your universe countries, however in the virtual universe company, they organize a star-level genius competition every 10,000 years, and a universe-level genius competition. Within the virtual universe company, there are countless geniuses. The strong are numerous as the wind. You all should just stay low profile, it fits you better. Going against the decision of the upper echelon is a big mistake. 1008 undyings, they were all very clear that these were all extremely talented geniuses. However, geniuses normally had pride, temperament issues. And the path to the pinnacle of strength was extremely long and tedious. If one always kept this sort of pride, it was very easy to fall, hence fiercely knocking them back down was a good thing. Within the large hall of skyscrapers 0825, Luo Feng and Rong Jun sat in chairs. As for the other three, they were all eliminated in the 3-round duels. Before, I was still a little proud, however that scene before, I understand now, in the eyes of the Virtual Universe Company, we are only some seedlings they are absorbing. Luo Feng shook his head. The Virtual Universe Company itself has accumulated many geniuses, but the position is not the same. Naturally, our words and opinions matter at different levels too. Savage said softly, the 4 secret areas are the virtual universe's way of distinction between their members. Didn't you hear what that Undying said before? Maybe only Death God Bolan's opinion would get some recognition? Luo Feng nodded. Primal secret area, the name list is extremely short. Savage said, the Virtual Universe Company, such a huge power, the number of sector lords in the primal secret area, I heard there's only 100. 100? Luo Feng was greatly shocked. Sector lords had long lifespans. Even in the Ganwu Universe country the sector lords exceeded 1 million, and the 100 to 1,000 times stronger and bigger Virtual Universe Company, just how many sector lords did they have? And the number of sector lords that entered the primal secret area was only a total of 100. So, you should understand just how special this primal secret area absorbing 2 members is. Savage spoke, the primal secret area, as the core of the Virtual Universe Company's internal level, like Death God Bolan, even though he's only a star level or later a universe level, his position is still extremely high. Even your Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire cannot match up to him. Luo Feng was stunned. The position of a primal secret area member was higher than the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? Right. The sector lords in the Virtual Universe Company's primal secret area was only a 100. One could easily see how special being a member was. Being higher than the Emperor of a starfield wasn't strange. Also, I heard, the members have special bodyguards. Savage spoke, the leader of the guards is an Undying, and within the guards there are 10 sector lords and a 100 domain lords. No matter how calm Luo Feng was, he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Damn! Is it really true? Luo Feng couldn't help but lose his composure. Members of the primal secret area having guards wasn't strange, however the leader of the guards was actually an Undying. This was too terrifying. Don't be surprised, the Virtual Universe Company, as one of the 5 great Leviathans, even Undyings, in the Virtual Universe Company, many are mostly only in the absolute beginning secret area. Just from their position, they are much lower. Savage spoke, you should understand just how valuable and high the position of being a member of the primal secret area is. Any one of them are extremely important elites in the company, just the resources spent on them, if changed to cash, are incredibly unbelievable amounts. Luo Feng was completely stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 71, First Battle. Volume 10, Chapter 71, First Battle. When Luo Feng returned to his room, he was still disturbed. It took a while for him to calm down. Ah, that savage Rong Jun, how does he know so much? Luo Feng thought, he actually knows quite a bit about the 4 secret areas of the Virtual Universe Company. Looks like his background isn't that simple. The 2 from the Ganwu universe that made it to the top 1,000, Luo Feng and Rong Jun, came from their own starfields, while they seemed to not have any background at all. In truth, Luo Feng inherited the Yun-Mo planet teachings and is also a golden horned beast. And savage Rong Jun, his true identity and background, was obviously not that simple either. On Earth, Yangzhou City Westlake Courtyard, within the castle. Sitting in the tea room, pouring a glass of tea and taking a sip, his consciousness was communicating with Babata. Babata, just what's up with the 4 secret areas of the virtual universe company? Luo Feng told Babata everything he had just heard from Rong Jun, telling him the rules for the duel too, also about what happened in the plaza. That group of idiots, they actually dare doubt the virtual universe company system? My God, their brains must be flooded with water. The virtual universe system is a transcendental existence that can emulate the origin laws. Babata exclaimed. Oh, Luo Feng realized. Babata obviously stood on the virtual universe system side. Ishum, that savage Rong Jun said the right thing. The primal secret area members have extremely high positions. Babata said, to the virtual universe company, to be able to enter the primal secret area, these are the extremely rare geniuses of the entire universe, hence they are willing to spend huge amounts of treasure and wealth to nurture them. How much? Is it as much as my teacher's wealth? Luo Feng asked. Luo Feng, you have to understand one thing. Babata said seriously, your teacher was indeed a very powerful undying, even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to lower its head in front of him. However, your teacher, compared to the Ganwu Universe country, was a completely different level. Luo Feng nodded. Ganwu Universe country leader, that was an ancient being that had lived for trillions of years, creating and opening an entire universe country. The leader of the Ganwu Universe country has to show respect to the virtual universe company. Babata said, 1008 universe countries, who dare offend the virtual universe country? That's the true huge power. Such a huge powerful existence, nurturing geniuses in the primal secret area, they have very strict plans, numbers extremely small and pitiful, the wealth that they actually spend, do you think your teacher's wealth can compare to that? Luo Feng was silent. Your vision must be broader. Look further, don't limit yourself to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, or the universe countries, but look to the entire universe. Actually, I've known, since the day you possessed the golden horned beast successfully, your path would be even further and brighter than the path of your teachers. Babata said, of course, from what I know, getting into the primal secret area isn't the end of it, but comes with a lot of competition. The weak will be kicked out, and those in the absolute beginning secret area, the absolute geniuses within, might rise up to the primal secret area. Hence, to enjoy the most pinnacle of resources, you have to constantly work hard. Because in the future, there will be a large amount of absolute geniuses eyeing your position. The moment you relax, others might catch up. Luo Feng could feel hot blood rush through his veins. Anticipation. Yes, that was the life he wanted, the strong rise while the weak fall, just that simple. Babata, I don't understand too well now, the primal area members, just the star levels, they are able to get guards, and the leader of the guards is an undying. Luo Feng said, no matter how it is, that's an undying, a great undying. Yes, undying are great. Babata said. However, a primal area member is also a great being itself. Luo Feng, I'll explain it to you this way, Babata said, what determines the level of position isn't just strength alone, it depends on many factors. Like the virtual universe company's business division, some of the business geniuses or investors, their strength may be very low, however they still enjoy an extremely high position, just like the investor genius in the universe first bank, Fei, he invests with unbelievable amounts of wealth, even though his strength may be weak, but he still has undyings to take care and protect him. Luo Feng was shocked. Same logic. Just like that death god Bolin, right, he's very weak now. But you have to understand, he's an absolute genius, the pinnacle of the human race in 1 trillion years. One only appears every trillion years or so. And 1 trillion years is akin to a sector lord's lifespan, 1008 universe countries, every universe country has over 1 million sector lords. You calculate, how many sector lords are produced by the entire human race over 1 trillion years? Luo Feng held his breath. That death god Bolin, in terms of value, position, one can only imagine. Everyone who enters the primal secret area are all the most important elites of the virtual universe company. That's their root. Babata exclaimed, comprehension of the origin laws is easiest during the Sector Lord stage. And during the difficult star level stage, the Death God Bolin already has such a level of comprehension of the space law. Think about it, how high will his achievements be in the future? No doubt about it. As long as he doesn't die. In space origin law itself, he will definitely exceed your teacher. As long as he becomes an undying, he'll be the pinnacle being even amongst the others, almost invincible. Babata exclaimed, and the space origin law, as one of the two hardest origin laws, if he can become an undying, that would be terrifying. You have to remember, even amongst undyings, the differences are huge, hence the Time Sector Lord had such ambition. However, he didn't succeed. If he did, and became an undying, his strength would be close to your teacher. Of course. The Virtual Universe Company core is separated into 4 secret areas. From high to low, primal, absolute beginning, heaven and land, beginning phase. Many undyings are in the absolute beginning secret area. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If you can enter the absolute beginning secret area, that would be considered a success already. What's more, your most important task right now is to settle your first opponent Wu Te Wei Si Ku. Luo Feng lifted his teacup and drank it all. Wu Te Wei Si Ku, that was his opponent tomorrow. Daybreak of the second day. Plaza, the 1,000 geniuses gathered. Luo Feng was mixed in the crowd, looking at the distant tall three-eyed youth. Those 3 eyes were gloomy. Obviously the blow he suffered yesterday was huge. Sir Knight. The distant 1008 undying bowed respectfully. In midair far away, the green-armored purple-scaled man nodded, then turned to look at the 1,000 youths, speaking, "Today is a good day, we will, in one day pick the top 100, top 10, and first and second from the 1,000 of you. Are you all ready? Then the battle will begin now." The green-armored purple-scaled man surveyed the crowd. With a wave of his hand, 100 huge arenas appeared above the plaza. At the side of each arena, a black net covered and surrounded them. Simultaneously, Rong Jun, Jiao Lai Shi etc. and the 200 youths were transported into the arenas. Every arena had 2 people. Immediately the undyings, along with the participants that didn't qualify, all turned to watch Death God Bolin's battle. In one of the arenas, was Luo Feng and Wu Te Wei Si Ku. The silver-white arena had an area of 10 square kilometers. The black net covered the entire arena. Madman Luo Feng, from the Ganwu Universe country Black Dragon Mountain Empire, rank in the training space 3, displaying madness with extreme calm, hence the name. A skinny youth with completely black lips stared at the distant Luo Feng coldly, shouting, "My rank in the training space was 113, I will let you know that the training space didn't stand for anything. Cut the crap." Carrying the dark golden long rod on his back, Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and floated in the distant air shouting back. "Very well." The skinny youth smiled, "I'll settle you and I'll be able to enter the heaven and land secret area. Then I'll settle another and I'll enter the absolute beginning area. Who? A gust of wind blew. The skinny youth became a gust of wind and headed towards Luo Feng, seemingly slow but actually extremely fast. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and surveyed his opponent from mid-air, details of his opponent flashing in his mind. Wu Te Wei Si Ku, nicknamed Gale, uses a level 5 genetic energy weapon Void Shadow Blade. During battle his blade moves extremely quick, mixed in the mad winds, extremely fierce and swift, hard to block. Go and die. The skinny youth's eyes gleamed. Xiao. 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 The originally wind-like skinny youth suddenly increased his speed. Simultaneously the void shadow blade in his hand became a fierce engulfing gale. Endless blades gathered together to form a mad wind that engulfed everything. This mad wind blade dance surrounded even Luo Feng, allowing him no space to dodge. Humph. Luo Feng snorted. Standing on the dark cloud shuttle and suddenly becoming a mysterious trace in that seemingly overwhelming blade wind dance, he found an opening to slip through, leaving 9 images behind, causing the skinny youth's expression to change. He can even escape this. The information on the 9 threads is indeed terrifying. In the time Luo Feng took to dodge the attacks, the dark golden long rod on his back shot out 5 golden lights, forming 5 golden blades in mid-air. Go! Luo Feng stared coldly at his opponent, as though he was staring at a dead person. With the golden energy flow wrapped around it, the 5 golden lights became like 5 golden dragons roaring towards the center of the blade wind dance, the skinny youth. Go and die. The skinny youth's expression struggled, his eyes filled with a sense of longing. Xiao! He waved his hand and shot out a white light. The white light immediately pierced through a 100 m of distance, almost reaching Luo Feng. It was even faster than the golden rainbows. Luo Feng's expression changed, quickly relying on the dark cloud shuttle's fast speed to dodge and simultaneously unleashing 16 shields. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 72, A True Pinnacle Battle. Volume 10, Chapter 72, A True Pinnacle Battle. As the white light shot over suddenly, Luo Feng however maintained total calm, immediately coming up with the best decision. 1 was to rely on the dark cloud shuttle to dodge it as quickly as possible. 2. Use the soaring shuttle's sword matrix for defense. 3. Use the dark golden long rod from behind to produce 4 more golden blades to block that white light. The 4 golden rainbows shot out from behind Luo Feng, almost like a net that engulfed the sky, wrapping over that white light. Dang! A clashing sound. Causing the distant skinny youth's expression to change greatly, he stopped it. That was his trump card, one that he had trained long for, with comprehension of the wind origin laws, a move infused with wind origin laws to unleash its full power. This leaving blade had the properties of the wind origin laws. Its speed was extremely quick, it floated and arced about, its power was huge, it was his biggest trump card. During the training space stages, he didn't have any use for secret weapons, and later during the 3-round duels, his opponents weren't enough for him to have to use it. Hence it had been kept a secret till now. He had been preparing to use it on an unready opponent. Trump card, they had the biggest power when unexpected. Without preparation, it was easy to get hit. The moment it was found out, however, they would automatically have defenses for it. The trump card's power would be weakened. However, Luo Feng was too calm. Even though this move was sudden, Luo Feng's terrifying calmness, without any hesitation acting in the best course of action to deal with it, not only did 4 golden rainbows block it, unleashing the sword matrix along with his dodging made it completely useless. Go and die. Luo Feng looked coldly at his opponent. The other 5 golden rainbows surrounded the skinny youth. His speed obviously couldn't match up to the golden rainbows. In an instant, he was pierced through. Wu Te We Si Ko fail. Luo Feng, victory. Luo Feng descended from mid-air and looked at the white light that was stopped. It was a silver-white little blade. Anyone capable of making it into the top 100, indeed they are not to be sneezed at. Within the universe, a spirit reader could control their spirit weapons from far, and fighters too could use throwing weapons, like javelins, short hatchets, short blades, etc. Using Earth terms, these were called secret weapons. Secret weapons were indeed powerful, and rarely seen. After winning the first battle, Luo Feng entered the top 100, his prize rose to 100 mixed elements, and he gained the right to enter the virtual universe company Heaven and Land secret area. Congratulations to the punks in the arenas. The green-armored purple-scaled man stood in mid-air, surveying the 100 young ladies and gentlemen within the arenas. Firstly, I want to congratulate you on entering the top 100, able to enter our virtual universe company's Heaven and Earth secret area. Right now, we'll pick the top 20 from you all. According to the virtual universe system choices, I'll report the 20 names. Immediately the 100 just victorious youth geniuses began to get nervous, even though they had won. However, only 20 of them would get the chance to go to the next round in battle, picking out the final 10. But Luo Feng stood in the arena he battled in, looking at the green-armored purple-scaled man in mid-air, creasing his eyebrows. I didn't reveal my strongest trump card. My rating in the virtual universe system might be lower, however, according to what the scale armored giant said and concluded, I should be able to rank in the top 10, then, I should get chosen. Bolin. The green armored purple scaled man began reporting the 20 names. Gu Si Luo. Ai Chin. Wuka. Yi Feng. Jia Laishi. Rong Jun. As the names were read out, those who didn't have their names read could barely suppress their nervousness. They were all victorious, yet only 20 could participate in the next battle. Xian Shui. Luo Feng. Tao. The chosen 20 are the names that I just reported. The green armored purple scaled man smiled. Will the 20 of you rest and recover from the battle before, in a short time, we will begin the next battle. As for who your opponent is, you'll find out when the battle begins. A group of youths sat casually in the plaza. Candida, congrats on making it into the top 100. Don't even talk about it. Even though I made it to the top 100, however I wasn't chosen in the final 20. The tall and sturdy Candida had a look of dissatisfaction, even though those in the top 20 are all powerful, and I don't have a chance of winning. However, without actually making a move, I still feel dissatisfaction. Candida, don't be upset, we are all unhappy too. I didn't even get the chance to make it into the top 100, The youths that didn't have any more battles to fight were chatting casually. Everyone chatted and got to know each other, because from today on, many of them would become long-term partners in the universe. And the final 20 sat in the corner quietly. They were quietly resting and controlling their mental state. Because in a moment, the more important battle was about to begin. The next battle would pick out the top 10, these 20 that were able to get on the name list. Probably only Death God Bolin had a 100% guarantee. The other 19 weren't sure of their victory. My opponent, just who is it? Luo Feng's gaze swept his surroundings. 2 of the other 19 too were looking in all directions. One was the Manka Prince Wuka and the other was the fat man carrying the blood axe Tao. The Manka Prince smiled at Luo Feng and waved his fist. The fat man too glanced at Luo Feng and rubbed his ears. The arrangements of this battle, they didn't reveal. We'll only know when it's time to battle. This is probably a test too on our mental state. Luo Feng stopped worrying about it, closing his eyes, and according to his big and second brother's methods, cleansed himself and emptied his mind, entering a calm state, patiently waiting for the battle to begin. About half an hour later. Rumble, the plaza shook. In the vast plaza 10 arenas rose gradually. All were enveloped in large amounts of black netting. Simultaneously the 20 resting people were immediately transported to the 10 arenas. Within the arena. Damn. Tragedy. That blood axe Tao actually faces Death God Bolin? We've been guessing who'd be so unlucky to meet Bolin. It's actually Tao, poor fellow. In the distance, the 980 other geniuses spectating laughed, and in the arena the wild unrestricted fat man Tao gripped on that terrifying huge axe, almost like a ferocious beast staring at the white-robed youth. However, anyone could have predicted the outcome. Death God Bolin, that was an absolute genius that only appeared once after how many competitions? The Virtual Universe Company even specially included one more slot for the Primal Secret Area just because of him. The chances of the Blood Axe Tao being able to violently defeat the Death God Bolin were simply too low, unless he was a terrifying genius that appeared once every trillion years. Gu Si Luo against Rong Jun? Gu Si Luo was the training space rank 2, a very perfect, no error kind of strength. Among these 20, probably only he has the ability to fight Bolin. That Rong Jun meeting Gu Si Luo, it's over. Many in the entire arena stared at Bolin against Tao. However, there were many watching another match, hypnotist Jia Laishi against madman Luo Feng. That hypnotist has met the madman. The two sick ones have met. From beginning to end, hypnotist didn't even make a move, just staring at his opponents and defeating them. Who knows whether that madman can withstand it? It's hard to say. Hypnotist is the most terrifying spirit reader hypnotist of this competition. Till now no one has been able to withstand it, and besides using hypnotism, he can also use a spirit weapon to engage in long-distance attacks, when the opponent is caught in the illusion without any defenses, it'll be over quickly. Up till now, he hasn't even used a spirit weapon. Always only using hypnotism, his hypnotism must be extremely terrifying. Don't look down on Madman, I've seen his battle footage, so many footages, I've never seen him nervous or at a lose. His eyes, always cold, almost as though nothing affects his mental state. Hypnotist was regarded as the top 10, Madman 2 was regarded as the top 10, these two meeting, it'll be interesting. 10 arenas, 10 battles. Every match was a pinnacle fight, compared to the fights to become the top 100 before, the matchups now, only now were they truly worthy of the title pinnacle fights. In the arena. One on the Dark Cloud shuttle, dressed in a dark gray armor, carrying a dark golden long rod, a skinny black-haired youth. The other stood on a black disc, a tall and skinny silhouette covered in a black robe. Both were spirit readers, however they walked two different paths of a spirit reader, one was a controller while the other a hypnotist. The controller directed spirit weapons to destroy the physical body while hypnotists directed their attacks to destroy the soul directly. It was extremely hard to make progress as a hypnotist, however once that was achieved, they were terrifying. Becoming a controller was easier, however to become powerful, that too was difficult. Madman Luo Feng. The hypnotist Jia Laishi's voice was coarse, saying softly, "You have the strength of the top 10, however meeting me, you'll only be able to rank outside the top 10. So confident?" Luo Feng smiled, his eyes gleaming. The two awaited the announcement. In the 10 arenas, they all awaited. The victor will enter the top 10, little punks, don't get careless, your opponents are all very strong. Let the battle begin. The green-armored purple-scaled man said from far away, his voice resounding in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, the 10 arena battles erupted. Jia Laishi, who was standing on the black disc, his gaze cold as his lips slightly moved. 1. A formless traceless spirit energy immediately rippled towards Luo Feng, invading his mind. His spirit energy was simply too fast. While unleashing his hypnotism, Jia Laishi waved his hands simultaneously. The black disc below his feet had become a black light cutting straight towards Luo Feng's head. The first time. In the arena battles, this was the first time the hypnotist Jia Laishi used hypnotism and his spirit weapon in a simultaneous attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 73, Top 10. Volume 10, Chapter 73, Top 10. A formless spirit energy sneakily invaded Luo Feng's consciousness. His consciousness was vast and endless, however a huge golden pagoda almost took up the entire space. This void pagoda had a total of 2 levels. This void pagoda with engravings appearing all over looked completely like a transparent crystal glowing with a golden light. It looked almost perfect, non-damaged, and was completely able to protect his soul core within. The void pagoda, level 2. This was a secret technique passed down from the master of the Yun-Mo planet. Luo Feng had studied and focused on the soul imprint and void pagoda, of which the soul imprint was created by his teacher. However, the deeper he delved into these arts, the more they favored soul attacks. Since his specialty was a controller, he slowly reduced his training on the soul imprint. Once he reached the basic 10,000 blade soul imprint and was able to condense his enslavement imprint, he stopped going deeper. On the other hand, the void pagoda was very important in Luo Feng's plan. As a spirit reader controller, he may be weaker in soul attacks. However, his defense had to be strong, he shouldn't have any obvious weaknesses. Hence, he never relaxed on that training. And the void pagoda was a very powerful technique. His teacher back then only acquired it by chance too, and before death, he had only reached 6 levels of the pagoda. If he had reached the 7th level, according to what his teacher assumed, that tragedy back then, he wouldn't have died. One could only imagine how powerful the void pagoda was. During the past 5 years, Luo Feng had never relaxed during his training. With the gold and space origin law comprehension, he reached level 2 of the pagoda. Void Pagoda was purely for defense. Who? The hypnotist Jialai Shi's traceless spirit energy invaded Luo Feng's consciousness, immediately hitting the Void Pagoda. Upon contact, it didn't attack, but spread like a membrane to wrap around the Void Pagoda, gradually contacting it. The Void Pagoda, in essence, was made of spirit energy which was incomparably condensed. However, it was still spirit energy. And spirit energy was always infused with a trace of consciousness. Soul, in truth, was a complete fusion of countless amounts of spirit energy. With the formless spirit energy making contact with the Void Pagoda, Luo Feng's consciousness fell into a terrifying hypnotism. A second ago he was still clearly battling Jialai Shi, however in an instant his consciousness was in a different scene altogether. How can this be? Luo Feng stood above the Pacific Ocean. Looking at a over 100 kilometers long huge ferocious beast wreaking havoc, creating enormous waves. Simultaneously there were two 10 kilometers fierce absolute beasts spewing fire towards the ground. The skyscrapers and entire base city was in ruins, people were screaming in pain, while countless of them were running away. 30. What do we do? Just what can we do? These are at least domain lord level ferocious beasts, we can't match up to them. A panicked thunder god voice transmitted from his communicator watch. Third brother, quickly protect the final seedlings and leave Earth. Quickly flee. These are the last seedlings of Earth. Hong's panicked expression appeared on his communicator too. Something is not right. Wake up! Wake up! Luo Feng felt as though he was dreaming when he was young. Even though he consciously knew that he was dreaming, it was still difficult to wake up. Although he was in this state currently, the main thing was that his consciousness was too strong. Along with his mental state training and golden horned beast influence, his soul was incomparably cold. Hence his consciousness detected the hypnotism immediately. Being conscious of the fact was one thing, actually waking up was the important thing. Luckily the Void Pagoda had a tight defense on his soul core. So even if the hypnotist Jialai Shi's spirit hypnotism was incredibly powerful, it could only slightly affect him, as it was unable to penetrate deep into his soul. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Luo Feng's willpower let out a strong and powerful roar, and the illusion world began to shake. Pang! The illusion was broken. Luo Feng had completely regained consciousness. Unlike that dreamy illusion world, everything before his eyes was incredibly clear. This was the true 100% simulation of the virtual universe. Xiao! The black disk had already reached close to Luo Feng. Just nice. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Standing on the dark cloud shuttle, his speed fiercely accelerated, simultaneously brandishing many shields. As the distance was too close, he didn't have time to use the Nanshan armament. Dang! The black disc clashed on the shield, causing the shield to get knocked away. It brushed Luo Feng's arm, cutting through the armor and a large part of his flesh. Fresh blood spewed out from mid-air, while Luo Feng had already dodged far away. Go and die! Luo Feng roared within, pointing at the distant Jialai Shi, who had an expression of shock. Rumble! 6 golden energy flows flew out from behind Luo Feng and immediately formed 6 golden blades, piercing towards Jialai Shi. Jialai Shi's expression was filled with shock. Impossible. Simultaneously, large amounts of golden shards formed around him to become an armor. Pang pang pang, the 6 golden rainbows pierced right through his helmet, eventually reducing his body to nothing but a mess. Rumble! An explosion and fresh blood flew all over. Jialai Shi was defeated. Madman Luo Feng was the victor. He entered the top 10. That was how fast a match between two absolute geniuses was like. If Luo Feng had awoken any later, it would have been him who would have died instead, with his head sliced right off. However, the moment he awoke, it meant Jialai Shi's death. How can that be? Covered in a black robe, Jiao Laishi's eyes were filled with shock. My confusion god technique, according to my country leader, he said that only Bolin had reached a level where he wouldn't be affected. Others wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even within the top 10, I had a guarantee. I should even have had the hope of making it to the top 2. How come he, even if he wasn't caught in the illusion, to actually struggle and break out of the dream requires time. Within that little time, I should have been able to kill him, but he indeed had defensive methods. That defensive spirit weapon which formed his armor could barely withstand the 6 golden blades attack. However, Luo Feng's attack was simply too strong and ended up destroying him. Strong defense, along with an even more terrifying spirit weapon attack with hypnotism. 1v1, he was indeed a terrifying opponent. However, he still lost. He lost? Jiao Laishi lost? Many spectating geniuses were all shocked. From the previous footages of Jiao Laishi, he was simply too intrepid. He did not even have to use his spirit weapon before, just his soul attack alone along with hypnotism could kill the enemy, and his moves were outstanding every time. This time, Jiao Laishi didn't even take his enemy lightly, as he regarded Madman Luo Feng as a true enemy. Hence, he used hypnotism and his spirit weapon simultaneously. However, he still lost. With his full strength, he still lost. Luo Feng actually won? The distant 1008 Undyings, their eyes gleamed. Over half of them had regarded Luo Feng as the loser of this match from the get-go, because they were very clear about the difficulty of training in hypnotism, and just how terrifying a powerful hypnotist was. To be able to immediately awaken, just how strong must one's willpower be? How calm? This punk is powerful, definitely powerful. A 10m tall man who looked like a bull with a horn exclaimed and complimented, his voice booming like thunder. Luo Feng's victory was considered quite a surprise. The main thing was Jiao Laishi was long regarded by the Undyings as one that only Bolin could withstand. After all, with his comprehension of the origin laws being that deep, his consciousness was affected by the universe energies. Hence, he wouldn't so easily be shaken. The stronger a fighter, the stronger one comprehends the origin laws. His willpower and strength were more terrifying. If it was anyone else against Jiao Laishi, their losing percentage would have exceeded 80%. Actually, of the top 20, other than Bolin, the other 18 would naturally feel apprehensive against Jiao Laishi. Even Luo Feng didn't have full confidence. However, this difficult person was actually eliminated by Luo Feng. 10 arenas, within one of them, the white-robed youth carrying the blood blade won. He turned and was obviously shocked when he saw the arena Luo Feng was in, creasing his eyebrows slightly, saying, "Luo Feng? Luo Feng?" The green-haired lady Qian Shui, who had similarly achieved victory, looked at the distant Luo Feng in his arena, with her bright and intelligent eyes. Right. During the time Luo Feng won, 3 victors had been decided. They were Bolin, Qian Shui, and Luo Feng. It may have seemed like a slow exchange, but Luo Feng's was actually very fast. Xie. Similarly, a green-haired youth with engravings on his face revealed a smile in his arena. Big brother, big brother. Qian Shui shouted and cheered. Her big brother Jiang Mo had entered the top 10 as well. Both siblings entered the top 10. The victors of the 10 arenas began to emerge one by one. Bolin, Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Lancelot, Wuka, Aichen, Long Yun, Aopatela, and the final one. Rong Jun. The battle between Gu Si Luo and Rong Jun was the longest one of the 10. Gu Si Luo was a so-called perfect spirit reader controller. From the beginning of the battle, he seemed to be in control. As the rank 2 of the training space round and the one with the most hope of being the second one to enter the primal secret area, he actually lost to Savage Rong Jun? Rong Jun won? Gu Si Luo actually lost? The one with the most hope of getting number 2, Gu Si Luo, he actually lost? The spectators on site, over 900 absolute geniuses, were all completely shocked. At the same time, the 9 victors in the arenas all stared hard at the blood-covered war god Rongjun, who looked like he just came from the wilderness. Powerful blade work. What terrifying blade work, ... Even death god Bolin creased his eyebrows. Everyone else, including Luo Feng, could barely contain their shocked expressions. This blade work. Luo Feng stared at savage Rongjun. Looking at the huge blade, he remembered that brutal slash that could even slice mountains. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 74, Low Profile Opponent. Volume 10, Chapter 74, Low Profile Opponent. So his movement wasn't his strongest trait, it was his blade work instead. Luo Feng stared at the youth Rongjun. At the same time he reminisced about his match with him from 5 years ago. My true aim is the entire universe's number one. That roar seemed to resound in Luo Feng's ears once again. Number one? So, this savage Rongjun wasn't just making bold comments. Yes, Rongjun had so much knowledge on even the 4 secret areas of the virtual universe company. Obviously he wasn't just a simple frog in the well. Luo Feng thought he had so much information on the standards of the previous number ones of the competitions, and he dared to actually say his aim was to be the overall number one, meaning he had some guarantee. Before unleashing that completely shocking blade work, Rongjun was regarded as one who would reach within the top 20, but now that he's defeated Gu Si Luo top 5, he definitely has strength who could reach top 5. The large youth that was completely black, Aopatela said softly. That blade work is simply. The green-robed purple-scaled man flew in mid-air. A formless pressure naturally caused the 1,000 geniuses to turn to him. Congratulations to the 10 victors. You've entered the top 10, your prize has risen to 1,000 mixed elements, and you have the right to enter the absolute beginning secret area. The green-armored purple-scaled man smiled. This time's top 10 battles have been very exciting. Some punks have actually really surprised me. The 1,000 geniuses along with the 1,008 undyings all listened obediently to that 9 Blades Night. Bolin, Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Lancelot, Wuka, Ai Chen, Long Yun, Aopatela, Rongjun, congratulations to the 10 of you. In a moment, we'll pick the top 5 from you 10 and finally the top 2 from the final 5. The green-armored purple-scaled man smiled. As to how you are separated into your groups, according to the virtual universe system's set rules on how fast you completed your match before, there were some quick and slow matches before. The fastest will battle against the slowest, the second fastest will battle against the second slowest, and so on. Hua! The 1,008 undyings were shocked. The 990 spectating geniuses were shocked too. Even the 10 absolute geniuses who were about to battle were stunned. The time sequence was Bolin, Qian Shui, Luo Feng, Jiang Mo, Lancelot, Wuka, Ai Chen, Long Yun, Aopatela and Rongjun. If the fastest were to match up against the slowest, then Bolin was up against Rongjun. Qian Shui versus Aopatela. Luo Feng against Long Yun. Jiang Mo against Ai Chen. Lancelot against Wuka. The most outstanding from the earlier battle, Rongjun, actually matched up against the terrifying death god Bolin. According to what everyone present thought, including the 1,008 undyings, everyone regarded meeting the death god as a sure loss without doubt. Rongjun against Bolin? Luo Feng looked at the distant wild youth. That's bad. Even though Rongjun's true strength is terrifying, no matter how much his strength explodes, his opponent is Bolin. And Bolin far exceeds the rest of us. Rongjun will definitely lose. As Bolin was too strong, one could see just from the training space what the outcome would be. Being ahead of everyone by an entire tower, almost everyone held their breaths for Rongjun. One had to know that the settings by the virtual universe system couldn't be changed, and only accepted. Also, other than the 9 present, no one else would want to meet Bolin. However, one would ultimately have to. And this unlucky person was Rong Jun. Rest for a while, the arena duels will begin shortly. The green-armored purple-scared man's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Interesting, really interesting. 13. Your two seedlings from the Ganwu Universe country are both very powerful. Especially that Rong Jun. While others are using techniques created by ancestors and earlier generations, that Rong Jun actually created his own technique. That blade work, after fusing both the ground and space origin laws together, the strength is actually so powerful. If he didn't need Bolin, he could have totally made it to number 2. Don't compliment him so much. He is strong, but that other one, Luo Feng, doesn't seem any weaker. His mental state and willpower is perfect within his generation. One's willpower and mental state will determine how far one finally goes later on. In comparison, I actually prefer Luo Feng. As for Rong Jun, actually he's still too weak now in the star level. Creating his own technique at this time is too early. Learn from others first, at least become a sector lord, and when your sights have widened and your understanding of the origin laws have gotten deeper, it wouldn't be too late to create your own technique then. Makes sense. What you say isn't exactly right. That Rong Jun creating his own technique, even though it's just the beginning, you can still see how huge that power is. And by creating one's own technique, when unleashing its strength, it becomes even greater. Other people's techniques are after all still others, your own would be best. It's much too early for that. Now isn't the time to be creating your own technique. Surrounding the scale-armored giant, the other Undyings began to discuss. The scale-armored giant creased his eyebrows. Looking at the distant Rong Jun and Luo Feng, his eyes could hardly suppress the happiness. These two punks really surprise me time and again. Among the 1008 universe countries competing, there are actually 2 of them in the top 10 from our Ganwu universe country. If the leader knew, he'd be very happy. The 1008 Undyings in the plaza, along with the 990 other geniuses, were constantly discussing. However, the final 10 geniuses were quietly waiting. Initially they felt a little pity for Rong Jun, but after, they all began to notice their own opponents. Long Yun. Luo Feng looked at the distant silhouette. He was tall at 2m, he had a muscular build and looked strong. Wearing a strange style of heavy armor, he had a helmet with a horn on it. His gaze was deep and unfathomable, and the side of his face even had some yellow fur. He was Long Yun, a very low-profile youth from the Lanting universe country. He had never attracted anyone's attention. Since the beginning of the gathering of the Million Geniuses, people like hypnotist Jiao Laishi, the Manka Prince, Aoguse Planet's genius siblings, Savage Rong Jun, etc., many had reputations that were much more renowned. However, no one really paid attention to Long Yun. During the training space, even though he was in the top 100, he was still in the back 50. As for making it into the top 100, Long Yun's victories were simple. These victories were not very glaring or outstanding, because everyone else's victories were simple too eye-catching. Making it into the top 10, Long Yun's victory seemed very taxing. This Long Yun's strength? Luo Feng jumped within. Right, I've never really noticed him before. Very average and keeping a low profile, this was Long Yun. What seemed like a rather normal punk actually made it to the top 10. Luo Feng. Sitting not too far from Luo Feng was the wild youth, communicating via genetic energy. Something the matter? Luo Feng looked over. Be careful of Long Yun. The wild youth communicated. From my observations and information gathered before, among the top 20, 19 of them have comprehension of 2 origin laws. Only one person has comprehension of just one origin law. Luo Feng stepped through the gateway of gold and space laws. Rong Jun stepped through the gateway of ground and space laws. Everyone else was similar, like the death god Bolin stepped through the gateway of wind and space laws, while Li Feng stepped through wind and wood, or that Ai Chen stepping through light and time. Of the 19 that stepped through 2 gateways, 8 had stepped through space, 6 stepped through time, the other 5 didn't have any comprehension of time or space at all. However, no matter the case, these 19 are all that stepped through 2 gateway laws. Only one person had comprehension of just one origin law, and that's Long Yun. The wild youth communicated. Ah! Luo Feng was shocked. He hadn't researched so much in detail. In the history of every genius competition between the 1008 universe countries' absolute geniuses, those that were able to make it into the top 20 were mostly all who comprehended 2 origin laws, or focused on space or time. He comprehends the ground origin laws, which are very heavy and grounded. His defense is extremely strong, and his attack is very strong too. His comprehension far exceeds my single use of the ground origin laws. Be careful. Rong Jun communicated. Thanks. Luo Feng replied. No need, I don't have a big chance of victory in my fight. If you can win, I'll be happy too. Rong Jun said. Luo Feng looked at Rong Jun and smiled. All the best, you never know, you might be able to topple that Bolin. Ha ha. You never know, however I will never admit defeat easily. Rong Jun smiled back. Half an hour later. The original arenas in the plaza had vanished, tremors began again and 5 even more luxurious and beautiful arenas rose and floated above. The light cover on the arenas were translucent light membranes. These membranes, under the light ball in the sky, reflected 7 colors of light below. It was beautiful. As for the 10 youth geniuses, they were all transported to their respective arenas. Rong Jun against Bolin, Luo Feng against Long Yun. 5 absolute pinnacle battles, it was about to begin. Within the beautiful arena, Luo Feng faced Long Yun. Long Yun's entire body was covered in heavy armor. His helmet had a horn on it. With a flip of his hand he brandished a terrifying huge axe, his eyes staring hard at Luo Feng, a powerful strength-based fighter. The skinny Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, carrying the Nanshan armament on his back. He was a proper spirit reader controller. You are very strong. A thick booming voice, almost like a bull roaring. Long Yun stared coldly at Luo Feng, emphasizing, you are much stronger than what I expected. To show you the respect I have for such a strong warrior like yourself, I will use my full strength and defeat you. The moment his words ended, yellow energy began to emanate from his body. This yellow energy rippled about, the surrounding space seemed to almost condense and solidify. A formless heavy pressure was formed. This made the distant Luo Feng's expression change. It's too abnormal. Monster. This. Madness. This Long Yun is really sly and simply too devious. The spectating 990 geniuses were all shocked. Even the distant 1008 undyings, among those who were watching this match, many of them revealing a look of shock. Right, to be able to rely on only the ground origin laws to make it into the top 10. Also, to have such deep comprehension of the ground laws, yet not stepping into the space laws is the weird thing. But it's really true, it's just this way. And just his domain alone was already that terrifying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10, Chapter 75, The End of the Genius Competition. Volume 10, Chapter 75, The End of the Genius Competition. Luo Feng squinted, staring at the distant wild fighter Long Yun who was releasing his domain. The top 10 of the universe, all of them had their domains, and most of their domains were at level 9s. Having a domain wasn't strange at all, however this wild fighter's domain had almost perfectly melded the ground origin laws with it. The moment he released his domain, the space around it felt almost like it condensed and solidified. It was terrifying. His comprehension of the ground origin laws is even stronger than Rong Jun's. As for the space origin law comprehension, there's no way to confirm, but from the look of his domain, it shows that his fusion is almost perfect. Luo Feng understood that he was in a predicament. He had comprehended two origin laws and melded them together perfectly. Like the Nanshan armament, which required two types of origin laws to be fused together. However, this was something Luo Feng was able to achieve only when he actually used Nanshan armament. As for himself, after all, the gold origin laws were reliant on the golden horned beast and the space origin laws were reliant on the Mashiclan clone. Using them together was his earth body. Luo Feng's improvement was too quick indeed. The resulting fusing efficiency was not able to keep up with the golden horned beast and Mashiclan's speed. Let the battle begin. The green armored purple scaled man shot a look at the distant Longyun in the arena and said. The 5 battles began immediately. Go! Standing on the dark cloud shuttle in mid-air, Luo Feng pointed at Longyun. Immediately 9 golden energy flows shot out from the dark golden long rod on his back, immediately forming 9 golden blades, with the golden energy wrapped around it. The 9 golden rainbows were like 9 golden dragon heads, roaring as they rushed towards that wild fighter Longyun solidly standing on the ground. 9 golden rainbows, let's see how many you can block. Luo Feng looked on. Chi. The yellow domain with a diameter of 50 m seemed incredibly solid. The 9 golden rainbow speeds dropped drastically the moment they entered the domain, so much so that one could even see the difference in speed. It was almost as though piercing through the domain was incredibly difficult. When they reached about 50 m away from Longyun's body, their speeds had already dropped till only 1/3 of the original. Their power were also reduced compared to before. Dang! 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 The golden rainbows clashed with his armor. Longyun didn't even budge. This domain has already, in mid-air, Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Earth's thickness and heaviness, space and domain best combination, these 3 are perfectly fused. The distant 1008 Undyings, that tall and huge bullman laughed loudly. It seems like just from his domain's pressure alone, Longyun ranks number 1 in the top 10. Bolin emphasizes more on speed, Longyun emphasizes on defense. These two are completely different. This Luo Feng is unlucky. The last time he met the difficult Jiao Lai Shi, and now the even stronger Longyun. Ha ha! When the distant Undyings were discussing Longyun, he had already taken a big step and rushed towards Luo Feng. Rumble! 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 The running Longyun, every step made the entire arena rumble, almost as though an entire mountain was rushing forward, following which his body became a blur and flew into the air. Luo Feng immediately used the 9 threads and left 9 images in mid-air, dodging far away. Rumble! Longyun landed on the ground. Longyun, take my strongest move. In mid-air, Luo Feng roared, gritting his teeth, sky-piercing formation. On! The 9 golden rainbows immediately stopped in mid-air. They simultaneously swiftly flew together and fused. These 9 golden lights immediately became one body as large amounts of blurry golden threads weaved through each other. The golden light it formed also constantly shrank and the golden threads were constantly growing thinner. Even though it seemed like it was shrinking. In truth, every golden blade was formed from 9 little blades. This golden light fusion was actually made from 81 little golden blades together, and these 81 blades were small in form. The only thing was it was closing the distance between each of them. In the blink of an eye, the 81 blades had fused perfectly, forming one single true golden blade. This golden blade didn't seem like an illusion at all, it was solid. At 1/3 of a meter long, it was completely formed by the 81 little golden blades melding together. As they continued to condense and tightly fuse, simultaneously countless golden threads weaved through it, causing this blade to be incomparably real and perfect. Examining it further, one couldn't even find a trace or mark of the parts, almost as though it had always been this 1/3 m long golden blade. The golden engravings on its surface caused the entire blade to emit an ancient aura. Nanshan armament 2nd level, sky-piercing formation. Xiao. The golden blade wrapped with the golden energy flow was almost like a comet, leaving behind a golden energy flow as it streaked towards Long Yun. Long Yun's expression changed, the yellow domain he controlled shook the ground. Xie. Like a needle piercing through layers of cloth, even after entering the yellow domain all the way, it still had 80% of its power. Roar! Long Yun waved his terrifying huge axe. The area around the axe seemed to be pressurized, immediately hitting that golden blade. Rumble! The arena shook violently. Long Yun took 3 heavy steps back, every step itself shaking the arena. 990 spectating geniuses, along with the 1008 undyings, were all surprised as they watched this scene. Surprise! What a surprise! This Luo Feng has not only reached the second level of the 10,000 threads, his gold origin law's comprehension has improved greatly too. He can actually use the sky-piercing formation. A group of undyings were shocked. This time's competition not only had the once-in-a-trillion-years exceptional genius death god Bolin, simultaneously it had others that could definitely made it to number 1 in the other competitions. Zhao Laishi, Luo Feng, Gusi Luo, Rongjun, Long Yun, if they were in the earlier competitions, they definitely could get number 1. Even if it wasn't number 1, they'd have made it to the top 3. And this time, it was a gathering of the elite. In terms of origin laws, Luo Feng was indeed much better at his gold laws than the space laws. One must know Luo Feng had begun to feel the gold laws much earlier, and in terms of difficulty, space laws were much harder than the gold laws. Ever since he began using the 9 threads. Fusing the 9 threads along with his gold laws comprehension, Luo Feng could fuse the 9 blades into one to form the sky-piercing formation. This was his big trump card, he had no rush to use it. When he was in the training space 6th tower before, he faced 10,000 blood hair mammoths. Against 10,000, Luo Feng's blades weren't enough, naturally using the 9 made more sense. Against Long Yun however, 1v1, the sky-piercing formation was stronger. Very good. Long Yun's eyes gleamed, immediately rushing forward with a stride. He managed to deflect the power? Only suffering light injuries. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The power of the sky-piercing formation was shocking. One could be said to be invincible in the star level for being able to use the first Dreamblade formation. If that was the case, then using the sky-piercing second formation was even more invincible. This was comparable to even the golden horned beast in the same level, or even pressuring it. It was mentioned before that the golden horned beast wasn't the crazy training types. This meant that only in these pinnacle genius competitions will one even meet a match. Rumble! Long Yun rushed into the sky, the yellow energy flow following and covering that huge axe. Luo Feng however had long formed 9 images and dodged. Go! Luo Feng dodged and roared. Xiao! The golden blade once again pierced towards Long Yun. Rumble! It seemed like a simple straightforward pierce. However, it was infused with unimaginable strength, only slightly weakening in Long Yun's heavy domain. However, Long Yun still only stepped back and deflected the power. Xiao! 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 Time and again the golden blade pierced forward. Long Yun was like a tortoise blocking it over and over. He wanted to chase Luo Feng, however Luo Feng's speed on the Dark Cloud shuttle was too fast. Within the 5 arenas, the matches ended one after another. Bolin against Rongjun, Bolin wins. Xian Shui against Aopatela, Xian Shui wins. Zhang Mo against Ai Chen wins. Lancelot against Wuka wins. Only one battle remained at this point. That was between Long Yun and Luo Feng. Long Yun was like a shelled warrior blocking the sky-piercing formation time and again. Even though his body's injuries were still within his control, the Golden Blade's attacks had also affected his speed, making him unable to immediately explode and chase after Luo Feng. The fighter's close-range explosion in speed was very shocking, enough to close in and kill a controller. It was a pity, the sky-piercing formation stopped Long Yun, and he couldn't do anything against Luo Feng. And Luo Feng had used even soul attacks, yet he couldn't do anything against Long Yun. These two were at a stalemate. Minutes and seconds passed and the arena's space gradually shrank. The longest one of these pinnacle fights lasted was 10 minutes. The arena would continue to shrink till its diameter was but 1 m. This was to stop a controller from constantly flying far away, a constant rule throughout. Damn! Luo Feng's in trouble. As the arena continues to shrink more, there will be only 1 kilometer in diameter left. Luo Feng's circling space will shrink too. It will be very disadvantageous to him. When there was only 100 m in diameter left, Luo Feng could only force a smile. 100 m? At star level 9, just one step could close that distance. The more important thing was that Long Yun's domain maintained the highest of pressures within an area of 50 m. Considering that the arena's diameter was only 100 m now, his pressure almost covered the entire arena space. That meant that no matter where Luo Feng flew to avoid him, he would still be in the domain. In terms of domain pressures, no one was Long Yun's match. Even Bolin would have been weaker. Pang! 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 In that little area, Long Yun's face flushed red. He was madly dancing with the huge axe. The domain pressure had completely stifled Luo Feng. Persevering until the space had only a diameter of 50 m left, Luo Feng finally fell. His loss seemed unfair, yet not unfair at all. It was unfair because if the space hadn't shrunk, Long Yun would never have gotten the chance to close in and kill him. It wasn't unfair because in terms of law comprehension and fusion and usage, his opponent was indeed stronger in every way. The top 5 had been picked out. They were Bolin, Qian Shui, Aichen, Wuka, and Long Yun. 3 men and 2 ladies. Very exciting. These 5's battles have indeed been exciting with many surprises. The green-armored purple-scaled man smiled and looked at the 1,000 youths. Everyone take a rest. In a second, these 5 will engage in a winner's round duel. The rules are, every one of the 5 will have to battle each of the other 4. Each victory will get 1 point, and the final points will determine the top 1 and 2. After a while, Luo Feng lifted some tea and drank. Rong Jun sat beside him and both of them watched the distant battles in the arenas. What a pity! Rong Jun sighed. You actually reached the sky-piercing formation. You definitely had the power to make it to number 2. If one said that Long Yun was strong in defense, then you Rong Jun are strong in offense. If you hadn't met Bolin, you could have the chance to make it to number 2. Luo Feng laughed too. These two exchanged glances and laughed. These two were both strong-willed and well-planned people. Luo Feng insisted on his path of a controller while Rong Jun insisted on his own created techniques. Each road had trillions of pathways. The main thing was being committed to one's choice. After all, any road could lead to becoming an absolute strong warrior. The only fear would be that in doubting oneself. In this genius battle, the 2 of them were considered unlucky. One of them met Bolin, while the other lost due to the shrinking of arena. It had ended. The journey for both of them had ended here, as they were finally able to reach within the top 10. This Long Yun sure is strong. Rong Jun exclaimed, as he looked at him defeat the Manka Prince in the arena. His domain fusion is stronger than you, however his axe work cannot compare to your blade work. Luo Feng said, look, that Qian Shui is really powerful. She won. She's the only controller of the top 5. However, her attack strength obviously cannot compare to your sky-piercing formation. If you were there, you could have easily defeated Qian Shui. Rong Jun said. While they chatted and watched the battles, the matches passed by quickly. Soon, the final results were out. Bolin, after 4 consecutive victories, he became the undisputed number 1. Long Yun, with 3 wins 1 loss, became number 2. He lost against Bolin. Bolin's blade work was simply too fast and vicious. Bolin gained the right to enter the primal secret area, and everybody accepted that. As for Longyan entering the primal secret area, that aroused many people's suspicion. After all, Jiao Laishi, Luo Feng, Rong Jun were all comparable to him. However, if any of these made it into the primal secret area, they too would have aroused the same suspicion. Similarly, without any clear exceptional lead, everybody wouldn't be convinced. The 1,000 geniuses and 1,008 undying stood in the plaza and listened to the purple-armored purple-scaled man speak. Number 1 and 2. Numbers 3 to 10. Numbers 11 to 100. Numbers 101 to 1000. The 4 levels have been picked out. This time's pinnacle genius competition of humans has ended perfectly today. The green-armored purple-scaled man smiled. You all have been a very exceptional batch. I believe that in 10 to 100 eras, there will be many of you whose names alone will shake the entire universe. Later there will be a specialist contacting you to take you to our virtual universe company's main headquarters. There, you will gather and later head to the primal universe. From today on, your paths will no longer be ordinary. Our virtual universe company will use our full strength to assist you. As for whether you become powerful beings who shake the entire universe, or normal warriors, or die midway, it all depends on yourself. Work hard, your path to become strong has just begun. The green-robed purple-scaled man's voice resounded in everyone's minds. This genius competition had finally ended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 1. Volume 11, Chapter 1. Distance. The genius battle had finally ended. Whether it was the mighty 9-Blade Knight or the 1008 Undyings, they all left immediately. Luo Feng and the 1000 youths still remained there as the worker beside them shouted, "Everybody please stay for a while. We still have some matters to discuss with you all regarding us taking you to the virtual universe company headquarters." After a while, within restaurant number 2 in the plaza, Luo Feng and the 1000 geniuses sat in the meeting room. Let me introduce myself, I am Mana. At about 2.67 m, wearing a smile with a streak on his neck, the man stood at the front of the meeting room. As our virtual universe company has to arrange for the universe ships to specially go receive you all, can everybody please fill up the paper in front of you with the correct planet address, and I will collect them. Luo Feng picked up the pen and began to write, Ganwu Universe Country, Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, Milky Way Galaxy, by Lon Star. The 1000 youths from the many universe countries were writing. Do we even need this? Just tell us where to gather and we'll take our own ships and head over, wouldn't that do? Right, there's no need to pick us up, it's troublesome. Among the group there were some shouting. Mana smiled and said, as the travel will pass many universe countries, it is very very far away, and the normal universe ships travel very slow within the dark universe. To actually reach our company's headquarters would require a very long time. To save everybody's time, naturally, our virtual universe company will specially arrange for the best universe ships to receive you. This 1000 here, the one that's the furthest from our headquarters, is 1.5 billion light-years away. Mana smiled, and the ratio of distance between the dark universe compared to the real universe is 1 to 1008 1000 times. Even if one moved at light speed all the way, it would still require 150 years to reach. Silence. The initially bustling meeting room went silent. Even Luo Feng, who was seriously filling out the form, couldn't help but look up. 150 years? My God, 150 years? A beast man who looked like a lion in the corner exclaimed as he was shocked. The longest I've sat in a universe ship and traveled was for only about 2 months, this 150 years. The universe was too huge. Back then, just heading from Earth to Horned Dragon Star, by utilizing that universe travel within the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, required about half a month. And that was only one starfield. Above the starfield was the bigger star sector, and every star sector was incredibly vast. That farthest away from the headquarters being 1.5 billion light-years wasn't an exaggeration at all. If everybody took their own ships. First point would be that the speed is too slow, hence it would require too much time. Second point would be that due to long period of travel, the amount of energy wasted by the ship would be shocking. Third and also the most important point is that when you travel in the dark universe, there are some special spots which are not safe. You'll meet universe pirates. Or even some other races that will rob you. To all here, safety is of utmost importance. On the stage, Mana smiled. Right now the best normal universe ships can at most do a couple of times light speed in the dark universe. This means that the travel would still take far too long. Luo Feng nodded. By reaching light speed in the actual universe, according to the rules of calculation, one could immediately reach the dark universe. However, there was a base speed but no upper limit. As long as your ship was good enough, one could reach even faster. 1 time? 2 times? 3 times light speed? If your universe ship was good enough, you could reach that speed in the dark universe. A C-grade Black Dragon mountain ship could reach up to 1.5 times the light speed in the dark universe. Even with that speed, for a distance of 1.5 billion light-years, one would still have to fly continuously for a 100 years. Collection complete. Beams of light landed on each person's paper, and a screen appeared at the front of the meeting room. On it was a large galaxy map, and beside it were complicated numbers and symbols. Mana took a look and turned back to the 1,000 geniuses, smiling. Attention all, your written addresses have all been recorded in our file. According to your 1,000 different locations and our ship resources, we've already chosen the best route for each of you. How long will it take? How long will it take for us to reach the virtual universe headquarters? A few couldn't help but ask. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows too and stared at Mana on the stage. 150 years? 100 years? No matter what it was still too long. As you all have different distances, the arranged ships will travel at different speeds too. I can still guarantee you that the maximum travel time will be 3 years. 3 years? So short? How is that possible? How fast can that universe ship reach for it to travel 1.5 billion light-years in 3 years? The 1,000 geniuses including Luo Feng all mostly stared wide-eyed. They were anything but naive. Even Luo Feng, who had participated in 2 Ganwu auctions, was shocked. 3 years of traveling in the dark universe, with a distance of 1.5 billion light-years, that meant the ship could reach 50 times light speed. This was simply an unbelievable number. A C-grade ship was normally a little above 1 time. Even an E-grade ship was probably just a few times. Like Luo Feng's acquired automaton ship, that level of technology was much more than a regular human's 3-grade ship. However, that automaton ship could at most travel 10 times light speed in the dark universe. Our virtual universe company will arrange in F-grade ships for everybody. Mana smiled, and these aren't the easily purchasable F-grade ships, but rather, special F-grade ships that are only manufactured in the virtual universe company. The technology far exceeds that of regular F-grade ships within universe countries. Silence. Stunned. Shocked. F-grade ship, the Yunemo planet master Hu Yenbo spent countless amounts of wealth to get one F-grade ship. Many Undyings couldn't even afford it. Just from those 2 facts, one could see how expensive and valuable an F-grade ship was. Within the many starfield empires, like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, there wasn't even one F-grade ship in the entire empire. Even though the universe countries normally had it, the majority of the F-grade ships couldn't even reach 50 times light speed in the dark universe. Incredible! Sitting on Luo Feng's right was the Menka Prince. The Menka Prince Wuka stared at Mana on the stage and said softly, "Really incredible. It actually can send 1,000 F-grade ships, and all of them with such technology." My imperial father had said before that the virtual universe company's technology is like the sacred land for humanity's technology. But that's just simply too incredible. Among the groups in humanity, the virtual universe company's technology ranked first. Even in the vast universe, within countless races, those who were actually be able to compete with the virtual universe company's technology were far and few. Only races like the automaton race or other very few races had such level. Mr. Mana, can we buy these F-grade ships? Someone shouted. Right, can we buy them? The Menka prince shouted. These are internal items of our virtual universe company. As core members within our company, you all can definitely purchase them. However, you can only use them for yourselves. You can't sell it to others. If you want to sell, you have to sell it back to our virtual universe company. Mana smiled. The only thing is that these F-grade ships are too expensive. Even among the Undyings, many of them can't afford them. You all shouldn't be too anxious, train hard, and when you become absolute warriors within our company, the company may just give you one altogether. A group of the youths smiled immediately. Absolute warriors were given an F-grade universe ship? To actually be allocated one, just what level of strength did one have to reach? To these bunch of star-level punks, that was indeed too far away. Awesome. Luo Feng couldn't help but mutter. Sigh, madman. The Menka Prince Wooka beside turned over and said softly, don't listen to this guy's boast so much. There's no such thing as a free meal in the universe. If you want to receive one, you definitely have to pay for it in one way or another. That's what my father said. However, let me tell you, the virtual universe company is definitely a sacred land for the human race, with countless treasures and techniques. It's a pity we didn't enter the primal secret area, but it's still okay. We've entered the absolute beginning area. There are many perks there too. You'll know in the future. Ah? Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Let me inform you all. Mana smiled. The top 1,000 ranks, the prize money for each is being sent now. Please go check your bank accounts when you return. As for now, everyone can leave. When our virtual universe company sends a special letter to you all later to inform you of the pickup time, please be present at the written addresses and be ready. Don't let us not be able to find you. Mana smiled. So then, go back and accompany your family and friends. Very soon, you'll all be leaving your home for a long period of time. The bustling meeting room became silent suddenly. Right. They'd have to leave their homes for a long time. Just heading to the headquarters alone took 3 years, and that was in the expensive F-grade universe ship they sent. One had to say, facing the vast universe, just the travel alone took up a shocking amount of time. Human silhouettes began to vanish from the meeting room. Everyone left. After leaving, Luo Feng's consciousness once again entered the virtual universe and entering at the set location of Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay District. Who? He appeared in the grass patch. There was, however, no one at all there. They are all not around? Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Right, I haven't told them about the competition ending today. The genius competition wasn't broadcasted publicly. The footage was edited and cut after everything to produce the best and most exciting footage to broadcast. After all, many battles happened simultaneously, and they happened very quickly. My wife should be at her company now. Luo Feng sat in a chair in the grass patch. Her company headquarters seemed to have moved to the Ganwu continent. Truly fierce. Su Xian was originally very good at business. Opening a business on Earth didn't give her much accomplishment, hence she entered the virtual universe and opened it there. This virtual universe was humanity's largest market in the universe as it gathered 1,008 universe countries, almost 100% of elites. Hence there were many companies in the virtual universe. With Luo Feng's financial support, Su Xian had enough capital and grew very quickly. Little Haiyan Pingping should be at the Ganwu dojo, or playing virtual games. Luo Feng muttered, my parents should be playing virtual games too. Who knows how they came to like the Chinese immortals kind of virtual games? The virtual universe had tens of thousands of different kind of games. Types like the Chinese immortals, even though the names may vary, but many were similar. His parents came to like them. His dad even shouted, "I've always thought of such a day when I was young, that I'd be able to experience virtual games like these. This is so thrilling." His parents were happy. Naturally, Luo Feng didn't bother them. "I need to go. I'm going to leave my home for a very long time." Luo Feng's feelings were complex. He could kind of understand Han's thoughts back then. "Big brother. You are back?" Suddenly a voice resounded. From the balcony of a distant 3-story villa, Luo Hua was looking over and shouted, "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 2, Farewell. Volume 11, Chapter 2, Farewell." His little brother was extremely excited, and he swiftly contacted everyone else. They all arrived shortly. Even Hong and Thunder God arrived. "What, little Feng, you were leaving for so long?" His mother Gong Xian Lan couldn't help but exclaim. Because of the large amounts of treasures that helped alter and enhance them from the inside out, whether it was his mother or father, they both still looked very young, like they were in their 30s. "That's pretty long." His father Luo Hongwu couldn't help but say too. "The most important thing is," his little brother Luo Hua said, "just the travel alone will be 3 years, and returning will take another 3 years. And you have to stay at the headquarters for a long time. Just the primal universe participation will take 100 years. This is simply." Luo Feng sat there, feeling uncomfortable. He had just received the email from the virtual universe company informing him that they would pick him up in 12 days' time from Bylon Star. Within the email it spoke of the participation within the primal universe being 30 years. However, the time flow in there was different compared to outside, as the time flowed slower within that space. 30 years in the primal universe would mean 100 years in the actual universe. The good news was that even though he was within the primal universe, he could still enter the virtual universe network. Luo Feng felt his hand being squeezed. He turned to look at his wife Su Xian beside him, who was still dressed in her office attire. She held his hands, and her eyes filled with reluctance. "All right, be good." Luo Feng gently touched the back of her hand. "Dad, Mom, it's actually not as serious as you think. Even though I'm leaving Earth, I can still enter the virtual universe once in a while." He forced out a smile. The virtual universe 100% simulation is no different from meeting in reality. Even though it says 100%, however, Daddy, it's still not reality. Luo Hai couldn't help but say. Luo Feng extended his hand and pulled his 2 sons over. He couldn't bear to leave them. He really couldn't bear to leave his whole family behind. However, Luo Hongwei and Gong Xian Lan had both experienced the Great Nirvana era. Luo Hua and the others too experienced the Swallowing Beast disaster, etc., disasters that happened to Earth time and again. Along with their perceptions widening with more information from the universe, they understood that what he was doing was right. "Third brother, you are doing the right thing." In the grass patch in front of Luo Feng's house, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God stood together. "I see it clearly." Dressed in all black, Hong gazed far away. "Back during the Great Nirvana when I was young, I saw the many painful scenes of countless fellow people dying. I understood that someone from us had to stand out. We couldn't survive without anyone taking the lead. Hence I built the Dojo of Limits, built the competition structure and raised the strength of human fighters. However, the universe is tens of thousands of times more dangerous than just Earth." Hong exclaimed, "The competition will be even more intense. Just look. Even though there are trillions of human races, some of the races have completely been enslaved." Luo Feng nodded, Thunder God nodded too. Why have they been enslaved? It's because they didn't have any true absolute warrior from their race. Their race itself isn't strong enough. Hong shook his head. If their race had just one undying, even if that undying wasn't within their area, but somewhere else in the universe, just one undying alone would scare off the slave traders and intimidate others. One aboriginal race. If an aboriginal race enters the universe for the first time, there are usually three outcomes. One is to be stepped on and become subservient, which was still okay. The second outcome is to immediately be enslaved, just like goods and sold around. The females will be sold as waitresses etc. while the men will be sent to do dangerous level of work. The third outcome is to rise up and become a strong race within the universe of humans. Just like our Earth now. Earth people, they haven't been enslaved and haven't been stepped on. Because of third brother. Hong looked at Luo Feng. You are the leader of the Milky Way galaxy. The leader of the Milky Way galaxy is a person from Earth, and this leader has even entered the core of the virtual universe company, along with a very high position within, which was the absolute beginning secret area. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire wouldn't dare mess around. Even the Ganwu universe country has to respect you. With such influence, who'd dare bully or mess with the people of Earth? Who'd dare? Luo Feng took a deep breath. Third brother, you've done well. Hong took a deep breath and said, for a human race to rise up, especially during its early stages, means that someone had to stand out, someone had to lead and take that bold first step. Third brother, Thunder God, and I, we are still weak right now. You are doing well right now because of the genius battle. However, genius doesn't mean one is strong. Hong emphasized, people do not dare mess with you because of your position and reputation. However, the moment you fall, with our little strength, how will we protect Earth? Even universe-level slaves could be bought in the market. Hong and Thunder God were only star level, how could they protect Earth? Hence. Third brother, we have to rely on you now to carry the burden. Hong emphasized, we both will work hard too. In 10,000 years, Earth will have the three of us to protect it. By then, Earth itself would have produced generations of strong warriors. Then its power will rise greatly, and when it's that strong, we wouldn't have to rely on one person to intimidate others. When a race could produce universe levels one generation after another, occasionally producing a domain lord, no slave trader would dare mess with them anymore. Work hard. Hong emphasized. Relax, 30, we will chase up to you very quickly. Thunder God laughed. We three will work hard together. Luo Feng smiled too. To Earth, this was a very important era. An era of great change. Whether the people of Earth would be placed in the middle levels amongst the countless human races, or be stepped on right at the bottom, doing the most tedious and dangerous works, getting the least amounts of pay or even nothing as slaves, it all depended on these 10,000 years. And Hong, Thunder God and Luo Feng, these three had long realized this. They were Earth's strongest. If they didn't take this burden, who else would? Night. Yangzhou City Westlake Courtyard. The moonlight was mesmerizing as it was shining through the window into the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, a thin blanket covered two bodies which were wrapped tightly around each other, almost as though they were venting out all their reluctance madly. After some time, Luo Feng wore his pajamas and walked onto the balcony, looking up at the sky and the moon. This was the moon of his home. Earth's moon. And in the coming 100 years or so, he wouldn't be able to witness this scene. You are leaving tomorrow? Similarly dressed in her pajamas, Su Xian hugged Luo Feng from behind as she gently snuggled to his back. Yes. Luo Feng gently nodded. Sorry. What are you sorry about? We are an old couple already. Su Xian walked to his side, looking at the moonlight. She laughed. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, we've been married for over 10 years. It is indeed fast. Luo Feng nodded. They had been married for over 10 years. These 10 years, with the sea creatures invading the bases, with the swallowing beast disaster, with the Nuul Shan family invading Earth, with the world within the world fight for treasures, and the recent 5 to 6 years of the genius battle, his wife had quietly supported him from the shadows throughout these ordeals. I still remember back in high school. Su Xin smiled. You were still a student at the dojo. You were still a plain and simple lady back then. Luo Feng laughed. The main thing was my grandfather made me attend a normal high school, not some expensive private school. Su Xin said, and he also restricted me from revealing my family roots, or talk about love or anything. Honestly, the reason our Su family was able to rise up was indeed because of my grandfather. He's a very knowledgeable man. Luo Feng nodded. During the Great Nirvana, when the bases were first built, the Su family initially didn't have much background, but because of her grandfather's hard work, they made it to this level. He was indeed an exceptional figure. Back then you used to secretly look at me from behind. Su Xin smiled. Ha ha. Luo Feng laughed too. You were even caught many times. The moment you got caught, you'd get shy. Even I wasn't like that. Su Xin couldn't help but say. The married couple spoke a lot during the night. They even left Yangzhou City and flew to many places on Earth to look around. They went to Egypt to see the pyramids, to the ancient Great Wall, looking at the traces of the wilderness breaking into the city. Finally they stood before the Yellow River. The water creatures were plenty within. Luo Feng stood by the shore and grabbed some soil from the ground and used a bowl to store some of the river water. He then kept it within his storage ring. Beside him, Su Xin watched this quietly. Let's go, we'll go back. Luo Feng gripped Su Xin's hand. So, his domain became a light net, becoming a golden shooting star and heading towards Yangzhou City. 2071 September 18th. The pinnacle of the humans of Earth, Luo Feng sat in the universe ship and left Earth. This trip was going to be a very long one, and by the time he returned, the world would have changed drastically. Bylon Star. Master. His slave guards said respectfully. Luo Feng turned to look at his two soul slaves. Both of them were universe level 9s. He said seriously, Defan, Baikalo, this time I'm heading to the primal universe located within the virtual universe company's headquarters. I have no way to bring anyone along. Hence I have to leave both of you on Earth. Understood. Defan and Baikalo nodded. I've already passed all the techniques to you. If you do not understand anything, you can enter the virtual universe network and contact me. Luo Feng said seriously, I think, with your talents, and the techniques I've given you, the next time I see you you'll both have entered the domain lord level. The two slaves had extremely high talents. Only thing was that one was a slave before and the other one had a teacher that was Nuul Shan. Without a proper teacher, you wouldn't get good techniques. Many strong warriors in the universe lacked good teachers and techniques, as a good teacher's instructions could raise the efficiency of a strong warrior being produced by 10 times. Luo Feng turned to the distance. An ancient translucent black long blade like simple ship descended from above. I have to go. Luo Feng turned and looked seriously at Defan and Baikalo. When I'm not around, help me to protect my family. As for Earth's safety, with the intimidation of the virtual universe company, no one would dare come mess with Earth. Yes, Master. Defan and Baikalo replied respectfully. Following which Luo Feng flew directly towards that simple ship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 3, Yuxiang Mountain. Volume 11, Chapter 3, Yuxiang Mountain. This was a long ship that was about 600 m in length. Its width was also close to 100 m. As a battle blade-shaped universe ship, its entire body was black. Facing this ship, it gave off a faint sense of ancient energy, almost as though it had existed in the flows of time for a very long period of time. The cold winter wind blew and the snow fell heavily. Amidst the snow, Luo Feng walked towards the ship. Jade Essence, this is a F-grade ship made of jade essence. Within his consciousness, Babata's shocked voice resounded. I know it's F-grade. Luo Feng replied. As he looked ahead, a group of people flew out of the ship's cabin door. Leading them was one similar in appearance to that of Earth's humans. He was dressed in dark armor. The skinny old man with a Roman nose had intrepid short hair. As he smiled, one could even see an ice mark on his forehead. That energy feeling that dominated the sky and land. This made Luo Feng understand that this was a sector lord that had gained the recognition of the universe origin laws. Shawo greets your majesty. The skinny old man bowed slightly. Greetings to your majesty. Behind him were a group of domain lords in universe levels that were incomparably respectful to Luo Feng in bowing. Your majesty? Luo Feng was taken aback. It looks like your majesty is still oblivious to many things. The skinny old man laughed. Your majesty will first enter the ship. The entire trip to the virtual universe company takes 3 full years. We cannot waste any time. Luo Feng nodded. Under the protection of this group, he entered the F-grade ship. The interior of this ship was enormous. The entire space for the defense mechanism of this ship was the main cabin itself. There were even cabins laid out throughout the lower decks. At this time, Luo Feng flew into a 300m long and 60m wide luxurious hall. Comfortable sofa, enticing wine, precious fruits, all were already laid out. At the back were even beautiful waitresses awaiting his command. Your Majesty, please sit. The skinny old man smiled. Luo Feng sat down facing the skinny old man. This place is not bad. Luo Feng looked around and nodded. This F-grade universe ship with its entire body made of jade essence is definitely a treasure. Your Majesty has good taste. The old man's smile got even wider. This is the F6 grade jade essence. The sides of the ships are extremely sharp and even infused with origin laws, incredibly piercing. Once it accelerates, it can immediately pierce right through a planet. Also, going through planets doesn't even affect its speed much. Luo Feng nodded. This was similar to the Yunimo planet ship. When one compared the materials it was constructed from, the Yunimo planet ship was actually still a little stronger. Mr. Shawo, what's this about you calling me your majesty? Luo Feng asked curiously. Looks like your majesty has many points to uncover. The skinny old man smiled. Let me first introduce myself. I, Shawo, am a sector lord from the Virtual Universe Company's last phase secret area. Luo Feng nodded. Last phase secret area? There were 4 large secret areas. Their names were actually very easy to understand. Take a world's change in evolution for instance, it would first begin in the primal phase, and later slowly begin to reach the absolute beginning, and finally expanding and forming the skies and land. Hence heaven and land, and right before it dies, it reaches the last phase. Primal, absolute beginning, heaven and land, last phase, it was simply the process of evolution of a world. Our virtual universe company's core members are very few. The skinny old man smiled. Absorbing these core members usually has 3 ways of doing so. One is from the genius battles, picking the strongest from the universe's most elite. Another is the company's internal nurturing of their own elites, and the last is a small number of sector lords being selected and absorbed. Small number of sector lords? Luo Feng was shocked. Sector lords, even they didn't have the worth to become core members. The skinny old man nodded, as normal sector lords usually have no chance of breaking through to the Undying, or some not even gaining the recognition of the origin laws. How could the company respect or even absorb them? After all, there are simply too many sector lords in the company. Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. Right, the Ganwu Universe country alone had millions of sector lords. Then compared to one of the 5 great leviathans, the Virtual Universe Company? 100 times of a universe country? Or even more? The true elites and warriors, only they can become core members. The skinny old man smiled. As for the term Your Majesty, in the 4 secret areas within, the last phase secret area belongs to the most outer layer. The members in this area, as long as they meet any other members from the other 3 secret areas, even if their ranks are lower than Undying, we have to call you all Your Majesties, but. And Your Majesty has entered the absolute beginning secret area. Hence, your rank is much higher. The skinny old man smiled. Also, those normal helpers who are not in the core, if they meet any members under Undying, they also have to call them Your Majesties. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty? In the universe, these were normally emperors or kings that received such titles. Obviously, the Virtual Universe Company core members that were below Undying level were comparable to emperors and kings, given the hope of becoming the next ultimate warriors. In terms of position, they were much higher than those universe country princes. Those princes almost had no hopes of ever succeeding the throne. Your Majesty, let's enter the virtual universe together. The skinny old man smiled. I'll take you to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The universe ship had long begun its universe transfer through the dark universe. Its speed was rising continuously, until it reached 20 times light speed and later maintaining this speed as it progressed. Luo Feng first entered the ship's most luxurious resting room, and later his consciousness entered the virtual universe network. Right now Luo Feng had the status of a core member. Hence his virtual assistant Babata automatically gained a feature. The moment he entered the virtual universe, he could immediately be transferred to a special location. Teleport. Who? Luo Feng vanished from the Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star bay. Virtual Universe Headquarters. It was a mountain peak covered in clouds and mist and was incredibly huge, even more so than a planet in real life. A person suddenly appeared within one of its stone paths. It was Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced around. There were many people in the distance and also on this path. There were also many constructs all around him, and on his left there were many beautiful villas. Your Majesty. A silhouette ran over from afar. It was Shawu. Mr. Shawu. Luo Feng smiled and shouted. Your Majesty. The skinny old man smiled. This entire space is our Virtual Universe Company's virtual headquarters. Actually, compared to the real headquarters, the virtual headquarters is more bustling. As there are many huge figures here who can't always stay within the real headquarters. Luo Feng nodded. Come. The skinny old man brought Luo Feng about to sightsee. This is a mountain peak that floats and it is named Yuxiang Mountain. Its diameter alone is about 89,000 kilometers. That big? Luo Feng was shocked. The Earth's diameter was only about 10,000 kilometers, and this mountain peak alone was 7 times that of Earth. Of course it has to be big. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space for the training spaces. The skinny old man laughed. The entire Yuxiang Mountain is separated into 5 regions. Each for the primal, the absolute beginning, heaven and land and last phase regions along with the public region. These 5 regions are about the same size, but of which, the primal region has less than 120 people. The absolute beginning region has about 1,000 people. The heaven and land region has about 10,000 people. And the last phase region has over 10 million people. The skinny old man said, as for the public region, they are filled with shops and entertainment, etc. Anyone from the other 4 regions can enter there. Right, Your Majesty, the primal region, absolute beginning region, heaven and land region, and last phase region, none of the members can enter regions other than their own. Luo Feng nodded, curious. You said that the area of each region is about the same, the primal region has less than 120 people, yet the last phase region has over 10 million? This is ranking. The skinny old man exclaimed. The internal department of the company picks out the elites to enter the core. These all enter the last phase. A few exceptional sector lords that get absorbed in also enter the last phase. The genius battles and warrior competitions mostly enter the last phase too, hence this results in the last phase having the most people. The living quarters of the last phase are skyscrapers, and everyone gets an apartment. Within the heaven and land region, everyone gets their own villa. Within the absolute beginning region, everyone gets their own training space, their own learning grounds, etc. These are considered very luxurious. The primal region, however, with less than 120 people, they get villas and mansions with territories of diameters over 10,000 km. Within them they have training facilities and they even have specially placed undying teachers stationed long-term there. They also have large amounts of helpers and staff to be called over at any time to help in training, etc. The skinny old man's eyes were filled with envy. Luo Feng was stunned. The difference in treatment was too huge. The last phase stayed in skyscrapers, the heaven and land got villas, the absolute beginning got villas and training areas, the primal region, however, my god, building a huge villa with a diameter over 1,000 kilometers. What kind of villa was this? It was bigger than any base on Earth during the Great Nirvana. It was simply an empire. And they even have undying specially stationed there? The primal area has less than 120 people. The number of sector lords there doesn't exceed 100. Every sector lord who are present there, in the universe they would be considered to be at the pinnacle and invincible. The skinny old man smiled. They are all the true elites of the country. Getting this kind of treatment wasn't strange at all. Under Shao's instructions, Luo Feng got a good understanding of the entire Yuxiang mountain. This was where the core members under the undying level of the virtual universe company gathered. Standing on a precipitous mountain stone, the skinny old man pointed to the distant clouds where an incredibly huge island floated. It was surrounded by lightning snakes. See, that's Lightning Island, also named Undying Island. It's 100 to 1,000 times bigger than Yuxiang Mountain. All the Undyings from the virtual universe company normally live there. If one said that Yuxiang Mountain was where the geniuses and core members under Undying level gathered, then Lightning Island was where the truly strong gathered. It was the Undying gathering area. Luo Feng looked at the Lightning Island amidst the clouds, nodding. That place was named as one of the sacred lands of all the universe humans. Your Majesty, I'll send you to the absolute beginning region. Of course I can only send you to the entrance. The skinny old man smiled. Even though the benefits of the absolute beginning region are slightly lousier than the primal region, however it is still the second best. The living quarters you've been assigned to, once you see it you'll understand why countless people are vying hard to get in. And the absolute beginning rank is assigned only to a little more than a 1,000. On average, one for every universe country. Absolute beginning region, let's go. Luo Feng couldn't wait anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 4, This is a treasure trove. Volume 11 Chapter 4, This is a treasure trove. Yuxiang Mountain, it was where they gathered the core members under Undying level. Lightning Island was where all the Undyings of the virtual universe company gathered. It was the gathering point of those with highest authority. Walking in the public region, he would see sector lords everywhere, easily spotting up to 100 of them. And 99% of them were recognized by their law origins, with marks on their foreheads. Sector lords that gained the recognition of their origin laws, in the Black Dragon Mountain star field, they would be at the level of Jiang Tianchen. Luo Feng exclaimed. However, in the virtual universe company, even though they were such a great leviathan, they only barely received the right to enter the last phase secret area. There were probably over 100 million sector lords that can't even enter the core. No wonder during the genius battle, even for the top 1,000, one of the 3 great prizes was to become a corps member. After a while, they reached a spacious quiet limestone road. The sides of the path were covered with flowers. Through the flowers' organization and arrangement, one could make out the words in universe language, absolute beginning region. D. The skinny old man's body glimmered slightly and he couldn't proceed further. He had to shout out, "Your Majesty, I'm no longer able to proceed any further. Follow this path and the region ahead is the absolute beginning region. There'll be managers there to lead you within." "Thank you, Mr. Wuxia." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Following the beautiful and quiet limestone path, smelling the fragrance of the flowers and plants beside, his footsteps got quicker as he moved. After half a minute of walking and about 10 kilometers of distance, he reached an incredibly luxurious entrance to the absolute beginning region. There were many staff around. Seeing Luo Feng approach, one leader stepped forward to invite him over. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, we've been awaiting your arrival." A beautiful lady with a foxtail was very passionate. There was a fire mark on her forehead. "You can just call me Fox, I am the manager placed specially for the affairs of the absolute beginning region." "Understood." Luo Feng nodded. Actually, as this was the virtual universe, things like cleanliness or sweeping, maintenance of the plants and flowers, these could all be easily simulated immediately. However, maybe for the realism effect, these were all 100% simulated, even arranging for a large amount of staff to specially sweep and maintain the gardens, and even service the members. When one was hungry, he'd have to buy something to eat. When one was thirsty, he'd have to buy something to drink. One had to spend money even within his own house, even in the virtual universe. Everything that happened here was truly like it would happen in the real world. As it was too realistic, in the vast universe, many people who were rich and always protected by their ancestors from the beginning, without facing any dangers in their lives, would spend most of their lives in the virtual universe or play virtual games, doing whatever they pleased. Many of them had already treated the virtual universe as their reality. However, this type of illusory lives, only few people could actually enjoy it. After all, doing anything in the virtual universe still required money. Even maintaining contacts had its usage fees. Without funds from their ancestors, one was unable to live such a life. "Your Majesty Luo Feng, please follow me." The Sector Lord Fox smiled and led the way. Who? The two of them flew up into the sky. As one of the 5 regions, its area was huge. After all, even though it was 1/5 of the entire Yuxiang Mountain, it was still bigger than the entire surface area of Earth. And this whole area was given to only a little more than 1,000 people to live in. The absolute beginning region has a total of 1,138 members. Flying in mid-air, Lady Fox pointed below. Within this region there are many training spaces, libraries, restaurants, etc. As for the living quarters, they are all right at the back. The 1,138 villas, every one of them with a length of 98 kilometers and width of 81 kilometers. Luo Feng was shocked when he heard this. 98 kilometers long and 81 kilometers wide, such a huge villa was simply too extravagant. This was the treatment for the people of absolute beginning, and the lowest last phase region had to live in apartments. The highest level primal region had areas of diameters over 1,000 kilometers. Your Majesty Luo Feng's villa is number 1136. Lady Fox pointed at a distant, incredibly quiet villa. It obviously looked very ancient, and on its walls were many different kinds of plants. So, the two descended. Your Majesty. The large door of the villa was 100 m high. 2 6 m tall bull giants bowed respectfully. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Lady Fox smiled. As a member of the absolute beginning secret area, your guards form a large team. This team comprises of a general, 10 captains and 100 soldiers. of which, the general is a sector lord of the last phase secret area, the 10 captains are domain lords and the 100 soldiers are universe level. In the virtual universe, they'll be stationed here by Your Majesty. In reality, they will similarly protect Your Majesty and listen to your command. Luo Feng nodded, feeling shocked within. Even though he had heard from Rong Jun earlier, however, actually seeing it was pretty shocking. 2 domain lords guarded the doors. One guard team, the leader of the group was a sector lord recognized by the origin laws. However, according to the news he acquired before, the guard team of the absolute beginning member paled in comparison to the primal members. Their guard team was led by an undying. Other than the guard team, there are 100 helpers and staff standing by within the villa to assist you. Lady Fox smiled and said. At this time a gust of wind blew over as a group of people suddenly appeared at the entrance. Leading the group was a bald old man who looked very similar to the people of Earth. This bald old man looked at Luo Feng and bowed, Your Majesty. The large group of people behind too all bowed respectfully, shouting out simultaneously, Greetings Your Majesty. This is the leader of the guard team. His full name is Ao Duo Li Ko and Shang Lai Sua. Lady Fox smiled and said. Your Majesty can simply call me Ao Duo. The bald old man said. Mr. Ao Duo, I'll be in your care from now on. Luo Feng was respectful. Of course. Ao Duo Lika said. Internally he wasn't fully comfortable though. From the virtual universe company's arrangement and status ranking, he was indeed lower than Luo Feng, but he was after all a sector lord recognized by the origin laws. His Majesty before him was a genius no doubt, but still not a strong warrior. He may even fall before he reached the sector lord level. Lady Fox said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, then I'll take my leave. Everything within here, Ao Duo knows well, he'll inform you if you need. Thank you Lady Fox. Luo Feng nodded. Lady Fox immediately became a beam of light and vanished into the distance. Your Majesty, please. Ao Duo Lika led the way and Luo Feng entered his own villa. Within the villa, with a glance, he was able to see that everything was filled with greenery and looked very natural. Over there is Your Majesty's training grounds. Ao Duo pointed at the distant large construct that was sealed. The entire grounds is 50 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide. The height is 300 m, and the interiors are all incredibly solid. Luo Feng nodded satisfied. His speed on the Dark Cloud shuttle was shocking. If the space was too small, he wouldn't be able to unleash it all. 50 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide and 300 tall, that was not bad for a controller, he could get by. Of course such a huge space for a fighter would be too much. What if he wanted a bigger place? He'd have to get into the Primal Secret Area. Primal Secret Area members even had undying teachers stationed there specially for them. That's the swimming pond. Ao Duo pointed at a large pool at the other side. The pool is separated into the internal pool and external pool. The internal pool is infused with special qualities. Lying in it can help a tired body recover quickly, and it is further separated into 6 regions according to the temperature of the water. Actually, this actually simulates reality. In the actual absolute beginning secret area, Your Majesty's living quarters is even better than here. Ah! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, shaking his head. Unfortunately, it will still take a while to get there. His trip in the universe this time was 3 years long. After 3 years he'd enter the primal universe, and only after exiting from there would he be able to enter the absolute beginning secret area. Ao Duo continued to introduce the facilities of the constructs. He pointed to the distant quiet 3-story building. Your Majesty, there's where you'll spend your regular life. Whatever you want in there, you can arrange for virtual helpers to make it happen according to your likes and hobbies. Within the villa, this construct's first level was for welcoming guests. The second level was for fun, and the third was a bedroom with a huge screen and other things within. He started changing the system to what he was accustomed to on Earth. a laptop-like computer, along with some news and the entertainment broadcasts he changed to somewhat like a television. Even the book racks on the side he translated all to Mandarin. He also immediately altered a few chairs and bed structures. That's about right. Luo Feng smiled and sat in the chair. After which he opened his laptop and opened a treasure trove mail. Opening it, the screen immediately displayed 8 categories. The secret laws, secret weapons, unique treasures, technology weapons, materials, tools, living things and other special types. Every one of these categories had many little subdivisions, like under the living things floated plant life, metal lives, beasts etc., and under techniques were different types. Tens of millions of categories to open. Luo Feng opened the treasure category from the trove. The fist-sized little demon Babata shouted out. Luo Feng gently tapped. Immediately a huge blur of countless words appeared along with pictures. 10k spirit purple blood juice, 120k points for one portion, primal area 70% of the price, absolute beginning 80%, heaven and land 90%, last phase full price. 7 color fruit 100k for one portion, primal area 70% of the price, absolute beginning 80%, heaven and land 90%, last phase full price. Kuli crystal 200k for one portion, primal area 70% of the price, absolute beginning 80%, heaven and land 90%, last phase full price. My god, it's too extravagant, it's simply bullying people. Even when your teacher wanted to buy them, they limited his portions. Every time he went for the auctions to buy them, they'd be astronomical prices. And they have everything here, requiring only points to exchange for. What bullshit is this points? Babata shouted, open the techniques category, Sol techniques. Luo Feng opened again. Looking at all these extremely well-reputed techniques in the universe, it was almost as though everything had simply appeared with just one look, and this was only the first page. Madness. Outside, the Undyings are all fighting extremely hard just for a small treasure. Yet, this virtual universe company actually uses some bullshit point system to exchange for them? Points, this is completely their internal system, not like cash outside. The demon Babata was completely agitated. Open it for me. Babata stared and roared. Luo Feng obediently opened file after file. The numbers were extraordinary, anything one could imagine could be found there. The virtual universe company's treasure trove list had completely shocked Babata. He already knew the virtual universe company was terrifyingly strong. The master of the Yun-Mo planet who was leading that solitude life as an Undying, couldn't compare to even a strand of hair of this. However, looking at these, Babata was still utterly shocked. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 5, Choice. Volume 11, Chapter 5, Choice. Even though Luo Feng was shocked after seeing the treasure trove, it was still within his threshold. One of the reasons was because the inherited memories of the golden horned beast were filled with many techniques as well. Naturally, those were suited only for golden horned beasts. The second reason was that because of the names of many treasures, Luo Feng didn't even know what they represented. Babata was different. He had followed the Yun-Mo planet master Hu Yenbo battling over countless galaxies and experiencing life and death situations countless times, having seen too many strong warriors killing each other. He was very clear in regards to the meanings of those names and what they represented. One of these techniques was enough to make even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire crumble. One of these treasures was enough to make up to 10,000 Undyings crazy. Babata was able to see the meanings behind those names, hence he was completely stunned and agitated at the same time. Madness, this is too crazy. The little demon looked at the screen on the laptop. His eyes gleaming with even tears, saying softly, big boss, if you were willing to lower your head and follow that man back then, even though you would have been only in the outer layers of the virtual universe company, when you became an undying, you'd naturally enter the core of the virtual universe company. How could you have ended up like that then? Luo Feng turned to look at the little demon on his shoulder. No problem. The little demon shook his head. I'm only exclaiming about your teacher. There's a saying on Earth that goes like this: a stupid bird flies first. However, if a smart bird took that first leap and continued to fly, no matter how hard a stupid bird tries, it would never catch up. One theory is that if one starts ahead and continues to lead, naturally he would stand at the pinnacle. Your starting line far exceeds your teacher already. The little demon exclaimed. I'm only a star level. Teacher was even able to create techniques like soul imprint. I'm still far behind. Luo Feng said. Right, this kind of mentality is right. Don't ever get cocky. No matter how impressive the genius battle was, it was only at the star level. This path to be strong has just begun. The little demon shook his head. What you must do now is to grab these valuable resources, strengthen yourself, and even more so, let yourself ditch the others far behind. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly, the screen's mail slightly shook, displaying a newly received mail. Opening the mail. A mail was received. Luo Feng, congratulations on becoming an absolute beginning member. The Virtual Universe Company's training plan for the young generation begins from the universe level. Hence, the first thing you need to do is become universe level. You don't have to worry about this though. By the time you complete your training in the primal universe, I believe you definitely have already broken through. You've been awarded 10,000 points. You can use these points to purchase any item within the treasure trove. As long as you have enough points, you can buy anything. I suggest that you purchase the techniques you require. This 3-year journey, utilizing this time frame to train, would be the best choice. Also, I advise you to not waste any time on training your body and spirit energy. From the star level 1 to 9, these levels are based more on quantity. However, from the star level to the universe level, that's an evolution of life itself. From the universe level 1 to 9, domain lord 1 to 9, sector lord 1 to 9, these are all simply quantity and time based. Star Traveler, Star Level, Universe Level, Domain Lord Level, Sector Lord, Level Breakthroughs, these are all evolutions of life. They belong to one's essence actually breaking through. The company will spend money on every one of you, giving each core member an invaluable way to strengthen their bodies and to raise their genetic and spirit energy. This will help one to grow from level 1 to 9 in a short time, allowing one's body to reach saturation quickly. As for the life evolution itself and breakthrough, that requires each member to work hard to break through themselves. The company will not let the core members waste time on building just strength itself. For all core members, their time should be used to strengthen their battle ability, to comprehend the origin laws and to learn techniques. Virtual Universe Company. This mail wasn't considered long, but Luo Feng and Babata were both stunned for quite a while after. What? From level 1 to 9, the company will provide the body strengthening? Luo Feng was in disbelief. The sayings were all true? Babata was stunned too. A strong warrior had to seriously train to absorb energy. This was common knowledge in the universe. However, there were countless treasures in the universe, like the life fruit that was able to make a cloud contact vine breakthrough to universe level 2 immediately. Humans couldn't withstand such powerful treasures. However, to the greatest leviathan of the human universe, the Virtual Universe Company, they were able to supply such items to the core members to strengthen themselves. The moment you broke through to the universe level 1, the company will help you strengthen you to level 9. The moment you break through to Sector Lord level 1, the company will help you to reach level 9. One didn't have to waste time quietly sitting and absorbing universe energy. There was no need to, but wealthy indeed, wealthy. Babata shook his head. Your teacher's nest, the Yunmo planet, is only reserved for the most important disciples. even then he wouldn't use it like that. Sector Lords level 1 to 9, how much energy does that even require? How many treasures? Your teacher's entire fortune wouldn't even be enough. No wonder the Virtual Universe Company has such strict regulations on its number of core members. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! A voice resounded from outside. Ao Duo. Luo Feng walked onto the balcony, looking at the entrance of the 3-story building. Something the matter? There are Majesties Rong Jun and Wuka outside here to visit. Ao Duo Lika said respectfully. Rong Jun, Wuka? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I'm coming. After a while, Luo Feng invited Rong Jun and Wuka back into his living room. Rong Jun and I were just at the library. Upon hearing that you've come, we rushed over to take a look. The Manka Prince Wuka sat on the sofa, laughing loudly. This virtual universe is really not bad. The treatment of this absolute beginning members is even better than the treatment on Manka Planet. Luo Feng and Rong Jun exchanged glances. Vicious. Luo Feng said, I got stunned just from looking at the mail. Shock from just the mail? What's there to be shocked about? You are talking about the pool of life? Wuka said nonchalantly, on Manka Planet, the younger generation are all treated this way. As long as they reach Universe Level 1, they'll immediately go bathe in the pool of life and raise to Universe Level 9. This amount of training so much is simply a waste of time. In the universe, it's not just our Manka Planet, there's also the Huangshan clan, the Dreamshell clan, the Muzu Planet, even the 1008 universe countries' secret areas. The top 10 to 100 geniuses would get such treatment. Luo Feng and Rong Jun were both speechless. He was the Prince of Manka, his sights and vision was different. Luo Feng and Rong Jun were already considered not bad in terms of sights, however even an Undying didn't have such resources to nurture his disciple this way. Only the Ganwu secret area of the Manka Planet, this level of superpower, their core could get such treatment. And only the top 10 to 100 had such treatment. Yet, in the Virtual Universe Company, they nurtured up to tens of millions this way. They were wealthy indeed. These are all the external things. Wuka shook his head. The Virtual Universe Company can give only so many benefits such as the best environment. As for whether one is actually able to make any achievement, that will still rely on himself. The universe is extremely mysterious, with tens of millions of miracles and sights. However, every 10 million years, how many absolute warriors can actually stand out? Wuka exclaimed, don't bother looking, even though there are up to 10 million people on Yuxiang Mountain, with countless sector lords, all with shockingly good conditions. However, after 10 million years, 99.9% of them would have fallen, while the remaining became Undyings. Yet even then most of them are just normal Undyings. If you want to become an absolute warrior even amongst the Undying. Wuka shook his head, out of a batch in 10 million years, trillion years, with so many geniuses being nurtured, and so many falling along the way. As long as they can produce a few absolute beings, that would be considered a success. Our batch of 1000, according to the records of history, in 10 million years, there won't even be 10 of us left. Wuka said. The three chatted for a long time, feeling the pressure. Normal people would be satisfied after reaching the universe level. For some geniuses, the moment they reached Sector Lord and owned one galaxy, that was enough. However, with different foresight, their aims would naturally be different. Luo Feng, Rong Jun and Wuka, they all had extremely far-reaching visions. Luo Feng had the golden horned beast and Masha clan, the two great races of the galaxy. He could reach the Sector Lord even in his sleep. Even if he became an Undying, he wanted to become a pinnacle warrior amongst the Undying. He even wanted to reach the level of the country leader of the Ganwu Universe Country, opening a new universe country and dominating for 1 trillion years. Rong Jun, his talents were no lesser than Luo Feng's. His enemy was even more terrifying. Becoming a normal Undying couldn't satisfy him at all. Wuka, a rare absolute genius from the Manka planet, his father was one of the universe's ultimate warriors. With his father as his target, he similarly had his sights set very high. However, facts were facts. According to history's probability, out of these 1,000, less than 10 would become undyings. Even the golden horned beast, with so many generations being stuck in the sector lord level, they were unable to break through. The path to undying was indeed tough. Luo Feng's path had only just begun. Luo Feng sat before the laptop and chose the technique trove. The golden horned beast's inherited memories have countless techniques. I don't need to buy anything. The Masha clan doesn't have any inherited memories, however, with its high talents, its battle abilities are all based on its natural talents. It doesn't have any effective battle techniques. Luo Feng opened a large amount of fighter close combat weapons. Weapon choice. Level 5 genetic energy weapon Gold Shadow Blade. It requires 12 points. You can customize your own design, according to the Shadow Blood Blade design. Shield, I'll choose a level 5 Absolute Void Shield. It only requires 8 points, I'll set the design to the 6-edged shield design. Gold Shadow Blade, Absolute Void Shield, these were all for the Masha clan to use. Battle Techniques. Luo Feng opened the techniques and swiftly found the most suitable one. With Babata's help, he was able to make a quick decision. Absolute Space fits the golden horned beast, 9 threads fits a controller's flight. What about a fighter? The techniques are that expensive? Luo Feng was shocked. The Gold Shadow Blade was only 12 points. However, the techniques before him, the cheaper ones, were tens of points, many of them were worth hundreds of points and even thousands, the highest reaching even 1 million, tens of millions. It was exorbitant. The techniques are all something the absolute warriors treasure and never spread. It's their life's work and blood. Your teacher's soul imprint, even though it is special and powerful, but according to my estimate, it's only worth about 10,000 points. Babata said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 6, 3 years later. Volume 11, Chapter 6, 3 years later. The points given out by the Virtual Universe Company were very precious. As a new member of the Absolute Beginning Secret Area, he was given 10,000 points. Of course, he had to treasure them. Even though there were many techniques on the list that were enough to make undyings go crazy, however, their prices were exorbitant too, as some of items were millions of points, or even tens of millions. Luo Feng could only drool as he looked. Not good, I'll choose this. Luo Feng, as they say, one's feet should be firmly planted on the ground. Save your points. That's really expensive. I bought it. Luo Feng was discussing and debating with Babata while calculating his 10,000 points. He ended up spending close to half an hour before he finished his final exchanges. Golden Horned Beast, he used 0 points. The Masha clan, he spent 9,820 points on it, buying a complete set of techniques and weapons for it. One was the close combat technique worth at 3,200 points, and the more basic shield techniques worth 800 points, and buying a not bad blade technique worth 5,800 points. The Gold Shadow Blade was worth 12 points and the Absolute Void Shield was 8 points. Movement, shield work, blade work, these formed a complete set and were extremely powerful in both movement and technique. Luo Feng himself, he used 180 points, buying the Golden Shadow Blade and Absolute Shield cost 20 points, buying 2 life fruits cost 100 points, and he also bought 30 swelling water fruit at 60 points. 10,000 points, he used it all. The universe ship traveled through the dark universe at 20 times light speed, continuously progressing. Within the ship, Luo Feng grabbed onto a wine bottle and glass, walking straight into the resting room beside the bedroom, opening the screen and looking at the news program. On it displayed the genius battle that had ended not too long ago. My points were used up so quickly. Luo Feng poured himself a cup of fruit wine before lying on the comfortable sofa. Especially the techniques, I spent almost all of my points on just one complete set. Hopefully they don't disappoint me, otherwise I definitely feel the pinch. Luo Feng, these illusionary body, illusionary shield, and illusionary 7 blades form one complete illusionary technique set. They definitely won't let you down. Babata said, even though they are more basic techniques, after all you are only a star-level punk. At least before you become undying, these will be enough. Luo Feng nodded. He understood too that some techniques weren't too deep and difficult, however undyings would still fight hard to study them. If he got something heavenly but couldn't grasp even the basic understanding, what was the point? Buying something like this that was cheaper but being able to help him grasp the strong basics, that was more effective. Even the soul imprint his teacher created, with so many types of soul techniques, Babata estimated it would only be worth about 10,000 points. This complete illusionary set, which had 3 techniques in total and worth a total of over 9,000 points, it was comparable to the soul imprint. Babata, which battle techniques do you think the golden horned beast should train? Luo Feng asked. We are allowing the golden horned beast to begin training battle techniques? Babata asked, how about we first work on the foundation? Golden horned beast, right now it only knew deities of the world and absolute space. Absolute space was related to movement. Deities of the world was purely about shrinking and condensing its body. It didn't have any battle techniques. Right now it battled relying totally on its natural ability, which was its strength, or its body's inner quality. It didn't have any system or battle technique. According to Babata's point of view, it was better to get a solid foundation first, then learning the battle techniques would be easy. And within the golden horned beast's inherited memories, there were battle techniques. It could begin training at any time. Different types of battle techniques. From the claws to the scaled wings, the tail, and strengthening its body while becoming a slaughter machine. The many generations of golden horned beasts had created many techniques and knew how to unleash the greatest strength when in battle, as many of these techniques were extremely brutal. Basics? Luo Feng pondered, that's good too. There'll be a long period of time in the future where I won't be using the golden horned beast to attack anyway, but. Following which Luo Feng lifted his head and finished the wine. Eventually standing up, his eyes gleamed with battle spirit. Time to begin. Time was fleeting, as months passed on. The Jade Essence F-grade universe ship continued to progress towards the center of the human universe where the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters was located. Luo Feng naturally spent his time within the ship. His consciousness in the virtual universe was almost like a sponge absorbing every bit of information. While within his internal world, the Golden Continent's length and width had already reached 9,000 kilometers. Obviously, during the time Luo Feng spent in the Genius Battle, the Golden Horned Beast had already evolved till Universe Level 9. From Universe Level 9 to Domain Lord Level 1, normally it would require 500 years. Even with the highest efficiency of metal groupings, it could only be raised 56 times, requiring about 9 years in total. Feeling the internal world constantly expanding and condensing with the ripples of the golden origin laws, the golden horned beast seriously listened, looked around and experienced, working hard at its domain and gold origin laws. The Masha clan was in the form of a little golden horned beast while training in absolute space and raising the comprehension of the space origin laws. It was either that or staying in human form, using a blade, shield, and training the illusionary techniques. Virtual Universe, Absolute Beginning Region, within the training space of Villa number 1136. The completely sealed training space was empty. Barefooted and in shorts, Luo Feng held the 6-edged shield Absolute Void Shield and carried a Blood Shadow Blade Life Golden Shadow Blade. Simulate battle. Luo Feng shouted, opponent, Rongjun, simulate him with his highest battle ability during the Genius Pinnacle battle. Chi. The huge training space that was 50 kilometers wide and 30 kilometers long. It formed the silhouette of a person within, who eventually turned into the over 3 tall savage Rongjun. Rongjun was carrying a huge battle blade on his back, his entire body dressed in a simple animal skin, barefooted. His eyes, however, were lifeless. as he was just standing there and not moving at all. "Begin!" Luo Feng shouted. Rumble. The simulated Rong Jun's eyes lit up and he became like a mountain rushing straight at Luo Feng. "Bring it!" Luo Feng brandished his blade in one hand, and the other hand with a shield, becoming 18 Luo Fengs, almost like 18 demon golden lights rushing forward. Dang! The two clashed. Luo Feng began using his blade work and in an instant he had slashed almost 10,000 times. It was simply too fast. Not only were his movements shockingly fast, even his blade work was terrifying, totally like a demon floating about. His blade work seemed like it wasn't strong, however the instantaneous explosion of power was terrifying. Slash! The savage Rong Jun's hair flew in the wind. His gaze was like lightning, and roaring like thunder, he swung his huge blade down. Slash! Slash! Each roar was extremely powerful. In terms of offensive strength from the genius battle, the strongest was Bolin. In terms of mysteriousness was probably the hypnotist Jia Lai Shi's hypnotism. In terms of being unblockable it was Luo Feng's sky-piercing formation, and in terms of brutality it was Savage's blade work. They fought head-on for a few minutes. Shie! Fresh blood spewed everywhere. Luo Feng's entire body was knocked away, dropping like a torn sandbag. Rumble, the training space warped, the simulated Rong Jun from before vanished and Luo Feng's wounds were healed. This was a specially customized training space with the effects of the slaughterhouse. It was able to completely simulate any opponent, however its space was limited. There's improvement. Luo Feng smiled and stood up. My close combat probably has the ability to make it into the top 100 of the genius battle. Close combat. Right, Luo Feng's greatest weakness was close combat. During the pinnacle competition, he had 2 losses. One against Rong Jun and the other against Long Yun. This happened because he had to fight them in close combat and hence, he lost. As a controller, Luo Feng had the ability to easily kill his opponent when he distances himself. However, the moment he got close, that was it. As one's attention itself had limits, Luo Feng didn't have time to dilute his training, however now was different. The Masha clan itself was a master at close combat, naturally it had to train the illusionary techniques. 3 great bodies with the same soul and consciousness. If any one of them learned something, the other 2 would naturally learn it too. In terms of comprehension of the origin laws, I'm stronger than Rong Jun. However, my close combat still loses to him. Luo Feng shook his head. There's indeed a difference between the human body and the Masha clan body. When the Masha clan body unleashed the illusionary techniques, that was the true illusion. With the Masha clan body, even if he compared to Death God Bolin, the difference wasn't that huge. His human body, however, was way different. Continue to persevere. I will not only be able to attack from far but also in close combat. This way, there truly would not be any weakness. Luo Feng continued to work hard. Finally, after traveling for about 2 years and 3 months in the universe, Luo Feng finally killed Rong Jun in close combat. I defeated Rong Jun of the genius battle. The current Rong Jun must be similar to me, using the resources given by the virtual universe company and strengthening himself. He would have definitely gotten stronger. Luo Feng didn't dare relax at all. Indeed. 3 years' journey, none of the 1,000 absorbed geniuses dared to relax. This genius battle had too great an effect on them. In the past, it was hard for them to even meet a match, however the many life or death battles in the competition had affected them greatly. Many of them had been training ever since then and had improved a lot since the battles. That and the fact that they could pick any techniques they wanted. To Rong Jun, Woka and Aopatela etc., the ones from the absolute beginning region, the 10,000 points was enough for them to buy almost anything they desired. At their level, they didn't need anything too expensive. Within these 3 years of training, they all improved a lot. Within the Hall of the Universe ship, Dressed in a completely fitting armor and boots, the black short-haired youth stood there. Beside him was a skinny old man with silver hair saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, we are about to arrive at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters." Luo Feng nodded. 3 years. This was considered his fastest improvement in 3 years. However, the deeper he went, he could feel that the universe itself was unfathomable. The entire mysteries and profoundness of the universe, and that the techniques he used could only be considered under undying's or normal undying level. However, he still felt they were profound. This path was indeed a tough one. "I've improved so much, I wonder how the others are doing." Luo Feng thought, "I have the golden horned beast and the Masha clan, this level of miraculous combination." However, the universe is vast, just about anything can happen. Who knows, there may even be someone within the top 1,000 geniuses with an even greater miracle within them. Never looking down on others or being arrogant. The universe was incomparably vast and mysterious, with trillions of races. Humans were but one of them. One had to always maintain a level of respect to the universe. Beginning universe travel, entering the actual universe. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Luo Feng felt the entire ship slightly shake. After about 10 seconds everything returned to normal. He shouted, "External simulation 100%. Immediately the entire large hall became transparent. He could see the simulated space. In the distance, there was an incomparably vast continent floating in space. Luo Feng was stunned. The headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, they had finally arrived here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 7, Ship. Volume 11, Chapter 7, Ship. That's a continent? Luo Feng stood within the universe ship, looking at the distant floating endless continent, staring wide-eyed. Planets, stars, nebulas, etc., all the heavenly bodies, wandering the universe for a long time, one would have seen them all, even occasionally spotting remains of universe ships, even living space beasts. Luo Feng wouldn't even be shocked by these. However, to see such a huge continent in space itself, it was simply too shocking. This wasn't the virtual universe, it was reality. So huge? Luo Feng was speechless. This huge continent floating in space had stars and planets beside it. However, they were nothing but little dots beside it. Even the universe ship, which was constantly getting closer, after a while, it still seemed as though the continent was as far away as before. It's bigger than any planets I've seen before, by at least 10 million times. It's too huge. Luo Feng held his breath. Your Majesty, how's the headquarters? Beside, the skinny old man smiled. Luo Feng asked curiously, just how big is it? How big? The skinny old man shook his head. If we don't go through universe transfer through the dark universe, just relying on the universe ship to fly from side to side, will take at least 10 years. You mean? Luo Feng was shocked. Its diameter alone is about 1 light years, but 1 light year was a little more than 90 quintillion kilometer. The Earth's diameter was but 10,000 kilometers. It was no wonder the distant stars and planets seemed nothing more than little dots. This continent floating in the universe was simply outrageous. The silver-haired skinny old man nodded his head. Such a big continent, where did it come from? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, was there such a large naturally formed continent in the universe? Even though the universe was mysterious, with many mysterious places, however, naturally forming a 10 light-years diameter continent was simply unbelievable. Not sure. The skinny old man shook his head. Luo Feng didn't ask more. Even though he could see the distant floating continent was incomparably vast, however, with the F-grade universe ship traveling close to light speed and about 13 hours later, he finally reached the entrance of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. During the flight, Luo Feng could only gaze in awe as he appreciated the beauty and perfection of the construction of this continent. Even though it seemed like it was a wonder naturally formed by the universe, as his ship drew closer, Luo Feng could feel this natural continent was infused with high amounts of technology. Your Majesty, those stars, planets, and nebulas surrounding this continent are actually very terrifying technological weapons. Within the ship's luxurious hall, the skinny old man introduced. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. With the company's measures, those planets and stars are indeed easily controllable like toys to them. Even undyings could play with the stars. With the virtual company's unbelievable technology, changing the stars and planets to where even a sector lord knows they are weapons, these two were probably just for show. The virtual universe headquarters' true defenses probably weren't that simple. Who? The universe ship entered the continent through an opening and flew at light speed for a few minutes before finally slowing down and stopping. Luo Feng and the sector lord Shawu and others flew out of the cabin door. Outside there were 10 men and women dressed in uniform waiting. When Luo Feng arrived, these 10, with a silver-armored man with a green horn leading, said in unison, "Your Majesty Luo Feng, Knight Feng is awaiting your arrival, please follow me." Luo Feng nodded. Thanks Shawu. Luo Feng turned back and looked at the skinny old man. Sector Lord Shawu revealed a smile. "It was my honor to accompany your Majesty for 3 years. After which, the two separated. Luo Feng followed the silver-armored green-horn man and others through a dreamy-like pathway. The later half of the pathway was translucent. With one look, one could see the beautiful space outside, along with the surrounding mountain scenery. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Your Majesty Luo Feng. Along the pathway there were 3 people waiting. Luo Feng looked curiously at the 3 approaching people. Your Majesty, these are the items you ordered. According to Your Majesty's request, the exchange will be done here in the headquarters. The 3 immediately submitted the items. As Luo Feng's 3-year journey was in the dark universe, also plus the fact that his training was mostly in the virtual universe, hence the golden shadow blade, the absolute void shield and the life fruits he purchased didn't require an immediate exchange. Since the cloud contact vine already had enough food prepared, he decided to exchange for these at the headquarters itself. Of course, something like the illusionary techniques, he learnt it in the virtual universe. Thanks. Luo Feng opened to take a look and immediately kept it within his storage ring. At that time, he was taken into an oval-shaped large hall. The entire surroundings of the hall was completely transparent. Looking up, one could see the endless space. Viewing the distant beautiful scenery, one could also see universe ships and shooting star-like undyings flying past. Luo Feng. Madman, you've come. Haha, madman. Luo Feng's entrance immediately attracted welcomes from many. Long Yun, Wuka, Jianma. Luo Feng laughed and immediately waved at each of them. Training hard in Yuxiang Mountain for 3 years, the same batch of youths had interacted quite a bit over the 3 years, except for a small number that preferred solitude. Many of them had become good friends. At least they were able to chat and laugh. There may have been some that preferred solitude, but this was also because they were too lonely, having never met anyone of their level. And to be able to enter the Genius Battle's entire universe top 1000, at least they'd recognize each other's strengths. Becoming good friends was normal. Rong Jun hasn't arrived? Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. He'll be here soon, he's almost within the headquarters. The Manka Prince Wuka laughed casually. Come, sit here. Similarly in the absolute beginning region, the 8 of them were closer than with others. Just from the sitting arrangement within the hall, one could easily see, cliques and circles had been formed within these 1000. Bolin. Luo Feng looked at the side where a white-clothed youth sat beside the window. Luo Feng smiled and shouted out. The white-clothed youth turned and glanced over, just making a sound and immediately turning once again to peer outside. These 3 years on Yuxiang Mountain, Death God Bolin had been in solitude, only seldom communicating with a few people, but actually speaking very little. However, for the contact they had, Luo Feng and the others realized that even though Bolin was very cold and enjoyed being alone, his character was still not bad. The absolute beginning few seemed to be pretty proud, actually sticking and talking to Bolin, thinking they are much stronger than us. Right, back then we made it into the top 100, the virtual universe company immediately picked the top 20 from us to fight for the final 10, not even giving us a chance. And it's been 3 years. These 3 years, those of us in the heaven and land region have all made improvements, some even shocking. I believe there are a few of us even stronger than those in the absolute beginning region. Just wait, there'll be time to compete. At the other side, about 10 youths relied on genetic energy to communicate, chatting amongst themselves. They remained unconvinced. Since the time the virtual universe system back then had directly picked the people to eliminate, many had remained unhappy with the decisions. What's more, over these 3 years, many had improved by quite a bit, especially since some didn't have good techniques back then. Over these 3 years they had time to exchange for fitting techniques. Their improvements were huge. They were all confident now. After about 6 more hours, all 1,000 had gathered. Attention all, please follow me. Once the 1,000 had gathered, a man with red eyes dressed in a simple but elegant white robe spoke hoarsely. That aura he emitted made the 1,000 youths feel a sense of fear within, almost as though a normal person was facing a venomous snake. The tall red-eyed man left the hall and immediately released a powerful invincible aura that completely subdued the 1,000 youths. So, immediately becoming a light ray and flying for a few minutes, they stopped before a peculiar ship, before releasing the 1,000 youths. Phew! Only then did Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. That inability to resist, that aura that made their hearts tremble, the surrounding geniuses all felt the same. Attention all, please enter the ship. The tall and skinny red-eyed man spoke coldly. Luo Feng looked up and saw the peculiar ship before them. This is a ship? Luo Feng was shocked. This ship before them was simply too strange and special, mainly because its entire shape was simply like a fish. A translucent dull blue huge fish, its tail was even waving about, its entire length was about 1000 m. However, the stomach portion of this huge fish actually had a cabin door. Through it one could see the internal pathways. Dumbfounded. The 1,000 geniuses, very few of them actually knew about these kinds of ships. The others seemed confused and stunned. Under the coaxing of the tall and skinny red-eyed man, they all entered through the door. The interiors are similar to other ships. How come its exterior is just like a fish? Luo Feng and the group walked within the ship's pathways. F-grade universe ships were made from pure natural metals. Even the ships that went to receive us were all F-grades, and right now this ship that's taking us to the primal universe, this is definitely at least an F-grade, I think. Pure metals were supposedly strong and durable. This one was exactly like a fish. It was unbelievable. Stupid. You don't even know about this. This is a universe ship that's been fused with other life forms. Babata's voice resounded, and it's a very high level of life form, at least an undying level. Like the metal life forms, plant life forms, there are some special races that can actually fuse and become one with ships. This universe ship is much better than your teacher's UNMO planet ship. If what I'm guessing isn't wrong, it can be considered even as surpassing the F-grade, a G-grade universe ship. To be able to have such a ship, in the vast universe, that would be one who stands at the pinnacle of existences. Fusing an undying life form with a ship? Luo Feng didn't even have time to react before he followed the others into the ship's large hall. Within the hall, a formless pressure caused the 1,000 geniuses to not dare to make a sound. Even the 10 undyings within the ship, including that tall and skinny red-eyed man, slightly bowed. Luo Feng glanced over and spotted the green-armored purple-scaled man standing right in front. Even though he still felt as though he wasn't truly present, giving a sense like he was virtual projection, not a real person, the purple-scaled man looked at the youths and said, "Let's depart, towards the primal universe." Rumble. The fish-like universe ship waved its tail and immediately vanished from its position. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 8, Primal Chaos City. Volume 11, Chapter 8, Primal Chaos City. Within the large hall, none of the 1,000 geniuses dared to make a sound against such an intimidating undying. It felt almost like a mountain pressing down on you. Against this purple-scaled man who seemed like he was there physically, yet not at all, it was completely different. He wasn't intentionally pressuring them at all. It was simply his natural aura. It naturally made others respect him. That was life submitting itself. Stop! A thunderous roar resounded from outside, entering within the universe ship interior and eventually resounding throughout the entire ship. Feeling this level of pressure, all the geniuses were shocked still. As they were only a bunch of star levels with some that have broken through to the universe level, they were simply helpless. Against such great beings, if they didn't control their auras, probably just a look would make their souls crumble. Geniuses were after all just geniuses, they weren't truly strong yet. Their path had just begun. "It's me, open the universe pathway," the purple-scaled man said indifferently. His voice passed through the universe ship and reverberated even outside. Rumble. A low rumbling came from outside and the ship continued its path. This is really uncomfortable. Not right. The 1,000 geniuses had gone pale, even Luo Feng felt his head ache badly and it started to throb. He tried hard to keep his eyes open, yet he couldn't even see his surroundings clearly. "We are currently within the pathway between the actual universe and the primal universe." The purple-scaled man looked at the group of pale youths, some even falling to the ground. The primal universe and the actual universe have different time flows, hence creating a chaotic time flow within this pathway. This will make you all uncomfortable for a while. Of the 1,000 youths, only about 300 of them could barely stand. "I can't see clearly anymore." Luo Feng fought hard to keep his eyes open. "Wow, Luo Feng, this is the legendary universe pathway. The chaotic time flow actually feels this way. Even I, a living AI, feel kind of weird. It's too mystical, simply too mystical." Babata, however, was incomparably excited. These chances are extremely rare. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the feeling passed. Luo Feng regained his full consciousness. Luo Feng looked around, discovering that many were lying on the ground, their expressions pale, and some even had tears flowing out. Following which, they all began to climb back up, brushing off their tears and regaining their composure. "Right now, we've already entered the primal universe." The purple-scaled man smiled. "Primal universe? We've already reached the primal universe?" The geniuses from many universe countries were all filled with curiosity. Even the 10 undyings that came along with the purple-scaled 9-blade knight, their eyes were filled with anticipation as they started looking around. "Open the top," the purple-scaled man said. Chi-chi, the large metallic roof actually automatically opened above the hall, revealing a transparent glass outer layer. Immediately, the top of the hall became transparent and everyone looked up to look through that layer towards the outer world. Luo Feng raised his head too. With one glance, he discovered that there was a dark aura floating about outside, some energy flowed above them. In the distance, he could barely make out the lands and skies splitting apart. Even large amounts of engravings flowing through these splits in spaces, threads weaving in and out, with engravings floating all about, almost like a loom slowly rebuilding and growing the land and skies further. "This is?" Luo Feng felt a space split open in the distance with crystal-like threads flowing within, which were filled with engravings. Even the 10 undyings kept looking up, occasionally closing their eyes to ponder and then opening to observe again. The ship continued to move forward. They frequently saw spaces splitting apart in the peculiar threads of engravings. Stars and planets all have their own lifespans. This universe too has its own lifespan, only that it's incredibly long. The purple-scaled man smiled. "This primal universe is a new universe belonging to when a universe is in its beginning stages. During this period, the universe will constantly improve itself and form anew. Hence the universe origin laws will be flowing about and will be very obvious to the eyes, but the universe space splits will continue to regrow and recover, even the flowing energy flows all contain within them the origin laws. Luo Feng and the rest of the 1,000 all listened wide-eyed and stunned. The crystal threads that rebuilt the splits all over, these large amounts of threads with engravings were all the universe origin law's energy flow? The actual universe in which we live in is incomparably vast, huge, and perfect. The purple-scaled man said, and because it's perfect, we cannot easily see the energy flow. Hence comprehension is much harder. However, in the primal universe, the naked eye can easily spot such energy flows. You've all seen how perfectly the different laws work together, how the universe forms and the law energy flows. Since everything can be seen with your eyes, the comprehension here is much easier. The name list for the primal universe is incomparably valuable. The purple-scaled man said, glancing at the 10 undyings. The 10 undyings all continued to look up, obviously treasuring every bit of time. Close. The purple-scaled man said. The roof immediately sealed up. Actually, just from looking at the splits in space and the threads of engravings about, Luo Feng understood that the virtual simulation couldn't simulate something like this, because these engravings were meant to be felt and not just seen. Relying just on technology to simulate it wasn't enough. If it could be simulated, then there would be no need to even enter the primal universe. In a while, we will arrive at Primal Chaos City. The purple-scaled man said, the Primal Chaos City is where the participants within the primal universe train and live. You are all under me, I hope to see all of you alive in 30 years. We can die here? There's danger? Luo Feng and the others were suspicious. Remember, after entering Primal Chaos City, first listen to the person receiving you, listen clearly to the rules. Oh, we've arrived. The purple-scaled man said, and the universe ship's speed began to slow down. This large fish began its travel through this vast universe space. In the short time since the roof closed, the large fish had flown to an ancient city in the air. Its stomach portion cabin door opened and the 1,000 geniuses flew out. Following which the door closed and the large fish waved its tail and immediately disappeared into the distance. The feeling of this primal universe sure is special. This feels really comfortable. Right, extremely comfortable. A group of youths stood in mid-air. Luo Feng looked down at the ancient majestic city. As a city built within the primal universe itself, it gave off an aura of profoundness. In the distance a black light flew over. Attention all, I am the receiver of Primal Chaos City. A low voice resounded. A black-robed man flew over, following which he stopped and smiled. His head was filled with green scales. This city is called Primal Chaos City. Its time in existence is even longer than many of your universe countries themselves. Right now it's governed by the Virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe Mercenaries all together. Silence. The 1,000 youths looked at this receiver of Primal Chaos City. Follow me. The receiver smiled and flew down. The 1,000 people flew downwards and landed in the streets of the city. The pathway allowed up to a few tens of people to form a line. The Primal Chaos City has been around for a very long time. The receiver walked ahead, explaining as he walked, among the participants that come to Primal Chaos City, many absolute beings have already been produced. Luo Feng looked around. This city had many buildings around, and on the balconies of these buildings there were many human-like people sitting cross-legged. Some were drawing several things on the grounds, strong auras from all over, much stronger than sector lords, some even muttering things from their mouths. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. In the sky above, close to one of the universe splits, he could make out undyings all around it floating about. Occasionally these beings even looked down at Luo Feng's group. Another group of punks have arrived. It's receiver number 11, those are the punks from the Virtual Universe Company. I heard that among the Virtual Universe Company's batch, there's someone called Bolin, he's not bad. Beside that universe split, a few great beings floated and chatted. Luo Feng and their group of youths, they were all very low profile. They could feel that there were many undyings around. And these undyings were all being conservative, not daring to release their auras at all. However, within the city there were 10 absolute energy flows that were simply heavenly, even Luo Feng could clearly feel them. Just like 10 absolute ferocious beasts, stationed at different locations within Primal Chaos City. There are many absolute beings within Primal Chaos City. The receiver turned and said, "Don't ever go disturb any of them when they are studying the origin laws. The moment you disturb them, I can only send you out of the primal universe and end your participation." The group nodded. The receiver immediately entered an empty building beside. There are many buildings within Primal Chaos City. If the doors are white, it means there's no one is living there. The receiver pointed at a large door. As long as you place your hand on the surface of the door's system will automatically activate and cause it to change to a dark gray. You'll then become the building's owner, and it'll automatically record your signal. Everyone can only choose one living quarter. After which, he walked up to the balcony. The balcony was pretty huge, as the length and width were close to 100 m, enough to stand 1,000 people. This is. Luo Feng looked at the many pictures engraved on the surface of the balcony. Many of them were mysterious and peculiar. This, Luo Feng looked carefully, getting lost in the engravings. Many youths too were completely immersed within. Space origin laws. This has been infused with space origin laws. Many youths shouted out. Attention all. The receiver's voice entered everyone's minds. All their souls were immediately awoken. Primal Chaos City has many generations of countless absolute beings sitting on the balconies and studying. During their progress, they occasionally draw and carve as well. Hence they've left behind many of their thoughts and origin law studies. If you have interest in them, a good half of Primal Chaos City is vacant right now. You can go from balcony to take a look. You never know, you might find some comprehension engravings of some knights from the past. The group of youths' eyes gleamed. Let me first tell you all a very important rule. The receiver emphasized, within the primal universe, any human against human killing is strictly forbidden. Whoever makes a move will be punished and killed without a doubt. Understood. The group of youths nodded. The primal universe compared to the actual universe has a time ratio of 1 minute and 3.28 seconds. The black rogue receiver laughed. Your participation time in here this round is a little more than 30 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 9, 52 Ancient Primal Chaos Tablets. Volume 11, Chapter 9, 52 Ancient Primal Chaos Tablets. Time is very precious, don't waste it. The black rogue receiver jumped down from the balcony, landing on the ground below. The 1,000 geniuses behind followed suit and jumped, like a big group of locusts, covering the skies as they landed in the spacious pathway in front of the building. Follow me, we'll head to the city owner's mansion. The black rogue receiver said, that's where the city owner stays, and it's also the core of the entire Primal Chaos City. City owner? Luo Feng was shocked when he heard it. As the only city within the entire primal universe, the history of the Primal Chaos City was even more ancient than many universe countries. The owner of this ancient city, one could only imagine his position. As he was able to take on such a position, his strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than those country leaders. Rumble, ahead in the distance, a 30 m tall single-horned beast clad in red scales walked over. It took up more than half of the entire pathway, and on its back stood a purple short-haired youth. He was dressed in a dark blue armor, with similar dark blue boots, while carrying one huge purple blade on his back, looking up at the sky. The black rogue receiver bowed respectfully to display his respect, and the 1,000 youths watched as the huge beast left. Beast taming? You can even bring tamed beasts into Primal Chaos City? The group of youths couldn't help but discuss softly. Ahead, the black-robed receiver smiled. That person before is an eternal resident of Primal Chaos City. As an eternal resident, he has the privilege to bring tamed beasts in. Eternal resident? I heard that even undyings who want to enter here, the slot alone is incomparably expensive and valuable. The youths were all shocked. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, how can that be? His own teacher, even as a powerful being amongst the undying, couldn't even afford a slot to enter the primal universe. However, that youthful-looking man from before was an eternal resident? Nothing's impossible. The black-robed receiver smiled. As long as one has a large enough contribution, or absolute strength, and eventually acquiring the admittance from the Alliance, one can become an eternal resident. Luo Feng pondered. Alliance? Right, this primal chaos city was governed by the 5 Leviathans together. He guessed that the alliance he mentioned was that of these 5 together. May I ask, how does one become an eternal resident? Amongst the crowd, the Manka Prince Wuka shouted. The requirements are extremely strict. The black-robed receiver smiled. When you become an undying, you'll know them. Asking now is just futile. The black-robed receiver led the bustling group of youths who were of many different human races, walking along the pathways. It was indeed quite a sight. Luo Feng, however, discovered that on the balconies of the buildings along the pathway, among those quietly meditating warriors, only very few of them actually opened their eyes to glance over at this group. Many were too immersed within their training. Many had beards and hair that grew extremely long, almost as though they hadn't been trimmed in hundreds to thousands of years. Ahead is the city owner's mansion. The black-robed receiver pointed ahead. Luo Feng looked up. There was a majestic construct which was over 300 m tall. Even from afar, one could distinctly see the most glaring 3 words in universe language on the building. City owner residence. Just looking at those words, one couldn't help but get enticed by it. Almost as though hidden within those words was a new space or even universe. One's entire focus couldn't help but get drawn into it and entering into the universe space within those words. This shocked Luo Feng so much he lowered his head and didn't dare take another look. The 3 huge words city owner residence, just take one quick look and don't look at it often. The black-robed receiver laughed. It'll cause you to lose yourself in them. Even undyings normally wouldn't dare stare at it. Ah? That mystical? Many geniuses that hadn't noticed the 3 words before looked up curiously to see. With that, they all fell for it. Ha, the black-robed receiver couldn't help but laugh at the scene. He normally attended to groups of absolute warriors. He'd have to be more rigid and felt uncomfortable. However, with these punks, it was much more relaxing. Although it looked like it was located fairly close, as they continued to walk, they realized that it was pretty far. Even though they were walking pretty quickly, it still took several minutes to reach the entrance of the building. With one look they spotted frequent black-robed receivers heading over and away. They also occasionally spotted a few undyings and sector lords entering and leaving the building. Primal Chaos City is the only city within the primal universe. The black-robed receiver smiled. In this city, there are 3 treasures. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, listening intently. The first of the 3, which everybody knows about, is that one can naturally see the origin laws movement in the universe. The black-robed receiver smiled. As for the second, it's within the city. It's located within the city owner's mansion. The third is located outside the city. Just what are these treasures? A group of youths couldn't help but ask. The black-robed receiver pointed around. The surrounding balconies where many have trained before. For over 1 trillion years, many warriors have stayed and left this city. During their training, any spark or idea would be carved into the grounds and surfaces of the walls, and with deep thought, or whatever gains they discovered, they would also carve there. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, comprehending the origin laws was akin to flashes of inspiration. When one suddenly comprehended something, one would carve it down. After all, a picture was worth 1,000 words. Even though some people would casually write down a line of words, after a few years, by looking at those few words could easily jolt the memory of the time from before. And ironically, if one typed it into a computer, after a few years, looking at it may not even help recall anything. Personally, drawing and writing, it was a very good comprehending medium. Primal Chaos City, this sort of tradition has been around for countless years. The black-robed youth exclaimed, because the records are all casually left behind, there are no rules. Many of them are even just odd bits and pieces, hence many of them only help a little here and there. However, over 1 trillion years, countless such flashes of inspiration and records have left behind very strong and systematic training aids. The black-robed receiver emphasized, in our Primal Chaos City, there are also the most valuable 52 Primal Chaos tablets. Every tablet records a large amount of mysterious pictures, etc. These 52 tablets are the 52 large pathways of training. These are the pathways that lead directly to the top. If one manages to comprehend even one entire tablet, then he would immediately become an absolute existence within the universe. Even opening your own universe country would be simple, but Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. Beside him, Savage Rong Jun, Manka Youth, and the 1,000 men and women were all excited. 52 Primal Chaos tablets infused with the pinnacle pathways. After comprehending just one tablet, one could open a universe country? These 52 Primal Chaos tablets are the second treasure located within this city. The black-robed receiver smiled. As for the third treasure, it's outside the city. At the entrance there's a stone monument with specific details, you can all go look at it yourselves. The group were extremely excited with anticipation. The first and second treasure both had huge benefits to everybody, this third treasure couldn't be anything less. The 52 Primal Chaos tablets. The black-robed receiver said, everyone who comes into the Primal Chaos to train will have one chance to look at them. Every time, you'll have a total of 7 days. 7 days? The group stared. That short? The Primal Chaos tablets are the treasures of humanity. They are clearer than any technique manual and they were pathways to the pinnacle of strength. Just the 7 days of viewing would be sufficient for the likes of you. The black-robed receiver immediately walked towards the entrance door. Enter, get ready to pick your tablet. The residence was a huge place. Even the normal balconies in the living districts were a 100 m long and wide, one could only imagine just how big this residence was. Everyone can only pick one tablet to view and study. The black-robed receiver led the group and quickly entered a mystical pathway. The pathway had 2 walls, and hung on them were the many huge pictures. Luo Feng took one glance and knew immediately there were 52 pictures. Hung on these walls are the 52 stone rubbing copies. Every picture depicts the Primal Chaos tablets. You will first take a look at these, and even though they are unable to infuse within them the energy flows of the original tablets, they will still make you feel a strand of their original energy flow. Just take a look at these 52 pictures, and later decide which tablet you will study. The black-robed receiver spoke. The group of youths walked along the pathway and were stunned by the 52 pictures on the walls. They had to pick the tablets just from these pictures. Every picture was specifically 10 m long and wide, and beside them were their names. I'll give you all half an hour. The black-robed receiver stood outside the pathway. Luo Feng and the group began to look around. Luo Feng randomly picked one to begin. This first one he looked at had an ancient tree that rose to the skies. Its leaves were already yellow and countless of them were falling. These floating leaves that were in mid-air of this picture, with Luo Feng's mental calculation, in an instant he deduced there were definitely over 10,000 leaves. On the picture, the yellow leaves fell one after another. There were still some leaves on the tree itself, the ground however was fully covered in them. Looking on, Luo Feng felt that the leaves floating in mid-air were like soldiers one after another, forming an entire army. That incomparably complex formation, with every 100 forming one complex little group, just adding one extra leaf, that 101 immediately made the formation even more magical and mystical. 1 minute up. Babata's voice resounded within his mind and woke him up. Luo Feng, you only have half an hour to look at all the pictures. You cannot spend more than 1 minute on one picture. Understood. Luo Feng awoke and looked at the name on that picture, Muzu Primal Chaos Tablet. This made Luo Feng crease his eyebrows. Muzu? Is it linked to the Muzu planet? He didn't dare think too much. After all, there were 52 pictures to go through. Luo Feng quickly went to view the rest. He had to look for the most suitable for himself within that half an hour. And the most suitable, only that would have the highest efficiency for his training. As for the Muzu tablet, it gave Luo Feng some headaches when he looked at it. 101 leaves, compared to the 100 leaves formation, it was 100 times more magical and mystical. Those over 10,000 leaves, just how much would they change and evolve, it was impossible to imagine. Picture after picture, total silence. The 1,000 geniuses were like starving wolves, their eyes were all gleaming while staring at the many pictures. Before, they were all dissatisfied on having to choose their tablet from looking at pictures, however they still got totally immersed in them. Luckily everyone had their own AI systems to remind them, otherwise they would spend the entire half an hour on one picture. Luo Feng stared at the large picture before him. On it were many slash marks. Every mark gave off a different feeling. The entire picture had a total of 10,081 slashes. The name of the picture was Scarred Heart Primal Chaos Tablet. Alright, your half an hour is up, tell me your tablet choices and I'll record them. The black-robed receiver shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 10, The Skies and Land Change in Color. Volume 11, Chapter 10, The Skies and Land Change in Color. I choose the Dragon Order Primal Chaos Tablet. I choose the Wind Shadow Primal Chaos Tablet. The black-robed receiver walked from the outermost layer of the group, slowly progressing inwards, simultaneously asking for each of the geniuses' choices. However, behind the crowd, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and his gaze sweeping past the 52 pictures. Honesty, out of these 52, there were a total of 38 that actually caught his attention and piqued his interest, including that Muzu Primal Chaos Tablet. Even though it had enticed him, it did however work with a very complex flow movement. Most suitable for me? Luo Feng looked at the picture on the left, and another on the right, in the distance, his most favorite the 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, and the final one he saw, the Scarred Heart Primal Chaos Tablet. When he looked at the 9 Universe Tablet, his entire being cheered excitedly from within, feeling that the 9 Universe Tablet was the most suitable for his Nanshan armaments progress. With slight changes, he could even incorporate it into his close combat techniques. However, the Scarred Heart Tablet, Luo Feng looked. He could faintly see the skills and blade works appearing within his mind. Those 10081 slashes, they could be said to fully incorporate an extreme level of blade work. Which should I choose? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He wanted to train them all. The 9 Universe was most suited for his Nanshan armament, while the Scarred Heart Tablet was most suitable for his blade work. Of course his current strength was still very weak, he could only make out very little bits of each of the complex tablets that were infused with extremely profound elements. These 52 tablets were after all the huge pathways to the pinnacle of strength. Theoretically speaking, every tablet in itself could help one comprehend close combat and long-distance combat. He's come. Luo Feng turned to look. The black-robed receiver had already recorded over 700 answers. He had already reached beside Luo Feng, looking up and staring at him. Which do you choose? The black-robed receiver asked. I choose the 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet. Luo Feng replied seriously. The black-robed receiver nodded and the screen on his arm recorded it immediately. He turned and continued on to the next person. Even though the Scarred Heart Tablet and the 9 Universe Tablets are both my favorites, and my close combat improves at a fast rate, my strongest skill is still without doubt my long-distance attacks. Right now my close combat is improving, mainly because of the Masha clone training the illusionary techniques. A true warrior doesn't need every skill and technique to be that strong. If they are all strong, it also means they aren't all that strong in general. Strengthen my strong point. Constantly strengthening my strong points, making them become absolute and powerful. That's a true absolute warrior. And the Scarred Heart tablet begins from the Gold Origin Law's entrance. The 9 Universe tablet approaches, however, from the Space Origin Law. Amidst the many origin laws, it was without a doubt that space and time were the 2 strongest. If he had to pick, he would pick the stronger one. The black-robed receiver walked till the end of the pathway and recorded everybody's answer, turning and smiling. I've already sent your choices out, follow me. Luo Feng and the rest of the 1000 followed the black-robed receiver and left that pathway to go deeper, eventually leading to an empty training ground. This training ground was extremely empty and spacious, about 10 kilometers long and wide. If it were an ordinary person from Earth, he wouldn't be able to see end to end. Naturally, Luo Feng and the rest could see it all clearly. Within the empty training ground, the 1000 people gathered. The black-robed receiver stood in front of them. Right now, among the secret rooms of the 52 tablets, 12 of them currently have people in them. The other 40 are empty. The black-robed receiver looked at the group before him. I will now read out the names of these 40 empty rooms. Yenshan Primal Chaos Tablet, Scarred Heart Primal Chaos Tablet. The black-robed receiver swiftly reported the 40 names in one breath. Those that have chosen these 40 tablets, immediately head towards the left entrance ahead. You will be arranged to enter the secret rooms. The receiver pointed into the distance. On the left end of the training ground, there was a 30m tall entrance. Head over there now. Immediately, at least 800 over of the youths became beam of lights and left, leaving behind only a little more than 100 youths. You 139 will wait a while. The black-robed receiver said, the tablets that you have chosen currently have people in them. When other people are in there, it is absolutely forbidden for anyone to open the room and disturb them. Hence, when they've finished, you all will enter. The longest time you'll have to wait will only be 3 days. This way, you can go to the city owner residence's tower. The black-robed receiver pointed ahead. Over there, you can train there first. When it's time for your turn, I'll inform you all. Luo Feng, Savage Rong Jun and the rest of the 139 youths could only head to the tower. So unlucky. 52 Primal Chaos Tablets, only 12 of these had people in them, and it's actually us. Along the way, the youths were somewhat helpless. Savage Rong Jun smiled and looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you and I are really brothers in arms. We entered the top 10 together, up to the top 5 battles, even the choices of the tablets, both our choices have people in them. Luo Feng nodded, asking, which did you choose? Me? The huge axe tablet. Savage Rong Jun said. Rong Jun, I too chose the huge axe tablet. The Manka youth Wuka who was speaking to others turned and suddenly shouted, running over and spoke softly, Luo Feng, Rong Jun, do you know just who left behind this huge axe tablet? Every tablet was left behind by true pinnacle warriors of the human race history in the universe. 52 Primal Chaos Tablets, they became the treasures of humanity. Who? Rong Jun asked. Don't tell me it's connected to the huge axe dojo? Luo Feng thought and asked. Right. Wuka nodded, saying softly, this huge axe tablet is left behind by the founder of one of the 5 great Leviathans, the huge axe dojo. It holds within unbelievable power. The moment one completely comprehends it, that's simply heavenly. You'd become the pinnacle of pinnacle existence within the entire universe. The founder of the huge axe dojo? Luo Feng and Rong Jun exchanged glances. My God! One of the 5 great Leviathans of humanity. If one actually wanted to put a ranking to these 5 Leviathans, it was actually pretty simple from one thing, the entire universe humans, 1008 universe countries, every 10,000 years they hold 2 genius battles, one was organized by the Virtual Universe Company and another by the Huge Axe Dojo. The most exceptional geniuses were picked by these two. The Universe First Bank, the Universe Galaxy Bank and Universe Mercenary Alliance, however, never do such things. So who's stronger in the five? The Virtual Universe Company and the Huge Axe Dojo naturally stand above the rest. And as the founder of the Huge Axe Dojo, his status was much higher than any of the 1008 universe country leaders. Hence I chose the Huge Axe tablet. Wooka was satisfied. Also amongst the sector lords and Undying, this tablet is also the most popular. Ha ha. Rong Jun laughed. Luo Feng twitched his lips. Of course, the rest of the other tablets are also not ordinary in any way, otherwise they'd never gain the right to be erected beside the Huge Axe tablet. Wooka consoled Luo Feng. Luo Feng, study the 9 universe tablet properly, you still have a bright future. As he said, Wooka held his stomach and laughed. You punk. Luo Feng shook his head. In the tower of the residence. Luo Feng and that group of over 100 youths sat within, gazing into the distance. It was too huge. The entire primal chaos was extremely huge. As for the distant areas outside the city, they were a complete blur and hard to see clearly. The main thing was, a large amount of primal chaotic energy was flowing within the primal universe, causing people to be unable to see too far. So comfortable. This primal universe is so much more comfortable than the actual universe. The group of youths were discussing. Luo Feng could feel it too. Ever since they entered the primal universe, his entire body was incomparably comfortable, from internally to external, from mental to his body, they were all comfortable. This is the reason for the primal universe. In the distance, a middle-aged man in a loose purple golden long robe walked over. You are the winners from this time's genius competition organized by the Virtual Universe Company? Luo Feng and the rest of the 139 turned and nodded. The reason why you feel so comfortable is because of this. The middle-aged man pointed beside to the primal chaos energy flow floating. This is what we call primal chaos energy. It has different properties from the elemental universe energies in the actual universe. It's also different from those mixed universe energies. This primal chaos energy has the peculiar energy to nurture and evolve many types of things. Surrounded by this energy, naturally you'll feel comfortable. The middle-aged man smiled. Luo Feng and the rest realized. However, this type of energy is only present in the primal universe. The middle-aged man in the purple golden long robe shook his head. Even if you try and bring this energy back to the actual universe, it will only dissipate into other forms of energy. When Luo Feng and the group of youths were chatting with this powerful warrior, suddenly, rumble, in the distant land and skies, powerful ripples were happening. The sounds shook both the land and skies. Ways. An angry roar resounded throughout the skies of the entire primal chaos city. A fearsome lightning energy immediately pierced through tens of millions of li, causing the strong warriors on the balconies of the buildings to all open their eyes and look into the distance. Luo Feng and the group who were suppressed by that powerful energy had all gone pale, looking shocked from the tower. In the distance, a tall and sturdy bull giant dressed in ancient copper armor was almost like a god of the land and skies, wielding a huge axe that was almost his size and waving it and slashing towards another great being that was currently a beam of lightning fleeing. That lightning energy they all felt was from this absolute being fleeing. Silence. Luo Feng and the rest of them were all shocked and pressured by the energies of these two absolute beings. They actually dare to battle in Primal Chaos City? The purple golden long-robed middle-aged man looked in the distance, saying shocked, "Ways, how can this bull man be so stupid?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 11, Primal Chaos City Leader. Volume 11, Chapter 11, Primal Chaos City Leader. Ways, you just entered Primal Chaos City for a few days and you actually dare to make a move on Labwa? Isn't making a move in Primal Chaos City looking for death? Engulfed in the blurry chaos energy within the city, it was impossible to see the end of the city. On the balconies of the many buildings, the warriors of the universe all opened their eyes wide and stared at the distant two people. The one being chased was completely engulfed in lightning. He purposely let his lightning pierce through the entire skies. Roar! The tall and sturdy wild bull giant, with his bright red eyes, raged as he waved the terrifying huge axe. His opponents simultaneously fled as he too waved his lightning pike. The space around them crumbled, chaos energy rippled throughout. In the tower of the owner's residence, Luo Feng and the group of individuals had all gone pale. They were simply like ants, while the two in the distance were like giant ancient gods. These two, Luo Feng held his breath, looking at the distant space crumble, his eyes open wide. They are too strong. Undyings are actually that terrifying. Most of the Undyings he had met were mostly in the virtual universe. Even the ones he met in reality were controlling their auras. This was the first time he was witnessing an Undying actually raging, and this rage, with just a wave, was enough to crumble space within the universe. Just his strength alone can break space? Luo Feng looked up, the surge of lightning snakes in the air, the lightning pierced through 10 million li. With a flip of their hands they could easily destroy a planet. These were Undying. Luo Feng finally understood. Rumble. Within the entire primal chaos city resounded a rage-filled roar. Suddenly the land and skies completely went dark. Luo Feng was shocked to realize that the initial occasional splits and crumbles in space had sealed by itself. The flowing origin law energies, and even the chaos energies, these all completely went silent and stopped moving altogether. In the distance, the two absolute warriors went silent too. Rumble, above them, large amounts of chaos energy had formed a giant hand, almost like a mountain-sized hand. This chaos energy hand violently smacked down, like the heavens smashing down altogether. Shie! Shie! The two Undyings had a look of shock and fear in their eyes. Wei's and Leibua, these two had pretty high reputations even within the 1008 universe countries as powerful Undyings. Nevertheless, they were immediately reduced to powder, almost like smashing tofu. The powerful warriors within Primal Chaos City all stared wide-eyed. Both of them became nothing but powder, even their souls turned to dust. Shi-Chi. Shi-Chi, dot. In the distant space, the dust began to swiftly gather again, forming two human shapes. One was the bull giant and the other the skinny man engulfed in lightning, their faces both pale. The skinny man shouted out, "City leader, it's him who wants to kill me. It's Wei's who wants to kill me. I'm innocent. I only hate I wasn't able to kill you." The bull man's eyes were red, staring hard at the skinny man, roaring softly. Stupid. The skinny man laughed coldly and glanced at him. Ah! The bull man roared with rage. It couldn't be helped. Just a thought from the city leader and 100,000 li of chaos energy formed a hand, causing these two Undyings to barely survive through it, with no ability to fight back at all. That level of attack control, it was terrifying. The third law enforcement team will kick both Wei's and Leibua out of the primal universe. Wei's will be locked in the 9th Starfield jail, Leibua in the 2nd Starfield jail. A low voice, infused with traces of metal or something similar, resounded throughout the entire primal universe. Yes. A resounding reply echoed through the airs of the city. 5 blood-colored lights flew over, against the law enforcement team. The two Undyings that had already suffered a heavy blow from before had no resistance at all and not even a trace of resentment. They obediently followed the team and left in an entirely blood-red universe ship. Within that blood-red universe ship, Wei's, you are considered lucky. This time you didn't kill anyone. If you had killed someone, you'd be dead without a doubt. You wouldn't be simply locked up in the 9th Starfield jail. Dressed in a blood-red armor, carrying a peculiar round blade, the law enforcement Undying shook his head. Poof. The bullman raged softly, his expression struggling as he stared at the distant skinny man. I only hate that I didn't kill Leibua. Leibua. So what if you hide within Primal Chaos City? I will still come to kill you. Stupid, even after you came in you were unable to kill me? This time I'm entering the second jail while you're the ninth Starfield jail, huh? I'll watch how you die. Leibois laughed maniacally. Die? How can I die before I kill you? The bull giant seemed to want to swallow his opponent. You've been injured this badly, you won't be able to recover within the next 100 years, and you can still rave on so crazily. Silence. The law enforcement's 5 undyings roared simultaneously. The bull giant and the skinny man finally stopped bickering with each other. Everything happened in an instant and the group of youths in the tower were all stunned. Most of the primal chaos city's tens of thousands of warriors too were calm. Only very few who were close or had spoken to Leibois and Weiss began discussing, many continued their training. After all, the time within primal chaos city was simply too valuable. For undyings to enter, just one slot was incredibly shocking. They even became dust, but they still survived. I dare to guarantee, both their souls were dead beyond dead. What do you know? Those 2 undyings have already reached the immortal body level. Their every cell has been infused with their mental memories, even if their souls are destroyed and reduced to ashes, as long as one cell remains, they can swiftly absorb energy in their body bits and regain their form. Immortal body? I heard that even amongst the undying, very few actually make it to this level. Those 2 undyings don't even mean anything. That city leader that made that move, now that was a truly terrifying being. He didn't even show himself, with just a thought, the entire universe space stopped its movement, even the space splits and origin law engravings all stopped. The group of geniuses were discussing rampantly. Luo Feng and the group were both shocked and excited over what had happened, especially that move by the city leader. It was simply overwhelming. Their bloods rushed with adrenaline. This was because they could all see that the city leader didn't even reveal himself, and he actually controlled the entire space within the city. Just how big of a deal was this? All of the universe laws, all of Primal Chaos City stopping its movement. Within an instant all beings were forced to freeze. Just what level was this? Simply unbelievable. To be Primal Chaos City's leader, his position must be much higher than all the universe country leaders. Even in the entire universe, he must be an absolute being. With just a thought he can control the entire universe space and freeze its movement. Luo Feng was completely stunned, the leader of Primal Chaos City. He felt like he was the master of the universe. Right, master. Damn, I've followed your teacher for over 60 million years. I've never seen such a powerful and brutal being. In his mind Babata's high voice resounded, that's sick, I've seen a universe country leader make a move. I thought that was terrifying as within an instant he controlled the space and destroyed or injured countless within a starfield. However, it still pales in comparison to that Primal Chaos City leader's attack. This leader must definitely be a pinnacle being. I even feel like this primal universe is his. Luo Feng nodded. Right. There was indeed that feeling of the city being the leaders, and the leader was the universe itself. Primal universe, there's just this one Primal Chaos City. It's a lot more ancient than many universe countries. The leader of this city is the true pinnacle being of the vast universe. Luo Feng completely held his breath. He had the confidence of becoming an undying, even the power to head towards becoming a universe country leader. No matter what happened, at least he was able to see and touch this dream of his. A universe country leader, opening a new universe country, not falling for 1 trillion years. That was already a heavenly goal. In the history of the entire humanity in the universe, it took trillions of years for a universe country leader to appear. Hence, one could only imagine its difficulty. As for the even higher Primal Chaos City leader, Luo Feng felt like he did when he was young looking into the skies. He was mortal, that leader was like the gods himself. For someone that small to look up, it made him wonder, is that a place a normal person can actually reach? Universe country leader, dominating for 1 trillion years, they were all unbelievable existences, and even during your teacher's lifespan, there was no news of any new universe country leaders being produced at all. Even stronger than a universe country leader? My God! Babata had completely descended into madness. The ancient primal chaos city, Luo Feng and the group of youths stood in the tower, watching the splits in spaces within the skies. Those splits had threads of origin laws interweaving between each other. Watching them gave off a feeling of the origin laws and their peculiar ripples mixing with each other. Luo Feng and the group were immersed within. They were all geniuses that had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, hence it was naturally very easy to get immersed within. If it was some normal fighter or spirit reader that hadn't stepped through the entrance, they'd only be stunned while watching this scene in front of them. They had been stimulated. Of the 100, they were all proud geniuses, all absolute geniuses within their universe countries. However, no matter how absolute a genius they were, there was a group every 5,000 years. Just how many were there in a trillion years? However, since the primal universe had humans from a long time ago, with countless vast and long time flows, how long did it take for a primal chaos city leader-like person to appear? They were all stimulated. The group of proud geniuses were all holding their breaths within. Even if they couldn't become a primal chaos city leader, they would still become universe country leaders. However, their logical side was telling them, even for the most genius of the group, Bolin, his chances of becoming a universe country leader was probably at most 1 over 10 million, much less the rest of them. Weite, Luo Feng, you 12 follow me, enter the 9 universe primal chaos tablet room. The black-robed receiver came to castle and called 12 names. Standing there with his eyes closed and immersed in his training, Luo Feng had to be awoken by his living AI Babata before he startled. After which, he followed the other 11 young geniuses who chose the 9 universe tablet, all being led by the black-robed receiver into the training room. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 12, Participation. Volume 11, Chapter 12, Participation. The city leader's residence was extremely spacious. There were many constructs within, taking up a circular area of 1,000 li. The black-robed receiver took Luo Feng and the group of 12 through a pathway that was about 60 m wide and 120 m tall. The sides of that pathway had huge bronze doors, every one of them were 160 m long and 120 m tall, and each of them had ancient words on them. Muzu, Huge Axe, Dragon Age. Before each door stood a kind-looking old man. The peculiar thing was, the old man standing before each door all looked exactly similar. There are a total of 52 doors here, each of them leading to one of the 52 primal chaos tablet rooms. The black-robed receiver smiled. Ahead is the 9 universe tablet training room entrance. Oh, we've arrived. Luo Feng looked at the huge bronze door. The bronze door that had been here for over 100 million years had 2 universe language words on it. 9 doors, at 120 tall, it made one able to help but look up to see it in its entirety. Beside the door stood an old man with a vertical eye on his forehead, similar in appearance to all the other old men. Lord Candeli. The black-robed receiver bowed. The three-eyed old man smiled and looked at Luo Feng and the group, a new group of punks from the virtual universe company? Yes. The black-robed receiver was incomparably respectful, following which he turned and looked at the group. This is Lord Candeli, the guardian of the primal chaos tablet training rooms. Before each of the 52 tablet doors, they are all clones that Lord Candeli has conjured. He has been guarding the 52 doors for over 1 million eras. He's the most respected warrior in Primal Chaos City. Hua! The group of youths were shocked as they looked at this ordinary kind-looking three-eyed old man. They were surprised to find out that it was actually one person guarding all 52 doors. As one of the 3 treasures of Primal Chaos City, the importance of these 52 tablets were inconceivable. Allowing one person to conjure 52 clones to watch over them, just how strong was this person? and he had been guarding them for over 1,000,000 eras. As for the master of the Yun-Mo planet Hu Yenbo, he had only been living for over 6,000 eras. Lord Canley. Luo Feng and the group bowed respectfully. He, they are really young, looking at you is akin to looking to the future hope of humanity. Candelli smiled and nodded. Wait a moment, the group inside are coming out momentarily. Yes. Luo Feng and the group obediently complied. Incredible. Primal Chaos City is indeed the sacred training land of humanity. The strong are like clouds, powerful beyond reason. In an instant we met a guardian that has been watching over the rooms for over 1,000,000 eras, an old monster. Babata shouted shocked, your teacher was stronger than you and he had lived longer too. However, the amount of strong warriors he's met pales in comparison to you. The difference in the circles you travel in really depicts the people you meet. The master of the Yun-Mo planet was after all a lone warrior. Him meeting even one universe country leader was a rare occurrence. Even though Luo Feng was weak, however, he had entered the core of the virtual universe company. Hence, getting the opportunity to interact with the pinnacle of the human race and other unbelievable beings was not a surprise at all. Lord Candelli, Lord Candelli. A shout resounded. Schwa! With a gold band on his head and boots on his feet, an ape youth emitting a strong aura suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bronze door. He immediately bowed respectfully at Lord Candelli, and looking at Luo Feng's group, he smiled from his eyes. Lord Candelli, looks like my timing was just right. I'll be able to enter with them to participate. If I was a bit slower, I'd have to wait another 7 days. Ah, you've broken through? Candelli smiled as he looked at the ape youth. Right, I've successfully passed the 6th level, thereby getting another 7 days to view and study the tablet. The ape youth said. Candelli closed his eyes for a couple of seconds and opened after, nodding, you've indeed received another 7 days to study the tablet. Addition? In the group beside, Luo Feng thought, when you first enter Primal Chaos City, one can receive 7 days to study the tablet. And from the looks of it, it seems like fulfilling a condition, or passing some test, one can get another chance. How does one actually receive another chance to study the tablet? Luo Feng and the group still didn't know. However, they believed they would learn about it soon. After all, they were going to stay in Primal Chaos City for 30 years. They quietly waited. After about 5 to 6 minutes, rumble, the entire bronze door opened gradually. The chaos energy leaked out from within, making it impossible to see clearly within. Come out. Candelli looked inside and roared softly. His voice resounded continuously within the training room. Very quickly, human silhouettes began to emerge from the chaos energy flow, and many seemed to be covering their ears with their hands. There was one tall and sturdy youth with 6 eyes on his forehead. He seemed reluctant as he turned back to take one last look, however he still left in the end. You 13, you can enter now. Candelli looked at the group before them. After 7 days, the door will open and you will exit immediately, understood? Understood. The group nodded. Okay. Candelli nodded, go in. The group immediately entered one after another, filled with anticipation and nervousness. The training room was extremely huge and the chaos energy revolved within. Luo Feng carefully surveyed the area, looking at the chaos energy revolve about a huge stone tablet. That's the 9 universe tablet? Luo Feng felt both anticipation as well as nervousness. The other 11 youths too were similar, only that ape youth was very familiar with the insides of the training room as he began his study immediately. Drawing close to the primal chaos tablet, only then could one see it clearly. This was a 100 m tall, 100 m wide primal chaos tablet. On it were 9 pictures and at the sides of the tablet were universe language words, 9 universe. Every picture was similar to the pictures on the walls they had seen before. However, the feeling it gave off was obviously different. From the earlier viewing of the pictures of the 9 universe before, they already knew how it looked. The first picture was that of a drizzle of rain. However, on careful examination, one would realize there were only 9 drops of rain. The second picture was that of continuous rain. On careful examination, there was a total of 36 raindrops. The third picture was that of a downpour. Large amounts of rain gathered together, there were a total of 108 raindrops. The fourth was that of a star diagram. One planet had 4 moons surrounding it. The fifth was that of a galaxy, with 12 planets within, everyone with different amounts of moons. The sixth was Galaxia, with countless planets forming a vast galaxia. Even when Luo Feng was viewing the picture before, he had asked Babata to count them, but he too was unable to determine the number of planets, as there were many areas that were distant and faint. They seemed to be filled with planets, yet it was impossible to count the exact number. The seventh picture seemed like a peculiar beast. The eighth was also similarly to the peculiar beast. The ninth picture was one with countless peculiar beasts, it was impossible to count them. If one said that with these set of 1 to 6 pictures, Luo Feng could still faintly understand a little and feel the faint origin law paths within the 9 universe tablet, then the final set of pictures 7 to 9, they were extremely abstract. Luo Feng simply felt they were some weird beasts. How could they possibly hold anything with regards to the origin laws? They were simply too abstract. However, the 52 primal chaos tablets were still the treasures of the humanity of the universe. By comprehending any one of the tablets, becoming a universe country leader would be simple. As such, countless absolute warriors had regarded the set of pictures 7 to 9 held unbelievable profound mysteries within. It's simply Luo Feng's power was too weak. Hence, he couldn't even feel a hint of its meaning. Luo Feng had seen the entire 9 universe tablet in the picture before, however now when faced with the actual thing, especially when seeing the first drizzle picture, his consciousness immediately got immersed within. Those 9 raindrops began to morph into limitless images within his mind. One had to know that Luo Feng had 3 bodies, and as all 3 bodies had consciousness conduits, like the one of an earth human was within the consciousness of the soul. The golden horned beast's conduit was the internal core within. The Masha clan's was within the life crystal. And as the 3 were one, their consciousness was linked. Hence whatever Luo Feng saw, naturally the other 2 would see within his internal space. Roar, within the golden horned beast's eyes, the 9 raindrops became extremely sharp claws, a powerful waving tail, even like golden horns shooting out. The Masha clan clone, who was in the form of a black-clothed Luo Feng, wielding a shield and a blade, the internal life core slightly revolved, melding perfectly with the space origin laws. He felt that the 9 drops formed blade work which was infused with space laws. As the Masha clan was favored by space itself, the Masha clan automatically began to unleash its blade work. And the human being standing right before the 9 universe tablet, looking at the 9 drops, he could faintly see 9 different concepts, almost as though it became 9 golden blades that continuously formed and rippled over and over like strong waves. They were all good at different things, hence the things they saw were different. Yet all these different paths led to one destination. To be able to be called one of the treasures of Primal Chaos City, a treasure of the entire humanity, the 9 universe tablet was indeed a mysterious and incredibly profound. The energy and origin laws emanating from it would automatically suck the viewer in to subconsciously study it. As it was incredibly valuable, one would get the chance to study it when one first enters Primal Chaos City. However, one would have to rely on his own comprehension after to perceive the profoundness of these tablets. Resources were limited. A true strong warrior, only he would receive 1, 2, maybe even 3 more times, to study them again. Every time lasting 7 days. The 13 people within the training room were completely immersed, unable to even comprehend the amount of time that passed. Rumble, the huge bronze door rumbled open, the 13 still immersed within weren't even awoken from that. Come out! A voice resounded within, immediately piercing into all their minds. Come out! Come out! Come out! Come out! The voice repeatedly resounded within their minds, getting louder as it continued, causing all of them to be startled and awoken. That continuous roar within his mind caused Luo Feng to grab his head unconsciously. So, the 13 quickly rushed outside. During the time they passed through the entrance, only then did the repeated roars vanish, and they regained comfort. Has it ended? When Luo Feng walked through the entrance, he turned back reluctantly to give it one last look. However, with the chaos energy revolving within, one couldn't see the tablet clearly. Only now did Luo Feng understand why the previous group was reluctant as they left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 13, Heavenly Bridge. Volume 11, Chapter 13, Heavenly Bridge. In front of the training room, the ape youth bowed respectfully at the guardian Candeli and later became a beam of light and left. You 12 wait for a moment. The guardian Candeli smiled. Luo Feng looked curiously at the old man. The other geniuses were also curious as Candeli smiled. This is the first time for you all entering the training room. Let me give you some advice. First, go look for the place where you will stay for the next 30 years. Then enter the virtual universe and request to enter the Heavenly Bridge. Enter the Heavenly Bridge? Luo Feng and the rest were curious. Once you enter the virtual universe network and enter the Heavenly Bridge, you'll understand. Candeli smiled indifferently. You can leave now. The guardian didn't wish to speak anymore. Luo Feng and his group could only leave. Leaving the residence, Luo Feng separated from the 12 and began looking for his quarters. The amount of area Primal Chaos City had was vast. Except for several special constructs, the rest of the buildings were identical, and most of the doors were white, meaning there wasn't anybody living in there. Where should I choose to live for the next 30 years? Luo Feng pondered. I'll choose the center of the city, the quieter buildings. The city leader's residence was the center of the entire city. Surrounding this residence were many buildings, which were mostly empty. Luo Feng very quickly found a more deserted living quarters. Standing before the door, he placed his hand on it. The door made several noises and simultaneously started to turn gray, from white to gray, until it finally stopped. Welcome, Master. An electronic voice resounded. Luo Feng entered the living quarters. The first level was an extremely huge living room. Within it the facilities were incredibly luxurious and advanced. The electronic voice continued, I am a service AI. During your time of stay, I will service you. Whatever you need, for example food, drinks etc., please feel free to order. Luo Feng followed the stairs upwards and became a beam of light, immediately reaching the balcony on the 3rd floor. On that balcony there were several casual markings left behind by warriors that had trained there before. However, they were random and unruly, even though he could faintly feel some of their special energies. However, after seeing one of the 52 Primal Chaos tablet, he didn't have much interest in such random messy scribbles. His time in the primal universe was extremely valuable. He couldn't waste any of it on such low efficiency methods. From today on, I'll truly begin my training days within Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. In the distance he could see warriors training hard on their balconies. Many of them had almost similar appearances. Their hairs had grown extra long, almost as though they hadn't moved in many years. I'll first enter the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain, Absolute Beginning Region, Villa 1136. Luo Feng appeared within his villa. Your Majesty. A group of staff and waiters bowed. Luo Feng nodded and asked simultaneously, request to enter Heavenly Bridge. Understood. On his shoulder, the fist-sized virtual helper Babata immediately connected to the Virtual Universe main system and requested. Very quickly, a sound rang in Luo Feng's mind, identity confirmed. Luo Feng, you've gained eternal access to enter the Heavenly Bridge. We hope you work hard and reach the end of the Heavenly Bridge. Beginning transfer. Schwa. Luo Feng immediately vanished from the villa. Virtual universe, within a special space. This was an endless ocean, the waves flowed one after another. And above the ocean there was one single beautiful island. Beside it were 52 ports, and every port had an endless bridge extending out of it, all the way till the end of the horizon, almost as though it was connecting into the distant horizon. These 52 bridges completely covered the entire air above the ocean. Above the ocean, there was even a slight mist, making one unable to see clearly above the ocean. With the mist engulfing everything, it made the bridges look mystical and dreamy. Luo Feng suddenly appeared in a plaza in the center of the island. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you've come too. There were already 9 other youths there. Luo Feng looked. These 9 were those that had studied the 9 universe tablet together with him. Do you all know just what this place is? Luo Feng asked curiously. You can ask the Lord Watchman. The 9 pointed not too far away. There stood in the plaza a man dressed in a black star robe. He had 4 ears, no nose, his entire being seemed friendly as he smiled and walked over. How are you, Luo Feng? I am the Heavenly Bridge's Watchman Bevan. However, I prefer others to call me Watchman. How do you do, Lord Watchman? Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Let me introduce you. The Watchman Bevan nodded. This Heavenly Bridge is built specifically for the 52 primal chaos tablets. Over the trillions of years, our universe humanity has had many people studying the 52 primal chaos tablets. Hence within Primal Chaos City, they naturally formed 52 sections. The Watchman Bevan exclaimed, for example, you all studied the 9 Universe tablet, naturally you will belong to the 9 Universe sect and will be one of their members. However, while you've all studied the same tablet, your comprehension levels will be different, and only the strong ones will receive another chance to study the tablet from Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Another chance to study? After just one study of the 9 Universe tablet, he had already understood his direction and training for quite a while. This level of improvement and growth was very addictive. If he could study the tablet once again, how perfect would that be? How does one prove his strength that doesn't rely on words? The Watchman Bevan smiled. Hence we built this heavenly bridge within the virtual universe. By passing each level and reaching further, would mean one's strength is growing. On this island there are 52 bridges, each for the 52 tablets. You studied the 9 Universe tablet, hence you will venture into the 9 Universe Heavenly Bridge. This 9 Universe bridge is incredibly long, each level gets harder, there are a total of 27 levels. If one can pass the first level, he'd receive another chance to study the tablet. Every time one passes a level, he'd receive another chance. The Watchman Bevan smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Ah! Luo Feng realized. Right. The ape youth they had met at the entrance of the training room before, he had said, I've successfully passed the 6th level, I get another 7 days to study. Obviously one would get another chance after passing one level. However, the Heavenly Bridge is extremely hard to pass. The Watchman Bevan exclaimed, for young people such as yourselves, normally you wouldn't even be able to pass the first level. Luo Feng was shocked. The 9 Universe Heavenly Bridge has a total of 27 levels. The further you make, it represents your understanding of the 9 Universe tablet is getting deeper and stronger. If you fully comprehend the entire tablet, you'd be able to make it past all 27 levels, however, that's simply too difficult. Even the Undyings normally only make it to level 10. The Watchman Bevan sighed, if you can make it to the 18th level, you'd be an Undying that's almost invincible. Making it to level 21, one can become a universe country leader. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Making it to level 21, one can become a universe country leader. Becoming a universe country leader was incredibly difficult, then one could only imagine how hard it was to make it to level 21. Even becoming undying was incredibly difficult, hence making it to level 10 of the tower was already impressive. As for the highest level 27, only those that fully comprehended the entire 9-universe primal chaos tablet could accomplish it. That was too far away. Work hard. The watchman Bevan smiled. This is the path to the pinnacle. There've been many who've walked down the 52 paths in humanity. The moment you pass the 18th level, you'd also receive the right to become an eternal member of Primal Chaos City. You don't need any slots in the name lists or anything else. Ah? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Eternal member of Primal Chaos City. However, passing 18 levels was simply too difficult. Those that entered before have failed. The watchman Bevan looked at Luo Feng and the group. Next one, go past the heavenly bridge. I'll go. The 9 that arrived there, one after another, they became beams of lights that flew towards the 9-universe heavenly bridge. After 2 minutes, the watchman said, another failure, next one. Another failure, next. Failure, next. All have failed, there's only you Luo Feng left. At this time, the number of new people trying to pass the bridge was a total of 12, 2 of which had tried before Luo Feng arrived, and the 11 before him had all failed, leaving only Luo Feng left. This made him feel extreme pressure. Obviously, passing the bridge is extremely hard. These were all geniuses, and there were 3 from the absolute beginning region, yet none of them had even passed the first level. Luo Feng, work hard. The watchman Bevan smiled at him. From this batch, including the close to 900 who've tried before, up to 90% have tried passing the bridge. So many, except for Bolin, no one else has passed the first level. What? Luo Feng was shocked. There were many that had entered the training rooms earlier. Luo Feng had to spend his first day in the tower, hence he and this batch of youth geniuses could only now go through the trials. This was completely normal. Bolin is very strong. He continuously passed both the first and second levels, receiving 2 extra chances to study. The watchman Bevan exclaimed. As for the rest, even the other Primal Region member Long Yun couldn't even pass the first level. None of them did. Stress. Luo Feng felt tremendous pressure. From his batch of geniuses, Bolin, Long Yun, Jiao Laishi, they had all tried passing the bridge, based on the time they entered the training room. During the time Luo Feng entered his, those that had chosen the huge axe tablet, Rongjun and the Manka youth Wuka had yet to enter theirs. Hence, the only remaining geniuses from the absolute beginning that had yet to go through the bridge were Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wuka. Go on. The watchman Bevan looked with anticipation at Luo Feng. So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and immediately headed towards the extremely long heavenly bridge. From afar he could see that the bridge he headed to had the stone tablet with the words 9 Universe on it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 14, True Yen Emperor. Volume 11, Chapter 14, True Yen Emperor. The heavenly bridge extended way beyond the horizon, with a white mist engulfing it, and the ocean below choppy with waves. The moment Luo Feng entered the 9-universe bridge, within his mind Babata's voice resounded. Luo Feng, we just received a mail. It's from the Virtual Universe Company. What does it say? Luo Feng asked. It's the points reward system. Babata said. Points? Luo Feng stood on the bridge, excited within. There were many incredibly valuable items within the Virtual Universe Company, like the level 5 spirit weapons and swords were only worth about 10 points, even the life fruits one could exchange for. This level of wealthy exchange was enough to make others speechless. However, one had to have sufficient points to exchange for them. Even with a crazy amount of wealth, within the Virtual Universe Company, they only recognized the point system. Point system exchange. There are many ways to gain more points. Right now in Primal Chaos City, you have one way to gain more points, that's to pass the heavenly bridge. Babata said, there's a total of 27 levels in the 9-universe bridge. Passing the first level, you'll get 100 points. Passing the second, you'll get 200. Passing the third, you'll get 400 points. They compound as you go further, 800, 1600, 3200. Luo Feng calculated quickly, if one were to pass over 10 levels, 20 levels, the points would be absurd. However, simply passing the 21st level, one would be able to become a universe country leader. This showed how hard obtaining the points truly was. Luo Feng, the male, even says that since you are a new person to Primal Chaos City, to the youth geniuses, the Virtual Universe Company has a special reward system. As long as one passes the levels in their first 30 years of their initial stay, they will get 10-fold of their rewards, meaning, in these 30 years, if you pass the first level, your reward is 1,000 points, the second level being 2,000, and so on and so forth. This 10 times reward is only for first-timers and new people to Primal Chaos City. In the future, when you re-enter the city, there'll be no such good thing. Luo Feng nodded. Originally, the first couple of levels were 100 points and 200. Right now they were 1,000 and 2,000 instead. This was a special reward for the youths. However, as they were youths, many had simply just begun comprehension of the origin laws. As the watchman Bevan had said earlier, of the 1,000 geniuses that entered in this batch, close to 900 had tried, and other than Bolin, no one had even passed the first level. Wishing to get points? Difficult. I'll give it a shot. Luo Feng looked to the heavenly bridge that extended forever. He finally squinted his eyes and became a beam of light flying forward. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng and that 12 were considered the later ones to go through the test. Others like Bolin and Jialaishi, Aichin, etc., many had already tested earlier on, and they swiftly understood more about Primal Chaos City already. If one wants to become an eternal member of Primal Chaos City, there should be several methods. However, the most impressive would be passing the 18th level on the Heavenly Bridge. Anyone who passes the 18th level on the bridge, that would be an invincible being even amongst the undying, and they'd earn the right to open their own subsect within Primal Chaos City. Jiang Yamo exclaimed. 52 sects, there are indeed many subsections. Xian Shui nodded. To be able to open a subsect is very impressive. Jiang Yamo said, within their own sect, they have extremely high achievements. However, to be able to enter these subsects to listen to the strong warriors give lessons, one still has to at least pass the third level. These were the sacred training grounds of the entire humanity. There were 52 great sects, and within each there were many strong warriors with their subsections. And to be able to gain the recognition of the city leader, to have the right to create one's own subsect and be a leader, one has to at least pass the 18th level. These subsect leaders purely gave lessons. The disciples would go listen. One had to pass the third level to gain the right to go listen to the classes. If one couldn't even pass the third level, he didn't have the right to go listen at all. 52 Primal Chaos tablets, with different levels of profoundness. Jiang Yamo exclaimed, of the 52 bridges, some only have 21 levels, some have 24 and some have 27, while the highest being 32. These 52 Primal Chaos tablets, of which only the huge Axe Tablet Heavenly Bridge has 32 levels. The levels of the bridge was a definite reflection of the profoundness of the Primal Chaos tablet. That was because for all the bridges, passing level 21 would mean that person could become a universe country leader. Being more profound doesn't mean it's better. Qian Shui shook her head. To produce a universe country leader is extremely difficult. Even though these 52 tablets have different levels of profoundness, however, out of trillions of geniuses hardly anyone ever reaches level 21. If one can't even pass level 21, then the huge Axe tablet's later levels, what point is there? Right. Jiang Yamo nodded. Within the 52 Primal Chaos tablets, the 9 Universe tablet was considered one of the more profound tablets, ranking in the top 5. Of course, before becoming a universe country leader, discussing which tablet was more profound had no meaning at all. Just like the 9 universe's 9 pictures, especially the last 3 pictures, Luo Feng couldn't feel anything from them whatsoever. They were simply absurd. He couldn't even feel a trace of their origin laws. Primal Chaos City, within a certain 9-level pagoda. Primal Chaos City was made up of most identical buildings and training quarters, however several special constructs represented special areas and status. On the 7th level of the 9-level pagoda, a lady dressed in a black cotton dress was sitting cross-legged. The bottom half of her body was a huge snake tail. The snake tail coiled around and allowed her to sit cross-legged. Her expression was unclear and hard to discern, only her eyes were bright and resplendent, almost like the stars, like an entire galaxy was within, extremely enticing. "You've come." A hoarse voice resounded from the snake-tailed lady. "Ha ha, dot." A tall and sturdy man, dressed in golden armor, with golden fur on his face, a strong-looking ape-man appeared within the pagoda, laughing loudly. "Wu and I, you are also another sub-sect leader within the 9-universe sect. No matter what, you should open your doors and teach some lessons, give some pointers to the later generations." The snake-tailed lady said hoarsely, "True Yen Emperor, right now within the 9-universe sect, amongst the many sub-sect leaders, you are the strongest. With you teaching the classes, I have no need to do it at all." "Huh," the strong ape-man laughed loudly, "we've both trained for 1,000,000,000 years, burying our heads in simply training is already useless. Occasional inspiration may have some effect. From what I see, don't keep locking yourself within this 9-universe pagoda. When we first built the 9-universe tower, we said we were going to comprehend all 9 pictures. That tall and mighty Black Mist Emperor, how has she become so low profile?" Amongst the Undying, they had different statuses. Normal Undyings could become generals and lead an army. The strong, however, are named emperors, like True Yen Emperor or Black Mist Emperor. They were considered absolute beings amongst the Undying, opening their own subsects and teaching the later generations. 9-universe pagoda, its reputation within the city itself was huge, because back then when the Black Mist Emperor built the 9-universe tower, she said she would enter whichever level with regards to which picture she was studying. Obviously right now she had begun studying the 9-universe tablet's 7th picture, hence she stayed within the 7th level of the pagoda. "Let's go, from my virtual universe company's newest batch of geniuses, there are 12 that chose the 9-universe tablet, let's see if there are any good seedlings. No matter what, I am still the virtual universe company's True Yen Emperor." The ape-man laughed. "You are from the virtual universe company, I'm from the Huge Axe Dojo, why should I go with you?" The snake-tailed lady muttered. "You really aren't giving me any face?" The ape-man stared. Even though these two had different levels of power, their relationship went deep. Both of them had opened their own subsect in Primal Chaos City. They both studied the 9-universe tablet together back then, discussing their own comprehension of the origin laws, and this had been going on for 18 eras, while becoming one of the legends within Primal Chaos City. Their many discussions had led to the two breaking through the levels time and again. "Let's go." The snake-tailed lady shot a glance at the ape-man. "Ha ha." The ape-man laughed. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge. Two people appeared in mid-air above the island, the ape-man and the snake-tailed lady. The willpower and energy pressure that naturally seeped out from the both of them alone made others feel as though they were facing an entire endless space before them. True Yen Emperor, Black Mist Emperor. The watchman Bevan was extremely respectful. "How are the results of the test in the 9-universe sect?" The ape-man looked at the watchman. The watchman Bevan replied respectfully, "There's a total of 12 for the 9-universe tablet this time, of which 11 have already ended their trial. Right now the last one is going on, and is probably the one with the most hope of these 12, he's called Luo Feng." "The one with the most hope?" The ape-man's golden fur ruffled a little. The 11 before have all failed, none have been able to pass the first level." The watchman Bevan said. "Failure is not the matter." The ape-man smiled. "Some are defeated immediately, some struggle for a while before losing, and some almost won." This also represents their differences in strength. Send me the footage of the previous 11, in a while. Also send me the footage of Luo Feng's battle. Yes. The watchman Bevan immediately picked out the 11 videos. As the watchman, Bevan usually had many matters to attend to, things like the footage of the people attempting the heavenly bridge and others. Who? 11 scenes appeared before the ape-man True Yen Emperor. He watched with interest as the battles simultaneously played. True Yen Emperor rubbed his chin and stroked his golden beard, his mouth twitching. At the time, Luo Feng had reached the end of the first level of the 9-universe bridge. Choose your opponent. You can choose a fighter, spirit reader controller, spirit reader hypnotist, pick anyone. If you win against your opponent, you'll pass the first level. Ahead of Luo Feng was a huge cloud mist. From it the voice boomed. According to the information Luo Feng had acquired, he had to defeat his opponent before the mist would dissipate and he would be able to enter the second level. I choose controller. Luo Feng exclaimed. Who? From the mist flew out a black liquid. This black liquid began to condense and gather in mid-air, forming a mysterious human silhouette with a black mask. This mysterious man stood on a dark cloud shuttle, carrying a dark golden long rod, the Nanshan armament. Behind the black mask his cold eyes stared at Luo Feng, and he shouted, "Let the battle begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 15, The First Level. Volume 11, Chapter 15, The First Level. Defeat him, and you'll be able to proceed to the second level. That cloud mist resounded. How is he so similar to me, using the dark cloud shuttle and the Nanshan armament? Luo Feng squinted. With a thought, 6 square-shaped absolute void shields along with the blood shadow blade's golden shadow blade, simultaneously a dark golden long rod behind him immediately shot out a total of 54 beams of light. Every 9 beams swiftly combined and formed very real golden blades that were 1/3 of a meter long. The Nanshan armament's second level, sky-piercing formation. The main form was to create one true blade, however Luo Feng immediately produced 6 of them. One of the reasons was because he had broken through from the star level 9 to the universe level 1, and more importantly, over his 3 years travel through the universe, his strength had increased shockingly. Kill! The mysterious man roared. The dark cloud shuttle rushed over and he swiftly formed 3 real golden blades behind him too. The 2 of them were both controllers. Both rushed towards each other swiftly, one controlling 6 golden blades while the other 3. Over these 3 years, I haven't relaxed at all. Compared to the genius battle, I'm much stronger than before. I will let you test my powers. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with endless fighting spirit. 6 golden blades immediately seemed extremely well organized, working about each other and immediately piercing forward. Dang! 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 In mid-air, the 6 blades engaged in a frenzied battle against the mysterious person's 3 blades. What's going on? Luo Feng was shocked within. Before coming to Primal Chaos City, he was already able to unleash 6 blades. Controlling these 6 blades had become comfortable and best for himself as he was used to it. Even after studying the Primal Chaos tablet for 7 days, with huge improvements, he still chose to use only 6 blades as this was his most optimum attack formation. He actually blocked it. I don't believe this. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. 6 golden blades, almost like 6 excellent soldiers working together, attacking and pulling back together, very perfect, attacking time and again, trying time and again to break through the 3 golden blades to kill the enemy. However, fail. 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 Failure over and over. That mysterious person's 3 blades were controlled in a very special way, almost as though the 3 weren't separate at all, but was one perfect body. The 3 blades gave off a feeling of endless waves rushing towards the enemy. like an enormous mountain that reached the skies, immovable. How is this possible? Luo Feng was shocked within. I'm using 6 blades, he only has 3, how can I not have any advantage? Hard work. He tried time and again with different methods to control the 6 blades with perfect precision, however the opponent stayed floating in mid-air, easily blocking with the 3 blades. Stupid, you don't even know something so simple. The mysterious man's eyes through the black mask had a sense of ridicule, and you think you can pass the first level, go and die. Shio. The 3 blades the masked man was controlling suddenly changed formation. They suddenly drew closer to each other, giving off a 3-become-1 feeling, like a huge blade that was insatiable and powerful. Luo Feng was shocked within as he controlled his 6 blades to block it. Rumble, with a huge clash, his 6 blades were completely knocked away. How, in the distant air, Luo Feng was taken aback. Ha, stupid. 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 The mysterious man roared. Against the 3 rainbows that pierced over, Luo Feng roared fiercely, rise. Rumble. 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 3 more golden blades rose from behind Luo Feng, the 6 that were knocked away rose back up too. Luo Feng's body glowed in a glaring golden light. It rippled throughout in all directions, and later swiftly condensed itself around the 9 blades. The 9 blades seemed to form a large formation. With golden threads weaving in and through, the golden energy flowed throughout with the blades within, with Luo Feng as the center of a 300 m round space. Immediately a glaring golden energy world was formed, with countless amounts of energy flowing within that ball of space. It may have seemed slow. In truth, the moment the 9 blades rose, they swiftly formed the ball of space. Nanshan Armament's 3rd level, Heavenly Blade Formation. Also known as the Blade Domain. There were a total of 9 levels in the Nanshan Armament, of which the 2nd level, the Sky-Piercing Formation, was the fusion of 9 golden illusionary blades to form 1 true blade. The 3rd level, however, required simultaneously producing 9 true blades. That's equivalent to 81 golden little blades forming them in total. It was extremely difficult, hundreds of times more so than the 2nd level. Luo Feng was able to successfully unleash this. With his huge improvement over the past 3 years, and his spirit energy reaching universe level 1. Chi. The 3 beams of golden rainbows seemed to get lost within that round space, weakened by the countless blade energy, their speed slowing by quite a bit. I admit you are very strong. However, against absolute strength, you will still lose. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and rushed swiftly towards the distant mysterious man. Sword Domain, with Luo Feng as the center. Luo Feng rushed, the entire domain swiftly followed him. Break! The mysterious man swiftly dodged and let out a roar. Chi! The 3 blades he controlled immediately closed in together. Countless golden threads weaved through, surrounding these blades and forming a golden huge blade. The dreamy golden huge blade swiftly knocked away the countless blade energy obstructing it and with its dreamy rainbow light, pierced towards Luo Feng. What move is this? Luo Feng was shocked. He trained with the Nanshan Armament, studied it, yet he didn't know this move. Heavenly Blade! Luo Feng roared. Chi! The 9 blades that formed the sword domain immediately became one body, and with his spirit reading control, immediately one of the blades was like a hunting leopard, bringing with it the power of the sword domain and immediately pierced towards the golden huge blade. The entire domain with the countless blade energy seemed to have received orders to empower the blade, following it from behind. A golden blade empowered with the sword domain. A huge golden blade formed by the 3 blades. They clashed. Rumble. The golden blade immediately got knocked back. That golden huge blade was like a large ship smashing its way forward, immediately knocking away his blade and reaching before him. Without any time to dodge, Luo Feng wielded his blade to form a shield. Rumble. Luo Feng used his shield trying to deflect some of the force away, yet he only felt as though a majestic mountain had crashed into him, causing his entire body to tremor with fresh blood spewing out of his mouth. No wonder even the heavenly blade couldn't stop it, this power is too unbelievable. Following which his consciousness was lost. When he awoke, he had returned to the virtual universe's Yuxiang Mountain, within the absolute beginning region, his own villa. Your Majesty. The waiters and guards bowed. Luo Feng nodded. Your Majesty went to try the heavenly bridge, how did it go? The villa head, also the leader of the guards, Sector Lord Ao Duo Liku asked. Failure. Luo Feng shook his head. The heavenly bridge is very hard to pass, failure during the first time is very normal, Your Majesty needn't fret too much about it. Ao Duo Liku said. Luo Feng seemed very calm on the surface, he returned to his study. Within the study. I lost. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, our batch of 1,000, about 900 have been tested, except for Bolin passing the 2 levels, no one else has made it. Failure, I'm no exception, however the first opponent I met, similarly uses the Nanshan armament, using only 3 golden blades, he actually broke my heavenly blade formation. Foundation. Luo Feng, I've always said the foundation is very important. You are able to unleash 9 golden blades to form the heavenly blade formation, he only used 3 blades yet he can win. This is the importance of foundation. On his shoulder, the fist-sized Babata shouted. It's not the same, he uses the Nanshan armament in a totally different way. Luo Feng recalled the battle before, be it controlling 6 blades, or 9, no matter, they seem to be single units, like 6 or 9 soldiers working together. The way he controlled it, however, he was actually able to amplify their powers, like one true body. Especially that last move, the 3 blades fused together to form one huge golden blade. Nanshan Armament 3rd level Heavenly Blade Formation. The Nanshan Armament's 4th level great work with little labor. This 4th level, in truth, was a great formation of the huge blade becoming one body, with absolute power to crush the enemy. I feel that his move was similar to the 4th level. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, however it's still different from the 4th level, the 4th level is much more complex and stronger than his, and he was merely fusing 3 blades, however their fusion power was absurd. This is the trial of the 9 Universe Tablet. The first picture of the 9 Universe Tablet flashed across Luo Feng's mind, the raindrop picture, there were a total of 9 drops. After 7 days of study, he didn't have a lot of comprehension from it. At this time he recalled the battle scene, thinking of the raindrop picture, he seemed to recall a part of the picture of which 3 drops seemed to fuse together. Don't tell me. Luo Feng's eyes glowed brighter. The 7 days of study in his mind began to fuse with his 3 years of study and experience of the Nanshan armament, the ideas clashed and ignited a huge spark of inspiration within, ideas and thoughts began to form continuously. Excited. Anticipation. I understand. Luo Feng couldn't help but shout out. I shouldn't blindly follow the blueprints. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud, the Nanshan armament was built as a weapon by a strong warrior. Blindly following its most basic ways of usage is too rigid, and too stupid. No wonder he called me stupid, it was indeed very stupid. The raindrop picture, that's the true way to unleash the strongest power from the Nanshan armament. 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet. It held within it the true pathway. Even the usage of any weapon, among everything else, can be comprehended through this huge pathway, eventually finding the most correct path. Even though he failed this time, however, the benefit and thoughts that stirred from it was even better than success. Let's begin. Luo Feng couldn't wait any longer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 16, Universe Country Leader. Volume 11, Chapter 16, Universe Country Leader. Virtual Universe Training Grounds, the most optimum simulation place. As the virtual universe allowed one to customize the most optimized simulation, it being 100% similar to reality was not a surprise at all. Hence, compared to actually training in reality, in terms of experience, comprehension, effect, etc., they were completely the same. Just like how the cost of using the slaughterhouse was extremely high, countless warriors still go there, and as a core member and having his own training ground, Luo Feng was in no rush to look around in Primal Chaos City's skies for the origin law energies, but immerse himself in comprehending the sparks of inspiration he had about the 9 Universe tablet from before. Your Majesty, His Majesty Wukka is here for a visit. The bald sector Lord Ao Duo Lika shouted. Wukka? Luo Feng left the training grounds, becoming a blur and piercing through 10 kilometers of distance, immediately arriving at the entrance of the villa. Luo Feng, something big has happened. This silver-clothed black-haired youth rushed over. What's up? Luo Feng smiled and asked. It's Rong Jun. The Manka prince was flushed red with excitement, saying, You probably don't know, yesterday we went to the Heavenly Bridge to test, our batch of 30 were all under the huge axe bridge. However, including me, everyone else failed the first level, only Rong Jun passed. Our batch of 1,000, only Bolin and Rong Jun passed, Bolin passed 2 levels and Rong Jun passed 1, everybody else failed even the first level. What? Luo Feng was shocked. Rong Jun succeeded? In the genius battle before, he and Rong Jun were pretty close in levels. And during these 3 years of travel, his 3 great bodies had been training at a shocking rate. Even though it was not evident on the surface, Luo Feng had concluded, he was enough to be ranked second. However, the outcome of the Heavenly Bridge was still like that. And also, just earlier, Wukka continued, the leader of the Yuanchen Universe country, accepted Rong Jun as his disciple within Primal Chaos City. Universe country leader? Luo Feng was stunned. Universe country leader, dominating a vast universe country, even within the vast universe, they were considered among the governing level, under them were large amounts of undyings. How can that be? Luo Feng couldn't believe it, even Bolin didn't attract any universe country leaders to come accept him as a disciple. Right, I couldn't believe it either. Wukka shook his head, at the universe country leader level, there's absolutely no need to accept a disciple. They are already absolute beings that haven't fallen for over 1 trillion years, beings that oversee a universe country. Even Bolin, his chances of becoming a universe country leader are extremely slim. Hence, geniuses aren't worth the universe country leaders taking in as disciples. However, the Yuanchen universe country leader really took Rong Jun in. The news I got is definitely accurate. Right now the 1008 universe countries' upper echelons are all receiving the news. This, Luo Feng couldn't help but lose his composure. Did the heavens drop some treats for him? Death God Bolin, an absolute genius that everyone else from that batch naturally had to respect. Even he didn't attract a universe country leader to personally accept him as a disciple. However, Rong Jun got a country leader as a teacher. This still isn't the most shocking thing. Wukka spoke in a hushed voice, I got this news from my father. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It wasn't simply one universe country leader that wanted to take Rong Jun as a disciple, it was 2. Wukka's eyes gleamed, however, you should know that behind the 1008 universe countries lie the 5 great Leviathans. Among these 2 universe country leaders, one was from the Virtual Universe Company while the other from the huge Axe Dojo. As Rong Jun is a member of the Virtual Universe Company, he finally became a disciple of Yuanchen Universe country leader. What? 2 universe country leaders competed for him? Luo Feng was speechless. No matter, Rong Jun is currently stronger than us. Wukka gripped his fist tight, anyway I won't admit defeat so easily. My father once said, these 30 years in Primal Chaos City is our beginning 30 years, and the cornerstone of our future endeavors. The training in Primal Chaos City has just started, it's still hard to say who will come out on top. Luo Feng nodded. Not just Rong Jun, but Bolin was the #1 target Luo Feng wanted to overcome. "How's your study of the 9-universe tablet?" Wuka asked curiously. "Still okay," Luo Feng said. "I suggest you go to the empty training balconies around to take a look. There are many casual markings left behind by the earlier generations." Wuka smiled. "With our movement speed, spending 10 days to half a month is enough to do a full sweep to find a marking that fits us. After all, primal chaos tablets are too profound, and other markings left behind may spark some inspiration. With these ideas sparking and helping each other, it will become easy to understand." "That's what my father said." Luo Feng looked shocked at Wuka. His first attempt on the Heavenly Bridge alone had given him much inspiration, much improvement. This sort of ideas bouncing around was indeed effective. "Thanks," Luo Feng said seriously. "What thanks? There's only meaning when I compete with a strong person. The stronger the opponent, the faster my improvement." Wuka smiled. "I'm leaving. I'm going to look for some markings." Knowing that Rong Jun was accepted as a disciple of a universe country leader, I'm currently burning with battle spirit. Following which he vanished. Luo Feng nodded. He couldn't look down on anyone. To be able to rank in the top 10 of 1008 universe country geniuses, no one should be overlooked. He had the Masha clan, the golden horned beast. Could others have other special hidden trump cards behind? I've digested most of my 7 days of study. The first raindrop picture of the 9-universe, if I want to study it even deeper, a few days isn't going to do it. I too have to go look at some markings. Luo Feng's consciousness immediately left the virtual universe and back to Primal Chaos City, following which he began a large search through the Primal Chaos City grounds. Virtual Universe, Lightning Island. Lightning Island was the gathering spot of the Undyings within the virtual universe, the gathering spot of the true elites. On the incredibly vast island, with clouds engulfing it, there were lightning snakes slithering about the corners of the island. If one said that the Yuxiang Mountain was larger than ordinary planets, then Lightning Island was more than 1,000,000 Yuxiang mountains. This batch of 1,000 geniuses, after going through the Heavenly Bridge, how are the results? Sitting high in a throne, the green-armored purple-scaled man's voice resounded down, booming across the incredibly huge shrine. "Sir Knight." Below stood what seemed like an iron tower giant. An ape-man with golden fur. His golden fur was incredibly glaring, his entire being like a galaxy, glowing and glaring. He respectfully reported, "This batch of 1,000 geniuses, 998 have all failed their first attempt. Bolin successfully passed 2 levels and Rongyung passed 1. And watching the footage of their battles, the absolute beginning members seem to have good performances, like Luo Feng, Chang Shui, Wuka were all not bad. Compared to the genius battles, their improvements are huge." The green-armored purple-scaled man nodded. "Only that Rong Jun gave me a shock, everyone else is still normal. Send the footage of Rong Jun's Heavenly Bridge battle to me," the green-armored purple-scaled man ordered. "Yes, Sir Knight." The ape-man respectfully sent over the footage. Following which a screen floated within the shrine, on it the footage plate of which savage Rong Jun was like a wild war god, brutal and fierce. That huge blade swung with perfection, every slash was incredibly fierce, finally killing the opponent using the same blade. The green-armored purple-scaled man watched calmly till it ended, slightly creasing his eyebrows. "You can leave." "Yes." The ape-man left respectfully. There was silence within the shrine. The green-armored purple-scaled man watched the screen, muttering, "It's weird, this Rong Jun's battle talents are indeed shocking. Even though his comprehension level isn't too strong, however he's able to unleash such terrifying strength. At such a young age creating his own technique, he is a very powerful genius. However, it still isn't enough for Yuan Shan or Gu Luan, these 2 universe country leaders to compete to accept him as their disciple. Yuan Shan, Gu Luan, these 2 have lived for a long time, much more ancient than I." The green-armored man creased his eyebrows, "And they reached the night level earlier than I did. Maybe they discovered something I haven't from the footage." As an absolute being similar to the Yuan Shan and Gu Luan country leaders. Nine-Blade Knight was very clear the geniuses had no attractiveness to the universe country leaders. What was the point of nurturing a genius? Unless it was nurturing a universe country leader, otherwise it didn't have much benefit to themselves. Even Bolin didn't make anyone fight to accept him. Rong Jun, however, had 2 country leaders compete to accept him. There must be a secret. Yuan Shen, Guluan, these 2 old punks are the country leaders that have lived the longest. They must have discovered something. Nine-Blade Knight watched the footage. With his level of being, he had already seen the footage in all its details incredibly clearly. Whatever could be discovered would have been discovered already. Why? What's the secret? Nine-Blade Knight pondered a while. He could only think deep within. Primal Chaos City, 7th level of the 9-level pagoda. Dressed in golden armor, the ape-man True Yen Emperor was discussing with the snake-tail lady about the Yuanshan Universe country leader coming to Primal Chaos City and accepting Rong Jun as his disciple. Rong Jun, his battle talents are extremely high. The snake-tail lady said hoarsely, his origin law comprehension might be lower, but he's able to explode with terrifying strength. Very exceptional. Among this batch of 1,000 geniuses from the Virtual Universe Company, except for Bolin, the next is him. You can't just say that. True Yen Emperor said, of the 12 punks that chose the 9 Universe tablet, there's one that isn't beneath Rong Jun, maybe even a stronger genius. You are speaking of Luo Feng? The snake-tail lady nodded. True, that punk is only Universe level 1 and he's able to unleash the Heavenly Blade formation. However, he doesn't know how to adapt, stuck on the basic formations of the Nanshan armament. However, his origin law comprehension is very solid. With such instruction, his battle strength will rise greatly. In terms of origin law comprehension, Bolin is first and Luo Feng is indeed number 2. The ape-man True Yen Emperor rubbed his chin, muttering, this Luo Feng is definitely a good seedling in our 9 Universe sect. I shall give him some hints. What are you doing? The snake-tail lady was shocked. What? That Rong Jun even has a universe country leader as a teacher. I'm just throwing some hints out. The ape-man shook his head. Right now in Primal Chaos City, within the 9 Universe sect, I'm considered number 1. Those universe country leaders don't even look up to Luo Feng and Bolin. My standards aren't that high, I still respect them. When that Luo Feng passes the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge, he'll earn the right to listen to our classes, and after 100 seconds of thousands of years, we may have an absolute undying within our sect. Ha ha. The snake-tail lady shook her head and closed her eyes. Looking at the situation, the ape-man didn't disturb her any further, immediately vanishing from the tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 17, Floating Blood. Volume 11, Chapter 17, Floating Blood. Within Primal Chaos City, the energies revolved about. Dressed in the armor formed by the Cloud Contact Vine, Luo Feng was standing on a training balcony, looking at the other distant balconies. These past 8 days, he had been searching all over the city. There were many empty buildings all about the city that had markings left behind by the countless warriors before on the balconies. It wasn't just Luo Feng who was searching, the Manka Prince Wuka, Long Yun who had entered the Primal region, and similarly others from the Absolute Beginning region Xian Shui, Rong Jun etc., they were all looking for markings. This group of geniuses were very clear. These 30 years in Primal Chaos City was their time to lock in their foundations, and the fastest way to improve wasn't to simply bury their heads in training. Using a dull axe requires greater work. Picking the appropriate route was very important. They didn't need to begin by looking straight at the origin laws movement. Hence, they were all looking for the markings left behind by their earlier generations of warriors. 112 of the markings, I have some interest in. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Which do I choose? The 9 pictures of the 9 Universe tablet was profound and deep. And the markings left behind by others were like detailed studies. They were able to let him further understand and study the tablet with greater efficiency. Luo Feng. A clear voice resounded. Luo Feng turned over. A long curly green-haired elegant girl with mysterious green markings on her skin descended onto the balcony. Smiling gently, she said, Luo Feng, have you found a marking suitable for you? Not yet, I discovered 112 that are not bad, but I don't know which to choose. Luo Feng shook his head. Xian Shui, have you found anything? Xian Shui, the genius pair of siblings from the Ao Gusi planet, both were similarly absolute beginning members. I'm pondering too. With teacher's guidance, I currently have 3 to choose from. Xian Shui smiled. I won't chat more with you. After my teacher saw your heavenly bridge battle, he said among our batch, your comprehension of the origin laws is comparable to Bolin, stronger than even Rong Jun's comprehension. Ah? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. All the best, having a lead now doesn't represent you leading in the future as well. These 30 years will be the greatest change. Xian Shui immediately flew up. I'm leaving. A green image was seen flying through the distant skies, vanishing within the chaos energy flow. Luo Feng frowned. Your batch of 1,000 geniuses, many have pretty decent backgrounds, with strong people guiding them from behind. Babata said, it's a pity, I cannot help you. No problem. Luo Feng smiled, not minding at all. Suddenly, Babata shouted shocked, Luo Feng, you've received a letter, it's from the Virtual Universe Company internal department. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked, sending out a part of his consciousness into the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe Network, Absolute Beginning Region, Luo Feng's villa. In the study, Luo Feng sat in front of his laptop and opened the mail. Luo Feng. I've seen your footage on the Heavenly Bridge. It's not bad, only your usage of the Nanshan armament is too rigid. The weapon is dead, we are living. How to use the Nanshan armament naturally has many much wider ranges of usage to unleash its full potential. You are currently studying the 9 Universe tablet. I suggest you buy a battle technique Floating Blood. It only requires 800 points. After buying this technique, head to Training Balcony 029-002-8981 and take a look. There are markings there left behind by the creator of the Floating Blood. Amongst those within the 9 Universe sect, this should be the most suitable for you, especially for the first 3 pictures of the 9 Universe tablet. Work hard, I'm expecting great things from you. True Yen. A simple letter, however, since it's from the Virtual Universe Company's internal department, it was anything but ordinary. As he himself was a core member within the company, most people didn't even know their own network ID. Finding another's ID and being able to send a letter via the internal department, this person was obviously a high-ranking person within the Virtual Universe Company. True Yen? Luo Feng sat in the study. Before, when he searched, he was only able to see several filtered normal news, other secret files, like the Bug Clan or Automaton Race etc., important information, these were all classified to him. However, now his position was high, his privileges were much higher too. Understood. Babata said excitedly. The screen on the laptop immediately swiftly changed and large amounts of information appeared. These are all regarding True Yen. Babata shouted. Ah? Luo Feng stared at the screen. There were many news articles and details. He couldn't help but get shocked. The True Yen technique was founded by the True Yen Emperor. Its purchase price within the Virtual Universe Company was actually priced at 800,000 points. My God, teacher's soul imprint, Babata, you estimated it to only be worth about 10,000 points. This True Yen technique is actually that expensive? True Yen Emperor? Babata was shocked. This True Yen is actually an emperor? What about it? Luo Feng asked curiously. Luo Feng. Babata was extremely agitated. You don't know. Among all undyings, in terms of power and position, they have huge differences. Normal undyings can become generals and command a huge army of universe-level warriors. Several extremely powerful undyings, however, can get the title official from the virtual universe company of the Huge Axe Dojo. Undyings with the title official are considered absolute beings amongst the undying, like your teacher. He could barely get the title with his power, and the pinnacle of undyings, even stronger and more invincible, they get the tile emperors. That's terrifying, and looking at this true Yen Emperor's technique actually reaching 800,000 points, my god, he's definitely one of the undyings amongst countless in the universe, closest to the universe country leader. That level of absolute being, this level of being, they are extremely powerful. Babata said excited. Ah! Luo Feng realized within. General, official, emperor. These three titles had a definitely reflection of their strength. Babata, back then the enemy that killed my teacher, how strong was he? Luo Feng asked. The excited Babata was stunned for a while, his red eyes dimmed a little, before saying, back then the enemy that killed your teacher was very strong. Your teacher barely had the strength of an official. The enemy was probably the pinnacle of official, almost reaching the level of emperor. Luo Feng was shocked. His teacher, that level of being, was barely an official. His opponent was almost an emperor. No wonder his teacher lost so badly then. That level of warrior, in your Ganwu universe country, he can rank amongst the top 3. Babata said solemnly. Luo Feng was shocked. The Ganwu universe country has over 10,000 undyings. In 1008 universe countries, the number that received the title emperor are extremely few. All the absolute warriors normally don't stay within one universe country. Those able to receive this title are mostly underlings under the 5 great leviathans or special lone wolves. Babata said softly, every one of them are extremely strong, beings closest to becoming universe country leaders. One technique manual alone is able to sell for 800,000 points. This true Yen Emperor, even amongst the emperors, must be at the top. Babata said, I saw a manual of a technique created by a universe country leader before in the treasure trove. It only sold for 1 million points. A technique made by a universe country leader sold for 1 million points. The technique created by the true Yen Emperor sold for 800,000 points. It was clear that the true Yen Emperor was terrifying. Luo Feng laughed. Babata, you even said before, about who has big backgrounds etc. Luo Feng, I don't have any background or big person behind me, yet I'm able to attract others to give me pointers. Within, Luo Feng felt extremely grateful to that mysterious absolute warrior true Yen Emperor. This letter for the true Yen Emperor was but a casual thought. To Luo Feng, however, it was a huge push in the right direction in solidifying his basics. Have you found floating blood? Luo Feng asked. Found it. On the screen, floating blood appeared with its information. Compared to the vague introductions of true Yen Emperor before, the information on floating blood was a lot more detailed. Obviously the information on true Yen Emperor was extremely secretive. Luo Feng's level of access only allowed him to find the most basic of information. Floating blood, creator Lian Luo, is a basic technique in the 9 universe sect, namely explaining the March 1st pictures, and it requires 800 points to exchange. Lian Luo was number 1 in an earlier genius competition. When chosen to enter the primal region, he chose the 9 universe primal chaos tablet. After over tens of thousands of years of training, he created the basic technique that was named one of the best floating blood. After becoming undying, he was immediately given the title Blood Cloth Official. He fell in a particular universe secret area expedition. Luo Feng continued to read in detail. The information had more on Lian Luo's life. He was the number 1 in the genius competition, an absolute genius. The moment he became undying, he was immediately given the title official. It was a pity he lived less than 100,000 years and he died way too early. It's a pity. Luo Feng shook his head. If he hadn't died too early, his future would have been limitless. Babata exclaimed and shook his head too. Floating blood was a basic technique, made for those under undying to study, hence it wasn't priced high. However, just because it was low in price didn't mean it was lousy. Luo Feng required a basic level technique, and this floating blood was recommended by True Yen Emperor. It was obviously not lousy at all. 800 points, I only lack 800 points. Luo Feng forced a smile. I regret spending my 10,000 points at one go too easily, it's all gone. Who told you to spend so quickly? Babata muttered. Wasn't it you who instigated it? Luo Feng shot a glare at Babata on his shoulder. Forget it, I'll first head over to 029-002-8981 balcony to take a look, looking at the marking left behind by the genius Lian Luo from 1,000,000,000 years ago. Looking at Lian Luo's history, Luo Feng could only sigh at this genius from 1,000,000,000 years ago. He died too early. Not even living past 100,000 years, amongst the undying it was definitely considered a very short life. Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng immediately became a beam of light and swiftly flew within Primal Chaos City, looking for the training building balcony that Lian Luo had used back then. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 18, Shocking. Volume 11, Chapter 18, Shocking. Luo Feng had gone to look for that training balcony from a long time ago. Within the virtual universe, Yuxiang Mountain's absolute beginning region, Rongjun's training grounds within his villa. Teacher. Carrying the earth-splitting blade, the savage youth Rongjun bowed respectfully. Ahead of him stood a tall and majestic man in simple training clothes. Looking at this man was like looking at a black hole within space, giving off a natural form of awe and respect. His gaze seemed to pierce through space itself. He was the universe country leader of Yuanshan, an undying from who knows how long ago, older by tens of thousands of times than even planets and stars, an ancient eternal being. Yuanshan country leader nodded. I'll now demonstrate to you the first form of the huge axe Primal Chaos Tablet. Rongjun's eyes gleamed. The country leader waved his hand, a huge axe appeared in his hand, simultaneously the space around the training grounds warped, changing into a universe space scene. Look closely. The Yuanshan country leader's eyes were deep and profound, almost like they contained within them the universe space itself. He raised the huge axe in his hands, immediately his entire being seemed like it became a huge axe itself. Just the willpower and energy emitting from the huge axe alone was enough to cause the space around to tremor and seem to almost split open. Who? He waved the axe. The country leader coldly waved the huge axe. Immediately the space around seemed to gather and condense like paper, and tearing apart after. Even the stars ahead were completely split apart, after which the entire space tremored and the space dissipated, returning to the original state. Rongjun's eyes stared wide, in his mind recalling the scene over and over again. Raising the axe, condensing his energy to its maximum. Waving the axe, the space gathered and later tore apart like paper. The huge axe tablet is the most profound of the 52. Yuanshan country leader said coldly, when you've comprehended this first form, and eventually make it past the 4th level of the heavenly bridge, I will then demonstrate the second form for you. Yes, teacher. Rongjun said respectfully. The country leader nodded and his lips curled, almost like a smile. Following which he vanished. So it's that way, it's like this. After his teacher left, Rongjun's eyes gleamed. This first form is unleashed this way. Actually, as the country leader was demonstrating, he purposely slowed down his actions, releasing his energy to teach and let Rongjun feel it thoroughly, allowing him to witness and comprehend to the highest of his ability. Adoptive father. Just watch this barbarian reach the peak. Rongjun muttered softly, following which he began to study the first form. As the first form of the huge axe tablet, it was indeed profound and mysterious. If he could completely comprehend this first form, he would be able to easily defeat that absolute genius Bolin. After all, Bolin only managed to finish the 2nd level. Outside Primal Chaos City. So this is the Primal Chaos City's 3rd treasure. Carrying a blood blade, the white-robed youth Bolin stood outside the entrance of primal chaos, looking at the huge stone tablet with the words introducing the third treasure. His cold eyes gleamed with excitement. "Teacher, you told me to look for you once I reach the undying level. I will get to the undying level with the greatest speed. I definitely will." Bolin. Out of tens of millions of years of genius battles, he was able to be number one throughout. Even though he had heard that some universe country leader had accepted Rongjun as his disciple, he never thought of anyone else as an opponent. There was no opponent within, hence he was invincible. His opponent was himself. Faster, faster, faster. Reach the undying level faster, become an absolute being amongst the undying, become an official Emperor. Bolin muttered, as he had high confidence and aspirations. His improvement and comprehension of the space origin laws constantly rose greatly. His comprehension was extremely strong. Naturally, his comprehension of the other elements linked within space were strong as well. Actually, he was completely able to study gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as these five were all very compatible with space. However, he chose wind. As wind, thunder, light, these were more compatible with time. His ambition was great, even more terrifying than the Time Sector Lord. However, in terms of talent, he was far more talented than the Time Sector Lord Luo. He had the capability. Rongjun had the Yuanshen Universe country leader as his teacher. His own battle abilities and talent were also extremely strong. Bolin had never once thought of him as an opponent. His opponent was himself. The other geniuses, like the hypnotist Jia Laishi, Wuka, Aichen, Jiang Mo, Long Yun, etc., they all had their own backgrounds and strengths. To be able to make it to this level, no one would admit defeat easily. They were all still aiming to make it into the absolute beginning region, the primal region. Like Long Yun, a primal region genius, now that he's been pushed aside by Rongjun, how could he take it? The chaos energy revolved within. Luo Feng walked along the alleys, looking at the training place ahead. On this wall there was a line of words, 9 Universe Sect. Any wall with such words of the sect on them represented that the area belonged to that sect and was a public area, not for private use. After all, other than the 52 primal chaos tablets, there were many other markings within the city that were exceptional, hence these all became public training areas. Anyone could come view them. Of the 112 Luo Feng had picked before, 103 of them were public training areas. Floating Blood's founder Lian Luo, he stayed here during his time. The 112 I chose before didn't include this place. Luo Feng sighed within. There was no way around it. Primal Chaos City was too huge, the training spaces were too huge. Just 8 short days of searching around, there was no way to search in full detail every marking in each space. He could only make quick decisions. Entering the training area. Quickly following up the stairs up to the balcony with a width and length of 100 m had messy random scribbles all over. Simultaneously there were several special words all over. This was the training space of the genius Lian Luo? Luo Feng frowned curiously. True Yen Emperor was talking about this? Shwa! Luo Feng jumped down from the balcony, landing at the entrance. He looked at the number and it was indeed 029002891. The number is right, it's this one. Luo Feng jumped and returned to the balcony. The markings on this balcony, Luo Feng carefully examined it. All the buildings of Primal Chaos City used almost the same kind of stone. This stone in the primal universe, they didn't decay even after trillions of years. It was mysterious. Even after trillions of years, the markings were still extremely clear. Blade meanings? Luo Feng looked at the messy scribbles all over. Squatting down, he carefully examined the bodies of them. The seemingly casual markings indeed had many similarities in the 9 Universe tablet. They do have a similar feeling compared to the 9 Universe tablet. However, they are just bits and pieces, not forming a whole picture. What's the use? But True Yen Emperor told me to come here. Luo Feng swept his gaze over the area, suddenly spotting several special peculiar words at the side. Babata, translate for me, what's the meaning? Luo Feng thought within. No problem. Babata swiftly translated. The screen on his shoulder immediately filled with some words. I, Lian Luo, while comprehending the 9-universe tablet, have experienced over 3,000 years of study. Finally, I've created the Floating Blood Secret Manual. Once the floating blood is completed, the March 1st pictures no longer hold any mystery for me. Everything became incredibly clear to me. These March 1st pictures are mostly comprehending the foundation of the 9-universe primal chaos tablet. My basics are incredibly solid, even if others can compare. Even if they are studying the 4th picture, their comprehension of the space origin law may not even match up to mine. The 4th, 5th, and 6th pictures and how to train them, I've already got full confidence. I'll definitely become an undying, gaining the title Emperor, but a few lines of words, a total of 108 words. However, after translating to Mandarin, the word count had several differences. So confident? Luo Feng was shocked. These words were infused with exciting and strong confidence. Even after a trillion years of difference, Luo Feng could almost see the distant ancient, an absolute genius. After completing the floating blood, he was absolutely confident about his future, leaving behind such words. Indeed, his improvement was indeed shockingly fast. After becoming an undying, he was immediately given the title official. Until the point he fell, his lifespan hadn't even reached 100,000 years. If he lived just a bit longer, becoming an emperor was really no problem. Luo Feng nodded within. His improvement speed was no lousier than Bolin's. Standing on the balcony, Luo Feng thought for a while. Luo Feng! Babata shouted. This Lian Luo was speaking right. The March 1st pictures are the foundation of the 9-universe tablet. This floating blood was worshipped as the best basic technique by true Yin Emperor. For him to be able to create this technique, obviously his comprehension of the first 3 pictures had already reached the pinnacle level. The stronger one's basics are, the stronger he'll become later. Just like how when you attempted the first level on the Heavenly Bridge, your opponent only used 3 golden blades, yet he's still stronger than you using 9 blades and unleashing the Heavenly Blade formation. Luo Feng had known about the importance of the basics from early on. To be able to build a tall skyscraper, the foundation was the beginning. The stronger it was, the higher it would be able to go. The basics of Lian Luo obviously had reached the pinnacle level of his basics. Luo Feng thought hard as he looked at those lines. Quietly looking. What are you looking at? Are you listening? Babata shouted, unsatisfied. Don't make noise. Luo Feng's expression was serious, his eyes gleamed, staring at the 108 peculiar words that he didn't understand at all. True Yin Emperor asked me to come here, it should have been to look at these 108 words. Ah? Babata was shocked. I didn't notice before, however after looking for a while, I can feel it. Luo Feng stared hard at the words, these 108 words, every word has a different feeling behind them. However, the 108 words together form a complete picture. Anyone who doesn't pay close attention to each word wouldn't discover the different feeling and energy behind each words. The 3 pictures of the 9-universe tablet flashed past Luo Feng's mind. The 3rd picture was the downpour picture. There were a total of 108 drops. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. Luo Feng's gaze was filled with a hard-to-suppress gleam of excitement. He actually put all of the feelings within the downpour picture, all expressed through these 108 words. Even though he still couldn't see it clearly, however on careful examination he discovered it. Compared to the raindrop picture, this was more complex. Each word was like a blade slash began to form within. The information before had explained that the floating blood was a technique to use a blade. Right, every word here is a blade form, 108 blade forms, completely explaining the basics of the 9-universe tablet. Luo Feng finally understood just how terrifying the genius Lian Luo back then was. He didn't have time to be surprised. Luo Feng was already completely immersed within the 108 words, comparing his mental thoughts of the 9-universe tablet before with this. He worked hard to find the 108 blade forms within. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 19, The Third Treasure of Primal Chaos City. Volume 11, Chapter 19, The Third Treasure of Primal Chaos City. There are a total of 9 pictures in the 9 Universe tablet. The first raindrop picture has 9 drops, every 2 drops have different meanings behind them. As Luo Feng was immersed in the 108 words, he constantly compared his mental notes of the words to the tablet. These 108 words, there are 9 words that resound with the raindrop picture. These 9 words, just like the 9 drops, Luo Feng could feel that their meanings were seemingly identical. These 9 words had complex strokes, causing him to feel 9 blade forms. Profound. As Luo Feng studied the 9 words more, he felt it get more and more profound. Every blade form was a texture of the universe space itself. Every blade form seemed to explain a certain essence of the universe space itself. Even though its surface meaning resounded between the 9 words and the 9-drop picture, deducing and comprehending had a huge difference. Even people who didn't understand English, looking at 2 similar letters in different words, one could still discern them. However, to actually learn the entire language was tens of thousands of times harder than simply identifying letters. Luo Feng was like this currently. As Luo Feng stood on this balcony, immersed in these words, within that wrist space, Babata was bored inside. Madness, what space origin laws are there within? Even the teacher before, when he became an undying, he didn't study the essence of universe space that deeply. This Lian Luo is indeed a number 1 of the genius battle from a trillion years ago. Geniuses indeed, they do things at another level. Comprehending the space law, it needn't be that complex. Just like how many people on Earth learn the computer, they learn how to use the program word, they only learn the usage methods, simply using was enough. However, Lian Luo back then actually explained the essence of the universe space, even using 108 words to express it. Just like learning the word program, this Lian Luo didn't simply learn how to use it, but explained the entire program and how it worked, explaining how the program was written. Explaining the essence. Comprehending the universe origin law was the same, though still in the midst of comprehending. Comprehending allowed the warriors to understand how to get better and to realize what was right. Hence, borrowing the feeling from these principles allowed them to unleash their attacks infused with the laws, hence the power increases drastically. However, those feelings, they were regarded as mysterious. If people questioned, they had no way to actually explain. They could only exclaim, "You can only experience, you can't pass on simply through words." Wrong. It was bullshit that it couldn't be passed by word. It wasn't that it couldn't be passed by word, only that many strong warriors and even undying hadn't fully comprehended clearly the essence. Naturally, they said it was unclear. Just like the Masha clan, it blends with space itself. Maybe their battle strength was intrepid and a blur. However, in terms of comprehending the space laws themselves, the Masha clan was similar to the Earth human body. True Yen Emperor is indeed a being close to the universe country leader, making Luo Feng come study the essence of space itself. It is indeed a very precise path. Babata was very clear, because he had witnessed the master of the Yun Mo planet Hu Yen Bo's entire training process. The initial period was fast. However, the further back he went, the harder it got. The further he went, the more he felt the space origin laws got more and more profound, harder to see it clearly. If from the beginning, he had studied the essence of the universe space laws itself, slowly studying, the start may have been slower. However, towards the end, the improvement speed would be faster and faster. Babata exclaimed softly, "No wonder, even though the boss used 1 trillion years, he barely had the strength of an official." And this Lian Luo didn't even take 100,000 years, yet the moment he became undying he was immediately given the title official. Difference. When I unleash my movement, with a move I'm able to produce over 20 images. However, as to why I'm able to produce these images, I don't fully understand. Luo Feng studied for a while, beginning to feel his mental state grow weary as he immersed himself in the study. He couldn't help but exclaim, "At least now I understand a little." Only a little. However, just understanding that little bit made him shocked. Babada, how long have I been studying? Luo Feng asked. A little more than 18 days, Babada replied. Over half a month, and I only understood a little bit of the first form? Luo Feng was shocked within. This comprehension of the origin laws, when compared to studying the essence itself, obviously had a different level of difficulty. At my current speed, how long would it take me to study the first form? It's a pity I don't have the floating blood manual. These 108 words were after all just words. The floating blood manual was the true training method left behind by Lian Luo. If he had the manual, Luo Feng was confident that the studying process would definitely be much faster. Just 800 points. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Luo Feng, just passing the first heavenly bridge, wouldn't that give you 1,000 points? I know. Luo Feng shook his head, however my current self doesn't have enough guarantee to pass the first level. These few days, at least the previous study session of the 9 Universe tablet he had almost fully digested. His understanding of the space law was deeper now, and if he unleashed the sky heavenly formation, its power would be much greater. He may win, but he didn't have full confidence. If only I can fully comprehend the first form. 9 golden blades, with this first feeling as the link, can form one complete perfect form. Its power would definitely be absurd. Luo Feng's first study, he finally began to understand what benefits that first form was going to add to him. Luo Feng looked into the distant primal chaos city. After training for so long, my mental state is weary. I'll head outside the city to take a look. Previously, the Black Rogue receiver said there were 3 treasures. This third treasure had a stone tablet outside explaining. Luo Feng knew himself that at his current state, he couldn't continue studying. Hence he headed directly to the entrance of the city. Just what was this third treasure? The first treasure was the primal universe's obvious revolving origin laws. The second was the 52 primal chaos tablets. The third, just what was it? Primal Chaos City, within an ancient mansion that was extremely huge. Go out. The ape man waved his hand. Yes, teacher. About 10 undyings below, sector lords, they all bowed respectfully and left the mansion. That Luo Feng actually didn't buy the floating blood manual? Truyan Emperor sat in the chair frowning, simultaneously part of his consciousness communicated with his AI. He's a member of the absolute beginning region, he should have been awarded 10,000 points. What? He used it all right at the beginning? From his AI, he found out that Luo Feng had used all of his 10,000 points. Truyan was speechless. He actually bought a illusionary manual? Truyan Emperor shook his head. His current strength definitely has no need to buy the illusionary manual. He should buy a more basic technique. What's suitable is the most apartment. This little punk actually used all his points straight away. That's really. Truyan Emperor frowned. How troublesome. Lian Luo, that sick genius. Back then he still took a few tens of thousands of years to explain the 108 forms. This explanation of the origin law essences is much harder than simply comprehending, especially since it tests one's intelligence, temperament, and also his level of comprehension. Unless one is an absolute genius, it's hard to study it. From the beginning, one would begin to comprehend the essence of the space origin law, and in the future, his achievements would be high. This point, from the absolute beings within the 1008 universe countries, who didn't know. However, even after knowing, this method still wasn't spread wide. Mainly because the requirements on one's temperament, intelligence, space comprehension, these were extremely and absurdly high. One first had to have a high comprehension of space. If one couldn't even feel the space laws, how could he study deeper? As for intelligence and temperament, one had to maintain his state and calmness while studying. The moment one gets fickle and impatient, one would lose a lot of the work he's done. Temperament was very important. Just thinking about it one would know. And this level of comprehending the universe space origins comprehension was even more important. Walking this path, to many strong warriors would only waste away long periods of time, that Lian Luo, number 1 in the genius battle, also required tens of thousands of years. Someone with lesser talent and intelligence, like Jiang Mo, Ai Chen, and Wuka that level, one would require millions of years. And those other normal geniuses would waste away their entire sector lord 1,000 eras and not succeed. Even though these 30 years in Primal Chaos City are very important to him. However, making him feel some loss, wasting a few years is fine. True Yen Emperor shook his head. Let him remember for the long term, understand that some valuable items and stuff shouldn't be used completely before understanding their full uses for the future. True Yen Emperor didn't think more about it. Even though he was paying attention to Luo Feng, it was mostly only due to him picking the same path and sect. Just hinting him slightly was enough. That all, he wasn't involved enough to help or do anything for him. Luo Feng currently wasn't worth in doing anything. Primal Chaos City, with walls that went on forever. The doors opened and several warriors left or entered. Luo Feng too followed the door and headed out. Where's the stone tablet? Luo Feng stood at the entrance, looking at the continuous walls that extended forever, engulfed in the chaos energy. Suddenly he spotted on the left there was an incredibly huge stone tablet. On it were scribbles of universe language words. At the top wrote the third treasure of Primal Chaos City. Primal Chaos Spirit? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The contents of the stone tablet was roughly: Primal Chaos Spirit. When a universe is in its primal state, the primal universe will naturally produce peculiar beings. These beings have peculiar appearances. They are currently called primal chaos beasts. These beasts have different levels of strength. They are all proficient in different origin laws, some more so than others. Killing the primal chaos beasts, their bodies will decay into large amounts of chaos energy and a dark green light will be produced. This dark green light is where their core lies. They don't have souls, only a life light. This light has been named as Primal Chaos Spirit. As long as one absorbs this Primal Chaos Spirit into their bodies, one's soul will naturally absorb it, and with absorption, their soul will slightly change, melding better with the universe space. Luo Feng. A voice caused Luo Feng to turn before he finished reading the entire tablet. The distant savage Rong Jun descended from mid-air, immediately landing on the ground and walking barefooted to Luo Feng, smiling. I haven't seen you around these past days. Are you getting ready to head out to hunt the primal chaos beasts? However, you have to be careful. Just from hunting these primal chaos beasts, we've already lost a few from our batch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 20, Primal Chaos Spirit. Volume 11, Chapter 20, Primal Chaos Spirit. What? Luo Feng was shocked. You said we've lost a bunch from our batch? Rong Jun shook his head. When I first found out, my reaction was similar to yours. However, after heading outside and hunting the primal chaos beasts, I didn't find it weird anymore. Also, do you remember? When we first took the universe ship and came over to the primal universe, that night also said those words. Luo Feng recalled the scene and nodded. I remember. Back then the green-armored purple-scaled man had sent the 1,000 geniuses here, saying, "You are all under me. I hope to see all of you alive in 30 years. When he had first heard it, Luo Feng had guessed there would be some dangers within Primal Chaos City. However, when he had studied within the city for a while, he felt it was very safe. The feeling was simply a sacred land for warriors to study and train. The city forbids any humans killing each other. Anyone who kills another would face certain death. Even if he just made a move and didn't kill, he would face severe punishment. And even looking at the large amounts of warriors training on the balconies, feeling the ancient energies revolving, there wasn't any sense of danger. It's very dangerous. Rong Jun emphasized, don't get careless, those beasts aren't easy to deal with. Of the 1,000 geniuses that came this time, they were all awarded by the Virtual Universe Company with gold prizes, and the lowest amount was 10 mixed elements. their points were enough to exchange for valuable things too. Who doesn't have trump cards? Luo Feng frowned and nodded. Things weren't looking good. The geniuses were all not easy to deal with, yet they had already lost a few of them. The primal chaos spirits were good things, yet they weren't easy to acquire. The most important thing is they have numbers. Even if you bring a powerful weapon, an advanced universe ship, however, if you are careless and get surrounded, you'll be killed instantly. Rong Jun emphasized, I'll warn you, be more prudent and careful. This is reality, not the virtual universe network. The moment you die, it's over. Luo Feng held his breath. Watching Rong Jun leave, Luo Feng was startled and shaken by Rong Jun's earlier words. He turned to continue reading the stone tablet. The more the soul melds with the universe, then comprehending the universe origin laws will get clearer and easier. When a sector lord becomes undying, that's when the soul itself undergoes change. And absorbing the primal chaos spirit is a slow gradual change. The scope of change is small. An undying soul is already eternal. Absorbing the chaos spirit is ineffective. These spirits only have an effect on those below the undying level. Important note 1, undyings are forbidden from making a move on the beasts. 2. The primal chaos beasts have low intelligence. They've already been separated by the strong warriors in Primal Chaos City into 3 regions. The first region is the closest to the city, about 2,000 kilometers area away from the city walls. They are all universe-level primal chaos beasts. This has been called the internal region. The second region is from the 2,000 kilometers mark to the 10,000 kilometers area. This is the middle region. There the beasts are all domain lord level. The third region is the outermost region. There the beasts are sector lord level. Primal chaos beasts, their strengths are from the universe level to the sector lord level. The moment there are any undying level beasts, Primal Chaos City will send out strong warriors to eliminate them. 3. Domain lord level warriors can only kill beasts within the middle region. They are forbidden from entering the internal region. Sector lords are only allowed to hunt in the outer region. They are forbidden from entering the internal and middle region. Finishing the details of the tablet, Luo Feng was silent. Damn! It's obviously for nurturing the later generation. Babata shouted, these primal chaos beasts have already been separated into 3 regions. With Primal Chaos City's strength, they can easily kill all the beasts immediately. However, they didn't, and bred them. And the domain lords can only hunt in the middle region, sector lords outer region. Obviously the internal region is left for you all. Luo Feng nodded. Primal Chaos City was the sacred land of humanity in the universe. Here, almost everything was arranged to train the generations of warriors, allowing humanity to evolve and strengthen. Allowing the youths to risk dangers and hunt the beasts, obviously this was for training the later generations. Staying safe would mean there would be limits in growth. Even though Primal Chaos City's 30 years was rather safe, having some sense of danger was a good thing. It was good for nurturing the young. Primal Chaos Beasts. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and a dark red armor extended and formed a helmet, covering his entire body in the cloud contact vine armor, revealing only his eyes. Let's take a look, just what it's about. Dressed in the dark red armor, Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and carried the dark golden long rod on his back. The chaos energy revolved about, making it impossible for one to see too far with the naked eye. In the vast wasteland, weeds were growing everywhere. This wasteland that had been here for who knows how long, even the nameless weeds and plants, along with the rubble, they were all made up of special properties, nurtured in the chaos energy over long periods of time. They all had the same special point. No matter how long, they would never decay. Luo Feng carefully moved forward. Sha! His ears moved, immediately lowering himself and hiding behind a stone, carefully looking ahead. In the distant weeds, a black silhouette walked out. This was a 3m tall ape-like being. His body bent, his hands landing on the ground. Except for white fur on his face, there was only one vertical brown eye and a mouth, no nose or ears. Its tail waved high and moved about. What's its strength? Luo Feng communicated to Babata mentally. No idea, there's no such primal chaos beast in the real universe, hence the energies it is emitting. I'm unable to gauge just what level of strength it's at. Babata said. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. The ape-like beast that was running in the distance, its tail high in the sky like lightning rod, suddenly stopped, violently turning to look in Luo Feng's direction. That single eye seemed enraged and filled with killing intent. Rumble. The tail violently swayed, the beast immediately became a beam of light heading towards Luo Feng, its huge palms grabbing at him. Go! Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle. As he retreated, he controlled with his thoughts. Xiao! 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 9 golden lights shot out from behind him, simultaneously 6 of them shot towards the approaching beast. Howl! The ape-like beast waved its tail again, creating an image and actually dodging 3 of the golden blades. Dang! 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 3 clashes. With a wave of its claws, it knocked away 3 of Luo Feng's golden blades. As the blades were knocked away, Heavenly Blade Formation. Luo Feng frowned. Immediately the surroundings golden energy rippled together, the 9 blades floated and formed a blade domain. Compared to the one on the heavenly bridge before, the blade domain now was obviously more organized and tighter. At least it didn't have blade energy dispersed in all directions anymore. Right now it was more condensed and controlled. With the glaring golden rainbow, one of the golden blades pierced forward, bringing with it the countless condensed blade energy in the domain behind it, piercing towards the beast. Howl! The beast let out a struggled howl and its furry tail waved as he accelerated to flee, as though he felt a terrifying force was attacking him. However, how could his running speed match up to the Nanshan armament's attack? Rumble! The beast that couldn't flee in time used both hands to clash with the blade rainbow. With a huge clash, the beast's thick arms were smashed open, golden blood spewed out, blood and bone flew in all directions, and the golden blade rainbow immediately pierced right through its head. Rumble! This ape-like beast immediately fell on the floor. Simultaneously, its golden blood and flesh etc. began to decay quickly, becoming chaos energy. A dark green light floated up from the corpse. Primal Chaos Spirit. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, using some spirit energy to wrap around and retrieve the light. Xie. When his spirit energy touched the spirit began to meld with his spirit energy. Spirit energy is mental energy, and the spirit is large amounts of this formed together. It isn't strange that spirit energy is able to absorb the primal chaos spirit. Luo Feng took the remaining spirit and absorbed it into his internal core. None of his 3 bodies were the true core. The internal core was the true center. Rumble! The surrounding energies violently tremored. Howl! Howl! Bent bodies appeared one after another, their faces with white fur and that single eye, similar to the primal chaos beast before. They jumped out from the weeds as fast as lightning. With one glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Some of their energies, some were obviously even stronger than the one earlier. Not good. Luo Feng didn't even think about fighting back. So, a silver-white pyramid automaton ship appeared in mid-air. However, the primal chaos beasts were simply too fast. Who? A dark red vine extended around Luo Feng's surface. Tens of thick vines fiercely extended towards the large group of beasts rushing over. Rumble! The tall and huge leader of the group was whipped by the vines. He spit out fresh blood but was still alive. Luo Feng rushed into the automaton ship and shut the cabin door. Rumble! Outside, the group of beasts were madly attacking the walls of the ship. However, this was an E-grade automaton ship. It wasn't something these beasts that were at most universe level 9 could deal with. I understand now how a group of geniuses, all of them having ships, with large amounts of wealth, able to acquire powerful laser weapons, Gatling guns, how they could still die. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the automaton ship, with the cloud contact vine he may have still gotten away, but it would have been difficult. Hunting the primal chaos beasts, yes, hunting. Just like hunters, quietly, killing in an instant, absorbing the spirit, and immediately distancing oneself from the scene. Luo Feng thought, when it let out its howl to attract its companions earlier, I shouldn't have fought on, but fleed immediately. In the air above Primal Chaos City, a silver-white pyramid automaton ship appeared in mid-air. following which the ship vanished and Luo Feng descended into the city from above. However, no one seemed to care about this scene at all. In the Black Dragon Mountain star field, the automaton ship was rare and extremely valuable. However, to those in Primal Chaos City, the sacred land of training for the entire humanity in the universe, the Undyings here, most of them had wealth beyond that of Huyen Bo. An automaton ship was simply too common. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 21, Time Flowing Like Water. Volume 11, Chapter 21, Time Flowing Like Water. Luo Feng landed on his own balcony. Primal Chaos Spirit, Luo Feng frowned, clearly feeling the core within. Within that core, Luo Feng's soul essence had formed a whirlpool galaxy, revolving slowly. The glaring and dreamy whirlpool had a total of 8 spiral arms. Back when he first reached the universe level 1, this whirlpool galaxy had one little black domain, a tiny black hole. And now, the golden horned beast had already reached universe level 9. Naturally, the core of his soul also reached universe level 9. The soul essence, which had reached universe level 9, the whirlpool galaxy, now had a large black hole, and each of the 8 spiral arms had their own little black hole. They all gradually swallowed the stardust around. In the center of the black hole were 8 mini black holes. The formation of these 9 black holes represented the universe level 9, and for the universe level 9 to break through to the domain lord level, it required the 9 black holes to completely swallow the galaxy within, creating an absolute change. Universe level to domain lord level. This change was very difficult. Chi. A dark green light landed within the whirlpool and was swiftly dragged in, immediately swallowed by the center black hole. In the outer regions of the whirlpool galaxy where it couldn't reach, mist engulfed the areas, engulfing the entire galaxy. A little change happened within the galaxy too. There's change. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his mind calm as still water, feeling the origin laws ripple within. In terms of ripples, the golden horned beast felt the ripples of the gold origin laws more clearly. The Masha clan felt the space origin laws more clearly. The earth body felt both ripples. Both were blurry to him, as though there was a heavy mist surrounding them. At this time, improvement, there's improvement. Luo Feng revealed a look of excitement. Within that internal space where the vast golden continent was. Just like a black mountain, the golden horned beast raised its head and let out a happy howl. Beside, the black-clothed Luo Feng that had produced almost 1,000 images also stopped and shouted excitedly, "They've all improved." Yes. The 3 bodies all felt the origin law ripples a little clearer now. The golden horned beast could feel the gold laws clearer, mainly because its horn, neck, body, wings, tail, claws were all covered in golden engravings. These engravings resounded with the universe itself and the gold origin laws, hence the golden horned beast naturally fit the golden origin laws better. One theory. The Masha clan body, with the 10,081 surfaced crystal with golden engravings rippling, communicating with the universe space laws, even resonating with space itself, it not only improved its comprehension of the space laws, even when it unleashed it, its power was much greater. The 3 bodies had one soul core. The soul core was undergoing change now. Naturally, all 3 bodies improved simultaneously. The soul core within was undergoing change, just like the earth body's consciousness and spirit. The Masha clan's life crystal changed too. The core soul was something all 3 shared. It was also the core of the 3 bodies. The moment it evolved, all 3 would improve. If the core was unharmed, even if any of the 3 bodies was destroyed, it could be rebuilt, and even if all 3 were destroyed, as long as the core was fine, it could still keep producing the 3 bodies endlessly. This was one of its natural abilities, however it had its pros and cons. The moment the core was destroyed, even if all 3 bodies were trillions of li apart, they would all die simultaneously. This was Luo Feng's lifegate. Good stuff, it actually evolved my spirit, indeed the 3rd treasure of Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. From the student level to the sector lord level, the soul constantly gets stronger, its essence itself doesn't evolve. Only from Sector Lord level to Undying will there be an absolute evolution. Right now, using this primal chaos spirit, one can actually preempt that evolution. Even though the amount of evolution itself isn't big, however with more quantity, the benefits are still huge. Luo Feng was incredibly excited. In terms of battle strength, his earth body was the weakest, the golden horned beast and the Masha clan bodies were the true killers. Obviously this soul evolution had great benefits to those two. Come on! Primal chaos beasts! Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fire. Such a treasure, if he didn't get more of it, it would be such a waste. Luo Feng once again walked out of Primal Chaos City and into the wasteland engulfed in chaos energy. The chaos energy covers everything here, all the scanning and signal devices are all affected, otherwise I could rely on Babata's scanning system. Luo Feng thought, if one could scan his surroundings, so many geniuses wouldn't have died. These scanning devices, I wonder if they don't work because we are in the primal universe, or because the management of Primal Chaos City willed it this way? Luo Feng was suspicious, but he didn't think much about it. No matter, he had to rely on himself to kill the beasts. 5 minutes later, half squatting in the grass patch, carefully staring at a distant beast. This was an extremely huge primal chaos beast, with a body of about 30 m long, like a hill slowly moving. Its skin on its head was shiny, almost like an alloy, also there were 2 curved horns on its head, its eyes completely white, only the center had pupils the size of little green beans. Its gaze was ice cold, its thick strong hoofs slowly stomping on the ground, the ears erect, obviously on alert and ready. From its aura, it shouldn't be stronger than that first ape beast I first met. Luo Feng squatted in the grass patch, his gaze cold, heavily blade formation. From behind, the dark golden long rod immediately shot out 81 beams of golden light, every 9 of them swiftly combining together and forming 1 chi long golden blades. The 9 golden blades swiftly rose up and the rippling golden energy immediately formed the blade domain. Rumble! The golden rainbow shot towards that huge primal chaos beast's head. Howl! The beast fiercely turned its head and immediately let out an enraged roar, quickly lowering its head to use its sharpest point on its body, its horns to clash with the golden rainbow. Shie! The golden blade infused with absolute power from the blade domain arced a little and brushed the horns, immediately piercing through the head of the beast. That alloy-like head portion was extremely solid, with chi-chi sounds coming from the blade. The golden blade finally barely managed to pierce in, and with another chi sound, pierced out from between its eyes. Rumble! The huge beast crumbled onto the ground, following which the dark green spirit rose up and its body swiftly decayed into large amounts of chaos energy. Xiao! Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle, using his spirit energy to wrap around the primal chaos spirit and vanished far away. Several seconds later. Rumble! About 10 huge primal chaos beast, all like thunder itself causing the land to tremor, came running over. However, in these few seconds, Luo Feng had already fled a few hundred km away. A few hundred km away. Hiding behind some rubble, feeling the comfortable feeling of his soul core absorbing the primal chaos spirit, Luo Feng smiled. Very good, I'll hunt the beast like that. I'll at most attack a couple of times, and whether I succeed or not, I'll immediately flee. And fighting against these beasts allows me to test my comprehension levels too. It began. The period of hunting the primal chaos beasts had begun. As he hunted, Luo Feng realized that even though the stone tablet had said that this internal region's beasts were all universe level, in truth, over 60% of them were universe level 1, the rest were universe level 2 to 9, all proficient in several origin laws. The only weakness was their low intelligence. Just like several of Earth's animals that hadn't evolved, simpler traps alone were enough to make them fall in. During the hunting process, he occasionally bumped into Universe Level 9 beasts. Luckily the Cloud Contact Vine was Universe Level 9, effects of the long periods of usage of the swelling water fruit, otherwise he would have been in much more danger. After 3 months since his hunting began. 2 golden blades fusing, so it's this way. While unleashing the blade domain, Luo Feng finally succeeded in fusing one blade behind another, golden threads weaving through the both of them, forming a dreamy huge golden blade. This blurry huge golden blade, with the power of the blade domain had terrifying power. Immediately killed one primal chaos beast. Universal. Link. That one body feeling, Luo Feng remembered that mysterious feeling. He couldn't explain it clearly. Naturally he understood. The reason he couldn't explain it was simply because he hadn't fully grasped the essence of the universe space law itself. He was studying the floating blood 108 words first blade form, and he only got a little bit of it. Even though he had yet to fully grasp it, at least he could use it now. I'll first unleash it. As for understanding the essence, I'll take it slowly. Luo Feng was incredibly excited. I can now fuse two blades together. These two blades, with the help of the blade domain, I should be able to beat the Heavenly Bridge level 1's 3 blades fusing, right? Even though the enemy fused 3 blades together, he didn't use a blade domain. No rush. My power may still not be enough, hence he didn't use the blade domain. Luo Feng wasn't rushed at all. The 30 years in Primal Chaos City was for him to work on his basics. There was no need to rush. Being grounded was the best. 8 months later. 3 blades into 1. Luo Feng, who was constantly testing himself against the primal chaos beasts, as to how to use his comprehension of the origin laws and transfer it into the Nanshan armament, he was understanding it clearer after time, and now he could control that mystical feeling before and combine 3 blades perfectly, forming a terrifying power. Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge. On the island, dressed in a black star robe, the watchman Bevan looked shocked at the white-robed Bloodblade youth. 3rd level? Bevan looked shocked at the youth before him. When the batch of 1,000 geniuses had first arrived, this Bolin had already cleared 2 levels at one go. This was already extremely rare within the history of Primal Chaos City. It hadn't even been a year and now he's returned. Bolin nodded. Go on, I wish you success. The watchman Bevan smiled. So? The white-robed youth Bolin immediately headed towards the side of the island, heading to an endless bridge, of which 2 words on a stone tablet was shown there. Universe. The 52 primal chaos tablets reflected the 52 bridges, of which the huge axe bridge had 32 levels, the highest, and the universe heavenly bridge had 30 levels, ranked number 2. As for the 9 universe, it has 27 levels, also amongst the highest, enough to rank in the top 5. The lowest bridge had 21 levels. In terms of level numbers, it didn't mean much. As long as one could pass 21 levels, he could already become a powerful universe country leader. Luo Feng's group of geniuses, will there be one capable of becoming a universe country leader? So, Bolin rushed towards the bridge. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 22, Competition. Volume 11, Chapter 22, Competition. After a while. The watchman Bevan revealed a shocked expression. He passed, he successfully passed? It's only been that long in Primal Chaos City and he actually passed the 3rd level? Even though it was said that the initial improvements were easy, it would get harder and more profound later. Bolin was simply sick. Of the other geniuses from that batch, Rong Jun had passed the 1st level. The rest had all failed, yet Bolin actually passed the 3rd level. Within the warriors training in Primal Chaos City, which formed the 52 sects, most of them had chosen the path of the huge axe, because many with backgrounds knew that this particular tablet was from the founder of the huge axe dojo. And amongst the 52 tablets, the huge axe heavenly bridge had the highest number of levels. The huge axe sect has the most people. The universe sect had the least. Universe, why universe? From the ancient times, the universe represented both space and time. This sect was termed the universe sect mainly because it trained in both of the 2 biggest laws, space and time. As the 2 laws were the hardest to comprehend, being able to comprehend one was already incredibly difficult, much less both. However, when one actually comprehended both, his power would be terrifying. He passed the 3rd level? Passing the 3rd level, doesn't that mean he can go listen to classes already? I heard the number one from the latest genius battle, who has been in Primal Chaos City for less than a year, had actually passed the 3rd level. It's unbelievable. Normally, from the 1,000 geniuses from each genius battle, after training hard for 30 years in Primal Chaos City, only few manage to actually pass the 3rd level in the end. This Bolin, he's far ahead of the others. Passing the 3rd level was a breakthrough. The moment one passes the 3rd level, it meant he had already grasped the tablet's basics. Only at this time did he have the right to go listen to the sect leaders speak, like True Yin Emperor, or Black Mist Emperor. They all taught classes. Passing the 18th level, one could become an eternal member of Primal Chaos City. These people were eventually able to open one's own subsect and teach classes. Virtual Universe, Yuxian Mountain Primal Region Training Grounds. Wearing a bull helmet and carrying a huge axe, the strong-looking warrior Longyan looked at the screen on his arm and was completely shocked. 3rd level, Bolin actually passed the 3rd level? How did he improve so quickly? Why? Longyun couldn't help but grip his axe tightly. Crackling sounds could be heard as he grit his teeth and struggled. How come I can't even pass the 1st level? Why is the difference between me and Bolin so large? Longyun was similar to Bolin in the fact that they both entered the primal region from this genius competition. Not long after entering Primal Chaos City, Bolin and Rongjun took the spotlight, making Longyun incredibly unhappy. It was because he was a member of the primal region. He was the number 2 of the competition. However, now even the absolute beginning region Rongjun had passed the 1st level, and yet, he hadn't. Hence, he had been working very hard. A few days ago he had tried again. However, he still failed. Who would have thought that now Bolin actually even passed the 3rd level? Is the difference between us really that huge? Longyun knelt down painfully, grabbing the floor. What? Bolin passed the 3rd level. This news almost simultaneously reached Rongjun, Luo Feng, Jiang Yamo, Wuka, and others. As they were spending large amounts of time within the city and outside hunting, they would bump into each other and get to know each other. When one acquired such news, he would immediately send it to inform the others. This Bolin has passed the 3rd level. I don't believe that I can't even pass the 1st. Wuka waved his fist and his consciousness entered the virtual universe network. 3rd level? Jia Lai, she also entered the virtual universe network. The difference can't be that big. Jiang Yamo and Xian Shui, the siblings, both entered to try the heavenly bridge. I was originally preparing to wait till my 4 blades became 1. I wanted to try with full guarantee. Who would have thought Bolin would improve this quickly? Then I'll go try now. Luo Feng was affected by Bolin too. Gritting his teeth, he went to the heavenly bridge as well to try. A group of geniuses all training in Primal Chaos City. Naturally they were all secretly competitive. When they first arrived in Bolin passed both the 1st and 2nd levels, everybody accepted it. After all, he was indeed very strong. However, now after 8 months, Bolin actually passed the 3rd level. One had to know 8 months earlier, he couldn't pass the 3rd level, meaning his improvement over these 8 months was huge. Also, each level on the heavenly bridge got increasingly difficult. Bolin's improvement had sparked the pride within the other geniuses. From the remaining surviving 913 geniuses, about 100 of them all chose to give it a shot after receiving the news. Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge. That beautiful island was enshrouded by mist, the watchman Bevan still dressed in his black star robe. At this time youth after youth appeared on the island. So many people. When Luo Feng appeared on the island, with a glance he spotted the Manka Prince along with other heaven and ground region, last phase region geniuses. 9 Universe Bridge, Luo Feng. Watchman Bevan smiled. Go on, there's currently no one. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. All the best, Luo Feng. Wuka waved his fist and shouted. You too. Luo Feng smiled. Let me inform you all, Jiao Laishi from the same batch as you guys has just passed the first level. Watchman Bevan shouted. After Bolin and Rong Jun, he's the third to have completed the first level. Luo Feng, who was just getting ready to fly towards the first level, was stunned. The surrounding group of youths were all stunned too. Jiao Laishi? Hypnotist Jiao Laishi? Back then, during the genius battle, his reputation was extremely high. Many had even regarded him as being able to make it to number 2. He was, however, defeated by madman Luo Feng, and was not able to enter the top 10. Hence he was dropped to the heaven and ground region. Even though he was in that region, strength was after all still strength. This time, he had passed the first level. Jiao Laishi actually passed the first level? The group of youths couldn't accept it. Jiao Laishi? Luo Feng snorted, becoming a beam of light and flying into the distant 9-universe bridge. Primal Chaos City was extremely vast, on a particular training balcony. Long Yun was almost like a wild bull, standing on the balcony, staring into the distant sky and muttering, Jiao Laishi passed the first level, and he's only a heaven and ground region member. I'm from the primal region. However, he managed to pass the first level and I'm still stuck. Disarray, his mind and heart was in a complete mess. This made Long Yun completely unable to train. Pain. Rage. He couldn't accept it. All sorts of emotions were eating away within. Calm down. I need to stay calm. Ling Yun's gaze slowly focused. He said softly, I cannot let my primal region member status become my prison. I need to forget my status and work hard to improve step by step. Yes, just like before, Long Yun was originally a very low profile and steady person. But once his position rose swiftly due to becoming a powerful and high-ranked primal region member, and the fact that even the head of his guards was an Undying, even Undyings called him His Majesty, causing him to change. No matter, there's only 3 that have passed the first level currently, I'm not that far behind. Bolin, Rong Jun, Jiao Laishi. Long Yun's gaze was filled with battle spirit. Long Yun frowned. When his consciousness entered the virtual universe network, he received the latest mail. Luo Feng had just passed the first level. The mail only had this one line, it was sent from Lancelot. Luo Feng? Long Yun stared wide-eyed. In his mind the images of the mad black-haired youth from before flashed. He was very clearly within the top 5 back then. His battle with Madman, accurately speaking, Madman didn't lose by his hands, but rather by the shrinking battle space. I definitely have to pass the first level, definitely. Long Yun's mind didn't have any other thoughts, just one, hard work. Jiao Laishi, Luo Feng, they've all passed the first level? Within heaven and ground region in Yuxiang Mountain, within a villa, Gusi Luo violently squeezed the wineglass in his hands. Red wine flowed down from the smashed glass, landing on the floor. Gusi Luo was a perfect genius. During the training space round he was ranked overall number 2. And during the top 10 battle, he matched against Rong Jun. Their battle was the longest one of the lot. Finally he lost and he could only helplessly enter the heaven and ground region. However, even though he was in this region, his strength was still recognized. Gusi Luo, Jiao Laishi, they were all regarded as tragic geniuses in that competition, one losing to Rong Jun and the other to Luo Feng. Both ended up in the heaven and ground region. Jiao Laishi, Luo Feng, they've all passed, why have I still failed? Gusi Luo gripped the broken shards, firmly gripping, the shards became powder and flowed down. The geniuses were all proud. Just a genius competition wasn't enough to make everyone submit. Even if they failed before, it didn't mean that they would remain weak. 30 years in Primal Chaos City, this was the true period of laying their foundations. They would all risk it all in these 30 years, wanting to best the other geniuses. Virtual Universe, Absolute Beginning Villa 1136, in the 3rd level of the building. In the study. The first level, I passed it easily this time. Luo Feng swiftly opened his laptop, his mood happy. The earlier battle in the first level wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. That similar opponent on the Dark Cloud shuttle, using the Nanshan armament, didn't unleash the Heavenly Blade formation. He only relied on the 3 powerful golden blades to battle. In truth, even though Luo Feng could control the 3 blades into one, they still weren't as perfect as the opponent's flexibility. Luckily he had the power of the blade domain. Its power was boosted greatly, allowing him to kill his opponent immediately. As for the second level, he gave it a shot but was defeated in one blow. Treasure Trove. Luo Feng opened the Treasure Trove mail and chose techniques. Too troublesome. Luo Feng had no patience to browse slowly, immediately entering the words floating blood. D. On the laptop screen the floating blood manual's introduction appeared. Floating blood technique, exchangeable for 800 points, primal region 70%, absolute beginning 80%, heaven and ground 905 and last phase full price. Very well. Luo Feng smiled, I'll buy it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 23, A Blade of Floating Blood. Volume 11, Chapter 23, A Blade of Floating Blood. Luo Feng pressed the button lightly to exchange for the floating blood manual. Exchange successful. With the discount, you've spent 640 points, with 360 remaining. Please wait, someone will deliver the manual immediately. A few Mandarin words appeared on the screen. Unlike buying weapons, or life fruit etc., items which need to be transferred in reality, buying a manual, could be obtained immediately within the virtual universe. The manuals were after all simply knowledge being transferred, and the virtual universe had a 100% simulation. Hence, it was the most effective and safest way of transfer. In reality, one even had to prove one's identity. In the virtual universe, however, the entire virtual universe was under surveillance and had great security. These manuals were sold by the virtual universe system itself. Naturally, it was incredibly safe. There's a call request. Babata shouted. Receive it. Luo Feng's thoughts moved and a screen appeared before him. On it was a beautiful jade. It was the manager of the Absolute Beginning Region Sector, Lord Lady Fox. Lady Fox smiled and said, Your Majesty Luo Feng, we've just received your manual container. We require you to come down and accept it. Alright, I'm coming. Luo Feng smiled. It was indeed fast. Exchanging goods in reality, just the universe travel time alone would require a long time. So, Luo Feng flew out of his villa, becoming a beam of light on his Dark Cloud shuttle and swiftly reaching the structure in which the entrance was located, in the blink of an eye. Luo Feng could see beside the entrance, Sector Lord Lady Fox was looking up and awaiting his arrival. Luo Feng surveyed below. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Lady Fox smiled and welcomed him. Lady Fox, where's the item? Luo Feng looked around. Please wait a moment. Lady Fox looked at the construct beside. A waitress carrying a silver briefcase ran over and transferred it to Lady Fox. Your Majesty Luo Feng, these are the manuals our Absolute Beginning region just received. It's what you purchased. Lady Fox passed it over. Thanks. Luo Feng received it with anticipation. Yes. The manuals were very important. He had really experienced it this time. Before, he had the Yunemo planet inheritance, along with the Golden Horned Beast inheritance. He had never worried about techniques. However, studying the 9 Universe tablet, whether it was the Yunemo planet of the Golden Horned Beast memories, both of them couldn't help at all. It was a waste that he had spent all his points initially. So much so that he had only studied just a bit of the first blade technique over these 8 months. The points are extremely valuable. Wanting to earn more is incredibly difficult. The initial points given to me, are to allow me to lay down my foundation. Babata, you made me buy the techniques earlier on, that was really stupid. While in midair flying back towards his villa, Luo Feng said unhappily to Babata on his shoulder. You can't blame me. Babata's little face looked innocent. How would I know what the primal chaos city is like? I only know one thing, that the earlier you spend your points on techniques, the earlier you can raise your strength. Stop quibbling. After this first loss, in the future when I acquire valuable and expensive items, I definitely won't use or lose them easily. Good steel should be used on the edge of a blade. The initial points they gave me was for my foundation, I wasted it on the illusionary techniques for the Masha clan. Luo Feng shook his head. Luckily he had passed the first level. For new people in the city, they awarded 10 times the points for those in their first 30 years in Primal Chaos City, hence he acquired 1,000 points. Otherwise, if he wasn't a new person, the first level would only give 100 points, second level 200, third level 400, it compounded on, showing just how difficult getting points was. Sitting in the study, he placed his laptop to the side and put the silver briefcase on the table. With a click, he opened it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The briefcase was filled with many black books within. Every one of them had the universe language words 9 universe and floating blood on them, also with the numbering, 1st, 2nd, 3RD, 110TH. There's actually 110 books. Luo Feng was shocked. As the many training methods were all profound, hence using words alone would be extremely long. Just like when Luo Feng was studying the soul imprint before, just the preparation stages alone for the training took one entire book. From his own inherited memories, the many techniques for the golden horned beast, many of them if calculated in universe language words, would have trillions of words in them. Floating blood is a basic manual, that alone is 110 books. Luo Feng was excited, picking up the top one, the first book. On it the most obvious black words were the 9 universe 2 words. Beside it were the smaller words floating blood and finally bottom left, was the name Lian Luo. Opening the book, Luo Feng began to read. 9 universe tablet introduction? Space origin law comprehension? Floating blood training? Luo Feng looked at the synopsis. He was shocked to find that this first book alone had tens of thousands of words, yet they don't even explain the 108 blade forms. But the author Lian Luo explained his own study of the 9 universe tablet, his recognition of the space origin laws, along with some information of the floating blood training he created. In general, this floating blood first book was a summary of the entire manual, but I need to understand his thoughts, his training path before actually studying the 108 forms, that will be even more effective. Luo Feng began to dig in and study. The universe space origin law was broad and profound. Wanting to completely study and comprehend it was almost an impossible thing altogether. Just from looking at the countless planets, one can barely calculate the number of humans in the universe there are. With new generations being born, growing, and dying, the cycle of life continued, for 1,000 years, 10,000, trillion years, this cycle perpetuated over and over. In the limitless and vast star fields, out of so many, one universe country leader would be born. Wanting to become a universe country leader, one had to either be a time or space knight. That would mean completely studying and comprehending space or time at a peak level, that was extremely difficult. 9 universe tablet was one way to allow someone to become a space knight, which was one of the big paths to greatness. The 9 universe tablet was incredibly profound, and they directly reflected the 27 levels of the heavenly bridge. Just passing the 21st level would mean one could become a space knight, hence becoming a universe country leader. And the final level was still 27. If one completely comprehended the entire 9 universe tablet, that would mean standing right at the peak of humanity in the vast universe itself. 9 universe tablet, a total of 9 pictures. According to the first book's description, as long as one comprehended 7 pictures, he would be able to become a space knight and universe country leader. The first raindrop picture, second drizzle, third rainstorm, these three pictures were increasing levels of layers about studying the space laws. Just like how the computers on Earth used complex encoding, however, in truth, if one truly understood the basics in essence, they were simply the construct of zeros and ones. The essence was very simple, just two digits forming sequences. Or just like Mandarin was very complex, however it was simple strokes that were placed together to form large words. The strokes were considered the base and essence. Or even English, no matter how complex it was, breaking it down all the way, it was made simply of letters, A, B, C, D, forming different words and combinations. One theory. Even though the universe origin laws were incredibly complex, the core and essence of the most complex things are still simple. These March 1st pictures broke down the universe laws, separating them into 108 different wonders. If one said that Mandarin was made of strokes and English was made of letters, then the universe laws were made of these 108 wonders, constantly interweaving and combining, finally forming one huge law. The March 1st pictures were dissected to the deepest regions. The fourth picture was a picture of stars, the fifth was a galaxy, and the sixth was Galaxy River. Whether it was made of two digits, or brushes and strokes, or simple letters, just knowing these alone wouldn't be enough to create a huge computer digit or language or even this mysterious network world. One wouldn't be able to rely on just one stroke to write a large amount of Mandarin words, making the heart-trembling Mandarin language and culture. Or even just those letters to make an English system. Wanting to rely on the core essence to form an incredibly vast and full network world, Mandarin world, English world, required large amounts of combinations, large amounts of grammar, etc. One theory. 108 wonders, these were the dissected pieces of shattered glass, the base 108 items. The March 1st pictures were a form of dissection. The 4th to 6th pictures were a grouping of the bodies, allowing these most basic core essences to combine and constantly expand, improving on them, broadening, until finally forming the perfect universe space origin law. The 7th picture was an incredibly peculiar beast that represented a perfect universe space law. Comprehending the 7th picture, one could become a space knight or universe country leader. So it's this theory. I understand. Luo Feng looked to the first book's initial two portions, which discussed the 9 universe tablet and the comprehension of the universe space law. He was getting excited. Normal warriors comprehending the laws, training, it's just like studying English, they learn a few words immediately and practice on how to write them. By learning some words today, some more tomorrow, over time, they get stronger and better. However, if they don't learn it with the set rules, it'll remain complex and inefficient. However, by dissecting it first and grouping them later, it'll be like learning the most basic letters, learning the different grammar first and the rules and vocabulary later, structure, etc. Luo Feng smiled. The theory was simple. However, the universe law, compared to Mandarin or computer coding, was at least 1 trillion times more complex. Undying souls calculating speeds don't pale in comparison to even computers. However, many are still unable to break through to night level even after trillions of years. It's because it was too complex. After all, the universe origin laws contain simply too many things. By using a 2-digit structure alone, one could build a network world. These 108 wonders could explain 108 digits, just how terrifying was the universe origin law? What's more, 108 wonders, every one of them was trillions of times bigger than the entire Mandarin or English language or even computer coding. Much less the entire law itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 24, Still for 10 years. Volume 11, Chapter 24, Still for 10 years. Floating Blood Technique. This was a manual that dissected the universe space law's essence, demonstrating through the many blade forms. Floating Blood's first book was a summary. The second to 109th book were training methods on the 108 wonders. The 110th book was a summary of the 108 forms. Dissecting the essence is incredibly difficult. The revolution of the universe laws, with its perfect form, as for its essence, it requires one to constantly dissect it. Even the March 1st pictures of the 9 universe tablet only displayed the 108 wonders within those 108 drops of rain. These sort of complicated methods, I cannot function or dissect it. I can only use blade forms to fully explain these 108 wonders. Comprehension is incredibly difficult. And these 108 wonders, the September 1st are the easiest, the middle 27 are hard, the 27 plus the first 9 forms the second picture of the drizzling, the final 72 are the hardest, these 72 plus the earlier 36 form the perfect rainstorm. The September 1st, even though they are the easiest, unless one is an absolute genius with pinnacle comprehension and mental stability, it's extremely hard to train. Back then I studied in Primal Chaos City for 3,000 years before I finally created the floating blood. If it were in the actual universe, it would take at least 10,000 years. I have these 2 pieces of advice to the warriors in the future. 1. If you are in Primal Chaos City and you've trained for 20 years without comprehending the first blade form, give up on floating blood. Go learn from other paths and slowly comprehend them, this path doesn't suit you. 2. If you are in the actual universe and you've trained for 200 years without comprehending the first blade form, similar to above, just give up. These final 2 lines in the first book made Luo Feng frown. Yes. Before on the balcony, seeing the large amount of words left behind by Lian Luo saying he studied for 3,000 years, this meant that it took a total of 3,000 years of study for him to accomplish this. Studying in Primal Chaos City, one could look up to see the obvious universe laws revolve, even though the efficiency was much higher, he still took that long. 20 years? Luo Feng said softly, revealing a smile, if one hasn't comprehended the first blade form in 20 years, give up on floating blood? Absolute genius? Absolute comprehension and mental stability? In terms of talent and comprehension, the Masha clan clone is very capable. In terms of stability and mental state, maybe I'm weaker than my 2 brothers. However, at least I'm able to maintain absolute cold calmness. Luo Feng thought, talent, comprehension and mental state, these 3 should be considered pretty high. The talent of his earth body in the vast universe could be considered not bad, however it could never reach the absolute state of which Lian Luo spoke of in the manual. The Masha clan body. That was the strong body. This was the ultimate assassin amongst countless races in the vast universe, the favorite of space itself. In terms of talent, there wasn't one amongst the human race that could match up to the Masha clan in terms of the space origin law. The Masha clan training the space origin law had the fastest comprehension, that along with Luo Feng's mental state. The conditions were good. Primal Chaos City, the chaos energy revolved. On a particular balcony of this ancient city, Luo Feng stood, gazing into the distant city and the wasteland outside. Floating blood technique is explained through blade forms. However, the blade forms can be swiftly trained in. Luo Feng pondered, the first book had many explanations of the blade forms. Through incredibly complex blade forms, allowing one to experience and finally comprehend the first wonder that was the core of the first blade form. Blade and saber, these were both close combat weapons. The blade emphasized on piercing. The saber emphasized on slashing. However, the illusionary saber that Luo Feng used forms from the blood illusionary forms. The entire length of the saber was 108 centimeters, the edge was 80 centimeters, and the width was 5.3 centimeters. It had some changes from the saber the one he used on Earth, just from the appearance one could see that this one focused on piercing. There were a few other two-handed huge blades that were even more similar to a wild saber compared to Luo Feng's. Having used the golden illusionary saber for long, changing to a blade now wasn't too difficult. In terms of close combat talent, especially when using a blade, of my 3 bodies, there's no doubt the Masha clan is the strongest. Luo Feng thought. Then, let's begin. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, raising his head to look at the splits in the sky that had crystal threads and revolving origin laws. It was simply mesmerizing. Like the thousands and tens of thousands of warriors in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng began to quietly study. The primal chaos spirits had beneficial effects on the soul. However, just like eating medicine, it lost its potency gradually as one consumed more. Luo Feng had hunted for over 8 months. Initially, the spirits made his soul constantly evolve. However, as it evolved more, the effects of the spirits diminished. Especially in the recent 2 months, the evolution itself became almost unnoticeable. That's right. If one could evolve limitlessly, then simply relying on the primal chaos spirits could make one's soul evolve to undying. It was a pity there was no such good thing. No wonder they all simply sit and quietly study. Only newcomers would head outside the city to hunt. So, to many domain lords and sector lords, they've already had their fill of the primal chaos spirits. It's no wonder there are still so many surviving beasts outside the city. Luo Feng sat on the balcony, looking up at the origin laws revolving about, experiencing it. Within his internal world, the Masha clan body had taken the form of a black-clothed Luo Feng, wielding the dark red blade. This blade was something Babata had created from using several machines and alloys within his storage space. With no special properties, it was a very simple alloy blade, completely fulfilling the conditions of the floating blood manual. Xie. Within the black-clothed Luo Feng, the 10,081 surface life crystal had incredibly complex golden engravings on them all. These glowing engravings gave off a resonance and ripple with the universe space itself. So, over 1,000 images appeared. The blade form was magnificent. The Masha clan was naturally apt at using close combat weapons, especially blade forms that were infused with the space origin laws. It was suited for such skills. Not right. It should be this way. Yes, very good. The black-clothed Luo Feng and Luo Feng himself shared the same soul. The two naturally viewed the space splits and the universe origin laws revolving together, experiencing it and unleashing the blade forms. Luo Feng's earth body himself would occasionally reflect against the 9 universe tablet and the manual within the virtual universe. Time flowed, days passed. Even though Luo Feng had passed the first level of the Heavenly Bridge and received yet another chance to study the tablet, he was in no rush to go immediately. According to the explanation within the floating blood manual, every chance to study had to be grasped and treasured. One couldn't waste time within. One first had to completely understand and comprehend everything from before, and continue pondering and studying. Only when they left with a large amount of questions and doubts again should they go see the tablet once more. As one would ponder for a long time, with large amounts of questions, going to see the tablet would easily answer much of it, understanding more from before. This way, the efficiency was high. After all, the chances to study the 9 universe tablet were limited. China 2075 June 9, Luo Feng acquired the floating blood manual and began his training in Primal Chaos City. Year 2075 September, Gusi Luo passed the first level on the bridge, and after a few days, Long Yin too passed the first level. Year 76 January, Luo Feng entered the city leader's residence and began to study the tablet again. He spent 7 days, constantly comprehending answers to his questions about the first blade form in his mind, and even feeling something special. The 9 universe tablet was completely for bringing one into the space origin law itself. Year 76 to 77, the Mancha Prince Wuka, Qian Shui of the genius siblings, many from the absolute beginning had all passed the first level. Even though it seemed like Wuka, Qian Shui, and the others were slow. In truth, the time in the primal universe flowed slower. China had seen 3 years gone by, and yet in Primal Chaos City, only one had passed. In truth, Wuka, Qian Shui, and the others weren't slower than Luo Feng by even a year. During the 2nd and 3rd year in Primal Chaos City, the heaven and ground region, the last phase region's geniuses began to all pass through the first level. This batch of 1,000 geniuses, with only a bit over 800 survivors. The last to pass the first level was during the end of the 4th year. Within Primal Chaos City, the other geniuses began to liven up, all heading out frequently and later realizing the effects diminishing. Everybody slowly began to stop heading out to hunt the beasts, only occasionally heading out to use them as test subjects for their comprehension. Everyone spent their time sitting on the balconies. In the actual universe. China year 2082 August, Luo Feng's older son Luo Ping had married and had a child in the same year. After all, during the base era, many usually married at the age of 19, and this year, Luo Ping was already 22. Luo Feng was speechless. He had already become a grandfather? Year 86, Earth's bases began to expand, as it had already been over 20 years since the swallowing beast incident. Over these 20 years, with the Earth's upper echelon not controlling the masses in birth, many were encouraged to have more children. Since humanity at risk before, it was better to have more children. However, now, after Earth began to interact more with the universe, discovering how vast it was with trillions of other races, Earth's humans were simply too little. Naturally they wouldn't control them. And with technology advancing at an extreme rate, feeding and housing everybody became a much easier thing to do. Year 88, Earth's humans, they occupied more territory. The humans of Earth also got stronger and stronger. In truth, the reason behind why they never fully killed all the wild beasts, to the Earth humans, they were the perfect training ground for the fighters. Year 89, Luo Feng's smaller son Luo Hai began to enter the universe to explore. His older son Luo Ping was more steady, however Luo Hai worshipped his father and headed into the universe to explore. Luo Feng couldn't help it, he could only arrange for him to enter the Ganwu Dojo. Year 92, Earth's humans, in the Pacific, Indian Ocean and many other oceans, a few large constructed cities on islands were built. This represented the humans of Earth finally entering the sea areas. Year 99, the expedition to Mars began. Of course, the most stunning thing for Luo Feng was China year 2103, his own grandson, also Luo Ping's son from before his marriage, also got married. My God! If this kept going, his time in Primal Chaos City was over 30 years, the actual universe time was over 100 years. 100 years, he feared that his own great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren would have been born by then. No wonder, these ancient beings after trillions of years, have trillions in their imperial family. This multiplication is indeed too fast. Luo Feng was helpless. And when 30 years had passed on Earth, only 10 years had passed in Primal Chaos City. Earth had huge transformations. And in the distant ancient Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had quietly sat there for 10 years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 25, Jade Emperor. Volume 11, Chapter 25, Jade Emperor. Primal Chaos City. As the sacred land of humanity had existed for trillions of years, there was hardly any change within these 10 years. Chaos energy still engulfed it, there were still countless warriors on their balconies. If there was a camera recording the images of for the last 10 years, one would realize that majority of the warriors hadn't moved at all. He's coming. In the air above Primal Chaos City stood two powerful-looking silhouettes. One was an ape-man in golden armor, his eyes seemed like they could see through space itself. Beside him was another slightly skinnier man with pale complexion and white armor with two black horns. The space around him seemed to be warping. The most peculiar thing was he kept his eyes closed. Rumble, in the distance a dark blue Ark Universe ship appeared. Tru Yen, Tong Nan. A clear voice resounded. Dressed in a dark blue armor, with purple long hair, a beautiful lady flew out the cabin door as the ship behind her vanished. Jade. Tru Yan's voice was cheerful. That white-robed skinny man who had his eyes closed also smiled and shouted, Jade, it's been a while. You two have been staying in Primal Chaos City and studying, rarely even entering the virtual universe. And I've been in the actual universe, how can we even meet? Jade smiled. Her entire being was almost like a jade statue, giving off a clear dreamy feeling, almost like she wasn't in the same space and time at all. Come to where I am staying. The white-robed skinny man smiled. In a moment. In a peculiar construct, where light and darkness were incomparably harmonious. True Yen Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor and Jade Emperor, these three were absolute beings with high amounts of power within the virtual universe. They sat around each other. Chi, tastes good. Jade lifted a crystal wine glass and took a sip. This liquid, which had stars floating and revolving within, looked extremely beautiful. Ha, to be able to drink this 5-star galaxy, I've gotten some of the benefits from Jade. True Yen strongly swallowed the wine liquid in one gulp and rubbed his chin gently after. His eyes staring wide, he complimented, Tong Nan, this blind man is very petty. He's been with me for over 100 million years, and only let me drink this once. It's very expensive. Tong Nan said softly, you just drank 30,000 mixed elements. Don't be so petty, give me some more. Back then when you were in the universe secret area, you earned quite a bit. Yet, just drinking a bit of wine makes you feel the pinch? True Yen laughed and mocked, grabbing the bottle again. The entirely black cylinder was on the table. Tong Nan Emperor didn't even stop him, allowing True Yen to grab it. Tisk. True Yen shot a glance at Jade Emperor. Jade, your reputation is still bigger. Jade Emperor smiled and looked at Tong Nan Emperor. As eternal beings that have been around for so long, even if they helped their families live for 1,000 eras, as time flowed like a river, their close ones had all still died. Hence, True Yen Emperor, Jade Emperor, and Tong Nan Emperor didn't have any family left. To them, these friends that had been through thick and thin with them were their family. True Yen, Tong Nan, Jade, they all used to be a team. They were good friends in life and death situations. They experienced peril time and again. Their bonds were deep, especially between Tong Nan and Jade. These two had even a trace of romance. However, these two had never actually acted upon it. Even though they understood each other's thoughts, they still maintained their distance. They were used to this feeling too. After all, they were good friends and partners. Your arrival this time is for? Tong Nan Emperor asked. On Knight's orders. Jade smiled. 9-Blade Knight? True Yen asked, shocked, what is the Knight making you do here? The Knight pays close attention to this new batch. They need to stay in Primal Chaos City for over 30 years, and 1/3 of the time has already passed. As such, there should already be some definite progress. Jade smiled, and the Knight himself will only come on the last day itself to receive this new batch. As for regular supervision, naturally he would send people under him. Hence I've come. Ah. Tong Nan the blind man nodded, right, this new batch was received by 9-Blade Knight. If a strong warrior emerges, he will be under 9-Blade Knight. Right. Jade smiled, even though this batch's chances of becoming undying are very low, there should still be a few. With their talent and our virtual universe company's heavy nurturing, the moment they become undying, they will definitely be more than ordinary. Naturally, the Knight has to pay attention to his future underlings. For every genius battle and warrior battle, the virtual universe company would send a Knight to host it. Whoever hosts, any genius that later becomes undying would then be arranged to be under that host. If there wasn't such a reason, with the Knight's status, would there be a need for him to send the new batch into Primal Chaos City and later personally receive them again? This new batch is not bad, especially that Bolin. Half a year ago he already cleared the 4th level. Tong Nan Emperor lifted his wine glass, gently sipping. From the others, 7 of them have passed the 2nd level. The rest have only passed the 1st level so far. These 7 are Gusi Luo, Longyun, Jialaishi, Tao, Xianshui, Wuka, and Rongjun. Rongjun broke through the 2nd level in his 4th year. True Yen smiled, Tao did so in the 7th year. Gusi Luo, Longyun, Jialai Shi all passed the second level in their 8th. Wuka and Xian Shui in their 9th. Jade smiled, I know. In terms of strength, Bolin is number 1 and Rong Jun is 2nd. The 6 behind them, Tao, Gusi Luo, Long Yun, Jialai Shi, Wuka and Xian Shui don't have huge differences in levels. Perhaps. That blood axe Tao is leading by a little. Right, wasn't there a Luo Feng with good performance earlier? Not clear. Tong Nin shook his head, Tru Yen would know. He's been keeping an eye on that punk. Tru Yen. Jade looked at the 8-man warrior. This Luo Feng, Tru Yen rubbed his chin and then his head. He was frowning, how do I put it? When he first came, his performance was good. However, these 10 years have been peculiar. This punk spent some time hunting the beasts outside, after which he has been sitting on the balcony studying. He has not once attempted the bridge. Ah? Jade nodded, smiling, I've come this time specifically to observe them. The first target is Bolin. The knight had also complimented Bolin. Each level of the heavenly bridge gets increasingly more difficult. The difficulty rises in a compounding ratio. I initially thought that he would take 20 years to pass the 4th level. Who would have thought he would do so in 10 instead? Jade exclaimed and smiled, the second is Rong Jun, he was number 2 in this batch. I estimate he will pass the 3rd level in these few years. Right. Tong Nan and Tru Yen nodded. 4 years after coming to Primal Chaos City and passing the 2nd level. Especially this year, he's already tried twice, he's not far from passing the 3rd level. Tru Yen laughed, and with the Yuan Chen Universe country leader as his personal teacher, how could his improvement be slow? Even though they were complimenting Rong Jun, within he was still unsatisfied. It was because Rong Jun and Bolin both weren't from the 9 Universe sect. My sect's Luo Feng is studying the floating blood, was it a mistake? Dissecting the universe space law essence is incredibly difficult, has it stumped him? Tru Yen was worried within. Going down the wrong path was a waste of time. If he didn't pass that path, then Luo Feng would have wasted 10 years of time. Jade Emperor, under the 9-Blade Knight's orders, had come to observe the new batch. With Jade Emperor's strength, observing them from far away was not a problem at all. This new batch wouldn't even detect or feel her. This Bolin is really not bad, indeed a number 1 genius from 10 million years. Jade floated above amidst the chaos energy. Looking at the distant Bolin training in the wastelands, Bolin's gaze was firm and strong, almost as though nothing could influence him. This Rong Jun is a natural-born warrior. However, just what about him has attracted the 2 country leaders? Jade stood in the air, surveying another distant balcony. That messy-haired bare-footed Rong Jun was practicing his forms, occasionally looking up to observe the universe laws revolving. Long Yun, he is very steady. If he can work on his strength, his future is limitless. Wuka is indeed a genius of the Menka generation. His battle talents aren't that far away from Rong Jun's. Jade slowly observed each of the new batch, making deductions within and getting ready to return and report to the 9-Blade Knight. This is Luo Feng? Jade walked within an alley of Primal Chaos City. Looking in the not-too-distant balcony, there was a black youth in dark gray armor who had his eyes shut and was motionless. 10 years of time had caused his hair to grow long and draped over his shoulders. Has his study reached a fork? Jade Emperor thought. Universe warriors studying the universe origin laws would occasionally make a wrong turn in their studies. Sometimes they would only realize their mistake after a few years. As for reaching a fork in this study, in the vast universe, the many races of warriors had all seen this frequently. They weren't afraid of these forks. They were only afraid of making a wrong turn and not realizing it. These 30 years are your most precious 30 years, little punk, all the best. Jade Emperor turned and left. On that balcony, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, no one knew that in his internal world. The Masha clan was engaged in mad training over and over. For a total of 10 years, the Masha clan had never even stopped training. He was immersed in the thrill of dissecting the universe origin law essence and did not even feel the flow of time. Rumble. On the balcony, the energy around Luo Feng, who was sitting quietly cross-legged, shook, dust dispersed, and he opened his eyes. Hua! He stood up completely. As he gazed into the distance, Primal Chaos City was still exactly the same, time left absolutely no trace on it at all. How long was I training this time? Luo Feng asked. This time was longer than those before, 3 years and 9 months. Babata replied. Luo Feng gently waved his hand, leaving behind a palm print in space. He was smiling. If I cannot comprehend this in 20 years, I have to give up? Luckily it was only 10 years, I've spent 10 years to finally completely comprehend the first blade form. At least I have the right to train this floating blood, I should go attempt the heavenly bridge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 26, Luo Feng's Blade. Volume 11, Chapter 26, Luo Feng's Blade. Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge. Dressed in full armor and boots, Luo Feng appeared at the center of the island, causing the watchman Bevan to get a shock as he looked over, smiling. It's been about 10 years, how come you haven't come at all? Your comrades all try a few times each year. I didn't want to get distracted from training. Luo Feng smiled and walked over. The watchman Bevan was surprised as he looked at the black-haired youth. He felt like Luo Feng wasn't the same as before. I want to attempt the 9-universe bridge, can I go in now? Luo Feng asked. There's no one on the 9-universe bridge now. Watchman Bevan smiled. Thanks. Luo Feng's every step, schwa, 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 left behind a trail of images, while his actual being had already reached the 9-universe bridge itself. He feels different from before. Watchman Bevan muttered. 9-universe heavenly bridge, it was built over a vast ocean, reaching way past the horizons. Luo Feng had already passed the first level, hence he could fly directly towards the second level. At the end, there was a huge cloud mist. From the mist a voice resounded, choose your opponent, you can choose a fighter, spirit reader, controller, or hypnotist. Pick anyone and win over your opponent and you'll have completed your second level. I choose. Luo Feng slowly descended from mid-air, firmly landing on the bridge, fighter. So, a black liquid flew out from the mist and it swiftly gathered and formed a mysterious person who was wearing a mask and black armor. This mysterious man carried 2 blades. He was slightly taller and bigger than Luo Feng and he emitted a powerful aura as he stared coldly at Luo Feng. Chi. Luo Feng used his right hand to brush past his forehead. The blade energy around his hand was extremely sharp. With a brush, he immediately cut his long hair off, returning to that 3-inch length hairstyle from before. Whatever he looks like in reality, the virtual universe too would automatically simulate. I'm really not used to long hair. Luo Feng smiled. The mysterious man carrying 2 blades stared coldly at Luo Feng. Take out your weapon. I'll satisfy you. Luo Feng smiled. 2 weapons immediately appeared in his hand. In his left was a 6-edged shield, the Absolute Void Shield, and in his right was a Blood Shadow Blade, the Golden Shadow Blade. Yes. Luo Feng was going to use his own blade techniques to pass the second level. After understanding the universe space origin law's first basic wonder, whether it's the Nanshan armament or blade techniques, it could be used with anything. This was just a path. Once one understands the path, he can swiftly meld it with different weapons and techniques. The black-clothed man let out a snort and with a swish, he immediately landed fiercely on the bridge. He rushed towards Luo Feng, almost like lightning as he brandished his 2 blades. Bring it! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness and his mad battle spirit exploded. Rumble! Luo Feng rushed forward, leaving behind an image on the ground while another appeared before the black armored man. Barry! His eyes were piercing. With a roar, the blood shadow blade in his right hand slashed with intense power. It was almost as if it was slashing through a mountain range or even the ocean, right towards the black armored man. So fast! The black armored man was shocked. He quickly used both blades in his arms to block it. Pang! The black armored man was knocked so hard that he knelt on the ground with one knee and slid backwards. Wah! When his knee hit the ground, it caused the bridge to shake slightly. What a powerful blade! The black armored man was shocked, following which he fiercely stood up. So, the black armored man flew up and 6 images appeared in mid-air. All of them wielding 2 blades. The most peculiar thing, they all seemed to be unleashing different techniques altogether, simultaneously attacking Luo Feng. Ha! Luo Feng actually laughed madly and rushed in. World's End! Xiao! The blood shadow blade in his hand left behind a blurred image in mid-air. It slashed past the 6 images and causing the 6 black armored men to immediately fly backwards and crumble, leaving behind only one real body. Hatred! Luo Feng immediately appeared above the black armored man. His right arm violently warped, causing the armor to expand. The muscles that appeared through the armor seemed to be steel-reinforced bars, seemingly extremely powerful. With a flash of madness, this blade immediately slashed down. The black armored man could barely withstand it with his 2 blades. Rumble! The black armored man was immediately knocked downwards. With a loud clash, he smashed into the bridge. He couldn't help but spit out fresh blood, and later landing within the mist-filled ocean. I don't believe! From the ocean he roared and floated back towards the sky. Luo Feng rushed back towards the bridge and smiled widely. I'll defeat your belief. Illusion. Nightmare. Hatred. Pensive. Barry. Heaven's End. Luo Feng was almost like a hard-to-follow fighter. That peculiar movement appeared time again before the black armored man, and each blade was hard to receive. Be it fierce and mad or hard to predict, the most peculiar thing was, every blade form was extremely terrifying and mixed up. It made the black armored man have no way to resist. Relying on these 6 moves will take a bit of time. Luo Feng stood on the ocean surface, thinking. He was using the Masha clan's illusionary 7 blades that his Masha body had been studying. The illusionary 7 blades had 7 techniques in total. They were Nightmare, Illusion, Pensive, Barry, Dutchman's Pipe, Heaven's End and Hatred. Naturally, these names were simply Luo Feng's translation from universe language. However, in Mandarin the names were barely close to the original meanings. These 7 blades, none of them were weaker or stronger than the other. Some were fit to fight against numbers, while others were fit for assassination. Some were fit for close combat, while others were more strength-based. All these moves had their own usages. When training the illusionary 7 blades, different people would have different strengths. Luo Feng's favorite was Dutchman's Pipe. It was like picking one of the flowers. Back when the Masha clan studied the illusionary manual, it emphasized on this Dutchman pipe technique. This move was suited for assassination. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade, a situation where one would close up completely with the opponent and slash it out. In the universe, as the warriors had extreme speeds, even fighters wouldn't close in completely on an opponent. This move was an extremely close technique. It was meant to stick completely to your opponent. When the blades clash and the flower appears, one would take the opponent's life. As he had studied it for a long time, this move, after Luo Feng had comprehended the first wonder of the space law, he was able to infuse this Dutchman's pipe with this first wonder. Hence he didn't have time to infuse the 7 illusionary 7 blades' other 6 techniques with the first wonder yet. In the past, Luo Feng was simply relying on 10 years of study and his comprehension of the laws to oppress his opponent. Luo Feng descended from mid-air and landed on the bridge. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. In mid-air, the black armored man wielding two blades was obviously in a sorry plight. He landed on the bridge too, his eyes fixed on the black-haired youth. The next move I am about to unleash is called the Dutchman's Pipe. Luo Feng smiled at the black armored man. To be able to die by this move is your honor. Humph, the black armored man snorted. So? Luo Feng immediately rushed towards the black armored man. He flipped the way he held the blood illusionary blade, an extremely swift and moving arc beam of light rushed forward. Ah! The black armored man stared wide-eyed. No. 1. The two blades in his hands immediately became countless images, covering himself entirely. Dang! The beautiful arc beam of light slashed through. Blocked it. The black armored man relaxed for a moment and thought suspiciously, why was it so light? Luo Feng's blurry image followed that arc beam of light and suddenly lit up, appearing right before the black armored man. At this point, the distance between the two of them was less than 2 m. With a sudden blurry movement, the arc beam of light lit up again and slashed past the man immediately. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react, having his throat cut. Chie! The slash cut right through and his head was split open, as fresh blood spewed out. Too fast, the black armored man stared wide-eyed. Not even having the time to say anything, he died and his body returned to the black liquid within the white mist. Dutchman's Pipe of the illusionary 7 blades. Right, it's fast. Luo Feng flipped his hand and the blade appeared before him. Blowing it with a light breath, the blood dripped off the edge. His eyes filled with glee. The moment the Dutchman's Pipe appears, it follows the space ripple's most essential arc. This blade is truly fast and vicious. Only after comprehending the first wonder of the space law, did Luo Feng's blade have the right to be called the Dutchman's Pipe. As for the other 6 techniques, they were simply in the beginner form. 3rd level. Luo Feng looked at the mist before him dissipate, and headed towards the 3rd level of the bridge. This 3rd bridge, I can't be too flashy here. The blade techniques are after all due to the Masha clan's proficiency. I'll use the Nanshan armament in the 3rd level. Luo Feng thought. His earth body's strongest technique was still spirit weapons, following which he swiftly flew into the air and followed the bridge to the 3rd level, right to the end of where one could see. Primal Chaos City, Tong Nan Emperor looked below. True Yen Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor and Jade Emperor sat together. Leaving so early? True Yen was shocked. I've been in Primal Chaos City for close to 20 days. Whatever I need to observe, I've seen. Bolin and Rongjun are the most exceptional, the others have their own specialties. Jade Emperor smiled, it's time to return and face the night. Tong Nan Emperor frowned. True Yen naturally frowned too, shocked. What's up? Tong Nan and Jade Emperor looked over shocked. It's that Luo Feng punk, he just passed the 2nd level. True Yen could barely contain his happiness, smiling, just 2nd level? Jade nodded, he is after all one of the exceptional ones. He should have passed the 2nd level much earlier. Even though he's a little slower than the others now, but it's just a little. Wuka and Xian Shui only passed the 2nd level in their 9th year. No, he passed it using close combat. True Yen said. Close combat? Tong Nan and Jade were shocked. Everybody had their specialties. A controller was a controller, a fighter was a fighter. The strong usually focused on what they were proficient in, and Luo Feng was a controller. Just relying on close combat he passed the 2nd level? His close combat ability is no weaker than Wuka or Longyun then. Jade's eyes gleamed, let's go quickly to the heavenly bridge. Let's go. Tong Nan said too, at least Jade wasn't leavening immediately. Ha, I definitely saw something in him earlier, he's not average. Tru Yen laughed loudly, muttering within, "This punk, his close combat is comparable to Long Yun or Wukka, truly demonic." Who? The three absolute beings sent their consciousness immediately into the virtual universe network Heavenly Bridge. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 27, Learning While Fighting. Volume 11, Chapter 27, Learning While Fighting. Virtual Universe Network, Heavenly Bridge. Three silhouettes appeared on the beautiful island. They were all absolute warriors of the Virtual Universe Company. Tru Yen Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor, Jade Emperor. The watchman Bevan bowed respectfully. Has Luo Feng's battle on the third level already begun? Jade asked. It's just about to, he just reached the end of the third level. The watchman Bevan said. Bevan was the watchman of the entire Heavenly Bridge. He was the most familiar with everybody's conditions and progress. Even Tru Yen or Tong Nan Emperor, that level of absolute warriors, they couldn't immediately detect others battling on the bridge. They all relied on Bevan. Broadcast his battle situation. Jade emphasized. Yes. Bevan waved his hand and a 10 long and 8 wide screen immediately appeared. The footage on it was a heavenly bridge shrouded in white mist. Luo Feng was standing and staring at the mist. It's about to begin. Jade's eyes gleamed. Looking at his form, he seems confident. Tru Yen smiled, he probably isn't using close combat this time. Tong Nan replied. Three absolute beings all watched the screen. Jade Emperor was watching under the orders of the Nine-Blade Knight, monitoring the progress and prospects of the new batch. Tong Nan Emperor was simply following Jade and Tru Yen over to watch. Tru Yen was the one who truly wanted to watch this, as Luo Feng was a youth with good prospects from the Nine Universe Tablet sect. Let me see your progress from these 10 years. I knew you training in floating blood was the right choice. Tru Yen thought within. At the end of the third level. I choose, Luo Feng looked at the mist before him, controller. The large mist before him reacted just like the previous two levels. A black liquid flew out and immediately formed a black-clothed man. This one was on a dark cloud shuttle, carrying a golden long rod. His mask revealed his eyes that were locked on Luo Feng. You wish to pass the third level? Right. Luo Feng smiled. Rumble, immediately golden energy rippled around him. The dark golden long rod behind him immediately shot out beams of gold light. This immediately formed 9 blades covered in light. These 9 blades acted as the foundation and resonated with each other, causing countless amounts of blade energy to emanate, almost like an army being directed. Nanshan Armament 3rd level, Heavenly Blade, also Blade Domain. Compared to before, Luo Feng was truly able to control this blade domain like his own arm. The energy within it gathered into one body. Heavenly Blade? The black-clothed man laughed coldly. Rumble, the black-clothed man's surroundings too began to fill with golden energy. In an instant, a similar blade domain was formed. Pang! Pang! The two round blade domains clashed time and again, causing large amounts of blade energy to ripple about. Don't think that just because you've passed the second level, you can easily pass the third. The black-clothed man stood far in mid-air, laughing. This third level is much harder than the second level. Go! He pointed at Luo Feng and immediately from the 9 blades within his blade domain, 8 of them united. The golden threads interweaved between them, becoming a huge blurry golden blade. Shie! Luo Feng's blade domain was immediately broken apart. The huge golden blade was like a huge ship steering past the waves. Go! Luo Feng pointed. The 9 blades around immediately gathered, a large amount of complex golden engravings interweaved, swiftly forming a huge golden blade. With a rumble, Luo Feng controlled the huge blade and matched the opponent's huge blade in mid-air. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged over 1,000 times. Just relying on 8 blades into one, you think you can defeat me? Luo Feng looked at the black-clothed man in mid-air. Ha, no rush. With a maniacal laughter, since you are looking to die fast, I'll fulfill your wish. Immediately the final blade from around the black-clothed man joined the others into that huge blade, causing the huge blade to grow even more. Luo Feng and the black-clothed man both fused 9 blades. However, their outer layer had their differences. Luo Feng's size itself was larger, and the black-clothed man's huge blade seemed more condensed, with more golden threads. But it was overall smaller. You will lose. The black-clothed man's eyes burned with fire. Rumble. The 2 huge blades clashed again and Luo Feng's blade was immediately knocked backwards. The black-clothed man immediately controlled his to pierce towards Luo Feng. Indeed, it's powerful. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The dark cloud shuttle began to warp and immediately the surroundings were filled with 100 of his images. The 100 images completely surrounded the area with a diameter of 1000 m. Also, his unpredictable movement had reached an absurd level. Every dodge was extremely fast. So. Just like lightning, it made the opponent's huge golden blade completely unable to catch up to him, and Luo Feng simultaneously controlled his blade to block the opponent's. Rumble. 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 Every clash, in terms of offense, Luo Feng seemed disadvantaged. However, in terms of movement, just relying on it alone, Luo Feng was able to dodge every attack. It was unbelievable. On the beautiful island, the tall and sturdy Truyan Emperor, the skinny Tong Nan Emperor, the beautiful Jade Emperor all watched the broadcast on the screen and laughed. Ha, this punk, he is treating the Heavenly Bridge as a chance to learn and advance further. Truyan laughed loudly. Jade Emperor nodded, his movement has already reached the 3rd level. 100 threads? But just relying on this 100 thread level, he shouldn't be able to so easily dodge the Nanshan armaments attack. The main thing is Luo Feng. His movement, he's obviously begun to comprehend the foundation of the universe space law. Hence, every movement he makes resonates with that. Right, he's truly begun to understand it. Tong Nan Emperor nodded. The foundation of the universe space origin law, he's gotten a glimpse of it already. Truyan smiled and nodded. What kind of level were these 3 people? They were all given the title emperors. They were beings that could immediately receive the title of eternal member within Primal Chaos City, far exceeding the General 13 from before, or the Yun Mo Planet Master. If Luo Feng could be said to have begun to understand a bit of the foundation of the universe space law, then these 3 could be said to have reached the absolute foundation of either the space or time laws. They were just a little step away from completely understanding them fully, hence they could naturally see Luo Feng's progress. Touching a little of the foundation of the law. As long as he doesn't fall, his accomplishments in the future won't be bad at all. Jade Emperor smiled and complimented. Look at how beautiful his movement is, that arc movement is so clean and precise. It follows the time ripple arc. Truyan complimented and exclaimed, even that Bolin, studying both time and space, his movement was able to produce close to 10,000 images. Yet, that arc isn't as perfect and precise. Jade nodded and smiled. Luo Feng was using the 100 threads movement. With the grasp he had on the space law foundation, every time the opponent's golden huge blade pierced towards him, he would follow the most perfect and optimal route to dodge. Almost like the undercurrent of the ocean, using the least energy and method to swim. His 9 blades converged into one. When compared to mine, it is indeed different. Luo Feng relied on the heavenly blade formation and movement to block, simultaneously observing and studying the opponent on how he used the Nanshan armament. Firstly, his 9 blades fusion is more condensed. This reflects his stronger understanding of the raindrop picture. Secondly, after his 9 blades have fused, his attacks are unpredictable and the blades forms within constantly change. This is extremely mystical. So if I just relied on the 9 blades into one, I cannot block it. Luo Feng thought, obviously, his 9 blades into one, each of the 9 blades represents the raindrop picture's different forms, conditions, interchanging and profoundness. And I am not able to do this yet. My only strength is, I've already touched a thread of the origin law foundation. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Alright, let's end it. In mid-air. The black-clothed man raged, if you have the skills, don't dodge. What's the point of dodging? Then, Luo Feng suddenly stopped, all the images completely disappeared. The black-clothed man was surprised but happy within. Go and die. Luo Feng coldly pointed at him. Xiao. The huge golden blade Luo Feng was controlling wasn't as clumsy as before, but immediately followed a mysterious perfect arc. With unbelievable speed, it reached right before the black-clothed man's face. It was fast, too fast. What? Still lost in his surprise, the black-clothed man was shocked to discover that the opponent's huge golden blade had already reached before him. Dang! He barely managed to block it with the golden long rod on his back, using the entire long rod to block the blade. With a clash, the golden huge blade slightly moved and the incredibly sharp edge arced and brushed right through the man's head, immediately piercing through his head. The time spent on dissecting the foundation may take longer, requiring extremely high amounts of comprehension and conditions. However, its power, when compared to these simple superficial ways of usage, is much stronger. Luo Feng revealed a smile and looked ahead. The mist dissipated and the 4th level appeared, heading upwards. Rumble, in the distance ahead, Luo Feng could clearly see the bridge shrouded in a terrifying blade-like gray mist. Floating Blood once mentioned that passing the 3rd level is a breakthrough. I didn't expect that from the 4th level onwards, even the scenery changes. Luo Feng laughed as he flew up and rushed towards the gray squall. In the center of the beautiful island. That easily? Jade Emperor was shocked. It should not be that simple. He only managed to get a glimpse of the foundation of the law, it shouldn't be that simple to defeat the 3rd level. Tongnan Emperor too was shocked. It's his consciousness. Truyen Emperor's eyes gleamed, his consciousness strength is a few times stronger than any other universe level 1 genius. And because of this, when he controls his weapon, its power is stronger by quite a bit than what's expected. Luo Feng's consciousness was the golden horned beast's consciousness. Strong. That was normal. While Truyen, Jade and Tong Nan were discussing, waiting beside them was Bevan, who thought within, according the orders from above to promote competition amongst this batch of geniuses, I have to send this information out to Rongjun, Jiao Laishi, Bolin etc. Watchman Bevan immediately sent the news of Luo Feng passing the 3rd level to the group of geniuses training hard. Rongjun, Jialaishi, Bolin, Xin Shui, Tao, Gusi Luo, Wuka. They all received the news at exactly the same time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 28, Optimum Power. Volume 11, Chapter 28, Optimum Power. Rongjun was within the training grounds in the primal universe. This was a luxurious universe city. Within a skyscraper's balcony. It's been over 10 years since we've come to Primal Chaos City. Barefooted, messy-haired Rongjun, who wielded the ground-splitting blade, was standing at the top of the skyscraper and was surveying the city below. This was a city he was extremely familiar with, and he had many good memories. Father. Rongjun muttered softly. How long? How much longer will it take for me to become an undying and for me to regain the name Tumen? How long more before I can kill that bastard? Rongjun said softly, Father, this is hard for me, my heart feels very heavy. His eyes were filled with tears. I have to bear with it. I will endure, in the virtual universe company. I will become the most exceptional talent in our generation. Right now compared to Bolin I am weaker. However, in 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, I will definitely exceed him. Until finally I will have the strength to personally kill that bastard myself. I will go to his imperial planet, break into his god country and destroy everything that belongs to him, allowing him to regret as he faces death. Gripping his fists, tears in his eyes. This grudge was carved into his soul and he had to vent it out once in a while. Rumble. Rong Jun waved his hand. Immediately the simulated image disappeared, returning to the vast endless training grounds. This training ground had a length and width of a few hundred km, and was even larger than Luo Feng's. Teacher demonstrated the first form for me. As long as I pass the third level, at least I can go listen to the classes from the others in the huge Axe Tablet sect. This will in turn increase my improvement speed even further. Rong Jun thought, with my strength, I should be able to pass the third level in the next couple of years. Right now, my only aim is to exceed Bolin. Rong Jun thought. As for the others, he felt no threat from them at all as he had passed the second level in his 4th year. This speed far exceeded everybody else. Rong Jun looked down curiously at the screen on his arm. On it displayed a new message, causing him to be suspicious. It's a mail from Watchman Bevan. Did someone else break through? Everybody else passed the second level after me, and the third level is much harder than the second. They can't be earlier than me. Is it Bolin? But Bolin just passed the 4th level half a year ago. As it goes further, the difficulty rises greatly. It'll be at least 10 years before he has any hopes of passing the 5th level. Filled with curiosity, Rong Jun ordered, "Open." The mail automatically opened. Luo Feng, for whom this was the first time attempting the Heavenly Bridge in 10 years, had just passed both 2nd and 3rd levels. He is now attempting the 4th level. Rong Jun immediately stared wide-eyed. My God! The third, he has passed the 3rd level? Rong Jun couldn't believe it. I passed both the 1st and 2nd levels earlier than him, and I even had a teacher to instruct me after. How can it be? Madman, Rong Jun stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. Heaven and ground region. In a particular villa garden, the black-robed Jia Lai Shi appeared out of mid-air. There's a mail? Jia Lai Shi pointed in mid-air and a screen appeared, a letter displayed, and he gently tapped to open it. The details of the mail were simple. Luo Feng, for whom this was the first time attempting the Heavenly Bridge in 10 years, had just passed both 2nd and 3rd levels. He is now attempting the 4th level. How can this be? In a villa right beside Jia Lai Shi's, that fat huge warrior Tao Tu was shocked with rage as he looked at the screen, roaring, Madman, that madman, he actually attempted the bridge for the first time in 10 years and passed both the 2nd and 3rd levels. Madman, he's really mad. Not possible. The handsome absolute beginning member Jian Mo, who had green hair and engravings on his face, was shocked as he looked at the screen. I haven't even passed the 2nd level and he actually passed the 3rd? After Luo Feng's explosion, amongst the group of geniuses, Bolin had passed the 4th level and Rong Jun and the other 7 had passed the 2nd, everybody else had only passed the 1st. One had to know. Of the 7 who passed the 2nd level, Long Yun was in the primal region. Tao, Jia Lai Shi and Gu Si Luo were from the heaven and ground region. The only ones from the absolute beginning were Rong Jun, Shen Shui, and Wuka. That meant that the others that entered the absolute beginning region, Zhang Mo, Lancelot, and Ai Chen etc., were still stuck at the 1st level. Not possible. How can this madman improve so much? Our heaven and ground region has close to 100 people. Their difference from Luo Feng shouldn't be that huge. How can it be like this? When the news of Luo Feng's breakthrough spread, it made the group of geniuses that were secretly competing all stunned. Luo Feng had already begun his 4th level attempt. Amidst the dark squall, the bridge was engulfed in the mad winds. Luo Feng stood at the bridge and his eyes gazed at the distant end of the squall. From within a voice resounded, choose your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, choose anyone, defeating him will allow you to attempt the 5th level. Controller, Luo Feng said directly. Rumble. A human silhouette suddenly flew out from the squall. Dressed in silver white armor, white boots, and stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, while carrying a dark golden long rod, his eyes beneath the silver white mask were staring at Luo Feng. According to Floating Blood's calculations, the difficulty rises greatly as it goes further, and the jump in levels gets more and more absurd. Luo Feng thought, I don't know just how strong this fourth level is. As Floating Blood had several details on the heavenly bridge itself, Luo Feng had some estimates within. He was confident in passing the third level before. As for the 4th, he didn't seem to have any guarantee at all. However, even without it, he still had to give it a shot. Silver-clothed person, I hope you use your strongest abilities. Luo Feng shouted. Strongest? The silver-clothed man stood on the dark cloud shuttle, saying solemnly, I only know one move. If you can block it, I will lose. You only know one move? Luo Feng was shocked. Receive it. The silver-clothed man pointed at Luo Feng. Simultaneously, the dark golden long rod shot out countless blurry golden little blades. Right, it was simply a blur. Large amounts of the blades immediately floated before him, infused with golden origin law threads which were weaving and joining them. 1,600 little golden blades. Luo Feng's gaze swept over, very quickly counting accurately. When one's soul consciousness reaches Luo Feng's level, it may not be at AI level, but at least it would still be much stronger than the computers on Earth from his past. There are a total of 10,081 little blades in the Nanshan armament. The 9 levels of the Nanshan armament uses all of the blades to form one terrifying attack. Luo Feng thought, he's using 1,600 blades, then it should be the 4th form. The 3rd form was the Heavenly Blade. When using 9 true blades, every one of them consists of 81 little blades, hence the 3rd form alone uses a total of 729 little golden blades. The 4th form, Optimum Power, requires 1,600 little blades. This formed a close to 10 m tall golden pillar, almost like a pillar of a huge room. To be able to use this at the universe level 1, one would definitely be deemed invincible, and it would be hard to find any opponent at all. Before that silver-clothed man, the 1,600 little blades floated about with some distance. With countless complex golden threads weaving through them, the entire appearance of the pillar was extremely complex, almost like a totem pillar altogether. Nanshan Armament 4th form, Optimum Power. No wonder he only has one move. Luo Feng was staring with eyes wide open. The 4th form is extremely difficult. To form a totem pillar, the requirements on space and gold laws are extremely high. It means to completely put the blade domain into that totem pillar, and once unleashed, it will have unbelievable amounts of power. The totem pillar had extreme power. The moment it was formed, a casual swing could decimate a large mountain or ocean and create a tsunami. Receive it! The silver-clothed man roared. I will see just how strong this move is. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and unleashed his 100-thread movement. His movement was already mystical and perfect. While dodging, he swiftly unleashed the heavenly blade 9 blades into one. That golden huge blade immediately formed an arc and pierced towards the silver-clothed man. With some comprehension of the Space Law Foundation, Luo Feng's attack was extremely fast. Before, when he used the illusionary 7 blades, Dutchman's pipe to pass the 2nd level, the opponent could only rely on his 2 blades to madly defend himself, basing his defense on luck to deflect Luo Feng's attacks. However, while the actual final pierce seemed simple, it was so fast the opponent couldn't even react. During the 3rd level, it was similarly absurdly fast, and along with his consciousness strength advantage, he killed his opponent. Rumble, the huge totem pillar began to roll. The surrounding space was instantly warped. At this point, the totem pillar rolling seemed to suppress the surrounding space. Pang! The pillar was simply too huge. With a slight roll, it closed a huge distance and clashed with Luo Feng's golden huge blade. With just one clash, the huge blade was immediately knocked apart and separated back into 9 blades. Who? The totem pillar in mid-air immediately swept over and the space warped around, affecting Luo Feng's movement. It's too fast. Luo Feng couldn't even dodge and the pillar immediately clashed with his body. Fourth level, failure. Heavenly Bridge, center of the island. Tru Yen Emperor, Jade Emperor, and Tong Nan Emperor watched the screen floating before them. The battle was extremely short, and within a few seconds it was over. It's normal for him to lose. Tru Yen nodded. Tong Nan spoke too. The Nanshan armament has a total of 9 forms. However, they are split into 3 main levels. The first form to third form, the fourth to sixth, and finally the seventh to ninth. The third form is ultimately still based on the first level, and the 4th's power is obviously much higher. It's normal for him to lose. He's only been training in Primal Chaos City for 10 years, we can't expect too much. Jade smiled, just 10 years and he's gotten a glimpse of the essence of the space law, and his consciousness level is that strong. An unexpected surprise. This Luo Feng is an unexpected surprise from my trip here. He's even stronger than Rong Jun. From what I see, he might be able to surpass Bolin in the future. Tru Yen said. Ha ha. Still too early, don't get too cocky, Bolin has too much of a lead. Tong Nan Emperor and Jade Emperor both laughed. Anyway, I'm expecting great things from him. Tru Yen said. At this time, at the center of the island, Rong Jun appeared, and following him, the fat warrior Tao, Wuka, many more started to appear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 29, Stepping into Domain Lord Level. Volume 11, Chapter 29, Stepping into Domain Lord Level. Tru Yen Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor and Jade Emperor couldn't help but laugh as they saw the group of youths arrive. At that same time, they left the virtual universe and disappeared. Mr. Bevan. Wuka shouted, Luo Feng passed the third level? A group of human youths of different races looked at Watchman Bevan. Watchman Bevan smiled, yes, just now. The fourth level? Savage Rong Jun asked. Immediately the group around him held their breaths. Luo Feng passing the third level was already high enough. If he passed the fourth level too, the group would probably crumble. No matter how big the difference, it shouldn't be that huge. He was not successful. Watchman Bevan said. That's good. The group let out sighs of relief. At least he was still within range of chasing, however, after which many of them began feeling helpless. They were all absolute geniuses within the universe, and right now they were forced by someone to feel like they couldn't keep up. Before coming to Primal Chaos City, he and I didn't have too much of a difference in strength. But now, I can't even pass the second level and yet, he's past the third already. Jiang Yemo gripped his fists tight. Shrouded in chaos energy, the ancient city that had been around for trillions of years, Primal Chaos City. I'm really not used to long hair. Luo Feng waved his hand, a sharp energy wrapped around it and he swiftly cut his hair to its original short state, following which he jumped down from the balcony onto the alley. Luo Feng, you've successfully passed both the second and third level. You've been rewarded 6,000 points and another 2 chances to study the tablet. What are your plans? Within his mind, Babata's voice resounded. I've passed the third level. Since that is the case, I have the right to go listen to the strong warriors give classes. Luo Feng smiled. As for the 6,000 points, I cannot waste them. It's only because I am a newcomer that I get 10 times the amount. When I leave Primal Chaos City, I am afraid that acquiring points would be extremely difficult. Points, I can only acquire them according to the Virtual Universe Company's methods, hence I have to save them. As for the 2 times of study, it's been about 10 years since I've studied the 9 Universe tablet. Since I have many questions by now, I'll go use one of those chances today. Luo Feng walked in the alley, very quickly reaching a main path. As for the second chance, there's no rush at all. I'll use it in the future. His movement was like lightning, very quickly reaching the entrance of the city leader's residence. This territory was huge. Luo Feng followed the familiar paths quickly to the huge secret room alley. Following that route, he could see the huge bronze doors along the side, and he very quickly reached the one with the words 9 Universe. Lord Candeli. Luo Feng bowed at the three-eyed guard before the door. Candeli smiled and nodded, after which he closed his eyes for a second and opened them. Not bad, you've improved quite a bit, you have 2 chances to study now. I'm prepared to use one now. Luo Feng emphasized. Your luck is good, there's no one inside right now. Candeli smiled and pointed at the huge bronze door behind him. With a rumble, the door gradually opened and the thick chaos energy revolved within. The inside seemed like a complete blur. Luo Feng, however, was happy. Thank you, Lord. So, he rushed into the secret training room. Within the room, the chaos energy revolved around a huge primal chaos tablet. Every chance to study this is extremely valuable. Even though there are many people in Primal Chaos City, occasionally requiring us to queue and wait to enter, however at times there's only me. Luo Feng immediately rushed to stand before the tablet. His gaze landing on the first picture of the tablet, the raindrop picture. That picture had 9 drops, and hiding within it was unbelievable amounts of power and mystery, immediately captivating Luo Feng's attention and consciousness within. At this time, Luo Feng's 3 bodies were all immersed in the raindrop picture. Every drop represented different simulations within their minds. However, there was only one drop that held no more mystery to Luo Feng. He had completely seen through and comprehended that one drop's foundation. Raindrop picture, there were a total of 9 drops and mysteries. When normal warriors studied the raindrop picture, as long as they understood each mystery, they could use it and that would be considered as passing. Luo Feng, however, was not satisfied with just that. He wanted to completely study its foundation and comprehend it fully. For example, in a test paper, there were normal questions and extra questions. Finishing all the normal ones would get 100 points. If one finishes all that and the extra ones too, they would get 150 points, but normal warriors' comprehension of the raindrop picture would usually only reach the 100 points level. And right now Luo Feng had about 90 points worth towards the other 8 drops. As for the 1 drop, he had reached the 150 points level. The 9 drops, if one understood all of them, normally they could pass the 3rd level. Luo Feng, however, had 8 of them close to a passing level, and 1 of them fully perfected. What I must do now is not to rush into studying the drizzling rain picture but to completely reach the perfection level for the raindrop picture. Luo Feng was very clear on what he needed to do. While immersed within the 9 Universe tablet, Luo Feng's large amount of comprehension of it began to surface. The moment he reached a new height of comprehension, he couldn't help but smile. Come out. A voice entered his mind. Come out. Come out. Come out. Come out. The voice got louder constantly, resounding continuously within his mind, forcing Luo Feng to awake from that mystical dream world within and grit his teeth and fly out. What a pity, it's time again. Outside the room, there were already 3 people waiting. What a pity. If only I could stay in there longer. Luo Feng walked along the alley outside the residence. He felt a sense of longing to return in. Studying the tablet was simply too wonderful a feeling. It wasn't the same as the usual mentally tiring study. There wasn't any sense of fatigue at all while staring at the tablet. Even to the point where one didn't have to actively study it. But as long as one got captivated by it, that alone led to much of the comprehension. Right now, as far as the other 8 wonders of the raindrop picture are concerned, I should have passed. Luo Feng thought. If they were considered to be at a level of 90 points before, right now they should all be 100. However, my aim is to get all of them to be at a level of 150 points. Luo Feng smiled. The further he went, the harder it became. The extra questions were always much harder than the normal ones. The reasoning for this was that comprehending the entire foundation compared to simply using it, the difficulty was much higher. Breathe, Luo Feng looked up at the sky. He hadn't been this relaxed in a long time. Looking at the distant sky, its many crystal threads were weaving in between the spaces, and the complex large amounts of engravings revolved. The universe was such a vast thing. Its laws were in plain sight for others to see right now. However, even with it revealed, understanding it still required a very long time. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Finally broken through? Luo Feng became a blur and rushed to his own training quarters not far from the city leader's residence, within the resting room. Luo Feng's internal world. Within the vast golden continent, the black mountain-like golden-horned beast and the Masha clan black-clothed Luo Feng were all looking at the sky with glee. It's finally breaking through. Finally breaking through to the Domain Lord level. From the Universe level 9 to the Domain Lord level, normal evolution would require about 500 years, at times plus or minus 100 years, there was no definite number. And Luo Feng, using the optimum metal groupings, had raised the evolution and internal world expansion to an efficiency of 56 times. In theory, Luo Feng's 7th or 8th year in the Primal Chaos City should have been the year of the beast's breakthrough. However, it was late a total of 3 years. One of the reasons was because the evolution took more time. However, the second reason was that it was Luo Feng's fault altogether. As Luo Feng was immersed in his study the past 10 years, the three bodies all were training rigorously. Every time he awoke was usually once between 3 to 4 months. The internal world swallowing of metals was like one's meals. It required frequent doses. Just like a normal person starving for 3 days, after 3 days he'd still be unable to take all 3 days' worth of food in one go. One theory. The internal world's one large intake of metals could usually last for 1 to 2 months. However, as Luo Feng's study normally took 3 to 4 months, every time he woke up, he could only let it at most consume another 1 to 2 months' worth of metals. This slowed down the evolution speed. Luo Feng's studying was extremely important. Since Babata didn't dare disturb him in critical times, this naturally happened. And whether it was Luo Feng or Babata, they were both very clear, these 30 years in the Primal Chaos City were very important. He had to use his full strength to study. As for the delay of 2 to 3 years for the golden-horned beast to evolve, that was still a negligible matter. Studying the laws was the more important factor. Rumble, countless golden fogs and energies covered the vast continent. The continent expanded continuously, large amounts of the continent appeared. It took a while for all the tectonic plates to completely form. Everything went silent. The internal world's evolution was a success. From the 9,000 kilometers length and width from before, it had suddenly expanded to 100,000 kilometers. Luo Feng's core within. Within the core, the whirlpool galaxy was beautiful. At its core was a big black hole, with 8 arms and 8 little black holes. After the successful evolution of the internal world, immediately the whirlpool galaxy began to change at a shocking rate. Rumble. The center black hole along with the 8 other black holes' strength and swallowing began to rise greatly. The surrounding planets and stars began to all get swallowed up, especially since the center black hole grew bigger and bigger, slowly, even though the other little ones were getting drawn to the center. Swallow. The center black hole began to swallow all that it could, getting even bigger and gradually joining with the other 8. At this time, the whirlpool galaxy had completely vanished, leaving behind one huge black hole. Rumble. The extra large black hole suddenly violently crumbled. The entire black area began to shrink within the core. Its shrinking was visible even to the naked eye. This black hole collapse was heart-trembling. In the blink of an eye, the entire black hole had vanished, and in that spot where the center black hole was, a gray round ball had appeared. Chie. The gray round ball was like a shedding snake. One layer of the gray outer shell shed off, and this outer layer began to expand and inflate. Bigger and bigger. The outer shell continued to grow, until it was as large as the entire core, and later it grew until the ball shell even began to fuse with the core itself completely without a sound. This caused Luo Feng's internal core to go through a special change. As the core began to change, the two bodies within the internal world too changed. The golden horned beast and the Masha clans simultaneously evolved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 30, Evolution. Volume 11, Chapter 30, Evolution. The golden horned beast, which was like a huge black mountain, slowly extended its scaled wings. Simultaneously, a shocking change began to happen to its entire body as large amounts of golden fog descended from the skies down low, shrouding the entire scaled surface of the beast. As its body continued to absorb it, one could see with the naked eye as the black dense scales grew in size. Its bones also got thicker and larger, even more condensed. Its claws grew stronger and sharper. Like an armor that covered its entire body, the golden engravings grew along with the body. Not just the exterior, but the internal parts of the golden horned beast too had changes that were even more shocking. Every cell and every bone began to go through an earth-shattering amount of change, a change that occurred right from the very essence within. Universe level to domain lord level, it was a huge evolution in the body's essence. Howl. The golden horned beast raised its head and let out a carefree howl. Not far from what had just happened, a black life crystal filled with incomparably complex golden engravings on its surface began to shoot out golden beams of light. This was the Masha clan's true appearance. The Masha clan was basically a life crystal. The energy it released allowed it to take any shape or form. Hence, the Masha clan's evolution in truth was an evolution of the life crystal. Since their life forms were completely different, their evolutions were different too. For flesh and blood life forms, the main thing was for the body to evolve at the same time as the soul. And for the energy life forms, the life core had to evolve. And the Masha clan's core was a being of this life crystal. With training, the life crystal could absorb more energy to change its body. Just like a human's body evolution, this life crystal too could get stronger and more solid and durable. However, its evolution process also had a bottleneck. It required willpower, the life crystal, genetic energy, and many other factors working together for it to break through. However, Luo Feng's Masha clan was unlike the others. As the core of this Masha clan was not the life crystal, even if this was destroyed, it could still regenerate. Luo Feng's three main bodies weren't important as they all relied on the main core within. As long as that was fine, they wouldn't die, but if that was destroyed, the three great bodies would die. Right now the main core's soul had broken through to domain lord level 1. Hence, the three bodies could all train to that level. The only problematic one was the physical bodies. The Earth human body had a very slow evolution. As for the life crystal, it could evolve extremely quickly with limitless energy absorption. However, the golden horned beast evolved the fastest. Ding! After a few hours, the revolving black life crystal began to emit noises. The entire life crystal had shrunk an entire size. Hoo-hoo! From within the crystal, large amounts of black energy were emitted and later formed a person, a black-clothed Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng was within his training quarters resting room. Domain Lord? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. No wonder the slave traders don't have any domain lord level slaves. From the universe level to the domain lord level, the galaxy within will get completely swallowed by the black hole. This was nothing short of a miracle. This was that gray round ball that was within his internal core when he evolved, that represented the step into domain lord level. That miracle, even though it was extremely small, it was incredibly heavy. In theory, as an extremely small dot that was formed from swallowing countless galaxies, an internal world would be produced and nurtured. This was the process of domain lord level 1 to 9. Once the nurturing was successful, a change would happen right at its very core and the world within would form a true world. That would be the Sector Lord level. Sector Lord, with a true world within, could at a wave of one hand have the power of a world itself. The world of a Sector Lord could actually allow people to survive, store items, etc., similar to a real world. The internal world of a golden horned beast, however, was special, as every single living thing or item placed within would get digested. If too much was placed within and it couldn't digest it, the internal space would explode from it. This internal world would gradually grow until Sector Lord level. This was when the internal world would undergo a change in its essence. Only at that time could it allow humans and items to be placed within. And now, it only allowed Luo Feng's body to enter. The golden horned beast's talents are incredible. Its inherited memories are even more shocking, and its lifespan is 10 times that of a human Sector Lord. Yet after many generations of golden horned beast, it is still extremely difficult for them to break through to undying. Many die at the pinnacle of Sector Lords. Luo Feng understood one thing during the evolution to Domain Lord earlier. One had to know. For a Sector Lord to become undying, one had to break his internal world from the shackles, melding it with the crevices within the universe space itself, forming a stable and powerful space, God country. Breaking the shackles. These shackles were the miracle dot from before. This dot would constantly get more condensed as it grew, getting more and more solid. Hence breaking it would be extremely difficult. However, the golden horned beast had it even harder, 10 to 100 times harder than a human. As the golden horned beast naturally had a miracle dot from when it was born, the main core within would establish the internal world. Hence, when Luo Feng reached the Domain Lord level, when the galaxies within crumbled into the black hole and formed the dot, this dot actually broke through its shell and fused with the main core. As time passed, the dot became one with the main core itself. This was because they were originally one body. The main core after fusing was even more solid, much more solid than a normal human's dot. Domain Lord level 1 golden horned beast. Its internal world has a length and width of 100,000 kilometers. Luo Feng exclaimed, when it reaches Sector Lord, what would that be like? The bigger the internal space, the better. However, it also represented that the main core within was even more solid. When Luo Feng reaches the Sector Lord level 9, against an immovable main core, he would know why generations of golden horned beast were helpless against it. Breaking the shackles. I have to form a God country with my internal world and space itself. However, this is only the last requirement to becoming undying. There are many preceding it. Luo Feng shook his head, becoming undying. I'm only at the Domain Lord level now. The distance is still very far, I'll slowly train. Lian Luo, who created the floating blood, he became an undying in less than 100,000 years, immediately gaining the title official. Is it possible that even though I have 10 times the lifespan of a human Sector Lord, I can't become undying with that? With that thought, Luo Feng laughed. Life only has one core and one internal world. Luo Feng's 3 bodies share one core and one internal world. They thrived together and fell together. Master, there's someone here to see you. An electronic voice resounded within the training quarters. Luo Feng got up and walked out of the resting room. Opening the door to the living room, outside stood a tall lady dressed in a black robe. Her pupils were purple. Black-robed warrior? Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng, congratulations on passing the 3rd level of the Heavenly Bridge. The black-robed lady smiled. In Primal Chaos City, as long as one passes the 3rd level, it represents that one has reached a certain level in the study of the tablets. Thus, they have earned the right to listen to the sect leaders' lessons. These are the 18 sub-sect leaders in the 9 universe sect and their information. You can go to any one of them to listen to their classes. Following which, she handed over a black surfaced book about as thick as one's thumb. Thank you. Luo Feng received. Some advice: even though you can go to anyone to listen, your first visit and who you pick is extremely important. The black-robed lady emphasized, I believe that the book explains the details within, I shall not speak more. Luo Feng nodded. Following which he watched as this messenger of the city leader left. Listen to classes? There was no rush now. After all, he had just studied hard for 10 years, passing 2 levels continuously, plus he just broke through to the domain lord level. At this time of glee, Luo Feng really wanted to share everything with his family. His eyes were filled with anticipation. It's been a while since I visited my family, I should go see them. Virtual Universe Network, Danwu Continent. Danwu Continent's Mengka city was an extremely huge city, larger than the Black Dragon Mountain Island by 10 times. Ping Hai Company was considered a larger company within this city, ranking amongst the top 100. Ping Hai Company's skyscraper, level 86, meeting room. How do you do? Very nice to meet you, Mrs. Luo. It's my honor too, to be able to meet the Virtual Universe Company's Mengka Station Bote Lai bureau chief. Dressed in a red Chinese robe, Su Xian was shaking hands with a tall and huge sharp-nosed man. The two of them sat at the two ends of the conference table within the meeting room. Accurately speaking, it's Bote Lai Si bureau chief. The sharp-nosed man smiled. I believe this talk should not have too much stress on Mrs. Luo. Your husband is a high-level member within our Virtual Universe Company. Your Ping Hai Company becoming one of our flagship companies has many benefits for you. Su Xian smiled. My husband may be a majority stockholder, but I decide everything. Mrs. Luo, whatever you have on your mind, just speak. Bote Lai smiled. If everybody simply speaks their mind, anything can be discussed. Firstly, this company has to be controlled by me. Su Xian emphasized. Mrs. Luo, Bote Lai smiled. You should know that our Virtual Universe Company, when we buy into such companies with potential, we have to have a certain amount of controlling shares. The lowest we ever go is still 51% of the shares. I understand. I'm only saying that the company has to still be run by me. Your company cannot interfere with the operation, but can only enjoy the benefits and returns. Su Xian said. Bote Lai nodded. Continue. I believe you know too. Su Xian smiled. Our Ping Hai Company has 3 main businesses. The main one being the chain of restaurant management, the second being the financial investments, the third being real estate. Just my little brother Luo Hua, even the Universe First Bank has even sent people to headhunt him before. This profitability, you should already know. Ping Hai Company's investment abilities, I'm very clear of it. Bote Lai smiled. This is also the reason behind my company giving you 6 times the usual price. No, I require 12 times. Su Xian looked at Bote Lai. I believe Mr. Bote Lai should understand the complexity behind my Ping Hai Company's restaurant business. 12 times? Definitely not. Bote Lai shook his head. Mr. Bote Lai. Su Xian was just about to continue speaking. Suddenly she lowered her head to look at her wrist. On it a small message appeared on the screen. She couldn't help but smile with glee. He's finally returned to visit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 31, Home. Volume 11, Chapter 31, Home. After a while. At the higher levels of Ping Hai Company, a group of people passionately sent the Ganwu Investment Department from the Virtual Universe Company away. Mrs. Luo's intentions I fully understand. Bote Lai smiled. However, 12 times is simply impossible. Please be mentally prepared. As for the statistics you've given me, I will definitely give it to my chief. Thanks. Su Xian smiled. Bote Lai left, after which followed by some of his staff. Outside the building, there stopped a flat streamline-shaped universe ship. The cabin door opened and 8 armored single-horned men received him respectfully. Bo Lai took his staff and flew into the ship. The bodyguards followed suit and the cabin door closed and the ship quickly left. Big Sister Sue, the ingredients our restaurant has ordered. Standing beside Su Xin was a short-haired lady, she shouted. I have other matters, I'll let you handle the company affairs. Su Xin ordered. Yes. The short-haired lady answered. Su Xin waved towards the sky. Immediately a carriage pulled by winged horses began to descend from above. Su Xin immediately jumped on. Go to the teleportation point. Go! The coachman shook the reins. The winged horses immediately took off. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-Star Bay Little District. Dad, right now at 9-Star Bay, the entire East region is ours. We've hired the best designers and borrowed from the many constructs of the universe to build. A clean-cut man with a firm yet friendly voice pointed at the surrounding constructs that were like an imperial palace. HM, not bad. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Ping, your mom isn't back yet? Luo Feng asked. I've already informed her, only right now the company headquarters is in the Ganwu continent, and she has to go there every day. You hardly ever return, hence she transferred her appearance point to there and stays in the company. Luo Ping said, under normal circumstances, one's appearance point in the virtual universe would be the home residence. Su Xin, however, had set it as her company. She stays in the company? Luo Feng was regretful about the fact that only returned once in a long while. Dad. Luo Hua pointed at the distant luxurious mansions. Because you live here, the entire 9-Star Bay district's land value has soared. These little living quarters have mostly been sold off to people with status. And these figures, they wanted to get as close to you as possible. After all, you are considered within the Black Dragon Mountain Star field as someone of prominence. Ah? Luo Feng laughed shocked. Right. As a member of the Absolute Beginning region in the Virtual Universe Company, the leader of his guards was a sector lord recognized by the origin laws. In terms of position, Luo Feng was even higher than the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Emperor. Even the Undyings behind the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had to show respect to him. A small star field was but a dot in the vast universe. A group of powerful and rich figures wanting to get closer to Luo Feng, which wasn't strange at all. Mr. Luo Ping. In the distance, a bald fat man with a furry 3M tall pet, with two underlings behind him, was walking about carefree. Spotting Luo Ping, he shouted passionately. Back, son. Luo Ping laughed and shouted. This bald fat man had scales on the top of his head, was shocked as he saw Luo Feng. Mr. Luo Ping, this man is. This is my father. Luo Ping smiled. Ah, Lord Luo Feng. The bald fat man bowed respectfully. He bowed till his face reached his fat belly, following which he raised his head and said excitedly, Lord Luo Feng, it's my honor to meet you. I just moved here 8 years ago. I've always been idolizing Lord Luo Feng. I didn't expect to be able to meet you today. It's really an honor for me, back son. Luo Feng smiled. How do you do, back son? Ah. This back son was immediately so excited his face flushed red. Dad, Mom is back. Luo Ping pointed in mid-air. Su Xin? Luo Feng turned to look. In mid-air, Su Xin sat in the carriage and slowly descended. Su Xin. Luo Feng immediately ran over. Su Xin, who was in the carriage, looked down at Luo Feng, a few tears appearing in her eyes. She waited till the carriage had fully descended before jumping off and landing on the grass. At least you know how to come back. Su Xin stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was remorseful. How long since you last returned? Su Xin stared at him. Luo Feng felt bad to answer her. 10 years. You haven't returned in 10 years. Su Xin couldn't help but rage. I know you are studying in Primal Chaos City, but returning once in a while to visit your children, me, your parents, is that so hard? Sorry. Luo Feng said softly. Yes. 10 years. His latest study period in Primal Chaos City was 3 years 9 months, and because time flowed slower in the Primal Universe, the 3 years and 9 months there equated to over 10 years in the actual universe. And the virtual universe time flowed according to the actual universe. 10 years. Su Xian stared at Luo Feng. All right. Luo Feng gently extended his arms to hug her. I promise I will come back every year in the future, unless something special happens. Su Xian nodded. She just wanted to remind him, as the recent over 30 years, whether it was Earth or the Luo family, they all underwent major changes. Just like how the people of Earth gained status within the Milky Way galaxy and the Luo family power growing stronger, everyone was clear this was all because of Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, one of the 5 great leviathans of humanity. Let's go home. Luo Feng said. Home. Su Xian nodded. The 3 immediately headed home. Su Xian got a glance at the fat man, saying softly, that fatty backson owns over 30,000 life planets, controlling over 1 trillion human slaves. He's a large slave trader. He may seem earnest and stupid, but he's vicious. Ah? Luo Feng was shocked as he looked over. That fatty? Owns over 30,000 life planets? Isn't he even more powerful than the Newlin Shan family from before? Before our house, naturally he's very low profile, very amicable. Su Xian shot a glance of disdain. Luo Ping, don't mix around so much with such people. Yes, your mother is right. Luo Feng nodded. With difference in status, their vision and perspective was different too. Back when they were nothing but little figures of Earth, maybe the Newlin Shan family was a huge thing. Back son, this level of slave trader was something to be feared. However now, with Luo Feng's bodyguard leader as sector lord, with an order, he could easily destroy the families with power within this little starfield. Dad, Mother, we have to get to know a little of all the paths of life. Luo Ping smiled. You are really different from your younger brother. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. 30. A booming voice resounded from not too distant. Its second brother? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Since the last time he visited 9-Star Bay District, it had been over 10 years. This return home, Luo Feng discovered, his family was already considered a large family now. Even his grandchildren, many had built their families. Many things within the Milky Way galaxy regarding the Luo family were all controlled mostly by his big son Luo Ping and Su Xian. As for the younger son Luo Hai, he was a martial arts fanatic, chasing after the limits of humanity, becoming a strong warrior within the universe. For what? One was for his own dream, the other was for his family and home. Luo Feng stayed in 9-Star Bay for 3 days before he returned his consciousness back to Primal Chaos City. The only thing that disappointed him was, he didn't meet Hong. From what Thunder God said, Hong seemed to be undergoing a very important training, blocking all messages and calls, completely incommunicable. Level 89 of Ping Hai Company. Su Xian stood before the full-sized window, surveying the beautiful and huge city. Dong. Knocks on the door. Come in. Su Xian shouted. A graceful-bodied short-haired lady in uniform walked in, smiling. Big Sister Su, how are the past 3 days? Su Xian smiled. Big Sister Su, this is the document Bo Te Lai sent. The short-haired lady handed it over. Ah. Su Xian received it. Virtual Universe Company, it was separated into the business and martial departments. Naturally the both upper echelon members belonged to the core, the upper echelon within the core, those were the true governing bodies. Business was a very important side of the Virtual Universe Company. However, in this Virtual Universe world, even the Virtual Universe Company didn't undertake all the businesses to handle themselves, as they were very clear, if they monopolized everything, it would adversely affect and limit the economy, affecting and limiting the economy flow and reality itself. Creating a fair market environment, only then would the true superpowers in reality be willing to dish out the money. If it was unfair, monopoly, the huge leviathans and powers, who would dare invest in this place? Hence, in the virtual universe, there were many types of companies and organizations that were competing, etc., and several very powerful companies would normally be bought over by the larger companies. Big Sister Sue, the universe first bank too, has agreed to buy over our company, and their conditions are extremely good. Why have you decided to reject them immediately? The short-haired lady spoke. I'm not worried about the cash. Sue Xin lowered her head to read the document. Since that's so, why decide to have talks with the virtual universe company? The short-haired lady asked curiously. Sue Xin was stunned. I'm very curious. The short-haired lady asked sincerely, Big Sister Sue, I've followed you for close to 40 years, our every step in development, even creating an FNB chain according to our China's culture. Many members within are trained on Earth, with barriers around its infrastructure, making others hard to imitate. Our Ping Hai chain, the name has long been established. And with large amounts of capital, and melding with Mr. Luo Hua being in charge of the capital investment department, the amount we earn, with Mr. Luo Hua's twofold returns, this level of earnings is extremely quick. Our returns are incomparably exceptional. That plus the Ganwu Universe country, because of Lord Luo Feng giving us support and protection, our expansion definitely has no problem. There's no need to sell our shares to anyone else. Right. Sue Xin nodded. Entering the virtual universe and beginning, it's been close to 40 years, this business was akin to another child. How could she bear to share it with others? However, it's different. Sue Xin said softly, the virtual universe company and the universe first bank are completely different. How are they different? The short-haired lady asked curiously. Because, my husband is in the virtual universe company. Sue Xin turned, looking through the glass windows, at the skies outside. Luo Feng is very exceptional and powerful. On Earth, he's the most exceptional. However, because of that he's left to be so far behind, like this time, he didn't return for over 10 years. The short-haired lady opened her mouth wide, speechless. Luo Feng was the pride of Earth. However, to Luo Feng's family, he had indeed left them behind. I don't blame him. I'm proud of him. Sue Xin looked outside, revealing a smile. Only thing is, I don't want him to leave me further and further behind. I wish to be able to stand by his side, the closer the better. Big Sis Sue, the short-haired lady, wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say. Becoming part of the virtual universe company, I too would become a member within the virtual universe company. Sue Xin smiled, as long as I can make this business reach a high enough level, I will be absorbed too as an internal core member. When that time comes, I too would be able to enter Yuxian Mountain. Core member? The short-haired lady was shocked. She didn't expect Big Sis Sue's aim to be that high. The one thing I'm really wishing for is to be at Yuxiang Mountain meeting with Luo Feng. Sue Xin said softly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 32, Taking on a Master? Volume 11, Chapter 32, Taking on a Master? Humanity's sacred training land, Primal Chaos City, within an unimportant-looking training quarters resting room. Luo Feng sat in a chair, lowering his head to look at the books the black-robed messenger had left before. There were these words on the book. If one is able to pass the 18th level, he would be a true elite amongst humanity, a subsect leader amongst the undying. They will immediately receive the right to become eternal members of Primal Chaos City, also able to open a subsect within the city and accept students, receiving respect from others. And the people who come here to train, as long as they pass the 3rd level, they can go listen to these classes. You can listen to any one of the leaders teach. However, if you want to become a particular leader's student, then the first time you go listen, you have to choose that particular leader as a show of respect, and requesting to be his disciple later. If the leader agrees, then that would be a success. Remember, unless you have no intentions of finding a master, otherwise whoever you want to be a student of, that first attendance has to be at his door, that is respect. Finishing up the text, Luo Feng understood why the black-robed messenger emphasized the importance of the first attendance. Finding a master? Luo Feng frowned. Finding a teacher is good, Luo Feng. Those able to teach in Primal Chaos City are sub-sect leaders among the Undyings, all with the title Emperor. Babata shouted excitedly, when you are weak and small, having an absolute being to guide you is an incredibly important matter. For example, if True Yen Emperor hadn't given you the advice to learn floating blood, you might have taken a wrong path like other normal warriors. I already have a teacher. Luo Feng was troubled. No problem. Babata didn't seem to care. The strong within the universe have incredibly long lifespans. They may find a teacher in the Star Traveler level, another in the Universe level, and when they become Sector Lords, another one after. At different levels of strengths they have different perspectives. The teacher they require will be different too. A warrior having tens of teachers is very normal. Ah? Luo Feng nodded. The universe was like that. To be able to rank amongst the top 1,000 of geniuses in the entire universe, who doesn't have a few teachers? Also, if any of them were to be accepted by universe country leaders as disciples, they'd all be extremely excited. Back when Rong Jun was accepted by the Yuanshan country leader, it made many green with envy. Who do I choose? Luo Feng looked at the 18 sub-sect leaders and their information on the book within the 9 universe sect. These were all leaders amongst Undyings. Much stronger than his previous teacher of the Yun-Mo planet, the Yun-Mo planet master could barely gain the title official, and these leaders were all strong even amongst the emperors. Many of their disciples were all Undyings. Who do I choose? Who? Luo Feng muttered, very quickly scanning all their information. Within Primal Chaos City, there are a total of 18 leaders under the 9 universe. These 18, 4 of them belong to the Virtual Universe Company. They are Flame Dragon Emperor, True Yen Emperor, 1000 Dream Emperor and Blade Emperor. They all seem really terrifying. Flame Dragon Emperor? I've seen him in action. Babata shouted excitedly, back when your teacher and I entered the universe secret area, and during a perilous journey through a planet engulfed in ice, I personally saw within that ice, Flame Dragon Emperor immediately became a star and burned 10 Undyings who surrounded him to a crisp. They couldn't be more dead. He became a star? Luo Feng was shocked. Even more terrifying than a normal star. Undyings could easily destroy a star. However, the star that he transformed into, in terms of temperature, was much higher than a normal star, with one move destroying 10 Undyings, of which 2 were humans and the rest were automaton and other races. Flame Dragon Emperor was an extremely terrifying being. Ah! Luo Feng held his breath. Even the bastard that killed your teacher back then couldn't kill your teacher in one move. I didn't expect him to actually be teaching here in Primal Chaos City now. Babata exclaimed. Flame Dragon Emperor, True Yen Emperor, 1000 Dream Emperor and Blade Emperor. Luo Feng looked at these 4's information, his eyes filled with anticipation. The warriors within Primal Chaos City were mostly separated into 5 main groups: Virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank, Universe Mercenary Alliance. Only very few had no huge power backing them. Within a mansion. Blade Emperor, don't get overconfident. The 8-man warrior True Yen laughed loudly. Why don't you take a look? A man in purple armor and carrying a golden blade on his back laughed loudly. Of you 3, one's an 8-man, another a dragon man, and another always cold and gloomy. Only I look the most like a human of Earth. If he doesn't choose me, who will he choose? Blade, looking for a master doesn't rely on looks. With 2 dragon horns and a face full of red scales, eyes as though they were too many planets. Flame Dragon, in terms of strength, I don't lose to you. Blade Emperor laughed. Blade is too proud. From what I see, he's miscalculated this time. A dreamy-like appearance, a blurry man in a black robe sat at his side. However, this Luo Feng is indeed considered a rare seedling from over 100 million years within our 9 universe sect. He actually managed to comprehend the first blade form of the floating blood in 10 years. his talent is really high, very powerful. Hence, he has to be my disciple. I use a blade." Blade Emperor laughed. The four of them were of the Nine Universe sect, all members of the Virtual Universe Company, leaders amongst the Undying, teachers in Primal Chaos City. Naturally, their relationships were good. Once in a while, the four would gather and chat and discuss, even compete and learn from another. As for Luo Feng, he was an unexpected surprise for the Nine Universe sect. Every group of geniuses from the competitions had the most outstanding, like this time's was Bolin, even considered the most outstanding for 10 million years. Luo Feng initially didn't gain too much recognition from these four, however after he passed the second and third level consecutively, it was obvious he had comprehended the first blade form in 10 years. This talent, others didn't know, only these four studying the Nine Universe tablet were extremely clear. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. To be able to study the essence of what Lian Luo did with the space laws, one had to be an absolute genius, with strong mentality and comprehension. If one couldn't comprehend the first form in 20 years, that meant he had no hope, and Luo Feng did it in 10. Bolin had too much of a lead initially. If we don't count his initial lead, just in terms of improvement speed, this Luo Feng doesn't lose to Bolin at all. The black-robed man said softly, complimenting, maybe in the past 100 million years there were others comparable to him, however they didn't necessarily pick our Nine Universe. Our Nine Universe has hardly seen a genius like this in the past 100 million years. Flame Dragon exclaimed. How can we not nurture a genius like that? The four all heavily recognized Luo Feng, this sort of rare gem seedling. It was normal for all of them to favor him, because this level of genius, if he didn't fall, would have high chances of later becoming an official or emperor. To be able to nurture a disciple that would become an emperor, their own position would be raised greatly. The student-master relationship was a very reliant one. Blade, no use being confident now, just wait, we'll see who he picks. Tru Yan rubbed his golden fur on his chin, laughing. Then we'll see. Blade Emperor said confidently. Flame Dragon and 1000 Dream Emperor both laughed. After a few days, in a special spot in the virtual universe, in a majestic shrine floating in the clouds, Tru Yan immediately appeared within the plaza. In it stood many guards, some tall and short, however they all had one common similarity: they were all ape-man. Be it black fur, golden fur, or long-armed, their color, height and structures all had differences, but they were all ape-man. Hoof. Tru Yan's expression was heavy as he took big strides through the door of the shrine. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, : The guards all bowed respectfully. Tru Yan immediately rushed into the shrine. In the thrones within there were already 16 other ape-men. All their expressions changed as they saw Tru Yan enter. What's the matter? Tru Yan rushed in, his gaze sweeping past the 16, roaring, the name list for the large alliance. How come there's only one slot for my Kahan clan? Tru Yan, you didn't care about matters being in Primal Chaos City. This is something we and the other leaders discussed and decided on. A 20 tall black fur ape-man's voice rumbled, resounding across the entire hall. Rubbish! Tru Yan pointed at the huge ape-man before him. Our sacred ape-man shrine has 18 leaders. Now that the sage doesn't meddle in the affairs, everything is decided by the 18 of us. I am one of the leaders. Usually I couldn't care less, however don't push things too far. If your King Kong clan can have 4 slots, why has my Kahan clan only been given 1? Tru Yan, that black ape-man roared. Shut up! Tru Yan's gaze swept past every one of them. Just because I don't usually bother with these affairs, don't play me for a fool. If you are really unhappy, I don't mind having a real match in reality. I'll immediately seal all of you. The other 15 were stunned, yet they didn't dare make a sound. Tru Yan Emperor was indeed an absolute warrior amongst the ape-man race. He was also a being closest to receiving the title knight. He normally didn't care much about the ape-man matters. One thing, I don't wish to bully anyone, but don't take me for a fool. Tru Yan gazed at everyone. If any such matter happens again, I won't be discussing this in the virtual universe with you, but I'll head straight to where you live. Humph. Finishing, True Yen turned and left. Ape-Man, they were highly populated throughout the humanity of the universe, they could be seen anywhere. But even the Ape-Man race was separated into tens of thousands of clans. This Ape-Man sacred shrine was the upper echelon of all of them. This True Yen actually bothers about such matters. Isn't he training in Primal Chaos City to become a knight? A skinny Ape-Man leader with fiery red eyes said softly. Looks like True Yen still keeps a watch on his Kahan clan. These leaders were helpless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 33, Second Tier Company. Volume 11, Chapter 33, Second Tier Company. Virtual Universe Ganwu Continent, Ping Hai Company's 86th level meeting room. One side was the upper echelon of Ping Hai Company, the other was the Virtual Universe Company's Ganwu Division's investment side upper echelon. Su Xian and Bo Te Lai exchanged documents, on it were their signatures. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. Su Xian smiled and stood up, lifting a wine glass. After signing, we have to down our drinks in celebration. That's a practice of Earth. Mr. Bo Te Lai, you should try our newest tea drink from Ping Hai Company. Ah? Bo Te Lai smiled and received it. Down our drinks in celebration? That's new. The two lifted their glasses and raised them together. Not bad at all. This bitter taste revolves in your mouth, really wonderful. Bo Te Lai nodded. I like the name tea too. Bo Te Lai pronounced the word tea awkwardly. Su Xian smiled. I like it too, because it can bring about great profits. Yes, that's as true. Bo Te Lai's eyebrows lifted. With the universe technology, analyzing several tastes and flavors of Earth wasn't difficult. However, any particular flavor they produced was specially protected in the virtual universe. Back then, Su Xian took many special flavors of Earth and swiftly registered these flavors on a large scale. Even if other companies managed to imitate them, they couldn't copy them, or they would be fined heavily for the usage. The future of Ping Hai Company will be up to you, Mrs. Luo. Bo Te Lai said, otherwise, any failed business, I have to take responsibility for. Rest assured. Su Xian smiled. Ping Hai Company's staff and management are exceptional, I can definitely rest assured. Bo Te Lai smiled, then I'll look forward, for the day Ping Hai Company rises to become a second-tier company, hopefully in the next 1,000 years. My aim is 100 years. Su Xian smiled. Ah! Bo Te Lai's eyes immediately gleamed. Right, in 100 years, the earlier the better. Please, Mr. Bo Te Lai, go take a rest, I've already prepared a banquet. Su Xian smiled, following which she arranged for people to lead the investment department of the Virtual Universe Ganwu Division to rest. Within the meeting room, only Su Xian and the short-haired girl remained. Big Sister Su, we've succeeded. The short-haired girl said excitedly. With a price of 10.2 times, allowing them 51% shares, it's still okay. Su Xian smiled. With this huge investment, our Ping Hai Company's overall capital has reached 32,882 mixed elements. Back when Luo Feng was awarded 1,000 mixed elements as reward, he gave 300 to his younger brother Luo Hua to invest and another 200 to Su Xian. However, later on, Su Xian's company, as the returns from storing the funds in the bank was simply too low, it was better for her to let Luo Hua invest it. Hence Luo Hua too entered the company, becoming a very important division, the investment department. Back then the shares were divided this way. Luo Feng had 50%, Luo Hua had 25% and Su Xian had 25%. The capital of the company was a total of 600 mixed elements back then. Luo Feng had been in the Primal Chaos City for 10 years, however in the real universe, over 30 years had passed. These over 30 years, Su Xian managed the company and Luo Hua was in charge of investments. Over 30 years, their capital rose from close to 600 mixed elements to close to 3,000 mixed elements. While it seemed like a small increase, by just a few times, if placed on Earth, the efficiency would simply be too little and not worth mentioning. However, in truth, such a return in the universe was already considered extremely high, as the higher the investment, the harder it was for returns. The bigger the investment, the easier it was for it to attract huge powers and firms' notice. The moment they weren't careful, they would make losses. Over 30 years, earning over 5 times in profits? That was hard. Many undyings with trillions of years of lifespans, even getting one time in return for their investments was extremely difficult. As there were many ancient beings in the virtual universe, with lifespans in the trillions, along with the virtual universe system regulations, making it so that the currencies hardly ever inflated. Imagine one mixed element of 100 million years ago. After that period of time, its buying power had almost no change whatsoever. This led to large corporations' investments finding it hard to make any money. Even Ping Hai Company relied on the swift expansion of the food and beverage chain along with investments to have such returns. With the split in shares, the Ping Hai Company had 49% of the shares, the virtual universe company took 51% of it. In truth, the main shareholders Luo Feng, Luo Hua and Su Xian before had huge increases in wealth. Even though they had less shares now, the capital of the company had risen from close to 3,000 mixed elements to close to 33,000 mixed elements. Luo Feng, Luo Hua and Su Xian added together, immediately had over 16,000 mixed elements in shares. A flagship company of the virtual universe company is separated into third tier, second tier and first tier and finally special tier companies. Su Xian looked at the document in her hands. Reaching a capital of 1,000 mixed elements puts one in the third tier, breaking 100,000 puts one in the second tier. Breaking 10 million mixed elements puts one in the first tier. Going past 1 billion puts one as a special tier. The business and martial departments were the two biggest departments of the virtual universe company. The manager of a third tier is still considered an outside member. The manager of a second tier can become a last phase region core member. First tier manager equates to a heaven and ground member. Special tier manager equates to an absolute beginning member. Su Xian looked at the document, her eyes gleaming. Our company's capital is reaching 33,000 mix elements, it's not far from the 100,000 mark. Su Xian said softly, we'll reach there in 60 years. 60 years? The short-haired lady beside her was shocked. The higher the investment, the higher scale, the harder it was to earn. Rising was hard too. 100 million universe dollars, Luo Feng could easily raise it to 1 billion universe dollars. However, if it were 100 million mixed elements, even if it was given to Luo Hua with 1 million to 10 million years, wanting to make it grow by 10 times, that was simply a dream. If one could easily turn it to 1 billion mixed elements, the virtual universe company would immediately hire him as a VIP with protection, arranging for an undying to be his bodyguard. Because this level of earning speed was even more terrifying than an emperor undying, but hence, little fights and squabbles do not bother them at all. This earning ability was truly what the huge leviathans were competing for. Obviously, the virtual universe company favored Ping Hai Company more. 60 years. Su Xian nodded. 60 years to rise to a second-tier company, that's too hard. The short-haired lady shook her head. We'll work hard. Su Xian smiled, thinking within, 60 years here will be just the amount of time he'll take to finish Primal Chaos City training. Before he finishes, to be able to meet at Yuxiang Mountain, I guess his expression will be priceless. Su Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Primal Chaos City. Right here. Luo Feng walked until he reached the entrance of a mansion. At the time, there were many warriors there entering. Tru Yen is teaching today. I heard he's explaining the 9 universe tablets first to third picture. Even though I'm studying the fourth picture, there's always benefits from listening to the basics. Me too. Subsect leaders are indeed leaders. The sector lords and undyings all entered the mansion. Luo Feng followed. The scanner on the entrance scanned through Luo Feng without any resistance. Obviously he had passed the requirements to listen to the class. Within the mansion. It was a 10 kilometers long and wide plaza. There a few hundred warriors had already gathered to listen. There's quite a lot of people. Luo Feng sat in the corner. Young one, first time? A bald old man laughed as he sat not far away from Luo Feng. From one look, he could tell this youth was only a universe level. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Able to come attend the class at universe level, looks like you were chosen from the genius battle, and are probably among the top 2. The old bald man laughed. At this time, over 1,000 people had gathered in the plaza. Rumble. A formless pressure immediately engulfed the plaza. Over 1,000 warriors gathered there. All went silent as a form of respect. A golden armored tall and sturdy ape man walked onto the plaza. Every step he took flashed a few km. Behind him tens of warriors followed. Teleportation, that's teleportation. Tru Yan's teleportation has already reached an unbelievable level. With hushed voices, discussion sprung all over, however the noise was still extremely low. Those following Tru Yan are his disciples. If we can take him as our master, that would be great. That depends on your capability. Without it, why would he accept you? Luo Feng held his breath and watched. In the distance, Tru Yan sat cross-legged. Beside him were tens of disciples. As for the others incapable of becoming his disciples, the thousands of them could only come attend his classes. Today I will clearly explain the 9 universe tablets' third picture. This third picture is the basic. Tru Yan pointed into mid-air and a complex engraving appeared, similar to the golden engraving on his armor. This first picture goes with the origin law this way. In mid-air, the complex golden engravings revolved, almost like a mechanical wheel, infused with mysterious law energies. So mystical. Luo Feng watched with his mouth wide open. Tru Yan explained the class in detail. Even his calculations were very clear. The group of warriors were still stunned, however, by the lesson. According to each person's comprehension, the feeling was different. Alright, today I'll end here. 3 days later, Tru Yan said indifferently. Thank you, teacher. Over 1,000 warriors bowed respectfully. At this time, a black-haired youth walked out from amidst the 1,000, immediately walking ahead of the group. The group all turned to stare, filled with shock. This punk wants to request Tru Yan as his teacher, but... Sitting right above, a smile appeared on Tru Yan's face. This Luo Feng is really going with Tru Yan as his teacher. In another mansion of Primal Chaos City, Blade Emperor, who was quietly meditating, shook his head, helpless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 34, Training for 30 Years. Volume 11, Chapter 34, Training for 30 Years. Towards the sect leader Tru Yan Emperor before him, Luo Feng was filled with gratitude. Back when I first came to Primal Chaos City, I was simply a small figure. Tru Yan's one-pointer allowed me to walk the most correct path. Maybe to him it was a casual pointer, but to me, it probably affected my next trillion years of training. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. According to Primal Chaos City customs, with over 1,000 other warriors looking at him, he shouted respectfully, I earnestly request to become a disciple of yours. I earnestly request to become a disciple of yours. The sound resounded throughout the plaza. Over 1,000 warriors all looked at Tru Yan Emperor. Will he accept? Tru Yan Emperor looked at Luo Feng and laughed carefreely. From today, you'll be a disciple of I, Tru Yan Emperor. Hua! There was chaos below. Follow me. Tru Yan stood up and took Luo Feng along with the rest of his disciples. What? Tru Yan really accepted Luo Feng as his disciple? A handsome Gusi Luo frowned. Right now both Luo Feng and Bolin have sect leader Undyings as their teachers. And Rong Jun, he has a universe country leader as his teacher. They were already leading ahead, with the teacher giving help now, their improvement will be even more shocking. Gusi Luo gritted his teeth. I have to grasp my time and quickly pass the third level, that way I can find a teacher. Madman, he really cannot be undermined. In the training grounds, covered in perspiration, Rongjun said softly, my opponent is not just Bolin, but Luo Feng as well. Damn! Tru Yen really accepted him? The Manka Prince Wuka could only roar softly, then return to working hard. The group of geniuses all felt the pressure, as actually succeeding in getting a sect leader as one's teacher wasn't easy. Firstly, one had to pass the third level as a requirement, and normally from the 1,000 that come from the genius competition, the number that could actually pass the third level within the 30 years in Primal Chaos City could be counted with one hand. From previous competitions, the number able to pass the third level mostly stayed under 5. Even if there were more geniuses or exceptional geniuses in a batch, it never exceeded 10. Even after passing the third level, those undying sect leaders hardly ever accepted either. These old weird things mostly existed for over 1 trillion years. It usually was a long while before they truly accepted a disciple. As time flowed, these geniuses never let up for a moment, especially with a large amount of targets and goals to chase before them. These geniuses improved with shocking speed. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In the 13th year after they arrived in Primal Chaos City, Rongjun passed the 3rd level. In the 19th year, Luo Feng passed the 4th level, and on that day Bolin 2 passed the 5th level. The two far exceeded everybody else. That day, it spurred Rongjun and many others to give it a shot, however none succeeded. In the 21st year, Wuka passed the 3rd level. In the 25th year, Long Yun and Jiao Lai Shi passed the 3rd level. In the 28th year, Xian Shui passed the 3rd level. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. Within Primal Chaos City, Tru Yen Emperor's mansion. Luo Feng, there's only 10 days before you have to leave Primal Chaos City. Tru Yen laughed as he looked at Luo Feng. After leaving, if you meet any hard questions while training, you can ask me. As for other world matters, I hope you can settle them yourselves, unless you really need something that you have no way to solve, come look for me, understood? Yes, teacher. Still dressed in a dark red armor, the black short-haired youth stood there, even though compared to Tru Yen and the others he was skinny and small. However, that suppressed fierce intrepid energy he emanated made hearts tremble. Compared to 30 years ago when he first came, he was no longer as young and tender. There was a fierce toughness. It was one that stemmed from comprehending the universe origin laws, one that formed from melding that comprehension deep within one's bones, a special aura. Tru Yen nodded his head satisfied. He was extremely satisfied with this student. Go on. Tru Yen smiled. Luo Feng knelt down hard, causing Tru Yen Emperor to shake his head and laugh. Stand up. Thank you, teacher, for the 20 years of guidance. Luo Feng remained kneeling. Your disciple will not let you down. Within, Luo Feng was filled with gratitude. This huge golden fur warrior that looked like a golden ape-man, even though his position was extremely high, he was usually very sincere and close to his disciples. 20 years. How long has Luo Feng been living? Even though he was grateful towards his teacher Hu Yenbo from the Yun Mo planet, they never really interacted. However, in Primal Chaos City, he had been interacting with Tru Yen Emperor for 20 years. That teacher-student relationship had naturally become deep. Haha, won't disappoint me? Tru Yen rubbed the fur on his chin, laughing. My first goal for you is to enter the primal secret region. The second goal is to become an undying in getting the title Emperor. Understood? Yes. Luo Feng answered firmly, resonating loudly. Over countless years, I've had close to 100 disciples, yet only your third senior has ever truly immediately become undying and later becoming an emperor. Tru Yen laughed, his eyes squinting. Now it's up to you. Luo Feng was very clear. His teacher had a total of 92 disciples, 23 had already fallen, and the number following him in Primal Chaos City was only 35. Some had the title official. Only one had become emperor, that was the third senior, called Tai Jun, an absolute warrior from the Nakamon clan, he had become a disciple a very long time ago. His teacher had existed for over 1 trillion years. To be able to be called the third senior, that was definitely one that he accepted in the previous 100 million years. Currently this senior was the idol amongst the group of disciples. Tai Jun, with his title Bloodthirsty Emperor. In terms of reputation, he was even more prominent than his teacher Tru Yen. Of course his teacher was a being close to a universe country leader. In terms of strength he was still stronger. Go on, go on. Tru Yen smiled and waved his hand. Yes. Luo Feng got up to leave. Walking out of his teacher's mansion, he turned to look, feeling bittersweet within. The last time was leaving Earth, this time it's leaving my teacher. Luo Feng shook his head. You are still young, when you've trained for 10 million years, you'll get used to it. In his mind Babata's voice resounded. Alright, Luo Feng frowned, training for 10 million years is a thing for the future. Right now, I haven't even lived for 100 years, there's no need to talk about such faraway matters. Walking along the alley. Luo Feng sighed. 30 years. In a flash, it's over. Luo Feng was happy within. I'm already much stronger than when I came. His earth body, as he hadn't been training it, remained at universe level 1. However, the moment he leaves Primal Chaos City, he could use the life pool and easily reach universe level 9. As he didn't have any bottleneck, he could easily break through straight to Domain Lord. The Masha clan was the same level as the Golden Horned Beast. Before coming to the Primal Universe, Luo Feng had already prepared a large amount of required metals for the Domain Lord level, hence it maintained its normal evolution speed. A total of 30 years in Primal Chaos City. A little more than 10 years ago, it broke through to Domain Lord level 1. And Domain Lord level 1 to 3 required 150 years. 4 to 6 required 600 years. 7 to 9 required 3,600 years. Domain Lord level 9 breaking through to Sector Lord required about 5,000 years. Using the optimum metal groups during the Domain Lord level could at most raise its evolution efficiency by 52 times. It had been 20 years in Primal Chaos City, meaning its normal evolution had been going on for over 1,000 years. Hence, the current Golden Horned Beast and Masha clan had both reached Domain Lord level 6. If I go to the life pool and evolve to Universe level 9, I have to stop there. If I break through to Domain Lord, Luo Feng thought, that would be troublesome in theory. The moment I'm Domain Lord level 1 I can rise straight to Domain Lord level 9. However, I'm different from others, my growth is limited by the internal world. Since his internal world was Domain Lord level 6, then there was no bottleneck before then. However, if the internal world didn't grow, his body's soul had no way to grow at all. When the Golden Horned Beast and Masha clan both reach Domain Lord level 9. Then I'll make my human body rise to Domain Lord level 9. Luo Feng thought. In Primal Chaos City, my biggest improvement is in the comprehension of the origin laws. Luo Feng exclaimed. Studying the 9 Universe Tablet, plus the teachings of his teacher Tru Yen Emperor, along with the study of floating blood, his improvement was indeed huge. 10 years ago, he had completely comprehended floating blood's first blade form. The beginning was the toughest, with experience and his teacher's pointers. What's more, the 108 blade forms were the most compatible with the Raindrop Picture's 9 blade forms, hence with 3 years of work, Luo Feng had comprehended the second blade form and after another 3, finished the third. The further he got, the higher the efficiency. In the 28th year of being in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had comprehended the 9th blade form. At this point, the 9 Universe Tablets Raindrop Picture didn't hold much mystery at all to Luo Feng anymore, he had completely comprehended it. The September 1st forms were easy. The middle 27, however, were much harder, much less the final 72. Now that it was about time to leave Primal Chaos City soon, Luo Feng hadn't even comprehended the 10th blade form. Even though I haven't finished the 10th, the second Drizzle Picture, I've had great improvements over these 3 years. Luo Feng thought, there's another 10 days before I leave. before that I'll try the heavenly bridge one more time and see if I can pass the 5th level. If I pass, I'll get another chance to study the tablet. With that final study chance, I'll be able to absorb it slowly after I leave. A large fish was flying in that unstable universe between the primal and actual universe. Within this large fish, Sir Knight, of the 1,000 geniuses from this batch, there are 816 still surviving. Dressed in jasper armor was Jade Emperor, who was bowing. She continued, of which the most exceptional is Bolin. He's already past the 5th level currently. Next is Luo Feng, he's past the 4th. The next 5 have all passed the 3rd level. The most shocking of the group is Luo Feng. In his 19th year, he already passed the 4th level, far exceeding the others. He is the closest to Bolin. The other 10 Undyings all reacted but remained respectful. Nine-Blade Knight, however, sat in the throne and listened, nodding, saying softly, "Bolin? Luo Feng? Rumble." The ship continued advancing. Nine-Blade Knight sat in the ship headed to Primal Chaos City. He was prepared to receive Luo Feng's batch back into the actual universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 35, Excitement. Volume 11, Chapter 35, Excitement. Ping Hai Company's 86th level meeting room. Big Sister Sue, it should be fine, right? The short-haired lady looked at Su Xin. No problem. Su Xin sat calmly. Luo Feng had been in Primal Chaos City for over 30 years, however in the actual universe, it had been over 100 years. It might seem like a long time, however in the vast universe, it was simply a little flash. Especially with the eternal body, Su Xin's appearance hasn't changed at all over the 100 years, only her gaze and aura. It had obviously matured from before, just like light sharpening and shaping a gemstone, revealing her beauty. I don't know if we can make it in time. Su Xin closed her eyes, muttering within, Luo Feng is just about to leave Primal Chaos City. I hope we pass the inspection in a few days. Pa. 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 Several knocks on the door. Come in. Su Xin opened her eyes, her gaze deep and wise. This was formed from managing a large corporation, for long periods of time, something that formed naturally over the course itself. The door pushed open and a very formally dressed Bo Te Lai bureau chief, accompanied by a silver-haired green-eyed middle-aged lady, walked into the meeting room, followed by 8 other staff behind them. How's the inspection? Su Xin smiled and stood up. Ha, I knew Mrs. Luo wouldn't let me down. Bo Te Lai laughed loudly. Beside him the middle-aged lady also smiled. Mrs. Luo, according to our audit department's inspection, your half-year report is completely accurate, with a marginal error of only 0.01%. Su Xin immediately grew excited. Big Sister Sue, we've succeeded. Beside, the short-haired lady cheered excitedly. Congratulations, Mrs. Luo. The middle-aged lady smiled and extended her arm, shaking hands as a formality of Earth, right? Thank you, thank you. Su Xin fought hard to suppress her excitement as she shook her hand, however her eyes were already filling with tears of joy. Her hard work was all for this day. Finally, they managed to reach it just in the nick of time. Mrs. Luo. Bureau Chief Bo Te Lai smiled. According to the half-year report, Ping Hai Company's current capital value is at 100,012 mixed elements. According to our levels given to the companies under the Virtual Universe Company, Ping Hai Company's capital has already reached the 2nd tier level. Hence, I will immediately request, within a day, for the changes within Ping Hai Company. Mrs. Luo, you too will be rewarded with the respective power. Yes. The silver-haired green-eyed lady nodded. In a while, the main department will send people over to arrange matters for Mrs. Luo to enter the Corps. Congratulations, congrats. Bureau Chief Bo Te Lai laughed loudly. Mrs. Luo, you've entered the Corps level as a last phase member. Mr. Luo is in the Corps Absolute Beginning region. Husband and wife have both entered the Corps of the Virtual Universe Company. This is definitely a fairy tale. Su Xin could barely contain her excitement and joy. Thanks, my company has already prepared a banquet for everybody, Su Xian said. Mrs. Luo. The silver-haired green-eyed lady shook her head and smiled. I need to leave immediately to report the results back to the management, also request for your company's rise in tier, hence I won't be staying. Yes, the change in tier of a company is extremely important, we do not dare to stay. Bureau Chief Bo Te Lai said too. After a while, the group from the Virtual Universe Company left quickly, only Su Xian and her helper were left. Big Sister Su, Big Sister Su. The short-haired lady cheered excitedly, we did it, we've succeeded, truly, we really did it before Mr. Luo Feng returned, we've made the company huge, becoming a second-tier company. My God, this is simply unbelievable, too unbelievable. Su Xian nodded, her face filled with excitement. As long as we work hard, we can do anything. We did it. We really did it. Su Xian turned, looking out through the huge glass window, and it showed her reflection. Compared to the time when the swallowing beast incident happened on Earth, her appearance hadn't changed at all, still as beautiful, her figure still slim. Over the 100 years of change, she hardly ever got this excited anymore. At this time, however, the lady reflected in that full-sized window was almost like a teenage girl falling in love for the first time, filled with excitement and anticipation. I don't know just what expression he will have when he meets me in Yuxiang Mountain. Su Xian said softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. When Luo Feng was in Primal Chaos City close to 20 years, 60 years had already passed in the actual universe. Over 60 years, Su Xian had turned the initial 30,000 mixed elements from their merger into a huge corporation, over 60 years, raising it to over 100,000 mixed elements. There was Luo Hua's work in it too, however Su Xian is the main person in charge and had played a critical role. Over 60 years, earning over 60,000 mixed elements. This speed of profits, even the master of the Yun Mo planet couldn't compare. Of course, the only reason Su Xian was able to do such a thing was because she had the initial capital to begin with. As Luo Feng had given large amounts of wealth to his younger brother and wife, making Ping Hai Company's initial formation already having a value of 600 mixed elements. 600 mixed elements. It was comparable to a wealthy sector lord, even a poorer undying. This level of wealth, even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Emperor couldn't fork out such a sum immediately. The starting capital was huge. Naturally, the scale of their operations started big. If one began a new company with only 100 million universe dollars, that's considered extremely wealthy in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. That little bit of capital could at most buy a few hundred life planets. However, after 10 million years of struggle, increasing their wealth by 10,000 times, that would only be 1 trillion universe dollars, simply one mixed element. Hence the starting capital was very important. Due to Luo Feng, Ping Hai's starting capital was close to 600 mixed elements, and later due to Su Xian's leadership and skills, Luo Hua's investment abilities, they grew on a very large but difficult scale. Through this virtuous cycle, they attracted the Virtual Universe Company's investment, allowing their scale to take another huge jump and advance forward. Finally, 100 years of time, Ping Hai Company's net capital finally exceeded 100,000 mixed elements. This was a huge sum that would make many undyings hold their breaths. Primal Chaos City. The energies revolved. Luo Feng sat cross-legged in his own training quarters balcony. On the other balconies too were warriors either standing or sitting. With a glance, tens of thousands of warriors were treasuring their time and looking at the skies, those visible origin laws almost like gears revolving. They glanced at them before returning to train. And Luo Feng, even though it looked like he was studying, in truth his consciousness had entered the Virtual Universe training grounds and was going through simulations. The 9-Universe Tablet secret room will open again tomorrow afternoon for another batch of warriors to enter. Luo Feng had checked earlier, that I'll go to the Heavenly Bridge again tomorrow. As for now, it's my last chance to train, putting together everything I've learned over these past years, raising the power of the Nanshan armament to its limit. Studying was very important. Unleashing what one studied was important too. On the balcony, Luo Feng opened his eyes. Come meet me now. A voice immediately resounded within his mind, "Come meet me now! Come meet me now! Come meet me now!" The sound reverberated time again, causing the surviving 816 geniuses of the initial 1,000 to stop their training. "It's the night?" Luo Feng immediately rushed into the sky. Shwa! 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 Dot. From the vast wastelands, from the different corners of Primal Chaos City, silhouettes rushed into the sky. A total of over 900 silhouettes headed towards the same direction. In the skies of the city, a dark blue fish that was a 1,000 m long, almost like a strange beast waving its tail, broke through the condensed primal chaos space and flew over. That powerful energy that made people submit emitted from within that bluefish ship. Ka! The cabin door opened and 10 silhouettes flew out. Leading them was a green armored purple scaled man. The large fish that was floating in mid-air immediately vanished. At this time, Luo Feng and the rest of the 816 geniuses and close to 100 undyings had already gathered in the air above, respectfully waiting. "Greetings, Knight." A group of undyings bowed. "Greetings, Knight." Luo Feng and the vast group of geniuses too bowed respectfully in mid-air. Humph. A snort, just that sound alone felt like a heavy hammer on the group's hearts. The green armored purple scaled man was like a god, coldly gazing down on the floating group, and the tens of thousands of warriors in Primal Chaos City could all feel that pressure, not daring to look at him. Terrifying. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel cold sweat bead down his forehead. It was almost like an ant being stared at by a huge and powerful dragon. I didn't expect the knight's rage to be so terrifying. Luo Feng held his breath. Back then we first met the Nine-Blade Knight in the virtual universe. Maybe the virtual universe network could at most hold some of his consciousness, hence his pressure wasn't that strong. When he came the last time, he controlled his aura too. I didn't expect that simply letting it out a little. Silence. Close to 100 undyings, and over 800 geniuses didn't dare make a sound. Primal Chaos City is the safest place we've arranged for you all. The green armored purple scaled man stood in mid-air, almost like a god, surveying the group below him, and 1/5th of the 1,000 died here. It's very disappointing. Silence. In the air above the city, Luo Feng and the group could only listen obediently and not make a sound. There's still 10 days before you have to leave Primal Chaos City. The man said coldly, when that happens, you'll discover that it won't be as safe as before. If you can lose 1/5 of the group in such a safe place like Primal Chaos City, then when you return to the actual universe, I fear that within 100 years, only 500 of you will be left. Oof. Grasp your final 10 days, whoever needs to try the heavenly bridge go ahead, whoever needs to study the tablets go ahead. When you leave Primal Chaos City, it'll be a long time before you ever return here again. The green armored purple scaled man waved his hand and ordered, "Go." Yes. The large group replied. With that the group dispersed and headed in all directions in the city. The pressure exerted by the knight was simply too much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 36, Attempt. Volume 11, Chapter 36, Attempt. The green-robed purple scaled man took a stride and vanished immediately from the skies above Primal Chaos City, appearing in a desolate area's huge mansion that was enormous but yet plain and simple. This mansion had a completely black door. Ha, it's rare a good friend pays me a visit. With a laugh, the black door automatically opened. A three-eyed old man dressed in what seemed like a sackcloth walked out. This old man was the guardian of the Primal Chaos tablets, the one that had 52 clones, Candeli. It's been a while, hence I came to see you. Nine-Blade Knight was smiling. The two walked side by side into the living room of the mansion, sitting facing each other. The three-eyed old man smiled and poured some wine. Nine-Blade, you wouldn't look for me here without a reason. Speak, what's the matter? Ha, then I'll be direct. Nine-Blade Knight smiled. We just discovered a new universe secret area. From our calculations, it belongs to an extremely high level. Ah! The three-eyed old man's eyes gleamed. Universe secret areas, they were naturally formed phenomenon that occur while the vast universe was changing. Through its normal change, stars and planets of the sorts were usually formed. However, under special circumstances, mystical universe secret areas as big as the Black Dragon Mountain starfield may appear. The actual universe was known as the most vast and ancient universe. The secret areas within the universe secret areas have different levels of dangers. The treasures within too differed. However, normally even the lousiest of new secret areas required at least sector lord level to explore. How high? The three-eyed old man asked curiously. Anything below night would most certainly die if they entered. Nine-Blade Knight smiled. Those Emperor Knights, their chances of survival are extremely low. Ah. Interesting. The three-eyed old man's heart jumped. Within the actual universe, there were very few things left that could harm an undying. A secret area that could make anything below a night die as they go in, then this secret area must be terrifying. However, the more terrifying it was, it also meant that it was easier to get universe treasures within, treasures that would excite even the knights. It's been discovered not too long ago. We wouldn't invite anyone we didn't trust. I came personally this time to invite you. Nine-Blade Knight looked at the three-eyed old man. Candeli, will you go? Candeli hesitated. Anyway, your clones can protect the primal chaos tablets. What's more, there's the city leader here. There's no danger here at all. Nine-Blade shook his head, and the primal universe is only a small universe that's still evolving, not even 10 millionth of our actual universe. Our actual universe is the true center. It has been tens of thousands of eras since you've left. It's time to go explore. There might be some huge discovery. The three-eyed old man's eyes gleamed. When you gather, inform me. The three-eyed old man looked at Nine-Blade Knight. Ha, with you, we'll have a much bigger guarantee. Nine-Blade Knight laughed. Candeli was an ancient being within the universe. His power was absolute. All the absolute warriors and races call him Primal Chaos City's guardian. This name resounded even more than Nine-Blade Knight's reputation. And his cloning was the move that gained the most reputation. His cloning was simply splitting part of himself. To undyings, producing a clone was simple. However, Candeli wasn't the same. Every clone he produced had about 60% strength of the original. Hence, in times of danger, using them to explore and scout was the safest option. Even if a clone was destroyed, it didn't affect Candeli much. Candeli, Nine-Blade Knight, these two absolute beings, chatted for a while. Suddenly Nine-Blade Knight frowned. What's the matter? Candeli frowned too. Small matter. Nine-Blade smiled indifferently. Our newest batch of genius punks, the Rong Jun, who was accepted as Yuan Shen country leader's disciple, just passed the 4th level of the Heavenly Bridge. 4th level? Not bad at all. Candeli complimented. New batches from the genius competitions coming to Primal Chaos City. It's extremely rare for any of them even past the 4th. Plus Rong Jun, this batch already has 3. Bolin, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun. Nine-Blade Knight revealed a smile. These 3 punks are very exceptional. They may eventually become your right and left arms. Candeli said. Nine-Blade laughed. On a balcony of a training quarter. What? Luo Feng, who was originally sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, stood up and frowned. Rong Jun passed the 4th level, Rong Jun had passed the 3rd level in the 13th year of coming to Primal Chaos City. However, every 3 levels was a threshold. From the 3rd to 4th level was extremely difficult. Whether it was Bolin or himself, they all took a while before passing the 4th level. He's past the 4th, then right now. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. I'll go try the 5th level now. Mental state and emotions too could affect one's battle abilities. Luo Feng was currently filled with fighting spirit, following which he immediately headed towards the Heavenly Bridge. Rong Jun passed the 4th level? Another 4th level? The other geniuses almost simultaneously received the news. Virtual Universe Heavenly Bridge. In the center of the beautiful island, silhouettes appeared. So many people. The moment Luo Feng appeared, he saw in the surroundings there were already over 20 youths, and more were still appearing. Obviously the over 800 geniuses all wanted to give it a shot before leaving Primal Chaos City. Rong Jun's breakthrough had spurred everybody to come give it a shot. Luo Feng, there's someone on the 9-universe bridge currently, you'll be next. The black-robed watchman Bevan smiled. Wooka, the huge axe bridge has someone, you'll be next. Watchman Bevan was arranging the order for everybody, some of them however could attempt straight away. Luo Feng, you are here to try? Wooka stood beside Luo Feng muttering, you are already leading by so much. Rong Jun has caught up too, I cannot relax. Luo Feng smiled. Luo Feng and Wooka spotted a silhouette that just appeared beside, still in the same white robe, carrying that blood blade. Death God Bolin. He's here too? Luo Feng frowned. That white-robed youth spotted Luo Feng and nodded at him, saying softly, Luo Feng. Bolin. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Around them over 100 geniuses had already gathered. These geniuses all looked at Luo Feng and Bolin and discussed softly. The two have met again. The last time Luo Feng passed the 4th level and Bolin passed the 5th. Will the two of them pass again today? The heavenly bridge isn't so easy. However, amongst our batch, the only one able to match up to Bolin is Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Bolin only glanced at each other without speaking. However, within they were feeling competitive. Luo Feng, you can enter the 9-universe bridge. Watchman Bevan said, Bolin, the universe bridge has someone, you'll be the one after the next person. Luo Feng glanced at Bolin and Bolin glanced back.